head coach. It's unbelievable what McVay has done here in terms of the amount of coaches that have come from his coaching tree or off of his staffs. I mean, there's different, maybe origin stories. But, I mean, you're looking at it right now in the NFL. Matt LaFleur, Mike LaFleur, Kevin O'Connell, Liam Cohen, all were offensive coordinators for Sean McVay with the Rams. Or quarterback's coach, however you want to look at it. I mean, it's remarkable. And Mike LaFleur gets the final remaining job, obviously, with the Arizona Cardinals. Not exactly the best job out there because they were in last for a reason. The reason, Smalls, Courtney, is very simply no one knows who the quarterback is going to be. And if the answer is Kyler Murray, no one wants that quarterback, it seems like, as the starting quarterback at that price point. Is Mike LaFleur being set up to fail?
It's funny because we were thinking about pros and cons of each of these head coaching hires. And the con for me when it came to the Arizona Cardinals is that I'm worried the situation will ruin him, that he would be put in a situation to fail. But just going back to what we said about Kubiak and the Raiders, I hope that with the Cardinals, they do exercise patience with LaFleur here. I do hope that they understand the set of circumstances that he's walking into, and they give him time to actually identify who his quarterback is going to be, and then give him time to develop and grow with said quarterback. And as you mentioned, the Sean McVay tree, especially on the offensive side of the ball, pretty good so far in the NFL. So I would take that and run with it if I was the Cardinals. But I'm also a little surprised they went this way, even though eventually they're going to get the quarterback that they want, and they're going to have hopefully the offensive mind in place to grow him. But this is the sixth straight head coach hired by the Cardinals that doesn't have NFL head coaching experience. And I know that
same with the Dolphins. They're doing the same kinds of things.
And I know that there were so many vacancies available that these guys with that pedigree elected to go elsewhere. The Arizona Cardinals were probably not atop of their wish list, so they had to figure out who is left available and how can we hire the best person for the job. But that's the only thing that gives me pause here, is that the Cardinals are going the same route, and I hope that he is put in a position to have success because he's clearly good at his job.
They have the number 3 pick in the draft, so that gives you the hope that you can get somebody who's a game changer, maybe not immediately in this team, because they're clearly the last team standing among the teams that fired their head coaches and had to look for new ones for a lot of reasons, not only because the owner is notoriously pretty frugal with what he's willing to spend on coaches, but the state of this roster, the state of the quarterback position, etc. This could be a good job for the long term if, like the Raiders, they're willing to express some patience here. Now, they did for a couple of years with Jonathan Gannon. They did for, a significant amount of time with Cliff Kingsbury. But I worry about being in that division where you've got teams that are set up for the future. We know that Sam Darnold and the Seattle Seahawks are playing in the Super Bowl. The team that they beat on the way to the Super Bowl from their own division, the Los Angeles Rams, right before that, the San Francisco 49ers. So you know that you're going to be fourth and last for a bit until you build this thing the right way. If we can just get these owners to not jump the gun anytime it feels like there's a sense of adversity where you see everybody else doing well in your division, you're wondering why you're not built that same way. Those were long rebuilds. Those were processes that took quite a while to get all of the right pieces, right, of all of the ingredients in the cupboard to be able to make the meal the way that you want to. Arizona can be attractive eventually. It isn't right now, which is the reason that they had to wait this entire cycle, because all of the candidates outside of Mike LaFleur that they were interviewing, Clint Kubiak included in this weekend, they ended up taking jobs elsewhere. So you have to have the self-awareness to know, okay, we were the last pick. We were the last person standing at the dance before somebody asked us to go out into the floor. Have the self-awareness to know that in order to be a team that's going to be able to withstand changes, be able to withstand a quarterback that's coming there that you're going to have to develop. You could get a quarterback at 3. You could get into the Malik Willis, Mac Jones sweepstakes if you want to. They've got the cap space to do that this offseason, but that it's going to take time. And I would just hope that the same patience that was given to Jonathan Gannon initially when he took over that job, which I believe was 3 years, will be the same that's afforded now to Mike LaFleur.
Unsportsmanlike.
Wait a minute! Whoa!
Hot take alert.
Smoking hot!
Go to red alert.
I got a hot take. Courtney, you were right about something. I was wrong about something.
What?
The more I think about this, the Arizona Cardinals should have hired a full-time interim coach for 2 years. They're not ready for a head coach. Ron Rivera should have been the head coach. I'm wrong. I laughed at that thought last week. They should have hired, the first time in NFL history, a full-time interim coach.
Bridge coach?
Yeah. They're not ready for a head coach. We have to publicly acknowledge this. And the only reason I say Ron Rivera is because he's the only experienced head coach that actually interviewed for this job that is kind of at the end. It would have not been fair to Raheem Morris to do that to him. He's still on the way up, even though he's a two-time head coach. I believe that the Arizona Cardinals are not ready for a full-time head coach. And if Mike LaFleur fails, I'm not going to blame him. I don't know if he's good or not. I don't think you're going to be able to tell if he's good or not. They should have actually hired a full-time interim coach and said to Ron Rivera, like Stanford did with Frank Reich, like Stanford did with Frank Reich last year. In the meantime, that's what should have happened here. They're not ready for this. They're not ready for a full-time head coach for years to come. This guy's going to get fired within 2 years. He's not going to have a quarterback. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be a mess. The division is good. Ron Rivera should have been Smalls the full-time interim coach.
Nuno, you want to jump in here?
So we're trying to figure this out back here, Ev. What's your hot take? That Courtney was right?
No, he's saying that they should do something that no one's ever done.
Correct.
Like getting
And they
somebody
should
to be like, you're
publicize
just
it.
here for the interim basis.
Yes.
But why would you want to do that to Ron Rivera?
No, you're talking to Ron. We interviewed for I don't like what the Texans did it twice over. I don't like it the way they did it with David Culley and Lovie Smith. I didn't think that was right at all the way they did that. This I'm saying you would have to do it in partnership or coordinates or Pete Carroll. Do it with somebody in partnership.
What head
with
coach
them.
is going to be like?
I'll
you
sign
think
up for that.
you think I'm just good enough to be the bridge guy?
Frank Reich did it last year at Stanford.
Come on, no one is going to want to sign up for that.
Well, say to Frank Reich.
Sounds disrespectful to say we only think you're good enough to get. We basically sign
Why
up
didn't
for us
Stanford
to
hire
be
him
bad,
full-time?
to be
Why didn't
bad and
Stanford
build
hire him full-time?
because we don't think that you're capable.
No.
Of doing it
You're
any
such
other
a
way.
class act, Frank Reich or Ron Rivera, whoever else you want to put out there, right? You are a classy individual. You are the guy that we are going to, Pete Carroll, whoever you want to do, right? We are going to do this in coordinates and in partnership with you. We're not ready for a head coach yet because we don't have a quarterback. You have to deal with this Kyler Murray mess. We got to vet out some of the players here. We're going to give you 5 years within the organization, but 2 years as a head coach. And that's what we're going to do. And you're going to help us find the next guy for the long term. No one else is interviewing you for a head coaching job. We're going to make you the head coach. Frank Reich. Why not? Why not?
No one's signing up for it. It's unrealistic. I get where you're
You
going.
get millions of dollars.
I get where you're going with it, Evan, but like everybody wants to find the next innovator, and that's what they think they have in Mike LaFleur.
Yeah. He's the next guy that's going to be fired within 2 years because there's no way that they're going to be successful here. We're Unsportsmanlike.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? Sure, it's a lot colder, but it's also because your insulation inside the window could be failing. And when that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation like I did and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Plus 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 full years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait. Put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases. We take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-million, and win with Wallner.
After seeing some hoops or pucks at the UC, let the CTA be your drive home. The number 19 United Center Express bus takes you from the arena to Union Station, Ogilvy, and Michigan Avenue for just $3. If you've ever waited for a ride share at the UC, you know it's awful. Take the CTA. Buses run express for an hour after each game and will take you to Metro stops and hotels along Michigan Avenue. At under $3, you've got more money for merch or food at the game. Find the CTA Express buses right outside the stadium.
Dear Winter, Toyota can't get enough of you. Because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturer's websites as of 10/20/25.
I don't think anybody ever expects to hear that their child has cancer. It's always one of those things that happens to somebody else. But it definitely feels like your soul is sucked out of your body when they tell you that it's your baby. I knew that St. Jude was a children's hospital. I knew that no one ever received a bill from St. Jude, but I in no way understood how amazingly and completely they take care of their patients and their families. When we first got here, Hunter was in an incredible amount of pain, and St. Jude gave him the most superb care. Childhood cancer is devastating, but childhood cancer is beatable with St. Jude. To any of the donors, I would say bless you and thank you, because without the donors, St. Jude wouldn't be here.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right. We bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with the fastest man in Northbrook, Jesse Rogers.
As long as I'm the fastest man on the pickleball court, I'm happy.
Don't forget Jonathan Hood's here as well. In for Kap with open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. Watch the show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago there. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Good to see you, buddy. How are you?
Good to see you. Speaking of which, I was playing pickleball over the weekend, and I went to open play, just like if you show up at the gym to play open basketball, same thing. You can just play randomly with people.
And open pickle.
Open pickle. I got matched up with a guy that's a listener. So as I listen to you on Kap and J Hood, love your pickleball talk is what he said.
Okay.
Like, what about the baseball? But obviously we were playing pickleball, so that was on his mind. So we got listeners out there, and some of them, unfortunately, were teamed up with me playing pickleball this weekend.
That's all right.
Sorry about that.
As far as the media rankings are concerned with pickleball, I mean, are you in that top 5?
Well, here's the funny thing. Everybody likes to trash talk me about pickleball, but nobody picks up a paddle and plays me.
Oh.
Waddle and the Waddle adjacent sycophants.
I got you.
They're all like Silvy. Oh, Waddle's a former Bear. He's going to kick your butt. How do you know?
Yeah.
Okay, here, Black and Abdallah and Tyler all think they can kick my butt.
Mm-hmm.
My colleague, guy that does the same job for me, Alden Gonzalez out west covering the Dodgers, all he does is trash talk me, but has never played me. Mm-hmm. That's they all trash talk me, but won't play me.
Wow.
I'm waiting.
How about that, Jesse?
I asked Waddle last week to play. Mm-hmm. He had a rotator cuff or something.
I see.
I'm going to ask him again this week.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. They're all scared of me, but they like to talk. They like to chirp.
A lot of chirping then.
A lot of chirping.
How about an Aldo Gonzalez come to Chicago on your turf? Not at L.A., palm trees, nice and warm, but on a little windy, a little chilly in Chicago.
He wouldn't last a day in Chicago. He's that type of L.A. guy.
That's right.
But I haven't played Mark Carmen and people from around, in the media outside of. I haven't played anybody in the media, to be honest.
Wow. They're all afraid.
I played with Passon, and he's pretty good because he was a former tennis player.
I see.
Yeah.
But everyone's afraid of Jesse Rogers. They don't want to come. Well, they know the reputation. They know.
I know. Carmen makes fun of the sport, but has never picked up a racket. I mean, I don't get it.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he makes fun of it.
I also make fun of the sport. I'm also happy to play you. You just never text me.
Oh.
Right. I've been texting Tyler lately to play. He's this is his excuse last week. I forgot to bring a change of clothes to work. I'm like, all right, I'm done.
Oh, wow.
That was his excuse.
Can't play in jeans?
I mean, you could. It's not
I feel like you very easily could.
Or just go home and get a change and come meet me.
Oh, wow. How about this? So what we're saying is, Jesse, there's an open challenge for pickleball.
Absolutely.
For anybody. Anybody can come get it.
Pretty much.
Wow, how about that?
I'm playing with random listeners right now. So while
anybody can get Jesse's pickle.
Even Peggy and I have been talking about playing. I heard that.
Peggy, huh?
Peggy's probably pretty good.
Really?
I bet Peggy's in power rankings, it's me and then Peggy. That's my prediction.
Who wants to pickle?
Who wants to pickle? That's a new segment.
Yes.
Kap J Hood.
I'm telling you.
Who wants a pickle?
Twice now, Hoodie, I've told him I'll play him, and he's just ignoring it.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh, wow. Open challenge.
6:04, I'm already doing pickle. I usually save the pickle stuff for like 9:50, 8:50.
Well, no, but this is Jesse Rogers, you see. Yes, this is who you are. See?
Can we get a partner for this?
Yeah, of course.
Jesse versus Shay?
Alden wants to play me one-on-one. I'm like 20 years older than him. But I'm like, all right, we can do one-on-one.
All right.
Nobody plays one-on-one. It's a partner sport. It's a doubles sport.
Doubles.
So, yeah. Shay, me and Jay Moore against Shay and Hoodie? I mean, who?
We'll figure it out.
All right, we'll figure it out.
But all I'm saying is include me in the text.
Okay.
Because you're talking about nobody wants to take you up on the offer. I've never even received an offer.
I understand. You're on the list.
I was meaning partner and sponsorship.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to get some money.
Well, they have asked me about that. They haven't returned the email.
Yes.
I mean, so sure, I'll sponsor a pickleball company, and haven't heard back.
So it'll be Jackson Park then. You had to come south. You don't mind, right?
I'll come south.
Okay.
Absolutely.
What used to be a tennis court. Now, there might be a few weeds right there around the area, but just so you know.
So,
it'll be the way that we play it.
Yeah. I will reveal this. I wrote a pickleball story about baseball front offices playing pickleball.
I remember.
And so fast forward to the World Series. And this is a time when executives of the teams are always jittery, nervous. They have no control. You're at the World Series. There's those moves to be made. Long story short, Carl Ravitch and I went to Andrew Friedman's house in L.A. and played pickleball against the president of business operations, the Los Angeles Dodgers, and one of his lieutenants during the World Series. Man. Just to blow off some steam.
That's outstanding. I can imagine what a Friedman house looks like.
It was the day of the 18-inning game, so the morning of.
Yeah.
And then we had so I texted him. I'm like, that was the longest day of my life because we got up at like 7 a.m. and played pickle.
Yeah.
Then they had the 18-hour game. But Andrew Friedman, as you'd expect, a fighter.
Mm-hmm.
He's a fighter. He will dive. He will go nuts. And we won and lost. You know what I mean? It was a lot of, I didn't beat him. He didn't beat me kind of thing.
All right. So 500.
It's 500 against Andrew Friedman.
All right. So Shay's in, and Jay Moore and I will consider if we could be closest to the net, if possible, please.
Sure.
At this point in time in my life, the lateral quickness of a rose bush. So I'll be right there at the net.
If we could bring a portable chair.
Net play is important. Net play is important.
That's what I'm here for.
Yep.
You take care of the rest.
Net play is important. You can stand there and win the match just there.
You and your pickle.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And again, because it's Jesse Rogers, always with the trash talk, anybody can come get it. Anybody can come get this pickle. That is your declarative statement.
Right? Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I love
Is the
play.
pickle sour or dill?
I'll let you know after the match.
That always tells the story, right?
Yeah.
A quick thing that I want to talk about, and that I talked to Deion Miller about yesterday, was Friday, sitting in for Kap, about Ian Cunningham.
Yeah.
He takes the Falcons GM job. And so that was no surprise that Ian Cunningham, from the Bears' longtime assistant under Ryan Poles, takes the Falcons GM job. There won't be compensation because Matt Ryan is going to be the guy that's going to be the person that's going to be the wheeler and dealer in Atlanta with the Falcons. And so I wasn't disappointed in it. I mean, the news is the news. If Ian Cunningham is not going to be, the lead guy as far as decision-making with the Falcons, then the Bears are not going to get compensation. I feel like it's okay.
It's been beat to death over the last 72 hours or 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I mean, it's compensation made up out of nowhere. Like years ago, you didn't get compensation when a front office guy and the Rooney Rule and all. So, okay, they didn't get it. They didn't get it. What I think is an interesting question as much as anything is what Shea put on our pre-show sheet here is, how does it impact the Bears? Ian Cunningham had a big role with the Bears. How does this impact what Ryan Poles does, the draft, all of that? So I think we've missed the point here. They're losing an important front office piece.
Sure.
Okay, they didn't get the pick. What would it have been? Second round, third round? I don't even know. They didn't get it.
Middle round picks.
They didn't get it. They got kind of screwed over because he's going to be making decisions over there, and it's a technicality. All right. Can we move past that and talk about the impact it has on the Bears? And, someone like Courtney could talk about that a little bit better, but I think that's interesting. You've lost someone, a key member of your front office.
I think that from my standpoint, watching Ben Johnson, the way he moves and the influence he has at House Hall, Jesse, I feel like, you don't want to have Ryan Poles' best friend, Ian Cunningham, go someplace else. But because Ben Johnson's the head coach, because Dennis Allen's defensive coordinator, I think they have a lot of say in what happens as far as personnel is concerned. This is different than just some guy like an Eberflus or someone else coming in saying, I'd like to have this guy. He gets a couple of guys. I really believe that Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles are connected at the hip. And so I think that they'll make decisions together. Ultimately, it's Poles. But I believe that Ben Johnson has more swing in the organization to kind of say what he wants.
I've never said this to Kap, but that's a great point. It really is. They've established a nice little thing up there now. Where a couple years ago it was a mess. You needed every competent person you could think of. But now that Ben Johnson is established, he has a large voice in personnel. He's going to. You're right. If you're going to lose someone now that's important compared to even a year ago. Because a year ago, you needed everybody that was important. But with Dennis Allen and especially Ben Johnson in place, I think that's a great point. It really is about Poles and Ben Johnson, where Ian Cunningham can sort of, with Matt Ryan, form their own identity there.
Sure.
The Bears have already established theirs, we think.
If the Bears were not winners, or if Ben Johnson didn't get a chance to get his say and put his 2 cents and his stamp on the organization, then I'd be a little concerned. But I'm not concerned because even though Ryan Poles is the general manager, there's people in place that could be able to say, okay, Ryan, you fix the offensive line because we kind of twisted your arm to be able to fix the offensive line. We added more offensive pieces. Ben Johnson is a big part of that. So I think that this time around with this draft, Jesse, you're looking at better defensive pieces. You're looking for a left tackle, sure, but you're looking for defensive pieces to be able to rush the passer. And I think that that's where Dennis Allen comes in. That's where Ben Johnson comes in. All right, you see what we did, Ryan. You see how good we were, but we were negative in these categories.
Yeah.
So we're going to be looking at this guy. We're going to go to the Senior Bowl or we're going to look at film, and we'll make some suggestions. And by the way, it should be collaborative. It should be because you work as a team. You win as a team, you lose as a team. So with Ian Cunningham gone, I didn't blink twice. I go, well, thank God that you're a winning team.
Yeah.
You got Ben Johnson to work with Ryan Poles to get things right.
Right. Agreed. In the Eberflus era, there was only maybe – If you believed in Ryan Poles, there were only like 2 competent people in the organization, Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham.
Sure.
And now there's a lot more. Now there's a lot more. So I think that's a great point. I mean, can you imagine if they hit a home run in the draft or free agency on just even one defensive player, a defensive tackle, maybe another end, maybe it's a linebacker, just one even, if dreaming star potential defensive player could make the difference for this team in 2026. I'm not saying they're one player away, but if they had a star-laden defensive player through whatever means, Max Crosby, whatever, man, that defense would look a lot better.
Coming up next.
Any Sacks news?
Oh, there's plenty.
Oh, there's a lot.
Coming up, Jesse Rogers in for Cap on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Any Sacks news?
It's up. The big week. Big. Scratch that. A super monstrous, ferociously big week on ESPN Chicago. Was that too much hype? We're all over the big game in San Francisco. Our big week coverage is presented by Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling.
Your team made mistakes and the season's done, but now they can be better next year. You want a story about learning from mistakes? Come to Aurora's Paramount Theater and see Dear Evan Hansen, the 6-time Tony Award-winning Broadway hit. It's a powerful story with powerful songs, and Paramount Theater is always a can't-lose night out. With amazing staging and incredible talent, go see Dear Evan Hansen, running February 4th through March 22nd. Get tickets today at ParamountAurora.com.
Game day starts before kickoff. Get ready for the big game with help from Menards. Find great deals on sofas and recliners to keep guests comfortable all game long. Score big savings and stock up on game day goodies. Shop a variety of snacks and drinks to keep your party fueled up. Make Menards a part of your game plan. Shop in store or on Menards.com and save big money.
Save big money at Menards.
Access to education changes lives. That's why National University provides flexible online and hybrid programs from associate to doctorate degrees. Since 1971, NU was built to serve non-traditional working and military learners nationwide. NU understands the demands of work, family, and service. Each year, more than 130,000 learners trust National University to move forward. Visit nu.edu to learn more.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-793-8074 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-793-8074. That's 800-793-8074. What do you have to lose? Call 800-793-8074. Again, 800-793-8074.
Get ready for the season in style by shopping the Bulls private label 1966. Limited edition collections, new styles, and options for every fan. Shop now at shop.bulls.com.
Good morning, my neighbor! Good morning!
Good morning, guys. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
I love pickles.
Ah, delicious. It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with Jesse Rogers in for Kap. I'm J Hood. Phone line's open for you, 312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 is our phone number. We hope that you're going to have a great week. By the way, Shay, we were able to come up with telephone gate on Friday as we had our guy call the old number and the new number, and they both worked on Friday. The 464 and the 312 number at the same time. So we were doing like a telethon. We had two numbers working at the same time.
I'm so glad I didn't host last week. I would never have remembered that number. Even if I wrote it down, I would have gotten it wrong. 464, whatever it was.
Yes.
I'm glad we're back to something a little bit easier for Jesse to remember.
So now we have we had two numbers working. So we had calls from both numbers, which is ridiculous. First time ever in my career that you call two numbers and you both get in. But I think the traditional number is back. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. So, Jesse, I often ask you
any sax touching my meat.
I'll ask you about that as well. I do ask you about the Chicago White Sox and the Sox news. And, boy, there's a lot of White Sox news. The stuff from Sox Fest, that's one. Some of the transactions that the Sox have made is another. But then there's Frank Thomas.
Yes, there is.
There's Frank Thomas.
Do you want to go in order? You want to go front to back or back to front?
We may go to Frank to back.
Frank, okay.
Frank to back because
it happens at the end of Sox Fest, right?
It's unbelievable.
The end of the weekend, and there were positive vibes over there. It's a young, kind of fun team to follow. I was over there on Friday. Crowd was interested. The players were doing interviews. Everything was cool. And then Sunday comes along, February 1st, right?
Yes.
And it's the start of Black History Month. Sox seemingly putting out a kind of an innocent thing on their Twitter site, X site, and it kind of goes south on them. Take it from there, Jay.
Well, there it is. So, with it being Black History Month, the White Sox want to be able to express some of the great African-American players for the Chicago White Sox.
Keep hope alive.
And so, thank you very much, Jesse and Jesse. So, they talk about 1933, how you had the East-West Negro League game that took place at Old Comiskey, to Al Smith, the outfielder from 1960, the first Black All-Star in White Sox history, to Danny Goodwin, to Harold Baines in 77 as the number one overall draft pick. They go on and talk about Minnie Minoso and Carlos May and Dick Allen. 1972, Dick Allen becomes the first black player in White Sox history to win the American League MVP honors. Also in that same line, Frank Thomas joined Allen as MVP 93-94. Now, Frank not pictured, but was mentioned.
Very important point. So this is a graphic they tweeted out about Black History Month and firsts for black players in White Sox history. That was the sort of idea behind this. So they're naming firsts. They're putting a timeline. They're adding pictures. You have Harold Baines' picture in there. What was that? The first?
Baines
Bo Jackson.
There's Larry Doby's in this as well.
Right. Harold Baines becomes the second African-American player selected with the number one overall pick, but, of course, first White Sox player selected, African-American player. So, anyway, it's the first. And they get to Dick Allen in 72. They show a picture of Dick Allen. They mention he's the first black player in White Sox history to win an MVP. They also mention Frank in that, but with no picture.
Yes. Then from there, we're talking about Larry Doby. Becomes the second African-American manager in Major League Baseball history. So there's a lot. There's Bo Jackson there. There's a lot of Kenny Williams love, and rightfully so, becoming the first African-American general manager in Chicago sports history and third in MLB history. So a lot of Kenny Williams love in there. The ACE program.
I think the 1990s, you mentioned Bo Jackson, might be another moment Frank didn't like here. The White Sox bold rebrand, anchored by the black and silver colorway and iconic Sox logo, transcended baseball to become a defining visual of the 90s hip-hop culture, worn and amplified by black artists across Chicago and beyond. Totally true. Totally true. The picture there is of Bo Jackson. So the 90s, another time where, Frank could have been profiled. He wasn't.
Could have been. Bo Jackson, bigger name, though.
Globally, yes, absolutely.
Globally.
Not in White Sox history.
No, but globally. I mean, when he came to the White Sox, Jesse, I'm like, oh, my God. The guy that plays football and baseball
no doubt.
is going to play for my team.
No doubt.
The star power of Bo Jackson coming to Chicago, for playing for my team, was incredible.
Yep.
And so it goes on and talks about Jerry Manuel and again, a lot of Kenny Williams love on this. Yeah. And Will Venable becomes the third African-American manager in White Sox history. Now, my whole thing is that the White Sox social media and marketing department, Jesse, must be better. And they have to make sure that they have their facts together. I just think on Black History Month that you have to take a look at all the great black players in White Sox history for Frank not to be pictured. And he could have been pictured to do this for the Chicago White Sox. for the I think the only first ballot Hall of Famer in White Sox history, and definitely the most home runs in White Sox history. Does that matter that he has the most home runs in White Sox history?
Well, I think this is a question for our listeners. Does Frank have a beef? Because what he did was retweet this with a quote tweet. Is that what they say? The kids say he quote tweeted this and said,
"Repost it."
I guess reposted. I guess the black player who made you rich over there and holds all your records is forgettable. Don't worry, I'm taking receipts.
Okay, well, that's typical Frank Thomas. I'm not surprised that he's pissed about that. He should have been pictured, if nothing else, again, most home runs in White Sox history. Does that matter? I think it does.
So, again, okay, so that's what my question is Frank's beef is simply he wasn't pictured in one of these categories he could have been pictured in.
He should have been.
Okay, the 90s where Bo Jackson or Dick Allen could or, I mean, that's the thing. Most home runs in White Sox history is not a first. I mean,
it's a milestone.
Right, it is. Like, that's what I'm asking. Maybe he should have been. But the White Sox might shoot back and say that's not a first. We're looking at African-American players that did something for the first time in White Sox history.
But Manuel was in there as third African-American manager, was he not?
Oh, let's see. Is that right?
But why do you think they just didn't picture them both with Bo Jackson and Frank Thomas maybe in the same?
Jay Moore, that's a great question. And with what he wrote, you wonder what else is going on here. Like, he can't just be mad about this. There must be something else going on.
Was it intentional just to leave him off? Maybe it's some beef or something going on.
If Kenny Williams was still with the organization, I can see how the Sox would keep him off. Because that was a problem between those two.
Wait, this Manuel one's funny. Did you see this one? August 1st, 2000, Jerry Manuel, James Baldwin, and catcher Charles Johnson. Okay, manager, pitcher, catcher are a part of the first all-black mound meeting in MLB history.
I think that's right.
It might be right, but that's reaching for one. You can't find one for Frank. You're right. First in home runs or something.
Something like that.
First mound meeting with a black manager, black pitcher, and black catcher. Okay, I put it on there.
Yeah, I think that's something.
You're reaching for that. Put it on there, but also put something about Frank then. I'm on Team Frank. I just decided.
The big hurts were hurt.
Yeah.
He is hurt by this, and you can understand why. And listen, as I mentioned before, and there's plenty of quotes that we can bring up from Kenny Williams and his dismay with Frank Thomas. When, Frank, I'm glad that he's part of the 05 team. He was on the roster, but not necessarily a big part of the 05 championship. And so there was this whole thing of Frank Thomas who's going to sue the White Sox because of an injury. Do you recall this a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
From his time, and that I guess that was settled out of court, that there was no lawsuit from the Frank Thomas's, from his standpoint to the Sox doctors. And, of course, when Frank went to the A's, there was this whole thing where Kenny Williams said something along the lines of, well, if you could play 3 days in a row, come talk to me.
Right.
If you remember that quote, something like that. So I mean, I can understand if they kept Frank off because Kenny had a problem with it. But my bottom line, Jesse, is that the White Sox just have to be better with these things. The same White Sox that bitch at ESPN for getting the 05 championship, well, this is one of your own. Frank Thomas, whether you like Frank Thomas or don't like Frank Thomas, you must remember him, and he's got to have his accolades. Now, if this is some 18-year-old kid that found this off the internet and it was putting this together, that's fine. But someone older in the room has to be able to say, hey, before you hit send on that, let me take a look. Let me get the Sox historian in there and make sure that we get this right.
I think you're right. If arguably one of your best players, meaning I'm not saying he's the best, but he's in the team photo of best players of all time.
Yeah.
He happens to be African-American.
Correct.
And you're doing a post like this, boy, maybe those two things combine. You know what I mean? Like, if your 5 best players were all white guys, okay.
Yeah.
Different. He's one of your best players, and he's black, and you're doing something like this, and you found the first all-black mound meeting like that. Boy, you really searched that out and found it. Like, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
You should probably have Frank's picture at least where Bo Jackson's was, or in another category on its own. Okay.
You just don't slight one of your all-time greats, and Frank Thomas.
Brooks is listening right now, just got his head in his hands.
Well, I mean, he knows that that's bad. He knows that whoever put that together should have been able to double check and make sure that everyone is. I mean, how can you not remember Frank Thomas to have his own category?
And also,
look, I can make the case for like a Tommy Agee. He's the first Black Sox player to win Rookie of the Year. Tommy Agee.
Yeah.
The first Black White Sox player to win Rookie of the Year. I could give you Chet Lemon from '77, set a Major League Baseball record for the most putouts. If you're gonna go that deep,
right.
You can put Chet Lemon on there from '77 if you wanted to as well. It goes on and on, Jess. What I'm saying is that the White Sox, who's always looking for respect, measuring the column inches back in the day in the Sun Times and Tribune. Hey man, take care of your own. That's my whole point of this.
Rick used to make fun of me because I covered the Cubs too much, and like, Rick, they tell me where to go. I didn't choose it. They tell me where to go. The point being, they're always looking for that kind of respect, and it's also on the team to make sure they have a good relationship with their former players. Like it's a two-way street, but it's really your job to make sure those great former players are in the fold. And when he tweets, I guess the black player who made you rich over there and holds all your records is forgettable. Don't worry, I'm taking receipts. There's a lot more going on than that tweet. Yes. Like that's even directing something at Jerry because he's talking about money, making you rich over there. Well, who did he make rich? He didn't make the fans rich. He made the team rich, and that's Jerry. So what is going on between the White Sox and Frank Thomas? This whole thing brought it out.
There's been some issues over the years, but there's no reason why Frank can't be a front-facing ambassador for the White Sox. He's not doing CHSN. He's not a pre- and post guy. He's not on Fox Network. So, I mean, he has an opportunity to be around the ballpark more often if they allow that, if that's the case, because you need a front-facing guy like Frank. When you think of Frank, you don't think about him with the A's. You think about him as a White Sox. My point, Jesse, is that it's Black History Month. If you're not going to celebrate it correctly, just don't do it then. Just don't do it. This is a month that they decided to put that out there, and there's a lot of rich history of black players with the White Sox. There are. But do it correctly.
Yeah, well,
that's all.
It's a misstep. Even if you don't agree with Frank, the fact that they treaded into waters where they might take off one of their best players of all time, it's a bit of a misstep. But we don't know the other side of it. Maybe Frank has been shunning that. That's the thing. I was gonna make some calls last night as the baseball reporter around here.
Sure.
Let's just do it on the air. Let's just try. Frank, call in. Brooks, call in. Whatever. We'll just do it on the air. If you're on Team Frank, give us a call. If you're on Team White Sox, was he being petty about this? Let's see what the listeners have to say.
I mean, Danny Goodwin's on here from 71, for God's sakes. I mean, as someone I had forgotten and I had to look up, yep, Danny Goodwin, the first African-American player selected with the number 1 overall pick in the draft in 71.
I'm still amazed by that what is August of 2000 first all-black mound visit. Tells you how few black managers there have been over the years, and frankly, back then, probably how few black catchers, to be honest.
Well, the reason why that is astounding to me is because I would imagine that Frank Robinson, as manager of the Orioles, had a black pitcher at some point for a mound visit.
But not catcher, I guess.
But very few black catchers in the history of the game.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
If we did that question, Jesse, Charles Johnson would be the first guy I think of.
Yeah, right.
And then I'm struggling for a second.
That's a great point.
Shane, am I missing that? Black catchers over the years.
Yeah.
Charles Johnson with the Marlins, which I remember.
Yeah.
But none come to mind second and third. So that's why that mound visit thing is I didn't even think of it that way. I can't give you a second. Yeah. So that's it. But that's again, for such a great weekend for the White Sox, and again, we'll get into some of the other moves that they've made.
Yeah, I would
here,
like
which is
to
great.
talk. I'd like to talk some White Sox. It's an interesting situation they're in as they try to climb out of a rebuild into a winning mode. Not quite there yet, but it's just interesting. The vibe is good. There's some things to talk about with the White Sox, which a year ago were just are they going to lose 100 again? And now that question isn't as definitive as it was in the last year or two.
Yeah, so we'll get into that as well because Sox Fest,
answer is as definitive.
Sox Fest was this past weekend. Of course, a lot of interesting moves made by Chris Getz. But again, as a Sox fan, can I just tell you, please stop shooting yourself in the foot. I mean, literally. Just stop doing it. There's a lot of positive things here. Don't let something like this sidetrack you. And by the way, there's no way that Jesse and I could just turn a blind eye to it because Frank Thomas spoke out on it. That's the reason why that's even a conversation. So just please.
I don't think we would have noticed it. That's the thing. Like
I would have noticed that Frank's not. His face is not on this.
Yeah, I would have noticed. You're right. I would have noticed his picture wasn't there, but we wouldn't be talking about it at length. We would have noticed it, but not talking about it at length necessarily, because at least he was mentioned with Dick Allen.
And Jermaine Dye would like a word. Yeah. JD would also like a word.
What if he's next to quote tweeted or whatever?
We follow each other on Twitter, I believe. I think JD, would you like to chime in from the 05
So here's
team?
my question: this, Monday, beginning of the work week, Sox Fest is over. Do the Sox address this or let it die? And does Frank address it again or let it die?
I think Frank has said his piece.
Okay.
If I'm the White Sox,
the pickleball's in your court.
I would say that absolutely, absolutely. Vlasic or Dill, you definitely put it in your court. On Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Coming up, it's me and the good kid keeping things flowing. Tell your friends and enemies. It's the Carmen and Jurko Show. Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
In the Kaplan home, we do not mess around on game day, especially the big game day. We are always prepared with the comfort of Daisy French onion dip, a Daisy ranch dip, veggies, wings, and chips. Daisy is perfect for them all. These are delicious homemade dips with clean, simple ingredients. Delicious herbs and spices like you'd find in your kitchen. No preservatives. Do what we do. Put Daisy French onion dip on your big game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
Hey, picture this. Homemade rigatoni with spinach and ricotta at Jim and Pete's.
Classic. Then treat yourself to Masa Cafe after.
Oh, now you're talking.
We could do this all day, Carm.
You know, we really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. Food brings us all together. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene, Carm.
Oh, and what a perfect time. Restaurant Week is February 6th through the 15th. Bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. I want to tell you what I was dealing with. My heat was running nonstop. My energy bills skyrocketed. And it turns out my windows were the problem. Once the insulation fails, the heat leaks out, the cold comes in, and I'm almost broke. That's when I called Window Nation. No leaks, lower energy bills, and a cozy home. Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free. Upgrade your home and save big. 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 2 full years. And if you act now, they'll take an extra 10% off. Schedule your quote today at windownation.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously, but they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
Hey, it's
it's Will Venable, manager for the Chicago White Sox. You're listening to Kap J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
That boy is good.
Good and terrible.
Venable made the list.
Thank you, Skip.
Venable made the list of apparently first for African Americans in White Sox history, though he was the third black manager in team history. But he made this tweet. So he wasn't even a first, and he made this tweet.
This is on the White Sox Twitter in celebration of Black History Month. They reflect upon momentous first for the White Sox organization, even though there's seconds and thirds on this list.
No picture of Frank, and he's not happy about it.
With Jesse Rogers in for Kap, I'm Jay Hood here on the Kap and Jay Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 9 o'clock, then Carmen Jurko at 9, followed by Rich Eisen at noon, Waddle Silvy at 2. All part of the mix right here on the home of the White Sox and the Bears, ESPN 1000. 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. Crown Point, here's John with us here on a Monday morning on Kap and Jay Hood. John, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, John?
Good. Long-time listener. I love the show. It's my favorite show on ESPN 1000.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The first one I'll get to, there's two of them I got, is Frank Thomas is the first African-American Hall of Famer on a first ballot for the White Sox in their history. And there's only been two, and that's him and Jim Thome, which Thome was Cleveland and the Sox.
Mm-hmm.
The second one is Frank Thomas is the first person in Major League Baseball history to hit 300 home runs, bat 300, have 100 RBIs, 100 runs, 100 walks, and hit 20 home runs in 7 consecutive seasons.
Yeah, so the bottom line is, considering they found some obscure things and even some seconds and thirds, they could have easily found a first for Frank Thomas, put his picture up there. Was this intentional? What is going on? That's what I want to know.
It's interesting, and this is coming from a Cubs fan.
Yeah. Well, you know your baseball history. And by the way, Cub fan, Sox fan, Giants fan, Yankee fan, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who was as great as Frank Thomas was from the right side. There's no question about that. Until, as Frank told me, the plate moved on him, where he could not identify the outside pitch. There was, as you well know, Jesse, because you were covering it as well, that for a 6-7 year stretch, that guy was the best right-hand hitter in the game.
There's very few athletes, I guess, but especially baseball players that, hey, I'm not getting up from my chair. He's coming to bat this inning. I'm not going to the concession stand. I'm not going to the bathroom at home. He's coming up. He was must watch during that time frame you're talking about. Took a lot of walks, and people sometimes criticized him for that. I'm like, that's the dumbest criticism if you want to go on a tangent, to criticize a guy for taking walks, because what's the other side of that? You're asking him to swing at balls. You're asking him to swing at bad pitches. Now, I know great players can hit bad pitches out, but I would never advocate, if I was coaching a player, hey, swing at some bad pitches. So he did combine power with the ability to get on base, just like Barry Bonds did, just like the great players do, Juan Soto does. But I remember, right, people would criticize him. He's taking too many walks. One of the dumbest criticisms you could ever hear about a baseball player, in my opinion.
I understand that, but I can't stand here and lie to you and say that there was a few times as a Sox fan at Comiskey and looking at Frank take walks, and I go, he should be hitting cleanup. He's leaving this to Maglio.
When he didn't have dangerous guys behind him, I get the feeling in the moment. But if you take a step baak, you're asking someone to swing at pitches that are not strikes.
I understand that, Jesse, but for a guy to hit third, there's a lot of times he was like, nope, Maglio, you handle it.
Was there anything wrong with that? They won a lot of games. Maglio drove in a lot of runs.
He had another choice.
Yeah.
It's like Frank said, nope, no, you go ahead and do it. Like, he would look at that outside pitch, stare it in, to intimidate the umpire, and he'd go, no, I'll take my walk. Maglio, you do it.
But
you
again,
clean it up.
What's the alternative? Swinging at a bad pitch?
No, I mean, listen, if it was flipped, it would be the same situation. He had to swing at some bad pitches.
Yeah.
And he did not. Didn't have to.
He didn't have to. He made the Hall of Fame not swinging at bad pitches. So I had no problem with him in general. But this something else is going on for sure.
I just don't want something else to be going on, because you're trying to flip the page on the past if you're the White Sox. See, the one thing about my team is that Look, I love going to the ballpark. Enjoy the White Sox as a team that means the most to me in Chicago, with me being a South Sider, Jesse, as you well know. You've known me for 30 years. It's the team that means the most to me because that's my hood. Mm-hmm. It is the White Sox. However, there's always some controversy around the Sox because of PR or because of something on the field or something in the clubhouse. You're going to get that through the years. But I was hoping that the White Sox can overcome this in the Getz administration, whereas all it is I got a problem with Jerry. Okay, well, everyone's got a problem with Jerry. Right. All right, that's fine. That's number one. That's unspoken for. You don't have to talk about Jerry because there's always a problem with Jerry. Now, the rest of it is, can you give me a ball club that's entertaining enough to watch? Now, for me, I'm watching the kids. And by the way, 3 or 4 times in my lifetime, I'm like, okay, well, the kids are all right. We'll watch the kids again. We've been through this before, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I was hoping that we can get to this iteration of the White Sox without having any issues, any drama, like something like this on social media.
Yeah, especially at the end of a kind of a positive vibe weekend that they just had, Sox Fest. It's interesting how when you go to the youth movement, it does – the older I get, the younger the players get.
Oh, yeah.
You know? I was there on Friday, and it's a good vibe going on there. And, look, they have to translate it into wins. Don't confuse activity with accomplishment. Our buddy Dan Jiggets used to say that a lot. So they've made a lot of moves. Does it push the ball forward? We'll find out. What I do like is the attempt to really have a real bullpen. If Jordan Hicks can find his groove, and Sir Anthony Dominguez, because now you're not running into demoralizing losses, and they really are. You're not winning a lot of games in the first place, so when you have a chance to win a game late, lock it down. Maybe they'll be better in that area. Even hitters were getting demoralized. Oh, we're just winning. Now we got to go against the top reliever and try to regain the lead. So I like that. But the bottom line is, fine. Austin Hayes, great, whatever. But the young players have to become stars.
Yes.
Several young players have to become stars. That's the key to all this. Not whatever they did this offseason outside of Murakami, because he is part of that young core now. These young players have to be stars. I don't care about the other 5 or 6 moves. I care about Mydroth, Colson Montgomery, Vargas, Murakami.
Teal.
Yeah, so Teal, Caro. Mm-hmm. That's what's important. Austin Hayes is fine, but it's not important.
However, that's the draw for me to go to the ballpark and see the young guys.
Absolutely.
These other guys are going to be tradable assets, right. I think, by the time we get to July.
Right.
Some of those guys. But I do find it interesting to see Chris Getz shopping at the Aldi to get quality. That's what he's doing. He's skipping down the aisle with that cart, says, oh, bruised can of peas. You know what? I get half off for this. Right. Hey, take a look at these. Look at this can of corn. Look at this, half-eaten dog food. Just put it in the cart. These are not necessarily top-shelf moves, but he has to be able to do this under the Reinsdorf regime.
Exactly.
He's just trying to get bargain basement, bottom shelf, maybe medium shelf guys to be able to piecemeal the team together.
Well, a couple things. I wanted to make this point about Chris Getz, not to kiss his butt or praise him, but for listeners, for Sox fans.
Tune in.
When Chris Getz talks publicly, he speaks the truth. He does not lie. Now, there's always omissions. Okay, of course, an executive can't tell you everything. But when he does say something, he doesn't lie. And there are executives that do. So when he says, I'm going to spend the Luis Robert money, you can believe him. When he says, I don't like my team, which he said at the GM meetings a couple years ago when he took over, you can believe him. That is something going forward I think Sox fans need to understand. You're more informed if you believe Chris Getz. He took the Luis Robert money and he spent it. But like you said, J Hood, it's spending it on 2 or 3 guys, not on a star, but it's all right, fill in here in Austin Hayes, fill in this guy, take a flyer on Hicks, although Hicks, they took on money and got in a prospect as well. Who else? Sir Anthony Dominguez.
Fine.
Okay, he's not Mariano Rivera.
It's fine.
So you're right. It's not deep end. It's not maybe. I'll give him credit. You're in the 5 foot water. You're not in the 2 feet.
Yes.
You're not the 7 feet, but you're in like the 4 or 5 feet water.
The Cubs are in the Whole Foods. The Sox are in the Aldi.
Yeah, maybe, but
maybe.
I'm just saying when they work within the payroll they're given.
Well, absolutely.
Don't you think you would have liked to keep a talent like Luis Robert and then add $20 more million?
Well, those families that have financial constraints have to be able to shop at the
Make
Aldi.
the best.
That's right.
Yeah, make the best of
Is that Friendly Farms milk? Is that what it is, Jay Moore?
Yes.
And was it
the Millville cereal?
Millville cereal, you see.
Yeah.
That's where Getz is, because he has no other choice.
He has no
Those are
other
his
choice.
constraints.
But they should be okay.
This book of stamps, all right.
Let's say everybody wants free agents as soon as you can. Fine. But they're probably not even winning with one free agent. My point is, this is the year that everything should grow to a point where next year they should sign their Bregman, their John Lester, not the finishing piece, but something to move the thing really forward. I'll give you a better example, Dansby Swanson. Dansby Swanson was signed well before the Cubs were ready to win. But you have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
They were rebuilding, and in the middle of the rebuild, they found a shortstop, and they signed him for big money. They didn't win anything his first couple of years. A year from now, the White Sox should be doing something like that.
So Kellogg's versus Melville. Is that what you're saying? That's what you just said there.
Maybe.
We've got the platform coming up next right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I dislike winter. Give me a 95-degree sunny summer day and I'm a happy guy. So I spend most of my winter free time indoors, and it's why I rely on Atomatic. They've been making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable for 80 years. I don't even have to think about the outside because my home is perfect all year round. If you're not feeling confident that your winter's going to be carefree, go to Atomatic.com right now. That's Atomatic.com.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
DraftKings Sportsbook is making every snap, every drive, every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions. Open the app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code UNSPORTSMANLIKE. That's code UNSPORTSMANLIKE. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code UNSPORTSMANLIKE. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 and over in most states. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single-use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Now it's time for the platform. Here's Shay Norley.
Shay's platform is always brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA. Yesterday, Hoodie, there was some reporting that came out. It started with, I believe, Diana Rossini was first on the report, and it had to do with the firing of Vikings general manager Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, which happened over the weekend, I think on Friday. A little late in the cycle, kind of odd. People are wondering why this went down. I think it's pretty simple. He's maybe the worst drafter in the league. If you go look at the 4 drafts he oversaw, 0 impact players. The report yesterday, though, was bizarre. It was that around the league, people were astonished that in 2023, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah used 2 weeks of paternity leave, during which time he worked from home. This was during 2023 training camp. People couldn't believe this guy would take paternity leave after the birth of his child. And the reporting said this is an NFL culture where people are proud to miss the birth of their children. Doesn't that feel like a problem? Do we really, I get coaches can't leave the sidelines if your kid's being born during a game. I understand that. Players have to make sacrifices. An executive working from home for a couple weeks during training camp doesn't feel like the be-all, end-all to me.
I have some strong feelings on this, mostly coming from the reporter side, and I know there was like a dual byline on it. I know Alec Lewis, he's the Vikings reporter for The Athletic. I know him very well. I know him. He's like friends with my stepson. I know the kid. Went to Mizzou, and I want you to call him up so I can slap him around. Why is this coming out now? Why is this coming out now? If it was such a big deal, why didn't it come out in 2023? Who is crapping on this guy who just got fired for being with his kid 3 years ago for 2 weeks of paternity? I'm so sick of it. He's not a player. He's not a coach. He's a GM, for God's sakes. He can work from home for 2 weeks. I think it's a joke. I'm not an advocate of taking 3 months off of your job if you're the dad, whatever. We can argue all that stuff. But give me a break about this reporting 3 years after it happened and making it sound like this is one reason why he was fired. I think it's terrible reporting, or terrible on the anonymous sources that gave it to him. Well, that's my opinion.
When you see that means that you're running scared, because God forbid that you put that out there while Mensah is in the position as general manager, because of course you'd have to answer to it.
Exactly.
You'd have to say, can I see you around the hallway for a second? So what's your problem with me taking time off?
And if you're only finding out now, well, then shame on those anonymous sources that wouldn't talk back then. And what this has to do with his ineptitude at the job or whatever, nothing. There's nothing to do with it.
That my biggest issue with the reporting yesterday is you have this guy, like you said, he just got fired, and this isn't the reason. Like, you can't make this report and say he's fired because 2.5 years ago, whatever, he took 2 weeks off to be with his newborn.
Yeah.
That's not the reason he got fired. The reason he got fired is because he's incapable of drafting a quality player. You literally can't do it.
People accuse me of, you're doing that for the clicks. They put that in there for the clicks. They put that in there.
It's the feeling. Yeah.
Nothing to do with anything. And now, Mike McDonald, I see my kid half an hour a week. Now, it's just ridiculous. Okay? Be a dad. Work your job. You can do both. And figure it out, and don't make fun of either side. That's my point.
If there were people in the Vikings organization that had a problem with him doing that, say it on the record.
Say it on the record. And say it on the record when he was there.
So, I mean, ultimately,
what a joke.
Shay, this all comes down to wins and losses. At the time that he was hired, I thought, completely analytics guy, 100% analytics guy. And I thought that may not be the guy for the long haul for the Vikings. But to be able to take personal shots at him, talking about his personal life, it's got nothing to do with the football. The 2 weeks that he missed on the field is not the reason why the Vikings underachieved.
To the Vikings' credit, the reporting did say that the team has supported him throughout with the process and taking the paternity leave, that they were good with it and that they supported his decision. It was sources around the league who were in disbelief in finding out. And this goes back to what you're talking about.
Why is that in the report? That's why I'm more upset as a reporter. We can debate the idea of a dad or mom taking time off. Everyone has different views on that. We could do that for 10 hours today, and everybody would have a different view. But it's the reporting that, why is that even important? It's not even coming from inside the Vikings room. It's coming from
Yeah.
The Dolphins are commenting on it?
Because
anonymously?
this is the culture in the NFL, though, Jesse. You just brought it up. Mike McDonald said, I spend 30 minutes a week with my son on Thursdays. That's the time I have with my family. That's
Call
it.
Alec Lewis. I want to slap him.
I can't remember who, but one of the coaches that just got hired, I mean, there's 15 of them, so forgive me, I can't remember who, but one of them was like, yeah, I missed the birth of my kid to be an NFL. Like, that shouldn't be a point of pride.
Okay.
Make the sacrifices that you have to make, but I'll offer you a perfect foil. Look at Kurt Signetti at Indiana having just won a national title, and he will tell you, we don't work more than 40 hours. You get your work done in the time that you're in the building, and at 5 o'clock, your day is over. Get out of here. Go be with your family. Stop doing football stuff. They won a natty. So don't tell me that you have to miss family time and miss the birth of your kid to be successful.
You don't. And you're exactly right. It's one thing to work like that because you're passionate about the job, but at least be sad you missed the birth of your kid. Say it in a way that is like, damn it, this is what we've chosen this life. I'm sorry I missed it, but you're right. Don't be so proud of it.
Yeah, the one size fit all thing is just something I've never been a fan of. Everybody does it differently. Some, as a point of pride, say, you know what, my kid came out, and you know what, I was back in the office the next day. If that's good for you, that's fine. If you got to take 2 months off because of childcare issues or dealing with your wife to make sure that she's comfortable, all that matters. But again, everyone runs their life differently. To say that this guy, this former general manager, was wrong for spending time with his family is just it's actually the Neanderthal football thoughts,
and I do think
that football is more important than family, and it's not.
It's not. And you have to pull back a little bit. Did he make a habit of, okay, I've got to make every recital, so I'm missing this, and I got to make every bat, and I'm missing this? Okay, that's different. If he made a habit of it. This is why I didn't come down on Matt Shaw like a lot of people did. He's not going to make a habit of leaving for funerals of friends. Like he left for one game. We can debate whether he should or not and whether teammates, but he did it once. It probably will never happen again. This guy missed a couple weeks for the birth of his kid. Maybe it'll happen with the next birth, but he didn't make a pattern of leaving his team weeks on end. He would have been fired for that. So let's just give it a little perspective, for God's sake.
It feels like a knife twist that is in some part designed to hurt him on his next job search.
100%. There was just no reason for it, especially that it came from outside the Vikings room. Now, and if it came from inside the Vikings room, shame on them for bringing it up after he's fired.
Wait till his kid reads that in that piece.
Yeah, right?
Like, was this all because of me, Dad?
Right?
No, it's not. Because Alec wanted to call him out.
I know we're over time, but just quickly, which would you rather be if you were the kid? Would you rather have the article that says Quincy Adolfo-Mensah had 2 weeks paternity leave and people were shocked, or Mike McDonald's kid, I only get to see you 30 minutes a night on Thursdays?
I want to know my dad was around when he could be around, so I'll choose the first one.
As long as that trophy's shining in the living room, it's okay, Dad.
Yeah, exactly.
It was all worth it. I didn't need extra time.
Well, he's not going to remember that his dad won it.
Good.
That's it. As long as you got the money, it's all right, Dad. Platform brought to you by
the Chicago Transit Authority. Hey, Chicagoans, you're headed to a game. Take this CTA. We will get you to the game and back for just $5. It's less money spent on travel, more money for food. No searching for parking, no random surge pricing, no dealing with traffic. We'll do the driving for you. CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. No need to purchase a ticket ahead of time. Simply tap and ride. Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Along those lines, J Hood, when the Cubs just had their 2016 reunion, John Lester introduced his kids to Theo Epstein, and he said, kids, this is the man responsible for your lifestyle. Go up and shake his hand.
Along with Jesse Rogers in for Cap, I'm Jay Hood. Back with more in 2 minutes right here on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
The Chicago Bears are trash.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Jump behind the wheel and experience the latest cars, trucks, and SUVs at the 2026 Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th. Take brand new vehicles for a spin on city streets and experience the latest tech and safety features. Learn more and buy tickets at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Access to education changes lives. That's why National University provides flexible online and hybrid programs from associate to doctorate degrees. Since 1971, NU was built to serve non-traditional working and military learners nationwide. NU understands the demands of work, family, and service. Each year, more than 130,000 learners trust National University to move forward. Visit nu.edu to learn more.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If this world were mine. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
I felt like the old days there with Judd Surratt when we do Sunday mornings, and I'd be screaming at him, and our boss would say, "It's a little early for that. People are going to church. Calm down." But that triggered me when I read that over the weekend. Like, really, 3 years later, someone's trying to bury this guy? That bothered me.
Totally understand.
Yeah.
As that is Jesse Rogers in for Kap, I'm Jay Hood on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Make sure you watch the show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago there. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. We'll have Shot or No Shot coming up an hour from now. I want to talk to you about star power in Chicago. I was telling Dion on Friday, I said, we've got stars in town like Caleb Williams, and it's PCA with the Cubs, but it's hard-pressed to find who the next superstars will be in Chicago. But we're always trying to farm out who the next superstar is. If it's not going to be homegrown, if they're not going to bring it to Chicago, then we got to find it from someplace else. This is why the Cubs made that move, where they upgraded from a potential star in Tucker to what they have right now over at third base. Bregman is going to be a guy that's going to be one of the stars of Chicago along with PCA. I don't think it's a question about it. But from the teams on the west side, specifically the Bulls don't have any stars, Jesse. They haven't had stars in a long time, actually.
Not really. Not at. Yeah, I mean, no. I was trying to find a Bull on the team that you might consider maybe, but at the level that we think of stars, no, they don't have anybody currently.
I mean, you could have spit at me like Zach LaVine, but that's not what do we call a superstar player.
I think this could be a good topic. He was supposed to be a star.
Supposed to be.
He was or superstar, however you want to phrase it. That could be a good topic. Chicago athletes that were supposed to be stars that fizzled, and Zach LaVine would absolutely be near the top of the list.
There's no question, and we've been looking for that for the Bulls for a long time. It's why it's amazing to me still when I watch a Bulls game. And by the way, if I see another Bulls Heat game, I'll just collapse. I do not want to see that matchup ever again.
You'll probably see one in May or whenever the play-in game is.
That is like a preview for the play-in in April. I don't want to see that matchup again. To see that game 3 times in 5 nights is just ridiculous.
It's like the Bulls had enough. Like the first 2 games were competitive, and then the third game, I'm tired of playing these guys. Let's just
tired of watching the Bulls and Heat. It just so what I'm getting to is the conjecture that's been out there over the last 48 to 72 hours about Giannis.
The poly market.
So
did you see that? The poly market? I just learned about the poly market.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How many do you get for that?
I don't
how
know.
Many different,
I just know that the poly market thinks the Bulls are the favorite to land him.
So does DraftKings, for what it's worth.
That I
People want
understand. I
something they
understand
actually know
DraftKings.
about.
I know what DraftKings is. I'm just learning about the poly market.
He's talking about farmer wants a wife or something. I don't know what he's talking about there. Are we talking about BYU now? What are we talking about here?
Jesse's buying shares of Giannis to Chicago in Bitcoin.
Exactly.
The
Bulls are the favorites, apparently.
So you're saying the Bulls are polyamorous?
Something like that.
That's what I think that's what you just said there. So the Bulls have become the betting favorite to land Giannis via trade over the weekend. And I say, boy, do you really love burning your money? I like to keep my money in my pocket. To put a hole in my pocket to think that Giannis Antetokounmpo is coming to Chicago is crazy to me. If you're Giannis, let's take it from his standpoint, not the Bulls, because every Bulls fan would hike their skirt up to be able to have a star in town. We've been through this with Kobe, from Carmelo Anthony to LeBron James and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh. Yeah, you all want stars because you know that the front office can't find them. There's no way that you can have homegrown talent that could be that good. But, Jesse, what I'm telling you when it comes to Giannis is, if you're Giannis, why go sideways or backwards in your career?
Yeah.
Because you'd be Giannis and the Giannisettes.
Right. Hey, this is not going to be a perfect analogy, but my one person answer to your question is Craig Counsell. Now, Craig Counsell came south for a higher payday. Giannis is going to be paid great either way, right? Like, I don't know all the NBA salary cap things. So, but I think the point might still stand, meaning, okay, yeah, they're not great, but I'm in Chicago. It's a higher profile, more things happening around my world, right? Didn't he buy up real estate here recently and stuff?
I have that here.
So that would be my answer. It's a Craig Counsell-esque move. Go from the smaller market to the bigger market. Now, in Counsell's case, he got paid more money. That wouldn't necessarily apply with Giannis, right? He's going to be paid fine no matter who he plays for, right?
Yes.
So that would be my only answer. Like, he's coming to Chicago.
But for what? These young guys want legacy. They want championships. Do you know that the common NBA player looks down at Charles Barkley and Reggie Miller? You know that?
Yeah.
Because even though you and I know that they were great players, you're just not blessed to be in every situation to win a championship.
Yeah.
But my point is that the guys from this era, they want to have a championship because that's what's important to them. They're already rich. They're wealthy, for God's sakes. So the next thing is to be able to win a championship. To come to Chicago, yeah, we'd love that as Chicago Bulls fans. But the point is that if you're Giannis, you're going to a place to increase your chances to win another championship. So he already has one. I'm sure he wants multiple, and it won't happen here.
So here's my question. Assuming he's pulling some of these strings, why do you think he would want to come here? Is he fooling himself thinking they're going to win here?
He's a smart guy.
So why?
But I mean, the only thing is because he thinks it's a bigger city. But even with this conversation 15 years ago would have gone like this, you and I. Well, he's come to Chicago because it increases his profile as a player. All the commercials and everything else, the national appeal being in a major market. But you can be able to make that money anywhere. You could be a Pelican. You could be a Magic. You could be a Heat and still have national acclaim. 15 years ago, you and I doing this show, that would be one of the reasons because he's been a bigger market in Chicago.
I don't disagree with you. I still think there's something about, when a guy signs up in L.A., we've got the Hollywood thing going. Like, there's still something about the big market pull for guys. They think they can make more and do this and that. And you know what I mean? Have different, not even make more, but branch out more, different businesses, own different businesses. So I'm not sure because you're right. If he's that smart of a guy, and I think he is, he's very intelligent, like, he understands there's no better shot of winning here than up there.
It makes no sense for him to.
There's no history.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not the biggest Billy Donovan guy at the pro level. There's no history of winning with Billy Donovan at the pro level. The front office hasn't won anything. So I don't know where Giannis's faith in winning would come from. That's why it must be all these other things.
Okay, so you asked me the question, why would he come here?
I think you asked me the question.
No, you asked me that question.
Okay.
Yes. Have another sip of coffee. But yeah, you asked me the question.
Okay.
How about that, Shay? See, you got it out. Do you see it down the first base line?
Look, I'm paying
No,
more.
check down the first base line.
I'm paying more attention than Cap. All right, give me a break.
Well,
bars on the floor there.
You asked me that question, and here's the only answer I can give you.
Yeah,
is that the reason why that you move from one team to the other, Jesse, as you well know in this business, money's there. It's power. But here's the thing. Giannis has to understand that he can't make moves for the Chicago Bulls. Arturas Karnisovas and Mark Eversley make the moves. As few as they are, those are the moves by that front office. Giannis can't say, I want this guy, I want this guy, I want this guy. Also, I don't know if Giannis is a Pied Piper that can bring guys in. I don't know if he has that power, like LeBron has had in the past, where he said, hey, come play with me. Or the Golden State Warriors with Steph Curry, hey, why don't you come play with me? Kevin Durant, the same thing. I don't know if Giannis has that kind of stroke.
And if he's going to have a say in personnel, you would think it'd be with the team that he's been famous with, put on the map. The Bucks have been on the map over the last decade because of him. So you think he'd have power there. You're right. He comes here, he's not going to have any power in that sense.
So that's the only answer I can give you. But what I'm telling you is that if you're betting money that Giannis Antetokounmpo is coming to the Bulls, just hand it to me.
Somebody is.
Just put it in my pocket. From what Jesse was saying earlier about Giannis Antetokounmpo, his family firm, which is Ante Inc., the Antetokounmpo brothers and family has bought 50-unit residential property for roughly $25.2 million in Brooklyn. The company acquired a 39-unit Atwater in Shorewood, Wisconsin, 41-unit, that's $11.6 million in 2025, and in Chicago, a 56-unit Harmony Apartments on the north side, $21 million.
Yeah, he's a landlord now. He wants to be around his property. That's why he wants to be in Chicago.
So he's fixing your heat. Is that what he is? He's underneath there fixing the heat.
Oh, my God. Wouldn't that be great? Giannis shows up.
There he is with the tool belt, like Schneider from One Day at a Time. The big keys.
Good.
Is that what you're saying?
Good. Yes, exactly. Wants to be around his properties.
There he is. I think I fixed it there. Everything's fine. No problem with your heat. It's all good. All I'm telling you, Jesse, is that I could see the Spurs. I can see the Lakers.
There's been some Golden State talk.
Could be Golden State. But Chicago, just because of Michael Reinsdorf, the infrastructure, and what's not there. If you're going to make a deal like that, if you're in Milwaukee, you have to give up a lot if you're the Bulls. And then Giannis will look around and say, well, who am I going to play with? And then there's no one there.
Milwaukee's not exactly doing well with him. The Bulls would have even less around him considering what they'd have to give up.
So it's more than just a world-class city. He wants to go someplace to win. I don't think Chicago is it. But I know that we're always excited because of the possibility of star power coming in Chicago. God forbid a front office can be able to have homegrown talent and build from the bottom, kind of like the White Sox are trying to do it with the farm system, right?
Yeah, I mean, this latest trade, they collected a couple picks, right, the Bulls, and hopefully this week, as the deadline approaches, they do more, like in terms of let's just try to start over finally. I mean, they've drafted some young players that they can grow with, but you're right. They've got to find that star. They've got to find that star and keep building something instead of just trying to be in that playoff game.
It's just not happening. And this is with the Bulls, they have a lot of decisions to make, especially with Kobe White being an unrestricted free agent. There's a number of players that won't be here that are paying dividends for the Bulls.
Vooch will be back.
I mean, but other than that, Jesse, you don't have a lot. That's why when I saw the same thing you saw, Shay, and I'm just like, if you're a star and Giannis is a star, there's no way I'm coming here. I'm actually sliding backwards being with the Bulls. Bigger market, but what does that really mean today? Like I was telling, like with Jesse, I'm sure Jesse and I have done shows 15 years ago talking about star power and being in a big market, why that matters. It doesn't matter anymore. It really doesn't.
Would this not be functionally the same as, and I know this isn't a local example, but I think it was 2017, maybe 2018, when the Pistons and Stan Van Gundy blew up their future so they could acquire Blake Griffin?
Correct.
And it was... You get a guy you can have T-shirts on every chair for the night that he debuts for the team. You get a guy you can put his face in the season tickets next season. But does it actually make you better?
It does not.
For the Pistons, it culminated in getting swept by the Bucks in the playoffs.
Yes.
And then having to move off of Blake Griffin.
You thought he was a good player, but also marketable because he can, dunk over a car. That's what it came down to. He's marketable. Remember the guy that jumped over a car? That's why you put him on the Pistons. But the whole thing with Giannis, though, is as much as it'd be cool, it's a pipe dream to me.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It seems like a long shot, and where does it really get the Bulls? although we can't complain about not having a superstar, then they get one, and then we still complain. But I don't trust this front office necessarily to build a team around him when they're going to have to give up so many assets for him. So it's a little bit of damned if you do, damned if you don't. The answer is to rebuild. Jerry Krause was one of the first that I remember that said being in the middle sucks.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in the middle. You want to be at the top or you want to be at the bottom. And as much as rebuilds do suck, there's a reason they work. There's a plan behind it. You understand it. You see how it grows. And in any sport, really, you have to go through it. And I've said this so many times on the airwaves. Anybody that's listened to me so sick of it, look at all the rebuilds that have blown by the Bulls. From Oklahoma City to Orlando, who traded Vooch to start their rebuild, to the Pistons, who sucked, to Cleveland, who sucked, to Toronto, who sucked, to Houston, who sucked. I'm talking within the last few years, and blew by the Bulls because they did the rebuild the right way.
All right, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. With Jesse Rogers, I'm Jay Hood. You're listening to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago. Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling present the ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame. Jump on our YouTube page and ESPN Chicago, Sunday afternoon from 1 to 2. This is a live streaming, uninterrupted pregame crosstalk with all your favorite ESPN Chicago hosts. The ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame, Sunday from 1 to 2 on YouTube and ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling.
We at the Verdoliak Law Group recognize the value of advancements in technology. Computers, cell phones, and the internet have all made obvious impacts on society. And now, artificial intelligence, or AI, is poised to make its impact. Many law firms are replacing paralegals, law clerks, and even attorneys with AI. But will AI work longer and harder to ensure you get every penny you deserve? At the Verdoliak Law Group, AI will be used as a tool to make us even more efficient, but it won't replace our human touch. All of our clients and cases are unique, and an algorithm or cookie-cutter approach cannot capture the human element of your injuries. There is no substitution for human experience when dealing with people. That's why, for over 60 years, our clients continue to refer their family, friends, and coworkers to us. Of course, the Verdoliak Law Group will embrace technology, but we will always keep that human touch, which has aided us in successfully helping over 40,000 clients. If you're injured, call the Verdoliak Law Group, Chicago's legal landmark since 1963. Call 844-4VLG-LAW, 844-4VLG-LAW.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? Sure, it's a lot colder, but it's also because your insulation inside the window could be failing. And when that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation like I did and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Plus 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 full years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait. Put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hit the road in a brand new Toyota in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Toyota River Oaks, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Toyota is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
With Jesse Rogers in for Kap, I'm J Hood on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. By the way, Jesse, I know that you have a bad beat for us from Cleveland State basketball.
Yeah, what was it? Cleveland State. I'm sorry, I didn't have it pulled up. Cleveland State yesterday. This might spur a topic for us. Boneheaded plays.
Yes.
There's a list that lasts forever on boneheaded plays. Mm-hmm. Cleveland State player, I believe it was him. Game is tied on a 3-point shot. Okay, 88-88 yesterday, and he thinks they're still down, and so he fouls right away. 88-88 with 1 second to go, and he fouls right away. Yeah. Send the guy to the free throw line, which you would do if you were down a point or two, right? Send him to the line, you get one last shot. Well, they were tied 88-88. He fouled him with 1 second to go on purpose.
Oh, no.
Scored and lost the game. So it's like, it reminded me a little bit of my, the timeout.
Chris
Webber. I was there at that game. He was like feet away from me, like right in front of me, calling a timeout with no timeouts, technical foul, and they lost. So that was a bit. I can't remember who they played. I'm sorry. I saw the highlight this morning.
But let me go ahead.
North Carolina?
Was that it? Cleveland State, North Carolina?
No, I thought you were talking about Chris Webber. My bad.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm talking about Cleveland State yesterday. Let me punch it up.
As a Michigan State fan, you'll never forget that Chris Webber play.
Was that what year was that? Was I alive?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
No, alive, dead. You'll never forget it as a Michigan State guy.
I've seen it.
Yes,
I've seen it many times.
Yes, which is just amazing.
Of course.
So you'll never forget it. But what I would ask you, Jesse, as you look that up, this is something that we've talked about here and there on Kap and J Hood. That one play, go ahead.
I was not alive, confirmed.
Yep. But you know what? Knows about it, though. Told about it in the woo. Do you think that what you saw was on the up and up?
Oh, boy. I did. You're referencing that coach over the weekend?
Yeah.
God, we have to think about that now, don't we?
That coach, Rick Barnes.
Rick Barnes.
Yes.
I couldn't remember who did it.
Rick Barnes did say he was wondering whether or not, from a free throw standpoint, whether his players are gambling on the game.
Yeah, he did say that.
But that play in particular.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
So we've talked about this here and there about whether or not what we're seeing in sports is pure or not. And because of all of these things that are happening in sports where there are players that are, performing less than to be able to get their friends in on the bets, you see this across the board. And baseball is well known in the sport that you cover. What you're watching, is it pure?
Boy, if it's not, sports are going to crumble.
Well, more and more, we're starting to see that sports apocalypse.
Oh,
remember
the Mike Greenberg thing.
The Mike Greenberg topic.
He was 20 years late on it, but he predicted a sports apocalypse.
Never wrong, just early.
Right,
yeah,
right.
So to whiteboard this for you, Shay.
Yeah.
Back in the day when Greenberg, Jesse and I worked together, Mike Greenberg, as a producer, would do some weekend programming and would do like 10 to 2 shift. Every Saturday, he'd say, oh, my God, let me just tell you what's happening. It's a sports apocalypse. It's the end of sports as we know it. It's unbelievable. The sports that we know, it's all over. We won't have sports the way we used to. It's never going to be at its pure form. It's unbelievable. He would do this every week, this cry wolf thing about sports, and I would just look at him in 1998 and go, what are you talking about?
Yeah, what was the basic reasoning behind him going in that direction?
Well, money.
Oh, because money was getting too big, and he just felt
salaries.
Yeah, maybe you're right. He couldn't have been more wrong about that.
I produced it. I've heard it every Saturday.
Yeah, I know. I remember him doing it.
The sports apocalypse, you see.
Well, the money's gone through the roof, and sports has been fine since then. But this is a situation where we're hearing more and more gambling scandals. Rick Barnes talking about it. You see a foul that looks weird and you wonder, as you just I didn't wonder until you just brought it up. But we do have to start wondering when you see something weird. Like today, if Chris Webber called timeout with no timeouts,
yes,
we'd be like, wait a minute.
Yep. But that's not, we just used to call it, what you just called it in this segment, a bonehead play.
Right.
Is it a bonehead play these days?
Is it a money-making play or a bonehead play?
I mean, that's a real question. And it's unfortunate that we have to go down this road.
Yeah.
Because you would think that everything that you see, for the most part, is pure. If there's mistakes made, if there's incredible plays made, that's fine. But because we continue to hear scandal in the sport that you cover, in the NBA and college sports, this is something that you wonder about. And again, as a gambler, that a lot of us are, that's a head scratcher, and that pisses you off if you feel like what you're betting on is all entertainment and not, mistakes or progress that's made on the field of play.
For the most part, I've chosen to put my head in the sand. Like after the referee Donaghy, right?
Yep.
Donaghy got busted. Donaghy got busted. I've always thought, like, okay, take all the referees out there, take all the umpires.
Yep.
You can't tell me zero are doing illegal things, right? There's the percentages say there's probably more than one in each sport. In the sport I cover, like at least now with the ball strike challenges, I guess you can challenge an egregious call, but you can't tell me somebody isn't gambling out there. They did bust an umpire.
It's one thing to look at certain umpires in Major League Baseball and say, boy, they're brutal. Are they? Are you that brutal that it's 7 inches outside, Angel?
Maybe Angel's. Yeah.
Say the officials Friday night in East Lansing had money on Michigan. Tell you that much. With that Will Shedder foul at halftime.
See?
Right. Well, we've always said that, when a ref goes against our team, but now it actually might be true. I
should qualify. I'm not reporting that they had money. I don't want to impugn anybody.
And we're not reporting Angel had money either.
But watching the game, Hoodie, I did at one point. I'm like, did they get bought off here? What happened?
You're Shay Norling. You're not reporting anything. You're just watching the games and telling everyone, well, no, it's not a Nightline report. No. He's just telling you that was wrong.
It's so sad that you brought this up to me. That player that fouled thinking the team was still down. Now I have to rethink that. Did he foul because they needed to lose the game? I mean, that's a little too obvious, though.
Is it?
A little bit.
Jesse, all I'm saying is that I'm not accusing that kid of anything.
No, I'm not.
What I'm telling you is that I'm wondering when we watch sports, gambling aside, when we watch sports, is everything on the up and up? Is everything pure? And I'm telling you that it's not.
It can't be. It can't be. The odds, the percentages say that somebody, if not multiple people in multiple sports, are doing illegal things, and they've already been caught.
Yes.
There's a huge NBA scandal going on in almost every sport, and the college scandal, right? DePaul, in every sport, there's been something already.
Yeah.
And it's just the tip of the iceberg right now.
How about your sport? You want to talk about it?
Baseball?
Let's talk about a closer that had the world by the balls, and now just pretty much out of baseball.
Which one?
The guy from the Cleveland.
Oh yeah, the closer, Manuel Clase. Yeah. There you go. Right, baseball's had it too. I was thinking the umpire for a second because remember they suspended an umpire. Now he didn't bet on baseball apparently, but he was making some shady bets, and he's actually up to come back to be reinstated. But Clase's done. Ortiz is done.
Yeah.
And there's more. The percentages, the odds say there's more.
You see someone like Clase who's got terrific command. And then when you saw the replay of him throwing the ball down and away, I'm like,
in hindsight, it's so easy.
But you're better than that. And you wonder, like, why isn't the ball up? Why is it down in the you're not trying to get a chase on no count. Or 1-0. You're not trying to get a chase there in that spot, right. down and away.
Right. The excuse it's my first pitch out of the bullpen, and I'm not. I was out of my mechanics for one pitch. But in hindsight, those pitches look so obvious, don't they?
It does now when you go look at the replay.
Yeah.
So that's something. It's funny that you bring up that Cleveland State game because yes, there are some players that would just lose control, panic, whatever, and then they mess up for their team. It happens. That's a mental error. Sometimes you have physical errors that happen in games. However, when it's as egregious as here's someone that averages 19 points a game, he scores 9 and takes himself out of the basketball game. Why is that? Why is that? And so we've got some of that. Or
don't ruin sports for me. Come on.
Look at this like a child.
You're ruining this for me.
You know what it is, Jesse. You know what it is.
Well, and I mean, the fringe college player. I mean, come on. That's the guy you got to worry about. At least in the pro sports, they're going to, and they already have, made the penalties so, enormous that hopefully there aren't that many Emmanuel Class A's out there. Because why risk it for a few $1,000s? Like, each sport has to have its wake-up call. And hopefully Class A and Ortiz were baseball's wake-up call. Because they were risking it for a few $1,000s their whole careers.
You know why? Because they're human.
I agree.
Because they're human. Because you would think that you have skin in the game because you're on a team trying to win. You think that's enough? You have generational wealth. You're not rich. You're wealthy in that sport, especially if you play at a high level and you're excellent.
I also think it's because it's so easy. It's so easy.
To manipulate it?
Yeah. To manipulate one pitch.
I couldn't do it.
Pitch.
I couldn't do it.
Like Emmanuel Class A comes out of the bullpen his entire career and fires a cutter or a fastball, and then all of a sudden last year, first half, he's just spiking sliders way out of the zone, first pitch every appearance. It was bizarre.
All I know is that Bone Thugs and Harmony said it best. Thank you, Bone. Thank you, Thugs. Thank you, Harmony. For the love of money, that's why they do it. Just for pocket money, like dinner money. $1,000, $1,500 for those guys,
and also helping friends out with pocket money. Well, maybe for them it's not pocket money. I don't know, but you're risking your whole career so your buddy can make $5,000
because of money, Jesse. That's the reason.
I guess so. Free, it's free money in their minds until it's not.
Until it's taken away from you.
Yeah.
Now what?
You hope these punishments are deterrents. They haven't so far for some of these guys, but maybe going forward they will be.
$1 million athletes to not having it at all because of a $1,000 bet, $1,500 bet. So you go from a great athlete to, hey, buddy, put my fries in the bag.
I know.
Just break off your buddy some of that NIL money and play fair, play real.
I mean, as a pro,
do that.
Break some off if you have to.
Yeah, I give him a couple dollars. There you go, homie. That's my dude.
$2.
Yeah, a
couple hundred.
My NIL deal is $5.
Here's $250. My God. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Jesse is in a cocoon now because he's concerned that his little sports, the sports that we love, may not be on the up and up. Do you agree?
I'm my head in the sand.
On Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. 2 to 6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Silvy expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The New Year's sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. Plus, save even more with $500 to $2,000 bonus cash. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
This Valentine's Day, create a space that feels warm and welcoming with help from Menards. Whether it's a small refresh or a big project, Menards has the tools and materials you need. Build something together and make your home a place you both love coming back to. Don't forget the sweets for your sweetheart. Get a 6-ounce bag of Russell Stover chocolate candies for $3.99 now through February 14th. Save big money and finish your projects together at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
The road to the biggest game of the year is set, and every angle matters. One matchup left, one game to decide it all. This is where bettors lock in props, totals, and futures. If you're betting along with me, you gotta be on the Circa Sports Illinois app, the world's largest sports book where serious bettors play. I'm on Circa this week studying the matchup, watching line movement, and locking in all my plays. Real limits, low holds, zero bet fees. Take my advice and download the Circa Sports app today. Gotta be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Get ready for the season in style by shopping the Bulls private label 1966. Limited edition collections, new styles, and options for every fan. Shop now at shop.bulls.com.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Jesse Rogers in for Kap. We're with you till 9 o'clock. Then it's Carmen Jurko at 9, Rich Eisen at noon, Waddle and Silvy at 2. Right here on your home for the White Sox and the Bears, ESPN 1000. It's the biggest week of the year. NFC versus AFC. Everything is on the line. Get ready for the big game with a full week of coverage right here on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling. Big game, big week, big debates. Seattle and New England. The matchup for the Super Bowl. And throughout the week, we will be giving out our prop bets and take a look what's out there. There's a lot that's out there.
Yeah, there's a lot. I've been pretty good with the Super Bowl over the last few years. You know, last year was very tight spread, and I really liked Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. I really liked Philadelphia last year, and they proved me right. I'm pretty much in the same camp with Seattle. I say don't overthink it. They earned their record. They've earned the idea of being a favorite in this game. I think what is right in front of you is real. New England got there without having necessarily to beat up on the best teams in the league, and they just won a game without the starting. I think all of that is true. That doesn't mean New England's bad. I just think this is Seattle's year, and Seattle will win the game. And if you want to talk about point spreads, I think Seattle will cover the point spread. Don't overthink it.
Yeah.
The second best team in football is the LA Rams. They beat them twice in the last 4 weeks or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. Nearly lost it. Like, it could have gone either way. I'm not saying if the Patriots and Seahawks played 10 times, New England win 3 times. They'd win 3 times. I'm saying it's not impossible, but I would say don't overthink it. Take the Seattle Seahawks. Their defense is the best unit on the field, and their offense, in my mind, might be the second best.
And so, for me, I think Seattle's going to win, but I'll break it down as we move forward throughout the week. I'm interested in these prop bets, like the national anthem singer. So Charlie Puth, is that the name? Do I have that right, Shay? Charlie Puth?
Yeah.
So the national anthem singer. So now, when there's a sister out there, I usually go over. I can figure that out, right? Mm-hmm. But now, Jay Moore, I'm going to need your help with this because, 2 things I wonder about this. One, is it live? or is it voice tracked at the Super Bowl? Because I don't know the answer to that. Because it's voice tracked. The guy that hits the play button knows exactly the time.
It is voice tracked. There's going to be some leaks ahead of time. We're talking about gambling and everything. Like that's one someone's going to know.
It's usually live. The mic is on.
Live.
Yes, live.
Not singing with a track.
No.
Okay. See, now I'm a little confused here with Puth. I don't know what to expect here, the under or the over there on the time.
What is it, 2 minutes and something?
He's actually an amazing musician and singer, so he will be very precise with his rendition.
Ah, interesting.
So traditional.
Yeah.
Straight up. Okay.
Yeah.
Good
but he will
breakdown.
add his own little stuff to it because he's very creative. But if they say, hey, man, you only got 2 minutes to do your thing, he's going to be within that 2 minutes.
So we get a Coco Jones singing Lift Every Voice and
5
Sing.
minutes.
So I'm going over there on a Coco Jones.
Coco Jones bringing in the choir, the mass choir, the children's choir.
So
it's going to be about 5 minutes.
Or when Reba decided to add words to the anthem.
Yes.
Always a little extra.
So if nothing else, Shay, let's get on the app there. Let's go a little Lift Every Voice and Sing, the Negro National Anthem. Let's put that out there over on that, right? On
Absolutely.
a little Coco Jones.
Definitely over.
All right, we got that.
All right.
Puth, I'm not sure, but I need to know like what the number is.
Jay Moore gave us a good breakdown. That sounds like an under. That sounds like an under to me.
Puth would definitely be under. He would be right there, right on the cusp, but he would not go over.
What's the number usually, Shay? 230 or something? I don't even know.
205?
No, because it's. You're talking 2 minutes, 5 seconds? Yeah, it's right around there.
Yeah, okay.
205.
230 is a little long. Okay.
I've seen like 140 seconds, depending on who it is. So we'll see. I'll tell you, Jess, whether it's voice tracked or not, leaks come out.
Right. Exactly. So
because these people rehearse it earlier in the week.
Will you text me? You got people.
I'm not confirming or denying anything on the air. I'm just saying.
So to be clear, he does have people.
These people rehearse early in the week.
To Shay's credit, I can remember maybe a year or two ago, one of his buddies texted us and was like, text him and said, "Hey, man."
Oh, shut it down. Shut it down.
Sorry. All right. But
I don't want to be like that guy in Tampa that went and recorded the rehearsal on video and then tweeted bet the under and the market got removed.
Say what you're saying.
But I'm going to say this. If she didn't add that extra thing, it would have been right.
So, Shay, ultimately, because you have an inside source, we're going to need you to wet our beak.
I'll do my best.
No. We want you to just hand it over. Share, pass, and share. That's how you do that. You share the knowledge. Now, look over here. I'm over here.
Here's a dumb question.
Hold on a second, Jack. Look over here. I'm going to need you, because he's always looking to the left, because Cap needs that eye contact. I don't. You make sure you lock in with us and give us a ballpark average. Thank you.
From the Twitch chat, Shay, don't be greedy.
See?
Shay, is like the NFL the official timer for it? Like, who's the official timer?
It's typically the way that it gets graded is from the start of the first lyric to the end of the final note.
Well, I assume that, but anybody can wait a split second on the timer.
Yeah, it's not the NFL. The NFL has nothing to do with grading the bets on it. It's just the sports book.
No,
so somebody at the book will have a stopwatch on it, and then they'll assess.
That's what I want to know.
No, what you want to know is the official watch. It's Tissot, if you're wondering. Tissot is going to be able to time this.
True.
Thank you.
Yeah, like tennis events with Rolex on the.
That's right.
God.
So just lock in, Shay. Just let us know. Give us a ballpark.
Listen.
Just give us an idea. That's all.
I have shared with Kaplan certain information that's been made available to me in the past, and he made a show of betting the other side because he thought he was smarter.
And did he lose?
Of course.
Oh. All the time.
Yeah.
Damn.
All the time.
Yeah. I know all about his losing bets.
Never mind that.
Did you get paid?
No, we turned it into a dinner because I'm a nice guy.
Wait in
But
line.
I'm gonna make it a $500 dinner.
It's a lot of dinners lined up with Cap.
Yeah.
A lot. It's a conga line of people waiting to get the bets cashed in on David Kaplan. It's incredible.
Yeah.
You can't run your mouth about betting someone and never come through. Never? You never come through? That's horrible. But this would. Oh, by the way, so do we get America the Beautiful as well? Also on Super Bowl Sunday? Brandi Carlile? Apparently.
Think so?
Think that she's part of it as well.
Before the game?
Halftime. No, yes, America the Beautiful. Yes.
I don't know when to sing it.
Don't you watch the game?
Well, I mean, a seventh inning stretch. Sometimes you get on a Sunday, you get America the Beautiful followed by Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
That's not what's happening, Jess. Randy Carlisle will be there as well. So this is going to be star-studded. It's going to be fun. That's where I start my bets, by the way. When we start talking about prop bets, I start there, and then I work my way down to Gatorade and who's going to score first. Right. Low scoring first quarter, by the way.
Can I take what's the side note? What do you do this
Sidebar is brought to you by Enkin Law, 312-6 million for the great Howard Enkin. Sound my ball.
Sidebar. Last night I was watching the Grammys, and Trevor Noah, the host, did a bit with Bad Bunny, the halftime performer. And they did this bit, and I didn't know if it was real or not. He kept on trying to get Bad Bunny to perform last night.
Yep.
And then he said, oh, wait a minute, you can't perform because you're contractually obligated. If you're performing at halftime of the Super Bowl, you're not allowed to perform the week before. I didn't get it.
That's not true.
It looked like a bit.
It was a bit. That's not true.
Well, but then did Bad Bunny ever perform last night?
No, he didn't. Because
that's why the bit died.
You kind of don't want to oversaturate yourself if you know you're going to be with all these people watching you for a Super Bowl and it's right around the corner from the Grammys. Why would you perform?
I get it. I totally get it just on a natural basis, but why make a bit out of it when it's not true and he didn't perform?
It was funny.
I didn't think it was funny because there was no payoff. But what do I know?
The payoff was he didn't perform. He didn't even do it impromptu.
Right. But I thought he might say, screw the NFL, I'm going to perform. Like that would have been the payoff. Or not screw the NFL, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean? Like, forget the contract, Trevor. I'm going to do it anyway for you. You know, I thought that's what the payoff was going to be.
It was funny. I thought it was funny.
Problem is, I didn't know if it was true or not, so I couldn't find it funny. I thought it was true for a minute.
No, it's not. Because some people who actually have tours that goes into the Super Bowl, you can't tell them not to do your show that you already had booked.
My wife and I were looking at each other like, really? You can't perform a week before? Is that true?
Yeah, it was just a bit.
All right.
See, it was Trevor Noah, but if it was Maniscalco, it would have been the funniest thing ever. Hey, I'm going to come over and answer the door. And then when I come answer the door, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pretend like I'm not home. I'm over here and I'm over there. If it was him, it would be hilarious. Right, Jesse?
It would have been funny if I understood it. I just didn't get it. I didn't get it last night.
I don't want the rice-a-roni. Why are you always feeding me the rice-a-roni? Yeah. You would have loved it then. Him sliding all over the stage. That would have been great. Yeah, Maniscalco, been great.
Maybe.
Trevor Noah, not as much.
I wasn't criticizing Trevor Noah. I just didn't understand the bit. Don't.
Could you imagine? Just sing a little song for me over here.
Maniscalco at the Grammys. He could do a lot. I'm not sure if hosting that would be up his alley.
The camera trying to follow him, sliding all over the stage, left and right. Just stand still, for God's sakes.
Totally.
We got Shot or No Shot coming at the top of the hour on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. ESPN's The Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, Wednesday night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Smart capital planning starts with the roof. M&M Commercial Roofing, powered by over 50 years of trusted craftsmanship from M&M Home Remodeling, helps Chicagoland properties and facilities plan, not just react. M&M Commercial Roofing starts with detailed inspections and clear reports, then guides you through options, repairs, recover systems, coatings, replacements, or new construction. This is roofing built around your priorities, timeline, and long-term plan. Schedule a consultation with M&M Commercial Roofing and plan with confidence.
Hey golfers, it's Tyler. It may be winter in Chicago, but golf season will be here before you know it. And if you want to be ready when the weather turns, you've got to plan now. That's where Golf on Any Tee or the GOAT app comes in. GOAT is a golf membership that gets you unlimited golf all year long at 20 courses across Chicagoland. No greens fees, no cart fees, just unlimited golf. Sign up now and book a tee time for the first day courses open. Visit golfonanytee.com or download the GOAT app today and golf like me, golf on any tee.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Hey, it's Kap. Big game week is here, and you want to actually enjoy the game. But if you're not sleeping well or your sinuses are messed up, you won't. That's why I tell people about Sinus and Snoring MD. They help you breathe better and sleep better with simple in-office treatments and same-day appointments. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com and start breathing and sleeping the way you should. That's 847-545-0147 or sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
Progressive presents the Passionate Sports Fan Checklist. Signed jersey of your favorite bench warmer? Check. 14 bobbleheads that look nothing like the players they're emulating? Check. Twin TVs so you can watch the game on 2 different networks simultaneously? Check. Life-size wall sticker of your favorite player that routinely freaks you out at night? Check. A second life-size wall sticker so after the first one freaks you out, you see the second and you're like, oh right, the wall stickers. Check and mate. Bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive and save on protection for the things on your checklist. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers not available in all states or situations covered subject to policy terms.
Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can reignite your business. Our team is ready to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Got me feeling lucky. I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago.
There's some Bad Bunny for you. He's going to be the halftime show. It's going to be lit with Bad Bunny at halftime. God, it's going to be incredible.
Hope the game is good.
I'm sure it will be.
Like, it's not the sexiest matchup, right? Although Patriots have a lot of history to them. Seahawks, not as much. I want to believe it's going to be close. I do like Seattle, though. I do like Seattle, kind of maybe even pull away late.
Jesse Rogers in for Kap. J Hood with you here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. By the way, Good Karma Wrestling airs every Thursday at 6 o'clock on the ESPN Chicago app and on X. A shout out to Potawatomi Hotel and Casino in Milwaukee. I was there over the weekend for a watch party for the WWE Royal Rumble. Nice. Royal Rumble taking place in Saudi Arabia over the weekend. But we couldn't travel to Saudi, so we decided on Milwaukee.
Potawatomi.
So we were at the Potawatomi Hotel. Great hotel, great casino.
Yeah, I drive by it all the time when I go to Brewers-Cubs games.
You should stop in there.
It's nice?
It is really, really great.
Oh, cool.
And again, hotels are top-notch. Kevin Nash, WWE Hall of Famer, was there. And Kevin, he's like, oh, I got to come from Florida to Milwaukee. Okay. He goes into the hotel. He goes, oh, this is like Vegas without the BS.
Really? That nice.
Right. So
you can't miss that hotel if you drive up to Milwaukee. It's right there.
Yeah. So a great time. Thanks for everyone that came out to our Royal Rumble party.
That's awesome. Can I ask you a question? How are they feeling about their Brewers heading into spring training? What was the vibe?
So I'm around a lot of people from ESPN Milwaukee and Madison over the weekend that were part of a party that was there, and then the Royal Rumble party. They are pretty optimistic about the Brewers because they believe in Pat Murphy. That's all I kept hearing. I kept hearing about Brewers talk and people just passing me high lifes all weekend. There you go. Here's another one. If my hand was empty, they were handing me beers the entire time. What you do in Milwaukee.
Makes sense.
That's what you do in Milwaukee, right?
That fits. So it's interesting. So a lot of faith in Pat Murphy, lovable guy, kind of guy, 2-time manager of the year.
A lot of this, though, is like anger at council still.
Well, still, yeah.
But so the whole thing is, it's not beating the Cubs, it's beating council.
Yeah, I know.
So this is why
everybody needs a villain,
right?
Well,
this is why this is a Bears-Packers rivalry kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's the same story. Packers fans hate Ben Johnson because of how they handle Matt LaFleur.
Yeah.
Same thing with Counsell. Yeah. Counsell is affable to you and the media and everyone else, but in Milwaukee, he is enemy number one. They can't stand him.
You were up there when he makes the pitching changes, when they announce his name, he gets booed. Everyone needs a villain. Also, 2-time reigning GM of the year. So Brewers know what they're doing up there. What I find interesting is the faith in Brewers fans now in that front office and in that manager. Think about it. When Counsell left, everyone's like, what are we going to do? Pat Murphy turns out to be pretty good. When they traded Corbin Burns, what are we going to do? Turns out they're pretty good. Who else they've moved on from? Other players as well. And now this time around, it's Freddie Peralta. Mm-hmm. Now they're not like, what are we going to do? They're going to be like, okay, we got 2 good prospects in return. We're going to be just fine. I like the arc that Brewer fans have gone through from doubting their team after Counsell and even David Stearns left to believing in them. And why wouldn't you? They had the best record in baseball last year.
So the Bears and the Packers fans will bring that fandom, that rivalry to Cubs Brewers. That's going to be a must-watch series for me all summer.
Again.
Because either up there or actually, the Brewers starting this season against the White Sox?
Yes, they are.
I got to get up there.
Yeah, you should get up there for that.
Get up there. Yeah. I might know. I think I know how the movie ends, but still, it's Milwaukee.
It's early on. Who knows? I mean, remember Milwaukee first weekend last year got destroyed by the Yankees?
Yeah.
And everybody was like, all right, they're done. And then they went on to win the best regular season record. Cubs Brewers as in my mind in this moment surpassed Cubs Cardinals. I mean, you just live in the moment you're in.
Yeah.
The last few years, Cubs Brewers, when you add on the Counsell thing, awesome. Love this rivalry. Love it. Bears Packers always been there. That's been taken up a notch. Love it. Love it. Love it.
There's gonna be Bears Packers fans and chants back and forth at AmFam Field and at Wrigley Field.
And when the Bucks trade Giannis to the Bulls, boom, we're back, baby. We're back. Bucks and Bulls have a rivalry.
Full circle. So if you write the column, Jesse, just so you know, the Brewer fans still confident. They're bummed that Peralta's not there.
Right.
But they've lived through this for years.
Yeah.
As soon as they get a guy, that guy's got to be out. Because you know they're not going to be able to pay for a top-notch free agent.
Yeah, the name I missed was Adames recently. They move on from Adames, no problem. They move on from Burns, no problem. They move on Peralta, right? I mean, this is how they do business. I remember at the World Series asking Andrew Friedman, who came from Tampa, maybe I said this on the air to you, came from Tampa, small market, went to L.A., big market. I said to him, what's the key? And he said, it's like being a doctor. When you're in a small market, all you can be is a specialist. If you're a knee specialist, be the best knee specialist you could possibly be. It's so true. Now you can conceptualize what teams like the Brewers and Guardians do well. They do well at the 1 or 2 things they need to do well at.
Yeah.
Acquisition and development. Focus on that 365, and you might be able to put together a contender. Remember that. It's such an interesting analogy. Be a doctor, but only a specialist if you're in a small market. When I went to L.A., he said, I was a doctor, but I had to be a knee doctor, a heart doctor.
Yeah.
So I needed to know everything.
Yeah.
And he's done well there, too.
Yeah, so it's going to be fun. Cubs and Brewers, and where the Brewer fan, blood pressure 120 over 80. They're just ready for the fight against Counsell. Not the Cubs, Counsell. That's what they want. They want a piece of him.
It was great. Our buddy John Greenberg from The Athletic, you may have played the audio, asked Craig Counsell who's going to get booed more if you did a pitching change right now in Milwaukee, you or Ben Johnson. Tough call. Think about it.
Yes.
Craig Counsell goes out to the mound. Ben Johnson goes out to the mound. Who gets booed louder? I actually think it's Ben Johnson in this moment right now.
It's a bad take.
Or me.
Come on, Jesse.
Shot or no shot in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Ball's wet.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8 million.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Do you use a Link EBT card to buy food? Please listen carefully. Rules for SNAP eligibility have changed. You could lose your benefits if you don't act soon. Visit SaveOurSNAP.org to learn about new rules, how they impact your household, and the steps you need to take to keep your food benefits. Don't wait. Go to SaveOurSNAP.org today. Sponsored by the Illinois Commission to End Hunger. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
You're listening to Kap J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram @The Catman and @IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app, along with the fastest man in Northbrook, Jesse Rogers. Jonathan Hood with you. Open phone lines for you, 312-332-ESPN. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe what we do on YouTube, youtube.com. We see you on YouTube, but we'd like for you to hit that like button while you're there. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now time for Shot or No Shot. Here's Shay W. Norling.
Good morning, boys. On a Monday, Groundhog's Day. How are we feeling?
We're good, man. Still cold. Good, man. We're going to find out today how long winter is.
We already know. It's six more weeks of winter.
That rat bastard saw his shadow.
What a shock.
By the way,
there's been a cold winter.
No. We're in Chicago. Yeah. But you could be in Myrtle Beach. You could say it's been a cold winter.
That's
you
true.
could be in Austin, Texas.
Have you seen the videos of people in Texas who never heard of shoveling the snow when it falls, and now their driveway's just solid ice?
Doesn't it give you joy to see them going through it? I love it. I love it.
No salt, but sand, because that's the way you melt snow. Sand. Not a great idea.
I saw a video of a guy. He's like, this is 3 days after the storm, and he's knocking on the snow on his driveway because it's totally iced over. There's nothing he can do about it at this point. And all the comments are like, yeah, dude, probably should have taken care of this 3 days ago.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
Great joy in seeing them suffer.
Guess what?
Kind of guy I am.
Quietly, Shay, listen. Tracy Butler. God love Tracy Butler. We love her here. She gives us the weather report, the weather for the weekend here on Kap J Hood. She gave up the gimmick when it comes to Groundhog's Day. Did you hear what she said Thursday? She goes, yeah, Groundhog Day. They're going to all be there, all the reporters and everything else, and people in the top hats. They're going to be there to see the groundhog sees its shadow. She goes, you notice that there's a lot of camera lights on that hole? He has no other choice but to see his shadow. She said it quietly, but I'm just like, you know what? Great point.
Fair.
I mean, to me, that's a safe sign.
Yeah.
Because
rigged event.
You have the
Punxsutawney Phil is point shape.
You have the spotlights, the camera lights on the hole. So of course, when the groundhog's going to see his shadow when he pokes his head up.
There had to be a poly market thingy going on there, right?
It's the best.
There's a poly market thing for anything.
For everything. So
I could bet if you're going to get a schmear when you walk out of here.
It's amazing.
Paps? I think that you might lose that one, Shay.
In the air.
Yeah, I think you might lose that one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Jesse's getting one of those.
No.
Hasn't had one of those since he was 17. We turn now to Shay Dorling with this edition of Shot or No Shot.
All right, let's get started with Shot or No Shot. I want to start with the Bears. Courtney Cronin last week on the Chicago Bears podcast with Pat the Designer said the Ozzie Trapillo injury may have altered the Bears' top priority this offseason from defensive line to left tackle because it's unlikely with the injury that he suffered he'll be back at all next season. We've talked about this a little bit, but Shot or No Shot, regardless of Trapillo's injury, top priority for the Bears should still be defensive line.
That's a shot. It's an absolute shot. Again, let's stop trying to reinvent the wheel. We know what the problem was with the Bears, even in a winning season, is that they did not get home enough to the quarterback. It's not even about sack numbers, Shay, as I've told you many times. I don't care about sack numbers. I care about pressure because that matters to me as well. Flushing the quarterback out of the pocket. Montez Sweat, Adingbo, Grady Jarrett, Javon Dexter, as a line did not do enough. Same thing with Andrew Billings. I thought it was very interesting that in the last time we heard from Ryan Poles, as far as the press conference at Lake Forest, he was giving you a Shamar Turner and Ruben Hippolyte and Zob Frazier. Names we haven't heard since August of last year. So it's almost like, yeah, we're going to look for some guys, but also waiting for guys to get healthy to help us next year. And I'm like, I don't know who those guys are. I'd rather have the genuine article, someone I know they can get to the quarterback. So I do not want to go through the summer of the left tackle again. We've been through that. They'll find the left tackle. They'll find it. It may not be on this roster, but they'll find it. But the priority is to upgrade a defense. If you took care of your offense in 1 year, this year you got to take care of your defense. You have to.
I'm going to say shot as well. Maybe my guy Braxton Jones makes
what
makes a return to prominence at left tackle.
It's a bad
but
take.
Look, they
don't think so, Jess.
I know. I'm kidding. They sent Joe Tooney. They sent Joe Tooney over there for a game. Right, he looked pretty good. Like worst case scenario, you could do that. But I'm with you. They'll figure out left tackle, and if Tooney's the guy, then he's the guy. Number one priority is defensive line.
You gotta fix it because you're ahead of schedule offensively. You got ahead of schedule. You added more depth than I ever thought that you would at tight end, wide receiver, offensive line. Yes, you need a left tackle, but that is not as desperate as trying to find pass rushers.
And not as desperate as a year ago.
Yes, and secondary help too, by the way.
Yeah. Well, to be clear, Courtney didn't say that it would make defensive line not a priority, as in like they would ignore it in favor of left tackle and just go with the guys they have. She said it would still be a priority, but that the bulk of resources would go more towards left tackle. I think everybody that I've talked to, and certainly myself, would prefer if you're going to use the 25th pick, use it on a defensive lineman, edge rusher, D-tackle, whatever you want to do. If you're not going to use the 25th pick, it's because you're trading it for a pass rusher. Like that should still be number one with a bullet for me.
Yeah, I think we all agree.
Can I just lob?
Which means they'll do the opposite.
Can I just lob this sports grenade into the room?
Mm-hmm.
See if you run away, Shay? I can make the argument that Dennis Allen had as good or better of a year than Ben Johnson based on him piecemealing that defense together. And there were some times it was underwhelming and underwater, but for him to have as many injuries and ineptitude on that defense and for them to hang in there and still have a winning product, the offense had a lot to do with it. But imagine if the defense was just the bottom. And in some categories it was, but when they needed to in the playoffs, they played better. I give Dennis Allen a lot more credit than most because of the lack of personnel or lack of production from those positions.
Yeah, it's one thing to do it when you have all your toys. I wouldn't say he had a better year than Ben Johnson, but I think he was a little bit of an unsung hero. And I remember laughing first half Packers-Bears in the playoffs, going through my timeline and seeing Bears fans saying, we got to fire Dennis Allen. Like, no, you don't. They're hanging on by a thread, man.
I agree with you. I think I won't go as far as you just did in praising him. I think that
is it as good as good.
I think as much credit as he gets for the second half of the Packer game. Well, the first half put him in a hole, and that was partly on him. Also, the Packers played poorly, so you can't disregard that. Just like against the Rams, you can't tell me on a dry track the Rams don't put up more points. So he was benefited there as well. So, but I don't disagree. He did as much as he could with what he was given.
That's
I'll
fair.
give you that.
That's fair.
I'll give you that.
Might look at your linebackers as well this offseason. Shay?
Yep.
All right, Tom Brady introduced a brand new offseason award this weekend, the Best Value Player Award. This award's meant to shine a light on someone who does not command heavy resources but had great production. The winner, Nahshon Wright. Wright being a difference maker for the Bears on a contract that was worth pennies, basically, relative to what the actual salary cap was. Nahshon Wright made nothing. The problem I'm having with it is you can only be the best value player one time, and then, like Wright, you're going to hit free agency and no longer be on a value. Shot or no shot, the Bears should bring back Nahshon Wright.
No, from the production standpoint, that would be a shot. I'd like to know what that looks like financially.
I'm actually going to say no shot because of that. I think he's going to be overvalued for the year that he just had, and now he'll be overpriced. He might make if Tom Brady comes up with a new category next year, he might be on the other side of that. I think he might be overpriced because of what just happened. I didn't love him in coverage. He got the picks. I just didn't always love him in coverage, but for the value, yeah, he was good. I would say no shot.
He was hot, and then he kind of disappeared, if you recall. There was a time it was like, boy, Nahshon Wright, and all of a sudden he just kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. So you think that award, Shay, will bump up that number a little bit more because it's Brady's name on that award?
I don't think the award will matter. I think it's interesting because he was a great value this year. He's not gonna get Derek Stingley money. You're not gonna have to pay him $30 million a year.
But he won't be a value anymore.
But right, you're probably gonna have to pay him in the range of $16 to $17 million, $50 million over 3 years.
That would be a no shot then.
Yeah, I think that's overpaying.
That would be a no shot then, as much as he really brought something to the table. Now, here's the thing. As I always say, Shay, that if you're going to replace players, make sure I get that production and then some. You're going to make changes. I know nothing's guaranteed in sports or in life, but when it comes to that, I want something better in that position at one of the cornerback positions.
One thing about a corner that gets a ton of interceptions, too, like just racks them up the way Nahshon Wright did or Trayvon Diggs before him, you have to remember, if corners are really good, they don't intercept passes because they don't get thrown to at all. Like, you can only intercept passes if you're being targeted a bunch.
Yeah.
And you're being targeted a bunch because you can't cover.
I feel that was Dion in his prime. They never threw his way, right? I mean,
there's a reason. There's a reason. And then, by the way, with Nahshon Wright, game after game, like, this guy's off the scrap heap. He's on the practice squad. You can throw at him. Then you realize, well, he's actually a threat. So that's game by game. You take a look at that scouting report and say, yeah, he had a couple picks here. Watch him. And you still throw at him anyway? Well, he was able to flourish. But then he was quiet at the end. But if he's going to be needing that kind of money, be asking that kind of money, then probably not for the Bears. We talked about the priorities with the defensive line, left tackle. You need secondary help, but at that price,
you need health in the secondary as much as anything.
Yeah. Shay, can you squeeze in another? I know we got around the NFL.
Yeah, Mike Florio wrote an article this weekend that spoke to my soul. Headline, "It is time to end the Pro Bowl games." Pro Bowl games will air tomorrow night on ESPN. Yesterday, I was going through the TV guide looking for something to watch after Illinois-Nebraska, and I'm like, Pro Bowl just not on today? Yeah, it's going to air tomorrow night on ESPN.
It was the answer was Illinois women right after Illinois men.
Florio laid out TV ratings are tanking. They don't play a game anymore. They don't even play flag football anymore. Now they're doing like dodgeball, whatever the hell. The rosters are largely a joke if you go through them. Shadur Sanders and Joe Flacco, both. Joe Flacco also, Jesse. It's first time in history that a team has two quarterbacks going to the Pro Bowl that shared a quarterback room preseason. Flacco and Shadur Sanders of the Cleveland Browns. Hey, by the way, their coach got fired.
I learned about that history, by the way, on the White Sox timeline here on Twitter.
Shot or no shot, it is time for the Pro Bowl games to come to an end.
Yeah, definite shot. Nothing screams Pro Bowl like Tuesday night, no game. Definitely a shot at that. I mean, J Hood, I know how you feel. I feel the same way. I wish there was a way they could play the Pro Bowl game like the old days. Just play a game.
Sure.
Put on the pads and play a game.
Yeah.
You can get hurt. You're not playing the next week, but of course that is not true because you could get hurt and lose your career. It's too bad we can't play a real game. And if you can't play a real game, get rid of it.
It's just across the board now. I do like the hockey one. I like the hockey skills competition. I like that. But as far as the game, it's fine. But I mean, basketball, baseball is the most pure because you can't half-ass it in an all-star game in baseball.
Yeah, you really can't. I mean, obviously you don't want guys blowing out their arms, but at least in in hockey, baseball, and basketball, and baseball, obviously with the arms, you can play all out. You could play defense, and it's not a problem. You know what I mean? Yeah. You can't play all out in football. Guys get hurt. You play all out in hockey or basketball. I think I know a guy can get hurt, but, it's not the norm. Not the norm. Go play a regular game without that much checking, without that much, physical play. You can still play close to a real game. And football can't do that.
No. And so I won't be watching it. Hell, I never watched the Pro Bowl anyway. So I will not be watching it.
I saw last year Florio said the ratings were 4.7 million viewers, which is
it's a win.
It's big for an event, but for a football event, that is pathetic.
So why don't they do flag football anymore? Injury?
Yeah, just nobody wants to. I think nobody wants to participate, and they've just diluted this event down as much as they can to this Pro Bowl games nonsense with the target throws and there was dodgeball thrown out there once with the styrofoam balls. It's just, who needs this? At a certain point,
well, yeah,
you've tried everything to make money off of this, and it's failed.
You don't have a different sport. You don't play different activity. That's dumb.
It was better when they just gave the players a free vacation to Hawaii, and at least the players were into it.
Right. Exactly.
Shay, that 4.7 will be number one in today's cable. It's bad for a game,
right?
Obviously, but for that, because football's king in everything. And can you bet on this, by the way? I think you're sure. I think you could, baby.
I would imagine.
We can bet on anything.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then people will watch. That'll be number one in cable. Number one, because there's nothing else.
It's true.
93 of the top 100 shows on cable is sports related, mostly football. People are starving for football. They'll watch that nonsense.
Jesse, what if they had Josh Allen and Joe Burrow play pickleball against Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson?
I'd watch it. But not thinking it's the Pro Bowl. I would just watch it because that seems like a fun match to watch. You know what I mean? They could do that any night of the offseason, and I'd watch that.
That's the other thing I love. I keep getting this response too. The Pro Bowl's for kids. Find something else to complain about. Nothing says for kids like a weeknight during the school year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Don't think that's for kids. Don't think so. And by the way, once again, facts over feelings. If I came in and brought a spreadsheet in on who's watching that, it won't be kids. It'll be 25-54 male. So again, someone on Twitch said that? Said, okay.
Or the kid with the Bet Rivers app.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So once again, I can come in tomorrow on Wednesday, if you want me to, and give you the breakdown number by number. And numbers, I as you well know, Shay, I don't believe in. In ratings, I do not believe in. But I can give you those stats, and it won't be, kids that are 12 and under, had a 60-point rating watching this, because that won't be the case.
It's loaded with car commercials and landscaping commercials because 12-year-old boys are watching it.
Yeah, so facts over feelings again. We will give you – are we keeping you up, kid?
Oh, no.
Coming up. Sorry to keep you up. We're doing a show here.
I can yawn once.
Oh, my God. But you're on camera.
I'm not used to the 3:30 a.m. wake up.
I understand, but you're on camera. Everyone can see you.
I yawned once. I apologize.
Oh, twice.
Twice? Was it twice?
It's twice. It's okay.
Sorry.
I'm sorry that
for TV purposes, put the paper in front of your face as if you're reading.
It's unbelievable.
Then you hit the yarn.
Sorry.
As long as you want.
I'll be better Wednesday.
Okay.
I'm in here Wednesday.
Yeah. Okay. That's great. That's outstanding. He doesn't yawn during his own Cubs and Sox thoughts, though. Those are wide
only
open
during
awake.
Shay's segments.
Oh my God!
I'm kidding.
That wasn't nice.
and there's Carm getting at the printer, no toner. All right, coming up around the NFL, who's going to tell him on Kap and J Hood?
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago. Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling present the ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame. Jump on our YouTube page and ESPN Chicago, Sunday afternoon from 1 to 2. This is a live streaming, uninterrupted pregame crosstalk with all your favorite ESPN Chicago hosts. The ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame, Sunday from 1 to 2 on YouTube and ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling.
You know, Howard Enkin has been a part, yawning again. Howard Enkin has been part of the Kap J Hood show for years now and brings us a sidebar. May I approach? Yes, you may. Yes, countless commercials, hundreds of live reads, a partner at our Grippin and Civic Classic, and now my guy, well, he's me and Cap's guy. That's right. I am proud to spread the word that Enkin Law files more injury cases than any firm in Illinois. They have more than 80 attorneys and staff to help anyone injured in Chicagoland understand their rights. So give Howard Enkin a call, 312-6-MILLION, 312-6-MILLION, injury law made personal. That's Enkin Law. Jay Moore.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Casino Queen Sportsbook is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code WMVP in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass-through of per-wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single-use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
Looking for the ultimate night out? Bring your squad to a Blackhawks game at the United Center for an experience you won't find anywhere else. Whether it's birthdays, office outings, family gatherings, or just a much-deserved night out, nothing beats the energy in the UC. Group ticket packages are available at blackhawks.com/groups.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Empower. After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Hey guys, right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free at Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments and no interest for 2 full years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon, so schedule your quote right now at windownation.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's now time to go around the National Football League. As Shay asks, is Nick Sirianni on the hot seat? Here's Shay Norland.
Is Nick Sirianni on the hot seat, Hoodie?
You see it on the screen up there. It's February, and here we go with a hot seat Sirianni question.
Here's an idea. Duh. But I wonder how that conversation went. Hey, is Nick Sirianni on the hot seat? Yes, 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 yes.
Does the day end in a Y?
Let's move on.
Oh, my God.
Like, one, he coaches in the most aggressive firing organization and city in America.
Correct.
2, if you have to fire your coordinators every single year, then who are you really as a head coach? How many times do you get away with this?
I just love that question on February 2nd. Because we
got to do something.
We asked that on October 2nd. We asked that on December 2nd.
Right.
They just had the graphic just in the mix, just to put up at any time.
Yep.
Around the NFL, here's Shay Norley.
All right, Hoodie, it being Super Bowl week, today is the day we are going to look back on the season that was the 2025 NFL season. I have a list here of the 10 biggest stories from the 2025 NFL season.
Let me get the pen and the paper
10
out.
biggest stories.
Hold on, let me get the yellow pad.
Are you talking about on the field or anything?
These are just the 10 biggest stories from the 2025 NFL season.
Okay.
Did you hear what the man said?
Yeah, I just had a,
Damn it.
So at 10, we have Ravens-Steelers Week 18, where the Steelers won the AFC North in a thriller, 25 points scored in the final 10 minutes of the game, and it resulted in the firing of John Harbaugh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's significant.
Very significant.
You think about it, Harbaugh was just part of the furniture in Baltimore for all those years. And I think there's a lot of underachievement there because, I thought they were going to win more with Lamar, like Super Bowl championships. Never happened.
Got Derrick Henry. That didn't help matters. I think it probably just ran its course. Doesn't mean he can't be a good coach with the Giants, but it probably just ran its course. But yeah, that was a huge moment.
Bad time for Lamar to really take hold of the organization and kind of do things his way. That also is a problem there, which I didn't expect, but here we are.
And also that final play propelled one team into playoffs and knocked the other one out, which did result in the firing.
9, Phillip Rivers returns to the NFL after Daniel Jones tears his Achilles and spending 1,900 days on the couch. Uncle Phil got back on the field.
Yeah, I mean, the Colts really just tanked after that fast start. The injury at the quarterback didn't help. I mean, that was like desperate times call for desperate measures, and that was certainly a desperate measure.
So much so that with Rivers back in the spotlight, head coaching candidate at one point, was he not? Was Rivers in the cycle?
Yeah, the Bills were going to interview him, and he withdrew his name.
Yeah, usually a okay run at quarterback gets you another opportunity at quarterback.
Yes.
This gave him a chance at a head coaching job, but that fizzled.
Shows you how desperate the quarterback position is, that you cannot shine up a young quarterback to be in that position, that you get someone off the couch to help you.
Insane.
Now his timeline starts over for a possibility of the Hall of Fame. Because now it resets. Now he came back into the league.
Until he plays again, then it resets again.
It does. The bolo tie back.
Wouldn't sweat it, Phil. At 8, Patrick Mahomes, Micah Parsons both tear their ACL on the same day, and ultimately the Kansas City Chiefs miss the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are separate things. The Chiefs missing the playoffs could be closer to 3-2 or 1 in my book.
We haven't gotten there yet, though. Maybe there's something bigger.
Well, no, he just combined it, though, didn't you? Didn't you combine it?
This list combined it.
Oh, I thought this is your list.
No.
Oh.
Patrick Mahomes, Micah Parsons both tore their ACL on the same day.
That's number 8.
That's 2 of the biggest stars in the NFL.
Chiefs missing the playoffs is closer to 1.
Okay.
Well, obviously, with Mahomes being out, I mean, that's significant for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of football announcers, Jesse, that were just crestfallen, didn't know what to do.
Right.
Didn't know what to do with their hands, like Collinsworth. Without Mahomes.
Who am I going to talk about?
He was just not interested in football anymore.
Yeah.
Number 7.
Number 7 is Bills at Broncos, the AFC divisional round, with the controversial interception call, the Bo Nix injury, and the surprise firing of the offensive coordinator by the Denver Broncos, and Sean McDermott as well.
That's a great point. A lot wrapped up in that game. You're right about that, if you think about it.
Ultimately, the offensive coordinator firing happened because of what happened against the Patriots, but it may have happened anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And the Bills owner saying it was the result of the Denver game, basically. So, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
This offseason has been the clown owners on parade. Too many microphones in front of owners. We don't want to hear from them.
As a reporter, I do.
I understand. It's great soundbites.
Keep putting it in front of them.
Just out of touch to me, Shay. A lot of these press conferences I've heard, from Jerry Jones to the Bills owner, just a lot of these guys just out of touch.
And by the way, under the rules of the NFL today, that was an interception, no debate. I don't like the rule, but it was an interception.
Can we at least agree it's insane that they didn't stop the game and take a look?
I don't know. I'd even go that far. To me, it was a clear interception under the rules of this of the NFL in this age. That's an interception.
Thank you, Jesse Sterator.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Number 6.
Number 6, Shedeur Sanders slides in the draft and eventually starts for the Cleveland Browns in a roller coaster rookie year.
We knew that Sanders was going to get some time. We talked about it when he was drafted. We knew he'd get a chance to play. I said at the back of the year, and now he's still in the mix with the Browns. Training camp's going to be very interesting. That is for sure. Uninspired hire as head coach of the Browns. Not a surprise. Uninspired hire. But don't forget Deshaun Watson will be back. He'll slide his way back onto the field.
Hoodie, I'm kind of with you. Like, the slide was a story, but playing isn't. You're on the roster. You could end up playing
the Browns.
So that to me, that's like should be number 11. I don't think that should be 6.
I kind of agree.
Yeah.
How about Todd Monken getting to the facility and telling Shedeur, we tried to draft your ass last year. Why didn't you?
It's a lot because it's a lie.
Say the part. No, they did, but say the part about why you didn't. It's because Dion called your phone and said we don't want to be a backup.
And guess what?
Oops.
Sanders is significant on this list because of the pro over-the-top Sanders love, and then Sanders playing all that. So I think that polarizing is a word.
Figure. Yeah, I guess so. The slide certainly was news.
5.
Myles Garrett sets the single-season sack record. Came against Joe Burrow in the final game of the season.
Sure.
Definitely significant. Little caveats. 17-game season. It came in game 17. He didn't do much the last few games. The team stunk, so all he could do was sack. But okay, it's on the list. It's on the list.
Shay, the best you've ever seen at that position, correct? In your lifetime?
Yeah, pure edge rusher. I've never seen better.
Yep.
Okay.
Number 4, Shay.
Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, and the Bears' thrilling 2025.
Yeah, no one saw that coming.
I don't think there's any doubt that's a top 5.
No one saw that coming.
I obviously want to hear 3, 2, and 1, but yes, it's at least 4.
Yeah, that just a terrific start ahead of schedule. The Bears.
I mean, how can again? I got to hear 3, 2, and 1, but was it 7 come from behinds 2 minutes or less?
Yeah,
that's correct.
I'm not sure how that's not number 1, but go ahead.
Well, 3 and 2, I think, are going to be tough to argue with.
Okay.
3 is Mike Vrabel, Drake May lead Patriots historic turnaround, and it is historic. They have the most net wins year over year of any team in history. They're
Can't deny that.
4 wins last year to 17 wins this year, including the playoffs. Plus 13 is the most gained wins ever in the history of the NFL.
We know there's a few caveats to that as well, but the results are the results. You got to give them credit for it.
What caveat?
Easier schedule. Bo Nick's out. There's some things there. AFC wide open.
You know you got to play the teams on the schedule. You got to beat them, right?
I'm just saying.
You know
I'm just saying, Hoodie, their strength of schedule would have been better if they lost a few of those games. People don't think about that.
There you go. There you go. Exactly.
Do you know the nation said that about the Bears? Do you understand that they said that about the Bears, the soft schedule?
Yeah.
Would you have said that about the Bears too, soft schedule? No.
No, because no.
You're in Chicago.
The Bears didn't get to play the Jets twice, so that's my answer to that.
Yeah, but I mean,
they didn't play the Jets twice.
When people say this about the soft schedule of the NFL, I go, "Are you a college football fan?" And they said, "No, I don't like college. I don't watch college on Saturday." I said, "Well, you're having a college football conversation about strength of schedule. There's no strength of schedule conversation in the NFL. There's no such thing. It is not."
I 100% tend to agree with you. I'm just saying this path was a little bit easier of a turnaround than a lot of paths that usually you would have to take.
But Jesse, you didn't know what the Patriots were when the season started. You had no idea.
Yeah,
like the Bears.
I thought Drake May was pretty good, and we knew Vrabel was a good coach.
And then?
Yeah, but we can't revisionist history things. This is the first Super Bowl since 1981 in which both teams had odds of 50-1 or longer to make it.
No, I get it. I said the results are the results.
Right.
Number 2.
Number 2, Sam Darnold. He has now made a Super Bowl. He won his division. He beat the Rams in the NFC title game. And he probably got a GM clipped on his former team because they chose J.J. McCarthy instead.
Okay, I'm going to be a homer. I would have put the Bears ahead of Sam Darnold. They have the best defense in the NFL. That means something about getting to the Super Bowl. Caleb Williams and the Bears were doing Houdini acts to win games. I think that's just his biggest storyline.
Please let that come out that the Vikings sat around with cigars and a nice drink and thought about Sam Darnold being with the organization and then now with Seattle in the Super Bowl, and they say, you know what? You're the problem. You're fired. Please tell me that was this. Please let me know if that's going to be a story that comes out. Because it's like, that's so random. It didn't happen at the end of the season, of the end of the regular season for the Vikings. So I just think I'd love to know if that's the answer. It's like, you know what? Our guys in the Super Bowl, we're not. You know what? You're fired.
Yeah.
Number one.
I think we're all going to agree that this isn't number one, but I think it's a little results-based. Dallas Cowboys trade Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, I mean, that's significant.
It was the number one preseason storyline.
When it happened, it was easily the biggest storyline. And as the year went on and Micah was healthy, but because he got hurt and the Packers flamed out, it feels like it's taken a ding.
Maybe they're putting it there because it was one of the bigger surprises of the year. You put yourself back to August. It was so shocking, but I wouldn't put that as the number one storyline. He didn't propel them to the Super Bowl, right?
He did not.
He got hurt. I'm with you, right, J Hood?
Yes. Now, in our next segment, we're going to redraft this list and do the 1 through 10 properly.
There you go. I like that idea. Bears are 1 through 5.
Yeah, Bears 1 through 10. Caleb, Ben Johnson, Deshaun Wright,
Loveland,
C.J. Gardner-Johnson,
Chicago,
Luther Burden,
the Cold, Soldiers Field is 8.
I have a question for
Indiana.
you when we come back.
Oh, no.
I have a question for you when we come back.
Okay. Will that be Sox Fest related?
Yes.
Will that be Ryan Poles related?
No.
Okay. Well, we're going to have both coming up next on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Coming up, it's me and the good kid keeping things flowing. Tell your friends and enemies. It's the Carmen and Jurko Show. Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
In the Kaplan home, we do not mess around on game day, especially the big game day. We are always prepared with the comfort of Daisy French onion dip, a Daisy ranch dip, veggies, wings, and chips. Daisy is perfect for them all. These are delicious homemade dips with clean, simple ingredients. Delicious herbs and spices like you'd find in your kitchen. No preservatives. Do what we do. Put Daisy French Onion Dip on your big game day roster. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at your local grocery store.
At Elmhurst University, we give you the tools to soar. Whether you're undecided on your future, exploring a new path, or looking to level up your career, here, you'll find support, skills, and opportunities as limitless as you are. Go beyond with a community of care and support. Do more with knowledge that's timeless. It all starts at Elmhurst. Go far, do well. Start today at elmhurst.edu.
Tyler, the big game. It's when a sports fan learns to pace oneself. The calendar gets busy, the couch gets comfortable.
That's the vet talking. I'm bouncing around bars, friends, and screens everywhere.
That's why I keep telling you, whether you're running routes around the city or running the remote like a retired pro, Flight by Yingling just works.
Light, crisp, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, easy no matter where the day takes you.
Kickoff rolls into tip-off, no wasted motion.
Grab a Flight by Yingling and enjoy the run.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Enjoy responsibly.
DraftKings Sportsbook is making every snap, every drive, every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions. Open the app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code UNSPORTSMANLIKE. That's code UNSPORTSMANLIKE. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code UNSPORTSMANLIKE. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 and over in most states. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single-use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. You can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Jesse Rogers in for Kap. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to everything we do on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. And also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Some thoughts from Will Venable, who is the manager of the Chicago White Sox. You were at Sox Fest. One of the things that Venable talked about is Colson Montgomery, possible superstar?
He ends up being, throughout his career, time will tell, and he'll have a big say in kind of like how he shapes his story, obviously. But for us, even without all the power, what he was able to do defensively on the bases, this is a really good athlete and a really quality major league player that has understanding of the game, has great instincts and great physical ability. So, we really think that he's just getting started. And does that mean that he's going to hit 60 homers over the course of 162? Maybe not, but we feel really strongly in just his overall athletic profile and the ability to go out there and handle shortstop for us every day.
Will Venable on Carmen Jurko.
Yeah, that's what makes this season interesting. A bunch of young guys established themselves last year. Now, what can they really be? Maedroth at second. Montgomery at short. Vargas was looking better. He's at third. What's Murakami? What's the ceiling for some of these guys that established themselves? Of course, with Murakami, we need to know the floor and the ceiling. And that's kind of how I view the team in general, J. Hood. What is the floor and what is the ceiling now? I feel like it's a wide range if you talk about wins and losses. Is the floor 62? That would be 100 losses still. Is it 63? Is that the floor? The very worst now? And is the ceiling 76 or something crazy?
Oh,
I don't know. No, I think there's a wide variance of what the outcomes for this team can be. But I'm more interested in seeing the young players who establish themselves taking a huge leap. Maybe Colson becoming a true star. Maybe Maedroth, whoever it is, Murakami. So that's what this season is about. And along the way, they'll win more games. In part, that bullpen should look better.
So, remember, I'm the first one that told you this.
Okay.
Murakami. He is quite a project. You would think some other teams would have picked him up, but the White Sox got him.
Yep.
I mean, this could be this season's Yermin Mercedes. Fun.
Yeah.
Bad.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the middle. Who knows? But just a must-watch, right?
Fun bad.
Fun bad. I think that he could be the Yermin.
Exactly. No, well said. We don't know. It could be 200 strikeouts, 40 home runs. It could be 200 strikeouts, 20 home runs. Sure. Who knows? Or it could maybe 150 strike. Maybe it's less. You're right. It's a complete mystery. I think the runway the Sox are giving him with a lot less pressure is one reason he picked the team, because the money wasn't exactly there long-term with one of the contenders. Opportunity has been huge for the White Sox in gaining guys. I think Austin Hayes is on the White Sox because he's going to get an opportunity to play.
Yeah.
I think Murakami's on the White Sox because he wasn't getting big-time contracts elsewhere, and he's going to be given the chance to learn his craft and then go out and make more money elsewhere if he wants to.
At first?
Yeah, he'll be first.
Yeah,
Vargas at third.
We haven't needed a White Sox first baseman since before Greg Walker. I mean, usually right down the line, you knew who the first baseman was. Yeah. This was a mystery coming into this season.
Yeah, total mystery.
When you need a first baseman, that's tough.
Yeah. So the window for the wide variance in how they can is huge to me.
Yeah.
Where the Cubs, I think it's a little bit. It's 85 to 95 wins. That's the window to me.
Yes.
95 would be a really good season.
So I've already locked in the over 67.5.
I think I like that. Yes.
I think that's about right. It's not 70. It's in the mid 60s, somewhere in there.
And the reason I like it is in part because come July, there's no guarantee of a fire sale anymore. The problem with picking overs in the past is once you hit July, there's going to be a fire sale. You don't know what the team looks like. You're betting on something you don't know about. This time around, okay, I guess there's a chance Sir Anthony Dominguez can be traded, but I don't think it's a guarantee he'd be traded. I do think they need to lock down the games they can win, and you do that with a bullpen. So without a fire sale, I think 67.5 is somewhat attainable.
Now we go down the first base line. We have something even bigger. This guy here with the Bears hat has something bigger for the White Sox. He's got something cooking in the American League Central.
What do you got?
Well, I mean, 50-1 to win the division just seems a little like I should take it. Take a flyer.
How about that?
Again, it's less about what the White Sox are and more about the fact that the favorite in the division has a win total of 84.5.
Well, I'll tell you after.
This is such a morbid environment.
I'll tell you after Wednesday. You know what happens Wednesday? Your buddy goes to an arbitration hearing.
If he wins, I'm firing on the White Sox because they will do nothing.
Scooble?
Yeah.
They'll acquire nothing.
Tigers will be broke after that, apparently.
I like
the owner might have to sell his house if Scooble wins the arbitration.
Yes. I like the idea that he has the Sox possibly winning the division.
Yeah,
Could you imagine that?
Well, look, in the NFL, we know worst to first happens. It doesn't happen as often in baseball, but not impossible.
The Rangers did it 2 years ago.
And if there's a scenario that's going to happen, that you can make a case for it. It's probably not likely, but most of the time, picking last to first isn't likely either, and it happens.
Jesse,
so I don't know.
Jesse, you don't do this without cornerstones. You don't have any.
He's only right about the division. Like the Twins stink. Okay.
70 and 92 last year.
Overtaking Cleveland and Detroit and Kansas City. I don't know.
That's not happening.
That's not happening.
But that's why the safe.
That's burning money. Forget it.
The safe is the 67.5.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't trade anyone. You're not going to add at the deadline, but if you're hanging in there, I think you can get there. And that's, again, an accomplishment for the White Sox. So I'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just even if you think the Twins aren't good, like I don't, Kansas City, Detroit, and Cleveland are all decent. You need two bad teams besides the White Sox.
All of these teams suck.
Well, decent in the Central. Decent in the Central.
But you get my point. Like, if you need things to go right. Obviously, if everything goes to what it is on paper,
3 teams,
you have no shot.
You know, if you had 2 other rebuilders, the Twins and another bad one, maybe. But to overtake all 3 of those decent teams, I don't know.
You're bending down, going to the bottom shelf every time with some of these moves for Getz. And he's doing it because he has no other choice. But still, even with that, it's an improvement for the White Sox, which I'm happy with. Yeah. But still, my focus is the kids. Some of these other veterans that he might trade at the deadline.
Hey, what if I just get some good young players, Jess? Colson lives up to what he did last year.
Right.
Lenine Sosa has another nice season. Chase Mydroth continues to break out. You get Noah Schultz.
Lenine Sosa.
A lot of ifs.
You get Drew Thorpe. Of course it's ifs, but it's also 50-1. I don't mind setting $20 on fire on a 50-1 odds.
The way they played offense last year in the second half, you could make the case. But then I'll circle back to the pitching staff. Their starting staff for 162.
That's the key.
I'm not sure.
You need I would need Thorpe and Schultz both to come up and hit, or Hagen Smith. I know what I need.
No, I know you do. They're just not close enough to being deep enough on the mound.
I also know what you need. Your head examined.
81 wins might be enough. Might be enough. This division is so bad.
Yeah, it is pretty mediocre.
Setting his money on fire. The friendly gruffness of Shea Norling, as is written.
I like the optimism. I do like the optimism. And there was a lot this weekend, as they are at every fan convention, I suppose. Yeah. But when you go with a youth movement, there's something exciting about that. Now they have to do something with it.
Yeah.
But there's some juice to it, and it was there this weekend.
The Kap and J Hood cut of the day is right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
Hey, fellas, it's your pal Jurko, the good kid. Sometimes we all need a little extra confidence when it's your time to perform. And guess what? That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. And here's what I love. It's simple. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Everything is online. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right option. And it all ships in a discreet package right to your door. Think about it. Whether it's a big date night, an anniversary, or just a normal Tuesday, showing up ready makes all the difference. Confidence counts. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Be the legend of the night. And right now, I've got a special deal for you. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, use promo code ESPN, and pay only $5 for shipping. That's it. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, a small chew for a big difference.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has helped Chicagoland homeowners protect and improve their homes with expert craftsmanship, honest service, and industry-leading warranties, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. From durable roofing to beautiful siding and energy-efficient windows, M&M delivers quality you can trust with clear communication, dependable results, and peace of mind every step of the way. When it comes to your home, trust the company Chicagoland has relied on for over 50 years. Call M&M Home Remodeling today.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The New Year's sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. Plus, save even more with $500 to $2,000 bonus cash. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
Wendy here. If you're looking to add a star player to your financial roster, you should take a look at SoFi's personal loans. SoFi's got some amazing moves that would be a valued addition to any team, like low fixed rates when you consolidate your debt, no fees required, and as soon as same-day funding. View your rate at SoFi.com/roster to get started. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply at SoFi.com/roster. NMLS 696891.
Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can reignite your business. Our team is ready to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC.
V103, the best variety of
today's hits and
dusties. Hi, everybody. J Hood with you on the ones and the twos, telling you about H&R Block. Life is full of choices, some big, some tiny, some that make you wonder how you became the designated adult in your own life. And when you choose H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the biggest network of tax experts to ride shotgun with you. At H&R Block, they have truly seen it all, and they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Jay Moore.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
Good morning, Kap J Hood. Love your show, man. I am dialed in every day.
On ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the classic Kap and J Hood cut of the day, brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Oh, you talk about David Flom. You're talking about spring, summer, winter, fall. It is the best food out there, man.
Got that right.
300 North LaSalle. Make sure you get yourself a red. J Moore! J Moore!
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
J Moore!
Whatever. It's not boring. Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
Take that!
Oh, on Good Morning America right now, Mindy Siegel, Chicago, and she's competing for best hot chocolate across the country. And we were with her on Monday at her bakery in Wicker Park. So we're waiting to see if she wins.
Lucky I didn't enter. Swiss Miss, no added sugar, outstanding.
There you go.
It's not Mindy's.
Good to hear from Mr. Bland here. Swiss Miss.
Oh, well, you want some hot chocolate. Mindy's hot chocolate here. The other cities were Detroit, L.A., and Miami. Really? Okay, this guy is from where? I don't even know. Detroit, maybe. What? Peppermint Spike?
Hoodie out.
What?
I don't know.
I mean, he's from, because Detroit is one of the competing cities.
Brother.
Detroit is one of the competing cities. And I saw the people from L.A. and Miami.
What about the guy that looked like he worked at Culver's? How come he could be from Detroit?
Two African American. Because I saw him the other day, and he was from Los Angeles. I've seen the other contestants.
Cam Panis' daughter came into the studio.
We're trying to make something out of nothing.
Seriously, anything to get away from me right now. Sorry, Tracy.
Oh my
Tracy,
God.
I love you, but you gotta walk with this for a little bit.
No, I don't, because I saw the other contestants, and I was merely giving you play-by-play of what chefs were on now.
They show the shot of the young brother up there. He might be from Detroit. No bleep.
Brother, let me give you a word of advice.
Okay.
Always bet on black.
Oh my God. Okay, you know what? You better watch out there.
And that's all, folks.
Poor Tracy.
Oh, that wasn't very nice.
No, but we got the first base umpire immediately with the demonstrative out. Right there, Shane, right down the first base bag. Bam! Out! Right there.
That's good.
It's so good. The Chicago Cut Steakhouse is the classic Kap J Hood cut of the day. Fantastic. By the way, today is National Tater Tot Day.
Ooh.
Tater tot or fry for you?
Well, it was definitely fries until I had kids, and then it started to, waver a little bit. I think I'm a tater tot guy.
Tater tot. How about that?
Tater tot guy.
How about that? So along with Groundhog Day, you're going to see your shadow for the next 6 weeks. Also National Tater Tot Day. We thank you for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood. Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Jay Moore. How about we do this Tuesday? Thank you, Jesse.
Great seeing you, J Hood.
So long, everybody. From Chicago.
Well, see you later.
I've got the best job, Carm.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Come on, Jesse.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
The big game is almost here, and Hooters has your game day covered. Order your favorites at order.hooters.com and pick up before 3 p.m. on game day, and you'll score a 20% off coupon for your next visit. Wings, football, a bonus win. Order now at order.hooters.com.
It's a car shopper's dream at the Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Experience all the latest cars, trucks, and SUVs on a variety of indoor test tracks. Buy your tickets today at chicagoautoshow.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey guys, you ready to let the dogs out?
What? Carmen DeFalco.
It's kind of impressive.
John Yurkovich.
Yes!
This is the Carmen and Jurko Show on ESPN Chicago.
It's like it's out there for everybody to see.
It is what it is. Carmen Jurko.
Check this out. Check this out. Check this out.
Good morning. Hope everyone had a great weekend. It is Carmen and Jurk. We are back. We have made it to Super Bowl week. Jurk. Bowl week. Super Bowl 60 on Sunday. The free-for-all that is Media Day right around the corner. And once we get some real injury reports, it'll be interesting to see how the New England Patriots list Drake May and how much of a participant he's going to be this week with his shoulder injury. How serious is that shoulder injury? Is this much ado about nothing? Is there something there? We will find out. We got all week to talk about prop bets, both like real hardcore serious football ones, some of the silly ones. We'll do it all this week, my friend. But good to be back. Hope everyone had a wonderful
I'm
weekend.
Excited. Yeah, I'm
very
excited.
excited. Very excited, my friend.
It is. It's Super Bowl week.
You know, it wasn't
ready for it.
It wasn't a bad sports weekend without football. I got to be honest. Like the college basketball was good. Watched a lot of Kansas. Want to get into that a little bit later because of the Darren Peterson stuff. Watched Illinois' comeback against Nebraska yesterday. That Illinois team is good. That team is really good. And that Wagler kid all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Like, where did this come from?
Well, I mean, he's kind of been there, and he's kind of popped. They've had different guys pop all year. You know, Stojakovic gave you a 30-point game 2 games ago, but he's been kind of a roller coaster. He's been up and down. He had 11 points before that 30-point effort. Afterwards, I think he's given you about 14 points. Wagler in the last 3 games has scored 100 points.
It's unbelievable.
Including that big 46-point effort against Purdue.
Yeah, and 28 on yesterday.
Merkovich has been a pretty steady individual player for him. He's been solid.
They're
Rebounds,
good, man.
gets down under. He's a 6'10 guy with a little bit of beef on him. And the 2 Croats had themselves at least a little bit of a game yesterday. The Ivasic's brother, Tomislav and Zvonimir, where they actually looked like they knew what the hell they were doing. And they made a contribution yesterday.
I thought
that was a very solid contribution. So if they could get consistent play out of everybody at the same time, and the crazy thing is they can go 10 deep. When Boswell comes back, they can go 10 deep.
Yeah, they're doing this right now without Boswell. A win at Purdue, right? A win at Nebraska.
Yep.
Like, that's impressive.
Yep, a win against number 19 Iowa earlier in the year in part of this 10-game or 11-game win streak that they're currently on. They're tough. They're the number 1 team in offense in Ken Palm.
That's right. I saw that. I heard them mention it on the broadcast yesterday,
in the country. Yes, in the country. Defensively, they find themselves in the top 25, which is a pretty good little number for them. Look at the free throws that Nebraska shot yesterday and compare them to what the Fighting Illini had a chance and the opportunity to shoot. You'll find out that they had 25, I think, chances from the free throw line.
26.
26. How many did they make?
21.
And the other team 4 for 5?
4 for 5.
That disparity over the course of the season is there. So if you look at it over the course of the year with the total amount shot and the average per game, you will see that there's a decided advantage for the Fighting Illini. You know they hit, at one point during the season, they were hitting 80% of their free throws. Yeah. They might be at 79 or 78% right now. I don't know because I haven't looked up the stats lately. So the Fighting Illini are playing well, but the problem is it's not even a problem. They're winning games without playing their best basketball. You know, they've got a faction of the team in each individual game that plays very well, and some guys don't play well. But together, and I think they're getting a little bit of a feeling for each other, I think together they're very happy for each other with the way they're playing, the way they're doing things. I think Underwood's got a real nice grasp of what this team is all about. And if he can get them playing their best basketball in March, they are a legitimate contender to go at it. For me, it's a Final Four team. Can they be a Final Four team?
Right.
And then anything can happen
right,
in the Final Four.
Just can you get to a Final Four?
Crazy things can happen. Can they be a team that goes to the Final Four? Can they be a 1 or a 2 seed? The answer is absolutely they can. I was expecting them only to go 2-2 in the games, the 4 games they had against Purdue, Nebraska, Michigan State, and Michigan. I said if they can go for 2, win the rest of their games, this is a team that was going to have 5 losses going into the Big Ten tournament. They'd be seated correctly. They'd be seated up there. They'd have all those buys. You know how junky that
Sure.
tournament looks like.
Sure.
It's got like it comes off from the championship. The bracket, it looks like something I've never seen before, where there's teams that are seated like 2 rounds ahead.
2 rounds.
And then they start playing the playing games,
That's
in
right.
essence, in the Big Ten tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So they get in there, they win a couple of games. If they don't play in the final or they lose the final, whatever, doesn't make a difference. I think they still end up a number 1 or a 2 seed, which is all you could really ask for. And then hopefully they're playing in the Midwest. They're not shipping them out west, you know.
There's games at the UC this year.
There are games
in about
in the
6
USC.
weeks. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, very impressive.
That's the round of 16 in the round of 8.
In the round of 8,
Yeah.
that's right. Yeah, regional final is going to be here.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's your synopsis. And when Boswell gets back, when Boswell gets back, does he upset the apple cart? He's a 14-3-4 guy or a 14-4-3 guy. Boswell's a hell of a player, penetrator.
You want Wagler playing, though, right now. I'll tell you that
He's
much.
pretty damn good. Yeah,
He's really good.
And Stojakovic is the guy that's kind of giving you some upside and some downside. He's more of a slasher. He's a more guy that drives to the basket, and that's necessary in some of the games that you play. But he's searching for consistency.
I was sure to keep golf on one TV all weekend. I just wanted to see beautiful Torrey Pines. It just, I don't know. Is
I'll give you an update.
that masochism or is it like
No.
what? Does it take us to a better place? Like I had it on the TV,
Takes
golf
you.
in HD,
Yep.
when it's just miserable and gray and drab and snowy and cold here. I'm looking at Torrey Pines. I'm like, oh God, that
Takes
looks
you
good.
to a better place.
Mike, it takes me to a better place, Yurko. That's
I
right.
can give you an update. Early in December, Jurko will be playing Torrey Pines.
Is that right? Early in December.
I'm going
I already
out.
got golf at the end of the year planned.
I'm going out with the Mexican. He turned 60.
Damn, dude.
My buddy John Andrade. So we've got that game plan
Look at
already
you.
set to rock. Go out there, play the North and the South
That's
course.
great.
Get out and have ourselves a little bit of vino, some fine food. And
I'm a
some
little
steaks
jealous.
and stuff.
That's beautiful.
I'm not surprised.
Way to go.
Yeah, but you got to
Pinehurst and Torrey Pines in the same year.
If you don't have a game plan, then what kind of plan do you have?
Well, you got to have a game.
You got to have a game plan.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
It's like you making the chili the other day.
You got to have a game
You had
plan.
a game
Mise
plan.
en place, your
Was that-
game plan.
Was that pancetta or just regular bacon?
That was pancetta, yeah.
Pancetta in your chili.
Yeah.
Intriguing.
Yeah. Well, you know, anything with fat, anything with bacon, anything with
It
fat.
still intrigued me, Carm.
Well, good. Go ahead.
That was
Have at it.
lightly cubed pancetta.
And I wanted to do one like pre-Super Bowl recipe.
Was that
for
a half
everyone.
a pound?
That was a half a pound of pancetta.
Half a pound, 8 ounces of pancetta.
Yes. Yeah.
Pound of ground beef.
1 pound of ground beef. Yeah. It was actually like a third of a pound of pancetta. Actually,
A third?
now that I think about it, yeah, it was like a
Not a
third of a
half,
pound,
third?
not quite a half a pound.
Okay.
And yes, a pound of ground beef. So go ahead if you want a good Super Bowl recipe.
So check it out.
Social media. I'm telling you, man. Read the recipe.
The recipe's
There's
there.
beans in the recipe.
There's
Like,
beans there.
I can't.
Did somebody get on you because you didn't use beans? What'd you use? Lima bean, kidney beans?
No,
What kind of
black beans. I see
Black
you can
beans.
use red beans, pinto beans.
I saw the black beans going in. I watched it happen.
Apparently, people just I don't know what it is. You know, I don't know.
Remember,
Boy, I tell you,
don't let it bother you, Carmen.
I don't
Don't
generally.
let the reactions bother
I
you.
don't generally, but like it gets annoying when it's like there are beans in the chili. Read.
I don't read the reactions.
Read.
Do you know what I'm saying?
People.
I post, and I don't read the reactions. Because you don't know who's,
It's unbelievable.
You don't know who's coming at you.
It's unbelievable.
So you don't read them. That way you don't know about
There
it.
are beans in the chili. So if you want a good Super Bowl, something great to make that's easy.
Yeah.
You know, it's easy and it's delicious.
Yeah.
You'd make a little chili bar for everybody. You could put some elbow macaroni on the side if people like it. You got a few little things you got to put out as accoutrement, and that's it. It's an easy, delicious,
Little
one
cheese.
pot.
Yeah.
You know,
That's all you need.
Cooking. That's all you need for the Super Bowl this weekend.
That's
So
all you need.
So go to my Instagram and you will see
chili.
the only chili recipe you will need.
And there were beans in it, you fools.
There are beans in the chili.
Jeez, come on.
It's unbelievable.
Get your heads out of your asses.
I can't believe people care
Sticking
this
there?
much about beans.
It's
I'm
unbelievable.
looking at the
Chili.
comments right now. They're all like, what the hell, Carm? No beans?
Unbelievable. There are beans
Chili.
in there.
Chili.
You can clearly see it. It says so in the recipe.
Yeah.
I like, you know, yes. Now, some people do prefer a beanless chili.
Yeah, did you wash your beans?
I rinsed
rinse
them,
them?
yes.
You're
Yeah.
rinsing
And I
your
did not
beans.
make like from scratch beans. That was just a can of black beans. And yes, then I rinsed them.
Yeah, it was a can of black beans.
Yes, can of black
Absolutely.
beans.
Of
yeah.
course
If you
you-
want to make them from scratch, have at it.
How
You
do you
can.
make- You got to grow them in the backyard.
No,
is the way they
just
start.
if they're
I mean,
just raw beans.
The hell you
if they're just
talking
raw
about?
beans. Sometimes I'll do that, like if I'm
Carm's
making,
out in the garden in the middle of the winter harvesting beans. I mean, what do you have?
Can of black
that?
beans, can of pinto beans, all you need. Yeah, you're good to go.
Did you put pinto beans in
No,
there,
I
too?
just did black beans. Yeah, I'm just saying you can use a variety.
All
of
right,
bean.
all right. I'm just trying to figure it out.
But
I mean, it
holy
looked delicious.
cow, it was delicious.
And then I saw the spices you went in there.
There's-
You gave the
I
amount,
gave all
everything.
the spices, so everybody
Everything
knows.
you needed. Yeah, I saw it just go in because I was watching the video.
Yeah,
had the volume down.
That's fine.
Didn't want to disturb my neighbors. Had the volume down, and I saw it, and there was like 6 of them in there. 6 different
or
kinds.
7 spices. Yeah. The spices, the measurements, it's all in there for you in the video.
A little paprika.
Yes, the little paprika.
Smoked paprika,
No,
too?
just regular.
Just regular sweet paprika?
Just sweet paprika. Yeah.
Any cumin in there?
Of course. Can't have chili without cumin, Yerk. You know.
Oh, I saw it. I saw
So there you
cumin.
go.
Oh, my Irish eyes were smiling, and I'm not even Irish.
So Yerko's right. Have a plan of attack for
Gotta have
Super
a
Bowl
plan,
Sunday.
people.
Go get the recipe.
By the way, that'll be Friday. The keys will be the keys
Sure.
to prepare for the Super Bowl weekend.
Yeah.
I'm not breaking the game down itself.
A little. Well, I mean, like we have all week to break the game
I'm
down.
recovering from last year's Super Bowl where I had 4-0, and
man.
Mahomes threw the Hail Mary, and it cost me $23K. No, I can't.
That
I
is
can't
brutal.
do it again. I've got squares again this year. I don't. I haven't looked at one number. I don't care. Somebody call me if I win. That's what I told them.
I never win
if
squares.
I win, call me.
I'm telling you, sometimes, some people are just lucky. Some people have it,
I was sitting on the number.
And Yurko actually has hit some squares before in the past. Like, I never win squares, ever. I never win. I'll have 4 squares going this weekend, probably. Who knows, maybe even more. Wherever I go to watch the game, you always get suckered into another 50 or another 25.
100.
All right, another 100. Here you go.
I wish it was just 100.
And I never win those stupid squares pools, but I love doing it. I don't want to miss out on it. I have a bunch of squares already. I'll buy more as the week goes on.
A great one that I'm in that like the neighbors get paid. Like your 4 neighbors, north, south, east, and west. If you hit the square, they also get money.
That's great.
The neighbors. I got one that's +2. Like whatever the score is, you add 2 to each
You
side.
add 2? Oh my God!
You add
guys
4. You subtract 2 and subtract 4. The reverse.
Wait, so if
gets
it's
paid.
2-4, it really becomes the winner. The guy who has 4-6 has
Is also.
Oh,
gonna collect
that's
a little,
great.
He's going to wet his beak a
That's
little bit.
great.
Yeah,
You guys
so
really.
So last year I plotted it after I lost, and I looked at it. Don't be around me, because it's like if you're looking at like where you plot the graph, like where people are at and what hits. There's a big void where I'm at and around me, and then everything else is hit.
Here's a good topic for today. You just made me think of, Yerk. Like, what's your favorite part of Super Bowl Sunday? Is it the game itself? Is it like hanging with buddies and when your team's not in it, you're just kind of there to enjoy the game and enjoy the camaraderie and do a little drinking on a Sunday? Is it like food? Is it squares?
It's a 5:20 start, right?
I think 5:30 is the official kick. Yeah,
5:20 start.
Something
I believe
like
it's
that.
5:20 for the national anthem.
You might.
And
be
they
right.
might kick it off a little bit later on, depending upon how long the singer wants to sing.
The actual kick looks like it goes at 5:30, and then
Okay.
like the anthem is at about 5:20.
We get together about 1 o'clock with a handful of buddies of mine. I'm going to kick it off if you don't mind. I'm going to kick it off.
What do you mean kick it
Give
off?
you an example.
Yeah,
of
go.
What
I love this.
we meet at.
What's
Karma,
your favorite part?
We meet at Karma Cigar at about 1:30, 2 o'clock.
See, this is a great tradition.
We
you
get
guys
there
have.
and we cocktail it up, and we're smoking cigars. And then at about 4:45, we leave and we go to the place that we're going to watch the game. It's
great.
But we have a couple cigars and a little scotch and a little bourbon, depending on what the individual choices are.
Just shooting the breeze with
Shoot
the fellas.
breeze,
You're getting
guys
ready.
I
That's
went
a
to
great
high
little
school with,
tradition.
Get together, start it off, kick it off with the cigars. They got the stuff on the TV, all the crap.
Yeah, there's a lot of
4
pomp and
5
circumstance,
hours
I know.
of BS that you've got to listen to.
Yeah.
With people that used to play that think they know what they're talking about that they don't know crap.
Well, like who? Like
anybody that's on TV. Anybody that's on TV. Those guys. The radio guys are the ones with the knowledge.
Oh, really?
That's who you
Just
need
the
to
radio
talk
ones.
to.
Yeah.
The guys that played professionally on radio.
Okay.
Like Boomer.
Like Boomer.
Boomer Esiason. Now that he's no longer on
Well,
TV.
but there's a lot of guys that play that. Or you're saying, but the
Boomer.
TV guys, you think
TV
don't?
guys don't know nothing.
Really?
That's the piss missile we're looking for right there.
The piss
Yeah,
missile.
Tony Romo maybe be the
Tony
one
Romo
exception.
doesn't know anything.
The one exception.
I don't think so. But I like that tradition. Yeah. So,
Yeah,
like, what's your
that's what we're
favorite
gonna
part?
do.
What do you look forward to the most? 312-332-3776. I do love the squares, even though I never win. I know I'm never going to win, but I get excited about it. I'm like, oh, I can't wait to see my numbers. I'll have a handful of prop bets going for the game. Maybe play the side as well. And then we're off and running. I mean, I feel like you got to take a little bit and sprinkle it on one team or the other. It is the Super Bowl after all. But, ring us up and let us know. Jurko talked about having a plan. You got to have a plan. Bears have to have a plan to fill a couple of important roles. And I want to talk about that with you coming up next. We were off the air Friday, when the breaking news happened later in the day. And I was listening to Waddle and Silvy. That's how I found out about it. They broke in, and my reaction was the same as Silvy's. I went, whoa. You could tell Silvy was floored. The thing that floored us on Friday, late in the day, we were towards the end of the show, was what happened in Minnesota. Jack played the breaking news sounder. Jack and Jacob played it, and they said, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah is out in Minnesota. And we went, what? He was just at the Senior Bowl. We were like, whoa. My reaction was the same late Friday when I heard that Declan Doyle is indeed departing and that he is Jesse Minter's play caller and offensive coordinator in Baltimore. Now the Bears have to fill that role. When you have an offensive coach, when your head coach calls plays, I want to ask Jurko how important that OC role actually is. And I still want to get back to the Ian Cunningham thing. We did have a long time to talk about that. The more I thought about it on Friday as the day went on and the more I heard Waddle and Silvy talk about it, the more aggravated I got. Not that the Bears let him go. I think they did the right thing. I don't think the Bears should have said, nope, we're going to block it because we're not getting compensation. The fact that the Bears don't and that there's no process for them to make their pitch to the NFL as to why they should receive compensation, it does kind of stick in my craw here a little bit. Anything you want to talk about, whether it's Super Bowl stuff, the game, the fun stuff, what you're looking forward to on Sunday, Bears-related stuff, 312-332-ESPN. I got a few things I want to read to you guys from Bears-related from Brad Biggs' column. Biggsy wrote a really good, lengthy column from the Senior Bowl over the weekend about the offseason. And I want to hit on a couple of specific things that he mentioned after being down there by all those different personnel people and all the people he knows around the league and what they're hearing about the Bears and what they think about the Bears offseason. So a lot of football-centric stuff, a lot of Bear stuff, but really a lot from the weekend that we kind of have to touch on and react to. A whole bunch of stuff happened, and we're here to take you through the morning. 312-332-ESPN for Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's a big week. Big. Scratch that. A super monstrous, ferociously big week on ESPN Chicago. Was that too much hype? We're all over the big game in San Francisco. Our big week coverage is presented by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships is designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators, explore financing options, and stop on by. They value you and your time, getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
How about fresh seafood? From crispy calamari to tender clams, it all awaits at Donnie G's.
Good call. How about a legendary sandwich from Johnny's Beef?
Yes, the heavyweight champ.
We could do this all day, Carm.
You know, we really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene, Carm.
Oh, and what a perfect time. Restaurant Week is February 6th through the 15th. Grab the family and your friends, bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Empower. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Guests on ESPN Chicago call in on the Yuengling Hotline, where names and bold takes collide. America's oldest brewery, Yuengling, fuels the conversation. Chicago, raise a Yuengling. Please enjoy responsibly.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Declan Doyle's like a few months older, I think, than Lamar Jackson. He's 30, Lamar's 29. Declan Doyle's the new play caller in Baltimore with the Ravens. That news happened late in the day Friday, and I think it surprised a lot of Bears fans because everybody assumed after he pulled himself out of the running in Philadelphia that he would be sticking around. Now the Bears have to replace him. Tanner Eggstrand was a name that made a lot of sense because of his familiarity with Ben Johnson, and the two had worked together in Detroit. He was one and done with the absolute disaster they have on their hands with the Jets. Have we stopped that? Stop us if you've heard that before. The disaster they have on their hands with the Jets. I mean, my God, Aaron Glenn took a buzzsaw to a lot of the coaching staff, including Tanner Eggstrand, but he won't be coming to Chicago because he's joining Kevin Stefanski's staff. Stefanski has built a pretty impressive offensive staff around him in Atlanta, so you can cross that name off the list. I would ask you, because you've been around like a really great offensive-minded head coach in Green Bay that called the plays. You know, the head coach has a lot of responsibilities, and certainly Ben Johnson's doing that job on game day. How much do they lean on the OC, though, Yerk, during the course of the week to help with install and game planning and things like that as they get ready for an opponent?
Well, I mean, Ben Johnson's 1, and then the other guy's 1A, Declan Doyle. He'd be 1A. You know, I called him when he was hired more of a collator. And that's part of the process. You're putting together everything, you know. You're listening. You're communicating with your coach communicating with me, and then you put it all together. You're the guy putting it all together. And then the game plan's presented, and they're going over all the plays, and they're looking at all the plays, looking at all the down and distances, all the scenarios, the trick plays, the goal line plays, the 4-minute plays, all the different scenarios that you have. 1st and 10, 2nd and short, 3rd and this, you know, all of it's you're going over it. And then your coordinator could say, hey, maybe we should put this in. Maybe this should go in. Maybe we should remove that. And that process is going on all week. The analysis of what you have in the game plan. Should that stay in? Should it come out? Should we put something else in? You know, we only got 1 or 2 days to go ahead and run this.
Right.
The great coordinator, head coach kind of situations go, even when your guy is your head coach is the guy calling the plays, even when that's happening,
right,
is if you've implemented something 3 weeks ago and you haven't run it in 3 weeks, but you know it would be perfect there, then you and the coach can talk and say, yes, even though we haven't covered it, our guys are still responsible for it. And when they get to the sideline, you say, hey, we're going to run this because we like this play against this look.
See, this is good to hear because I think it's important. It's an important thing to remember just because you have an offensive head coach, or if you flipped it for defense too, it doesn't mean that the role of coordinator is not important as you get ready for game day and as you get ready for an opponent.
My one but in there is some guys are great positional coaches. Okay? Some guys can be assistants. The actual calling of the game, the feel that you get for it, about what the other team doing, is an art. Mm-hmm. And some guys do it better than others. Some guys are better artists than other artists. All right? You've seen it over the course of time.
Yes.
Matt Nagy, not so much. Ben Johnson, yes. Kyle Shanahan, yes.
Yeah.
you can go around the league and you kind of have a feeling on guys that can call plays, can anticipate things from the other side, can put your team in the best position to have a successful play. Some are better than others. We don't know what Declan Doyle is. They're going to find out in Baltimore.
They're going to find out in Baltimore. He did get to call plays for a couple of the preseason games. I mean, at least it's a little experience. Ben allowed him that opportunity, but you're right.
I mean, that's the step.
Yeah.
You know, and some guys are better at it than others. Some guys can anticipate. Some guys feel it, you know?
Now, he's trained with two good people. He was with Sean Payton in 2 stops. He was here for a year with Ben Johnson. And if he's absorbed it all, but man, he's 30. Jesse Minter, I think, is only 38 or 39. He's the new head coach in Baltimore, where he has coached before with Harbaugh, and now they turned to a 30-year-old offensive play caller. So they got 2 young guys calling plays. You know, at least here, even though this was Ben's first head coaching job, he's been calling plays for a while, and he's still very young. They paired him with a very seasoned defensive coordinator who's been a head coach not once but twice, and comes with a lot of experience, a more veteran coach. And there are a few other veteran coaches on the staff. It'll be interesting to see how this all goes in Baltimore with 2 coaches calling the plays now from a coordinator standpoint, head coach and coordinator standpoint, that are just very, very young. But I'm glad you broke that down that way. And lest anyone think, it doesn't really matter, you still want to find the right guy, someone that can help. If it didn't matter, Sean Payton might not be changing offensive coordinators. You know, of course Sean's the play caller. He fired a good friend, a guy that's been with him for a long time. There was something, obviously, that he didn't like about the way things went this year with Joe Lombardi. Lombardi's coached with him for a while, and Sean felt like he needed to make a change. So that'll tell you it's not an unimportant job just because your head coach is your offensive play caller. And now the Bears have to go about the business of replacing him. And the other thing is still the Ian Cunningham stuff. I think everybody's grateful that Ian Cunningham's getting an opportunity to spread his wings and advance. He is getting a promotion. I still don't get how the league decides these rules and then these technicalities where the Bears aren't going to be getting those 2 third-round picks. And apparently there doesn't appear to be anything within the system for the Bears to sort of appeal that or plead their case. I don't get it. From the league standpoint, this is exactly what you're trying to cultivate. This is what you want. And you want more minority hires. You want more minorities in the game getting an opportunity to advance. Ian Cunningham is advancing. As you pointed out on Friday, you can guarantee that Ian Cunningham just got a really nice bump in pay. Why? Because he's advancing. He's in a different role. He has been promoted. And on a technicality, you're going to say to the Bears, well, you don't get picks for that.
Yeah, the system worked, and then the way you have it to reward the team, you decide you want to withhold it.
It's ridiculous.
Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense. What are you trying to promote here if you're the league? What is it that you're trying to encourage and cultivate? And why would you... I don't know. Why it feels like you're kind of dinging a team on a technicality. Well, this is Matt Ryan last week talking about his role now in Atlanta and the role of, at the time, it was still just whomever the GM, the future GM is going to be. We know now it is Ian Cunningham. Take a listen.
The difference is I'm not doing the scouting. I'm not, doing running those meetings. Our general manager would do that. The general manager role is going to be exactly the same as what it's been here before. And that's something we've made clear to everybody on the coaching side that we've met with up until this point. And we'll make clear, through that process to the general managers that we're going to look at in that process as well.
Terrence, anybody in either of those positions, they're not going to want to compromise the best people, which is the only people we're talking to. They will have no interest in compromising their job and be less of who they could be and should be in their role. And Matt has no desire to maximize his role with them or to overstep his role.
That's Matt Ryan and Arthur Blank.
Yeah.
All you need to hear is the very beginning of this.
The difference is I'm not doing the scouting. I'm not, doing running those meetings. Our general manager would do that.
That's Ian Cunningham. Right. That's a promotion.
Yep.
And Maybe we're getting worked up about the wrong things or the silly things.
I
But
think you're worked
it's
up at the fact that you're not getting compensated.
And
if he went to another job where he's a general manager, you would be getting compensated with 2 third-round picks.
I think it's ridiculous.
There's a legitimate gripe.
I do.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's a little bit unfair. And just aside from that, again, what are you trying to promote with these sorts of rules? And what are you trying to encourage? And teams should be rewarded for that. And that should continue to happen throughout the league. And I don't know why you can't even make your case maybe to the league and play those sound bites. I mean, if you're Ryan Poles, if you're George McCaskey right now, aren't you going to the owners' meeting? You're going to Roger Goodell's office saying, listen.
What's the problem?
What's the problem?
Yeah.
Of course he got a promotion. He absolutely did. It feels like they're getting shortchanged a little. You still are happy for Ian Cunningham, and you wish him the best. But the Bears will look to fill both of those roles now. 312-332-3776 if you want to ring us up. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Casino Queen Sportsbook is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code WMVP in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass through a per wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
Hey golfers, it's Tyler. It may be winter in Chicago, but golf season will be here before you know it. And if you want to be ready when the weather turns, you've got to plan now. That's where Golf on Any Tee or the GOAT app comes in. GOAT is a golf membership that gets you unlimited golf all year long at 20 courses across Chicagoland. No greens fees, no cart fees, just unlimited golf. Sign up now and book a tee time for the first day courses open. Visit golfonanytee.com or download the GOAT app today and golf like me, golf on any tee.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has delivered expert craftsmanship, honest service, and the industry's best warranties across Chicagoland, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. Now, the trusted name in home remodeling also powers M&M Commercial Roofing. From leak repairs to full roof replacements, your business gets the same quality, transparency, and long-term protection you expect from M&M. Protect your property. Call M&M Home Remodeling and M&M Commercial Roofing. Your peace of mind is guaranteed.
On eBay, every find has a story. Like if you're looking for a vintage band tee, not just any tee, the band tee. You wore it everywhere until your best friend stole it. Now you're on eBay, and there it is. Same tee from the same tour. The things you love have a way of finding their way back to you, especially on eBay. Where else can you find that mint trading card you searched everywhere for, or your first car, the one you wish you never sold? It has to be eBay. Shop eBay for millions of finds, each with a story. eBay, things people love.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering 25% off windows and doors and 0% APR for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends February 28th, 2026.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously, or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
When Chekhov saw the long winter, he saw a winter bleak and dark, bereft of hope. Yet we know that winter is just another step in the cycle of life. But standing here among the people of Punxsutawney and basking in the warmth of their hearths and hearts, I couldn't imagine a better fate than a long and lustrous winter. From Punxsutawney, it's Phil Connor. So long.
I'll tell you, his career's been long and distinguished. Some of his finest work, Bill Murray in Groundhog Day, a movie that, sort of in an ironic sense, never gets old. It's just great. It is great, great, and today is Groundhog Day.
And you kind of appreciate it second, the third, or the fourth time you watch it because you pick up on some of the little nuances that you may have missed.
You speak French. It's just great. The groundhog did see his shadow, which means 6 more weeks of winter. Of course, it's all nonsense anyway. We know that.
Even if he didn't see a shadow,
it doesn't
spring
matter.
wasn't around the corner.
Boy, I think
it's still
it's
6 to 8 weeks away, guys.
I don't know what it is. If it's the movie's 30 years old. I mean, I don't want to say it's the movie. I don't know if it's social media or I don't know what it is, but it seems like that whole. The whole pomp and circumstance is like bigger and more popular than ever. Did you see the crowd there this morning? I mean, it's crazy.
Sure.
And then all the knuckleheads. What possesses you in life to want to go to Gobbler's Knob to see the groundhog? Oh my God,
love it.
And then the knuckleheads dressed up like it's the late 19th century. And then they've got that poor groundhog. I mean, they're just like they're sort of holding him by the neck, like that.
How
poor,
they do it?
That poor groundhog's got. I mean, it got to be startled, right? All these people,
they've done it that way for years.
I guess. I mean,
it's the way you handle a wild animal.
A wild animal, a poor little sweet little groundhog. They're taking him out of his
put that thing in
his little hole,
and cradle him up to your neck. He'll take a big chunk out of your carotid artery. And what happened?
The poor little groundhog.
That's a groundhog just being a groundhog, man. And you get mad at it.
It's so crazy.
Uncle Chuck's dead. Why? He put the groundhog right next to his neck and took a big chunk out of it.
Yeah, right. And then they pretend like the groundhog's talking to them, and they read off the scroll. What a bunch of nonsense.
Theater of the round there.
God.
Theater
of the round. I love it. It's theater of the round. Mm-hmm. Well, the groundhog, that the little rat bastard did see his shadow. So
Marcus Lashak was calling it a rat all morning.
It is a rat.
I watched, and that's all I heard.
It's kind of a cute rat, but
This rat's coming out of its hole. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
But his accuracy rate is like 35 to 39%.
Yeah.
I mean, how do we even judge or
better
gauge
shooting
it?
than a lot of the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah. Better than
Well,
Patrick
you got a
Williams.
point.
Yeah.
Hey, Patrick Williams did have 24 points in 2 games over the weekend.
that?
He shot 8 of, I think he shot like 8 of 20 from the floor, 8 of 24 maybe from the floor. But
It's 33%.
not good. But hey, he did have 24 points, so he's got that going for
I
him.
like it.
Happy Groundhog Day. And yes, he did see his shadow. So we'll sit and wait through winter. Although I gotta say, I did appreciate the warm up this weekend. I mean, it's nuts when you go outside and you're like, hey, it's 27, not bad. It was kind of felt pretty good. Over the weekend.
I enjoyed it.
I'll take it, Yerk. I will take it. Jason is in Fort Wayne. What's going on, Jason?
Hey, this Ian Cunningham thing is killing me too, Carm. The fact that he went from assistant GM to GM and then his money went up tells me he got a promotion, just common sense. And then the league wants to get off on a technicality here. Why didn't we say, well, if we're going to operate this way, let's not be a mom and pop shop. This is the NFL. It's cutthroat. We're going to block it unless you want to negotiate here. Why couldn't we do that?
Well, I don't know if they. I think the option would be just to block it. I don't think you'd want to play with a guy's career like that and say we're going to use you as a negotiating chip. I wouldn't do that. Some people do think the Bears should have simply blocked it. I do not. I disagree. I don't think you would have played with his career though. And said,
I think
we're
the
gonna use it
NFL
as a
has to
negotiating
recognize
chip.
what it is. Recognize what it is. It's obvious to everybody.
It's obvious to everyone.
Yeah.
It's a promotion.
Yeah.
He has been promoted.
Yes, and just because Matt Ryan once played football doesn't mean that he'll be doing it. He'll be sitting in his office while his people are going about the football thing.
He
what
told you.
GMs do,
right?
Yes.
I mean, we played it. He told you.
Yes.
The GM's going to go out there and do the work and do the scouting and all those other things. He's just overseeing it. So maybe ultimately the buck doesn't stop with Ian Cunningham. He's going to be in charge of the day-to-day football operation, or at least he's going to have a huge say and a huge impact on the decisions that they make. And so it sure feels like he is getting a promotion, and I think the whole thing just kind of stinks, unfortunately. I don't know why the league's got that technicality in there. I guess there's a reason if you really get through it and you worry about people then gaming the system in a way. But that's clearly not the case here. Ian Cunningham has been with the franchise in the role he's in for a little while. He's interviewed for other jobs around the league. He's been highly thought of. Everybody knew it was only a matter of time before he got a job. And now he's gotten one, which is a promotion. And they want to hold things up here on some sort of weird technicality. Carl in Antioch wants to talk Bulls and Giannis, which, hey, that's a big week for the trade deadline and big week for Giannis. Let's see if he's out in Milwaukee because the trade deadline arrives on Thursday. What's going on, Carl?
Yeah. Hey, what's going on? Happy New Year's, everyone. Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's.
What do you mean Happy New Year's?
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year. I haven't had a chance to tell you guys Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Carl.
Yeah, but I mean, geez, it's February 2nd. It's Groundhog Day. I don't know.
Carl, I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, thank you. I know it's Groundhog Day. Carl, I celebrate Hedgehog Day, and I got to tell you, I sat on the porcelain throne this morning, and my hedgehog saw a shadow also, but that's my fault. I didn't put enough water in the thing.
Good for you.
And real quick, Bill Murray, maybe Aiden could write this down. Mad Dog and Glory, underestimated Robert De Niro and Billy Murray.
That's a great movie.
Classic. And tell Aiden there you could write down Defending Your Life with Albert Brooks, Cadillac Man with Tim Robbins and Robin Williams. Last Boy Scout, nice football movie with Damon and Bruce Willis.
What are you just shouting out movies now? You want Aiden to watch a bunch of movies? Jack's not even here today. Aiden's with us.
Am I taking notes?
I told Aiden. I told him I was just going to eat some. Real quick, the chili bar. I got real important. If you could get dehydrated pastillas, guajillos, or even chile de árbol, grind them at home and then use them instead of just buying them already pre-made.
Absolutely.
Don't forget some cotija and queso fresco along with your shredded cheddar as an option. And if you're going to go really spicy, don't be afraid of a little brown sugar or cinnamon in there to kind of contrast the heat. Sweet and spicy.
Oh.
I used honey instead of
honey. I saw
cinnamon,
that.
Instead of brown sugar.
Carm popped
There
a
you
little
go.
honey.
I like that.
Go
And also,
look
if
at the
you
recipe.
Get some masa flour.
Go look at the
skim
recipe.
the fat. Don't do tomato paste. Skim the fat. Mix it with the masa flour that they use for tamales, and you make like a roux or kind of a slurry.
Carl,
Then put
listen,
that
I got to
corn
be
syrup in
honest,
masa-
Carl. Nobody, I mean, I don't know. You're
Love
Rick Bayless. You're Roger Ebert. Say what you wanted to say. You called to make a point about Giannis. Let's get to it here.
Well, he wants to wish you a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, belated. I think that I say let's go for it because all these draft picks, they're all so young. They're so unknown. They're unpredictable. Let's give them Vucevic. Let's give them Ayo. Let's give them Kobe. Let's send them a couple first-rounders. Let them deal with picking what 18, 19-year-olds are going to be good in 7 or 8 years. We already got Patrick Williams to deal with. Let's give us Giannis, and let's give them 2 first-rounders. Let's just build around Giddey, Giannis, and who's the other good guy we got?
Buzelis.
Buzelis.
I doubt you're getting
those
Giannis without giving up Buzelis, though. That wouldn't seem to make
we're
much
keeping
sense.
Buzelis, Giddey, and the other guy I mentioned. Let's just build around those 3. Give them everyone else. Give them Kobe. Give them the French guy.
Yeah, but
the
you say,
18-year-old.
you say, give him everyone else. Why would Milwaukee do a deal like that without getting Matas Buzelis in the deal? Like that, I don't know. That doesn't seem to make much sense. Thank you, Carl.
Yeah.
Well, you could say give him everybody. That seems to be fantasy
That's
world.
right. Happy New Year.
I don't know what's going to happen with Giannis, if he's going to get traded or not. I would think he is going somewhere after the tumultuous run they've been on this year and these last couple of weeks. Everybody's making a big deal about the drop in odds for the Bulls. That was a big story over the weekend. They were like plus 4,000 to get Giannis. They're now, I think, the second choice after Golden State. They're like 4-1. And people are wondering why that's the case, like what happened. I'm amazed at how much. Can you imagine 2 years ago if this would have come up? how Bulls fans, I think, unanimously would have been like, yes, go get Giannis.
Yeah.
I'm amazed at how much, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, almost, not dissension, but like how split it feels like it would be amongst Bulls fans. That there is a huge contingent at this point that's like, no,
untradeable.
We don't want Giannis.
There's some guys that are untradeable on this team again.
There's nobody on the Bulls that is untradeable.
I like the freaky Greek. Let's bring him in here,
Lest
man.
anyone think anybody on this Bulls roster is untradeable, I mean, give me a break. I hope nobody would. I don't think it's that Bulls fans think someone is untradeable. I think people have soured on Giannis, and he's older.
Sure he is.
And people make the argument now, well, if you've got to give them all your draft picks, and you would have to give them a slew of first-round picks, and you have to give them Matas, and you have to give them, let's say, Ayo and Vooch, like, how do you build a team then around Giannis, and is it really worth it? I still think it'd be pretty worth it exploring getting a player like Giannis here. I mean, that would get you, like, the hard part. The Bulls have had one superstar player since Michael. One. And
He's
unfortunately,
31.
it was pretty short-lived with Derek.
Right, 31, Carl.
He is 31.
He's 31.
And he's not going to age as well as a shooter because he's a wrecking ball. So he's not going to probably age quite as gracefully. You're already seeing it this year with some injuries. But I'm a little surprised at how it feels like it's more, maybe it's not 50-50, maybe it's, 70-30? Maybe we should poll it real quick. I mean, Silvy's the king of all the polls.
Oh.
He did a web poll where they almost got...
He embraces them.
Did you see they almost got a unanimous vote, which never happens?
I did not see it. What was
it? The poll that Silvy put on his Twitter on Friday was, Bulls fans, are you satisfied with the job that AK has done? Do you know what it finished?
100%
98% said no.
Oh, boy.
Like, I don't think we've ever seen that. I feel like
that's substantial.
Throwing the poll up there now and maybe Silvy did that one recently. I don't even know.
What poll? Let me
about Giannis. Like, Bulls fans, would you encourage the Bulls to trade for Giannis? But I've heard from a lot of Bulls fans, like Jack McGrath. Jack's off today. Aiden's with us. Young Aiden even said it this morning in the meeting. He goes, I don't know if I would trade for Giannis at this point.
If you get him, he's running the floor with four bozos because you're going to have to give up just about everything.
Yes, and you're giving up all your draft picks for sure.
By the way, Carm, that poll was almost 4,100 votes, 98%.
98% out of 4,100 votes. Like, that never happens.
Yeah.
But I can't even believe there's 2%. The job that AK has done, I mean, give me a break. This team.
Yeah, he's not good.
Please.
It has not been good.
This team is... And who knew why? They'll get to Friday and watch, nothing will change. Ayo will be on the team. Kobe will be on the team. Vooch will be on the team. They missed the boat on trading Vooch. I mean, I think Collie reported over the weekend that nobody wants Vooch. How they didn't trade him a year ago when he was averaging 20 and 10. There were like four guys in the league averaging 20-10. He was one of them.
He is one of them.
How they didn't trade him?
Centerpiece, Carm. He's a center, and he's a piece.
He's a center, and he's a piece.
Yeah, he's a centerpiece of what the Bears are going to do.
But are Bulls fans so soured on Giannis that you'd be like, no, pass, don't want him? That's felt, and just hearing the conversation in the last week or so, like more. I feel like there's more people in that camp than you would have thought a year ago or 2 years ago for sure. I do think he'll get moved. I don't think it'll be here to the Bulls. What a shakeup that would be at the end of the week. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
$2 million the Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who experienced negligent lighting. If you're a victim of negligent lighting, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group. Hey, this is Jurko. You all know I played professional football. I've been on the radio for many years. I've had the chance to endorse a lot of products and companies, but I've always believed in only backing the ones I truly trust. And now I get to endorse a company owned by close friends, the Verdoyak Law Group. They've been helping people for over 60 years, even some of my friends and neighbors. Just like choosing an experienced doctor, you want skilled lawyers by your side. With $9 billion recovered and 40,000 clients served, they're proven experts in personal injury, accidents, wrongful death, and more. Call my friends at 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group will do great for you, too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back, we'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I dislike winter. Give me a 95-degree sunny summer day and I'm a happy guy. So I spend most of my winter free time indoors, and it's why I rely on Automatic. They've been making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable for 80 years. I don't even have to think about the outside because my home is perfect all year round. If you're not feeling confident that your winter's gonna be carefree, go to Automatic.com right now. That's Automatic.com.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the light. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match, only on ESPN.
The post-crib assembly press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, well, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com.
That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
And I put it on my X, at Carmen DeFalco. Vote if you want. Bulls fans, would you be in favor of a Giannis trade? So far, there's only a few votes, but everybody did vote yes. Yeah, retweet it. Your millions of fans, your legion of fans. I think I'd still be in favor of a Giannis trade, you guys. I know you'd gut your I get why there's some reservation, but give me Giannis in a Bulls uniform for a few years. Doesn't it beat what they have going on right now?
2 minutes in, it's 80-20.
It's 80-20.
80-20, yes. 2 minutes in.
Let's see how this finishes. I think I think there are more Bulls fans that are very lukewarm, if not just totally turned off by the idea altogether at this point. Eddie's on the north side. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, good morning, guys. Didn't we try this before? I mean, we tried to build a super team with Levine, DeRozan, that, and then everyone was saying, well, maybe we should have kept Pax, not get rid of Marketing. And the guy that you mentioned, Matisse, what is his name? I can't even.
Lenny Matisse.
He's talking about Matisse.
I believe he is the best player on the Bulls. We should keep that guy and build around him. Now, if he took shots like all the superstars do, from 20 to 25 shots a game, that guy would probably average about 30 points a game.
30
I mean,
a game?
He's a great
Whoa.
shooter. I think so.
You know how few guys average 30 points a game?
Well, maybe I'm shooting it a little bit much.
I think maybe a little bit.
My other thing is, guys, would you agree with me with this? That Josh Allen got his coach fired.
Like, you mean he went in and said something?
No. His play. 3 interceptions, 2 fumbles. This happens all the time in the playoffs with this guy. And he's been in the league for 8 years now. I didn't even know that. I thought he was in for 5.
The fact that they have not been to a Super Bowl and they have not competed for the championship 8 years, I think it's been.
Yeah.
That would lend itself to being fired. So I don't think it was specifically Josh Allen got him fired, but I think just the frustration of all the years in the playoffs,
right? Yeah,
not getting to the promised land is what ultimately got him fired.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say like all the time. Remember, he went 6 straight games in the playoffs without a turnover. That's an all-time record.
A record.
So to say that he.
But one other point is, man, he had Diggs for all these years, and you can't tell him that he didn't have his receivers. And look. Look who brings them to the Super Bowl. The Patriots.
Oh, Patriots. Oh, Stephon Diggs. You mean, yeah. Diggs had like the most. Diggs, I think, had.
Rookie.
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. Diggs had, I think Diggs was close to being like most playoff games ever without reaching a Super Bowl, right? I believe. And now he's made it to one.
Quite possibly, Carl.
Yeah. Let's say hi to Raul in Berwyn. What's going on, Raul?
What's going on, guys? I mean, I laugh when they talk about big names to the Bulls because don't nobody want to come to the Bulls. And you got to remember, our owner's Reinsdorf. He's the cheapest guy in ownership. He owns the White Sox, and he don't even invest money on the White Sox, and that's his favorite team. If Giannis comes here, he's not going to come here to win. He's going to promote himself, get a nice little shoe and a nice back and red color. Who cares, about the Bulls right now? We're talking about Super Bowl week right now, man. We're prepping up for Super Bowl week. Obviously, if it's not the Bears, who cares who wins? As long as you win squares, right?
I think you always care about the Super Bowl, even if your team's not in it, Raul.
Yeah,
to your
as long
point.
as I'm winning
Thanks,
squares,
Raul.
I'm with you.
The squares is like the most fun part if your team's not in it, perhaps. And all the other, entertainment and pomp and circumstance around it. It's fun getting together in a group. Not too big. You want to be able to watch the game a little bit.
Yeah.
Waddle Super Bowl parties used to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It was a little hard to kind of watch the game. We used to have to always get up in the morning and rewatch it.
Yeah.
It's a little hard to focus, but they were fun.
It was crowded
Great
there.
to commiserate.
He's a great host.
Great
he
host.
hosted a lot of people there. Randy used to bring about 40, 50 over.
Randy Merkin used to bring a lot of people.
40, 50, bring over a tray cookies.
Waddle, put me down for plus 12.
Yeah. Bring over a tray chocolate chip cookies that he sat and he rated while he was there. Who cares about the game? What about this chocolate chip cookie, man? What do you think?
Man.
I give it a 5.0.
I love Merck's cookie reviews. Fantastic. Yeah. He just did one down in the. It was on, where was he? Marco Island or somewhere.
Oh, he was down in Marco?
Yeah, it was like right after the New Year, I feel like.
Beautiful.
I don't think I haven't seen Merck do a cookie review.
A chocolate chipper?
It was a chocolate chipper. Yeah, I haven't seen him do one in a few weeks. I love Merck's cookie reviews. All right, sit tight on the phones. Whether you want to talk about Giannis, Bulls, Bears stuff, Super Bowl. Give us your thoughts, what you look forward to most for the game, especially when your team isn't in it. I mean, if the Bears were playing, it'd be a totally different type of week. But let us know what you look forward to the most. Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to give you my Italian fact. Thanks, Jay Moore. I forgot about that.
That's right.
I'll do that coming up right after 10 o'clock. Thanks, Jay Moore. I totally forgot about that. My bad. We're wrapped up in updating the poll and talking about Giannis. But I'll do that coming up. The little factoid. This is it, man. The Olympics start this week. Opening ceremonies at the end of the week. You'll get your little factoid, and that nugget will come in handy because you could win the prize at the end of the week if you know it.
I'd love to see that.
What's that?
You rapping Sylvie's poll.
Rapping Sylvie's poll? I don't know. That's taking it too far. I mean, you really just went a little too far. I don't know what's worse, that or the way you ruined Landman. I saw some people over the weekend, they're like, man, I can't believe Jurko ruined Landman.
That means culminating, wrapping it up, wrapping the poll.
Oh, yeah, that's what you meant. Yeah.
Jeez.
I mean, jeez.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, yeah, it was Saturday night at the daddy-daughter dance. It was a topic of conversation. They're like, boy, Jurko, I can't believe the way he ruined Landman. I was like, I couldn't either.
I loved it.
I could not believe it. I'm like, oh, my God.
Well, you looked at me and I'm going to do it. Carm's looking at me like with trepidation. He's like shaking his head.
I can't believe you.
I'm doing it.
I can't believe you. Yeah. Unbelievable. I'll give you the little factoid you need for the Olympics arriving in Milan this week. Plus, I want to play some Ryan Poles sound from over the weekend at the Senior Bowl on NFL Network. I think it was on NFL Radio, actually.
It's great stuff.
Where he was talking about Caleb and his development from year 1 to year 2. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-million, and win with Wallner.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family-owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. We say it every year, new you. But this year, I'm actually doing something about it. I've been going to Cairo One Wellness Centers for months now. My body feels great, and I'm moving better than ever. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to feel better and actually take care of your body, you gotta check out Cairo One. They have 50 locations across Chicagoland, so there is one near you. No drugs, no surgeries, just personalized chiropractic care. Visit ChiroOne.com today and let them know that Silvy sent ya.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Olympics start this week. And every day, we started this last week. Every day we're giving you a little factoid about Italy, the Italian people, Italian culture.
Love it.
As we get you set for the Olympic Games in Milan. And it's brought to you by our friends at the Village of Elmwood Park, where Restaurant Week kicks off on Friday. It coincides with the start of the Winter Olympiad this year. Yurko and I are going out tomorrow to Elmwood Park to hit some places.
Yes, we are.
Do a little video content, so that'll be up on our social pages.
We're very excited
later
about
in the
it.
week. We are. Yeah. Great dining throughout the Village of Elmwood Park.
Tremendous.
We'll give you a little factoid. And, so far you've learned about when Italians drink cappuccino and all about tiramisu and when it was invented and how quickly it spread all across Italy. Here's a factoid for you today. Pick me up. That's right, Yurko.
Tiramisu.
Here's a little factoid for you today. Yurko, what is arguably one of the most famous works of art that you can think of the Italian Renaissance?
Oh.
Like, what do you like? What?
Michelangelo's David.
Okay, that's good. But not a sculpture, an actual painting. That's
the girl with the smile on her face.
Okay, now you're getting close. Same artist.
Mona Lisa.
Same artist.
Mona Lisa.
What else do you think of?
I adore you.
I guarantee you, when you were a kid, growing up in your home, this painting was somewhere in the house.
The Leaning Tower of Pisa.
No.
No, the painting of the Final Supper.
The Last Supper.
The Last Supper.
Very
yes.
good. If you're Catholic,
who's Judas? I always say.
If you're Catholic,
he's the one looking away.
That's right. Chances are, your grandparents, your parents, depending on how old you are. My grandparents had it in their house, right in the kitchen.
100%.
A picture of the Last Supper.
Yes.
That famous painting, it's actually a mural on one of the walls, is on display in Milan at the Santa Maria delle Grazie.
Of course.
Da Vinci painted that mural. Are you ready? Took him 3 years, between 1495 and 1498.
Sure.
The church, which took 30 years to build, was completed in 1497.
Yes.
So as it was nearing completion in 1495, Da Vinci started the painting. It took him 3 years. Now, one of the most famous things about that church in Milan,
Santa Maria della Grazie.
Maria della Grazie, that church was nearly destroyed.
Oh, boy. World War II.
During World War II, during an Allied bombing.
Damn Germans.
No, it was an Allied.
Oh, Allied.
The Germans were the damn Germans. Yes, don't get me wrong, but it was an Allied. Remember, Mussolini was on the bad side.
Yes, he was. El fascismo.
Yeah. During an Allied bombing, a big part of the church, including the refectory where the refectory where the painting is It was the only wall to survive,
It survived.
actually.
I'm not surprised.
Go figure.
Yeah, I know how that works.
And so luckily it was
called the miracle.
preserved. It was a miracle.
The miracle at St. Anna.
It's an absolute miracle, Yurko.
Yep.
That one of the great works of the Renaissance survived. So there is your factoid for the day. Remember that later. You could be in the hopper for the $100 gift card.
It survived.
To dine in the Village.
The
Around
Onslaught.
Park.
The
There's a
Onslaught.
movie about that, right? Is that the...
Well, there's a Miracle at St. Anna. That's different. Spike Lee was the director of that movie.
Okay, isn't there a movie
And that's
about
a
that?
fantastic movie.
Yeah.
Remember, I used some of that Italian as members of Carmen's family talking about something.
Yeah, I do remember.
And Carmen understood it. No, that's a great movie in itself. It's about World War II. And it's about a group of soldiers that's protecting things out there, and they end up abandoning the village there, and they got to find a way to survive. If you haven't seen the movie,
I haven't
you should.
seen that.
Miracle of St. Anna. It's cold. It's still wintry. It will be for the next 7-8 weeks. Carve out a day for you to find that.
And I like
think
Spike
you'll
Lee
love it.
movies, man.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that, though. I don't know how I missed that one. But there's your factoid of the day. And
You'll
it's,
enjoy it, Carl.
I'm sure I will.
Yeah.
And it's a fascinating one
You've
when you
got
think
a
about
John
the history of
Leguizamo in there early.
that. Like John Leguizamo.
yeah.
Big fan. I want to play a couple things, then we'll get back out to the phones. We got some Giannis calls. Somebody's got a college basketball question for you.
Giannis?
Well, yes. Giannis could be traded here. I think he probably will get traded by the end of the week. And people are wondering, well, why do the Bulls odds to get him plummet down to 4-1 over the weekend? Just updating the poll question. Ooh, by the way, this is just breaking news.
Breaking news.
I just saw this pop up on my phone from Adam Schefter. The league just announced that the Saints will be the first ever home team. Will be the home team for the first ever NFL game to be played in Paris, France.
Oui.
During the 2026 season.
Of course.
So the Saints will play in Paris, the city of light.
Doesn't that make sense? New Orleans playing in Paris.
It makes perfect sense.
French Quarter.
The
whole ball and wax. You got Baton Rouge.
That's right.
It was founded by, wasn't that founded by Lafayette down there?
Yeah.
Not Lafitte Pincay. He's a jockey, Carm.
Thank you, Yurko. Yes.
Lafayette.
Yes.
Right?
I believe you're correct.
Yes.
Yes.
That makes perfect sense.
Paris will host
And
an
if-
NFL game in 2026. The Saints will be the home team.
If you think the French and the Parisians hate Americans now, wait till we invade their pitch. Wait till we invade their pitch with our beautiful game, okay? And see where the hatred really
They
starts.
thumb their nose at us
The
now.
streets in Paris will run with blood.
Here's the update on the poll question. On my ex, at Carmen DeFalco, Bulls fans, would you be in favor of a Giannis trade? 2/3 of the voters do say yes. About 68% saying yes, 32% right now saying no. Ryan Poles was on NFL radio over the weekend, Senior Bowl stuff, just making the rounds, talking about the Bulls. Here he is talking about Caleb's development from year 1 to year 2 and how much better it got under Ben Johnson. Take a listen.
Yeah, it was on point, and he set the tone early, communicated clearly what the expectations were, and Caleb was all in for it, and that's what he was looking for. It's one thing to say it, but then when we got on the practice field, you could see that come alive. If it wasn't done the right way, we were going to do it again. We'll do it again, and we were actually in the exit meetings at the end of the season. Caleb was kind of laughing about it, doing a long drive drill and starting it over 5 times. Like, he was going to make sure it was done the right way, and you could see growth through that.
And here's Ryan Poles talking about what's next for Caleb in terms of becoming a true franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I think coach is going to challenge him to be even more efficient, not only just with the operation, but just completions. And I think when you have special playmaking traits and you lean onto that mobility and escapability, I think sometimes you don't take just the easy throw. So taking what's given to you and moving on to the next down and just staying ahead of the chains and just being more efficient overall. And I think that's what he's going to challenge him on doing, as well as becoming a leader and a little bit more vocal. You know, he was learning so much. He was in the fire. I think as he grows as a young quarterback, I think the leadership piece will continue to grow too.
I feel like Caleb got a little fiery and feisty as the season went on. Do you agree with that? There were some moments late in the year where you saw him visibly.
I think what I saw was him taking more of an ownership of everything.
There you go.
Which is what you want.
And that's what Ryan Poles was just saying.
Yes.
That's the next step in all this.
Taking the ownership of it all.
Which is cool.
And everybody that's playing with him understanding that he is the man.
That's right.
You walked into that huddle, Dan Marino was the man.
That's right. You always said
walked into that huddle, Favre was the guy, period. It took him a little time, but when he established himself, Favre was the guy, and everybody knew it, everybody respected it.
You need that, right?
You have to have it,
The
Carm.
best thing to come out of the Senior Bowl, Yerk, had to be the rise in popularity of Jennings Dunker, the right tackle at Iowa? Because it's just this kid, it's picture perfect. It's right out of Central Casting. What does a kid from the northwest corner of Illinois look like who went on to be a great offensive lineman for the University of Iowa? He's big and beefy. He's got red hair, big mullet.
Oh, yeah.
Mustache. I mean, like, just awesome. Looks the part. Everybody was joking. Too bad the Bears don't need a right tackle. Like, this kid's perfect. But the Q.
He's a Gray Zabel type.
Yeah, well, boy, Gray Zabel looks good, doesn't he, Eric?
Yeah.
I believe he's sitting down here with, I think it's Pelissero and Mike Garafolo. Is that right, guys? Yeah. He's sitting down at the Senior Bowl with Garafolo and Tom Pelissero from the NFL Network. And they asked him a question about, like, his diet, what it was like at Iowa, you know, what it was like when they would refuel before game, after workouts and things like that. Take a listen to Jennings Dunker and then what ensues afterwards.
Yeah, so like in the mornings before practice at Iowa, we'd have like refuel sandwiches. I don't know how many calories those things are, or a decent amount. It's probably like 700. And then, you know, if we worked out, we'd have a Core 26 and then a protein shake. But the Culver's was mine. I put that in after. I love Culver's.
What is it, Culver's?
Culver's.
What's Culver's?
You never been to Culver's?
He's not from the Midwest.
Yeah,
I live in Minnesota. He lives on the East Coast.
That's a crime. Are you serious?
I mean, I'll visit one day.
Jennings Dunker aiming. We thought he was going to get a Dunkin' Donuts ad. He's aiming for a Culver's ad.
That ain't right. Yeah, you got to go. You got to check it out.
You got to fuel the body. It starts the night before with you. There's a lot of pasta. There's a couple of 3 cheeseburgers. An hour after you have the pasta, apparently. How do you get it all down?
One bite
I mean, it's either that or you don't feel great the next day. So it's kind of, I mean, it's not fun.
How do you wash that all down?
I like to get some hot chocolate sometimes.
Okay.
Or I'll do water, you know. I mean, the hot chocolate it's pretty good.
Right on cue.
Coffee.
Andrew Gruber, our producer. How do you take your coffee? That's the question.
Just black.
Just black, because he had cream and sugar for you, too, as well.
That's a crime.
How many coffees are you hitting during the game?
I don't know specifically. I mean, I had about 36 ounces today before practice.
Okay.
And that was like within an hour and a half of practice on the bus ride, so it was pretty awesome. It was a great bus ride.
He's so likable. And, you know, Culver's is primarily a Midwest thing. Garafolo lives on the East Coast. He had no idea. And his reaction was, he was stunned. He goes, Culver's? You never had a Culver's?
Well, if you're from the Midwest, it's like In-N-Out burger.
Well, I guess that's...
In-N-Out, everybody knows on the West Coast. You're in the Midwest, you're like,
you go, what's
that? The hell is that?
It is true. There are like some regional things that you wouldn't know about. Yes. And his reaction to Garafolo not knowing was priceless. He goes, you've never heard of Culver's? You take it for granted living in Illinois. I would agree with him, too. One of the better fast food burgers out there. I don't eat a lot of fast food, but I'll tell you, that Culver's Butter Burger is pretty good.
Last year, we went to Wisconsin. We were up there for the draft. On the way up, I got a walleye sandwich.
At Culver's?
On the way up. Stopped at Culver's, got myself a walleye, let it cool a little bit, so first bite wouldn't be... It was one of the best fish sandwiches on the way home.
You got another one?
No.
Oh, what'd you do?
They discontinued the walleye sandwich. I'm like... This is absolute lunacy. How could I enjoy it on a Thursday, or a Wednesday, whenever we drove up?
Yeah.
And by the time I was driving home on the weekend, it was gone.
What did you pivot and then just get a burger, or did you just?
Yeah, I pivoted and got a double cheeseburger.
Their burgers are good.
Yeah, but it was like it's lunacy. How do you take the best fish sandwich you have and just get rid of it?
I don't know.
I got a fish sandwich for you, Yurko. Go to Doc's.
Doc's.
The big fish sandwich. It's incredible.
Where's Doc's?
You find
it's
Doc's.
Outside, west side. You can find it.
I go to Calumet City. I can find myself a Doc's.
There you go.
100% for sure.
How do I not know Doc's?
Right on Sibley Boulevard,
there you
I'm
go.
guessing.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, those Culver's burgers are good. I never had the walleye sandwich. Maybe it's like a Lenten season thing only. I don't know. They would take it off is surprising.
No, I mean, we didn't face Easter last year at that point.
If I had one critique of Culver's, when you get the milk, the custard's great, but as you get the shake, it's too thick.
Too thick. Can't get through the straw.
You can't get through the straw.
You got to eat it with a spoon.
The flavor's delicious.
Yeah.
But you can't get through the straw. But, man, that Jennings Dunker, man, he made
that
the
guy's
rounds.
great, huh?
Oh, the whole look, Yerk. I mean, it's
black
just,
coffee. He's smart
perfect.
drinking black coffee.
Black coffee.
If you're going to choose to drink coffee, which is not the best in the world because of the caffeine and everybody does that. Either way, he's young. He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
36 ounces of black coffee.
Cracking me
Not
up.
the best thing in the world.
Probably not. It's a lot of coffee.
I always told you I was drinking with Bobby Monica, 24-ounce cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Before the game, 10, 15 minutes before the game, I'm sitting in there enjoying myself.
Did you ever worry about the caffeine dehydrating you, though?
I never worried about anything.
No?
Period. when I was getting ready to play a game. I was well hydrated. I was well fed.
Good.
I was well pharmaceutical.
Yeah.
So I was ready to play.
You were
the
always
game.
you had your
Always,
routine.
Always ready to.
Never
play the
like
game.
so full where you felt
amped
sick.
up,
Like you
never,
knew exactly
my
how
heart
to.
was fluttering because I took too many amphetamines.
Right.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing was by the little white crosses, ephedra.
Right.
Ooh,
Yeah. Well,
can't amp up on those too much.
Chase is on the south side with Carmen and York. What's up, Chase?
Hey guys, what's going on? Hey, Yerk, I got a place. Go to Sharks too. Get some fish.
Sharks,
I know.
Yeah.
Sharks, I've
Yeah.
yeah.
JJ Fish.
Sharks, I don't know, but Sharks.
I've been to JJ Fish.
Yes. Lawrence Fishery's the best.
I've been to the smokehouse over on 95th Street by the bridge over there.
Oh yeah.
You got to get some smoked chubs.
Yeah.
Good
There's
stuff.
a docks on 35th and King Drive.
There's
The
one on
best.
35th and King. Okay, yeah, I don't know that one.
It's a dock on 110th and Halsted also, but and 87th is State. But
I've been through there.
about-
I've taken Halsted all the way down home when Dan Ryan was jacked up to the bejesus. I took over down to Halsted. I tell you what, you see a lot of things on Halsted. A lot of things.
The reason I was calling about the Giannis thing, and I'm probably one of the few people that are not really that not really high on bringing Giannis in, and the reason why it's not nothing to do with him as a player. It's that it's the injuries. The last few years, he's had a lot of calf issues, and we all know with those calf injuries, those could lead to ACL tear. I mean, not ACL, Achilles tear.
Achilles, sure.
Yeah.
Achilles tear. So because I was watching First Take, and Stephen A. kind of pushed back on Giannis because he said the same thing. Like, at first, you was like, okay, but now the last, couple times he's had a few calf injuries, and not just that. It's also you got to look at the age, and he's not and Carmen, as you said, he's not a great shooter still. And
no, he'll never be.
Older,
yep.
Yeah, and so now as he's getting older, now it's like once he gets up to the age, his performance starts to dip, and now it's like you stuck with a player with all this wear and tear on his body. So I'm just not as skeptical. But I'm gonna tell you this one thing, and I'll make my Bulls point. If people want to see change, there's two things that need to happen. One, the Bulls have to have a White Sox 24 type of season, and people have to. I know they always say fan how you want to fan, but people have to stop supporting this team if they want to see change. That's the only way, because people keep talking about AK, but the bottom line is the problem is ownership. No matter who they bring in, it's always going to be the problem with ownership. And Carm, you as a White Sox fan know how as long as Jerry Jones and Reinsdorf owning these teams, we're never the Bulls and White Sox will never win anything. It's just a fact.
Chase, thanks, buddy. You make good points about Giannis too. I hear where you're coming from on that. These calf strains have become problematic because it does seem like more often than not, then it ultimately leads to the worst of the worst. 312-332-3776. If you've got a thought for Carmen and York, we'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling present the ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame. Jump on our YouTube page and ESPN Chicago, Sunday afternoon from 1 to 2. This is a live streaming, uninterrupted pregame crosstalk with all your favorite ESPN Chicago hosts. The ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame, Sunday from 1 to 2 on YouTube and ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling.
All right, picture this, a little homemade rigatoni with spinach and ricotta at Jim and Pete's. That place is a classic, a legendary place. Been going there forever. Delicious. And then maybe treat yourself to something sweet at Masa Cafe afterwards. Sounds like a great food tour, doesn't it? And Elmwood Park food is at the heart of the community. It brings people together, and there's no better time to experience it than during Elmwood Park's Restaurant Week, which is happening this Friday through March 2nd. Grab your family, your friends, bring your appetite, and discover the historic dining scene that makes Elmwood Park a dining destination. Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey, it's Kap. Big Game Week is here, and you want to actually enjoy the game. But if you're not sleeping well or your sinuses are messed up, you won't. That's why I tell people about Sinus and Snoring MD. They help you breathe better and sleep better with simple in-office treatments and same-day appointments. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com and start breathing and sleeping the way you should. That's 847-545-0147 or sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. I want to tell you what I was dealing with. My heat was running nonstop. My energy bills skyrocketed. And it turns out my windows were the problem. Once the insulation fails, the heat leaks out, the cold comes in, and I'm almost broke. That's when I called Window Nation. No leaks, lower energy bills, and a cozy home. Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free. Upgrade your home and save big. 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 2 full years. And if you act now, they'll take an extra 10% off. Schedule your quote today at windownation.com.
I'm Sammy Luback, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Luback, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Guests on ESPN Chicago call in on the Yuengling Hotline, where names and bold takes collide. America's oldest brewery, Yuengling, fuels the conversation. Chicago, raise a Yuengling. Please enjoy responsibly.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
I was going to say, something happened to the computer.
I just looked over at Carm. I go, Carm, I see Jay Moore pointing at you. It's time.
You knew something happened to the computer.
Yeah.
We got no music. That's all right. We're here. We're with you. I hope everyone had a great weekend. It is Carmen and Jurko. We made it to Super Bowl week. Super Bowl 60 from Santa Clara coming up on Sunday. Underdogs in the Super Bowl for whatever reason, Jurko. I don't know if for 2 weeks coaches play it up. Players buy into it. I don't know what it is, but the underdogs in the Super Bowl have been on some roll here as of late. The underdog, if you go back over the last 17 Super Bowls, back to Super Bowl 42, there was one Super Bowl in there that was a pick'em. Super Bowl 49 was a pick'em. It was the Patriots, the first Patriots-Seahawks matchup 11 years ago. So that one we throw out. So there's been 17 Super Bowls since Super Bowl 42. The underdog is 11-6 straight up, 13-4 against the spread. Since 2000, the dog in the Super Bowl is 17-7 against the spread. That is very strong. And anytime you start getting over 3 points, over a field goal, the underdog just does well in this spot. Again, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's 2 weeks worth of, nobody believes in us and it's the world is against us. Mm-hmm. I don't know what it is.
That works, though, sometimes.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes it works wonders.
That works. I mean, you look
the
trend
inward. Has been dogs in these games.
You look inward. That's what you end up doing. That's all you want to do. If Denver was healthy, though.
I know.
If Denver quarterback was healthy,
you think they would have won?
I don't think it would have been a contest.
No?
That's how.
Does that make you really lean Seattle then? Is that what you're getting at?
Stupid play their quarterback made that allowed it to happen.
I know.
I think New England is there. They were very fortuitous all year. I love their coach.
Yeah.
I love what they do.
Yeah.
I just think, okay, they've gotten here. They've gotten here fast. They've gotten here quick. I don't know if they belong the way Seattle belongs. Seattle is tested. And when I say tested, they played a tough L.A. Rams team. They beat them 2 out of 3 times.
They did.
They played a tough San Francisco squad, okay, and found a way to win a game, I think. I don't know if they won both. Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. San Francisco's still a good team.
Yeah.
And over the course of the year, they weren't beat up to hell as they were at the end of the year.
I think the road has been tougher for Seattle. I agree with you.
Yes.
Wholeheartedly.
I think they're well tested. I think the quarterback has answered the questions he couldn't answer last year. I think he stepped up. I think the general manager of Minnesota was fired
because
of Sam Darnold.
I don't think there's any doubt.
I don't know whether he went to tent for his child as in whatever they give you now after you have a kid. They brought that up. Did you see
What
that?
happened? No, I don't know.
What, maternity care, paternity
leave?
Yeah, he took 2 weeks paternity leave during training camp, was available on Zoom, talked to everybody. Somebody leaked the story about it after he was fired.
Oh.
Then in 2023, after he had the child, he was gone for 2 weeks.
Oh.
Like it was some sort of big deal or something like that. I don't know if it necessarily was. He's fired.
Hoodie in the house.
Because Sam Darnold
Oh, sure. Yeah.
went there.
There was a
and
dispute.
They made a choice. Sam Darnold went there, and his drafts haven't exactly blown anybody out of the
Well, it
water.
definitely sounds like there was an internal dispute about which quarterback to stick with.
Yeah.
Last year, and that Kevin O'Connell wanted the report I had read over the weekend. Did you guys see this? That they were closing in on a trade potentially with the Raiders for J.J. McCarthy. That O'Connell wanted to stick with Sam Darnold, and Adolfo Mensa ultimately did not and overruled it.
kibosh
Look,
on it.
that's why he's out.
Yeah.
I mean, make no mistake.
Yeah, 100%
I mean,
that's
it's-
why he's out. Yes.
The other quarterback's in the freaking Super Bowl, and he's favored.
Yes.
It's
The draft history doesn't help either.
Right.
Not
He's been
particularly
bad.
good.
He's been bad.
They've won a lot of games. I think that's more on the coach and the coaching staff. I think that's one of the elite coaching staffs in the league with Kevin O'Connell and Brian Flores. That is one of the truly elite, best of the best coaching staffs in the league, and I think that's got more to do with why they've won games. You would agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Wholeheartedly.
Sam Darnold's the favorite to be Super Bowl MVP, you guys. So, yeah, Minnesota had. I'm just surprised. Here's what I am surprised about. Maybe not that he's out when you think about it, that they did it when they did it. Like he was at. Why didn't you do this a month ago?
Yeah. All right.
When your season ended. That's what's surprising.
This is where I might go. Who's the defensive player that can wreck this thing for either side?
That's a great
Is there
question.
one
Milton
defensive
Williams
guy?
Milton Williams, I think, has the potential.
Because we've seen defensive MVPs in this thing. 2 interceptions, and all of a sudden you're a superstar. So who's
Christian
the
Gonzalez,
defensive-
Marcus Jones?
Okay, so that'd be an area I'd be leaning at because I don't want to get paid chalk. If I was going to put $100, I'd want 12, 16, 17, 18 to 1 on a defensive player that I think might be the difference. Might even put 100 and 100 on 2 different guys if I'm getting double-digit odds.
Like
that's my angle.
That's the way to
on
make
the
some
game.
money. That's a good
Yes,
angle.
Yes.
I mean, we have seen defensive backs win this award, so Jones or Gonzalez would be your long shot, take a flyer. Milton Williams would be a real long shot. I mean, defensive tackles almost never win. I had Aaron Donald a few years ago. Had the voters not voted, if they would have waited to the last drive, I think I would have won that bet. I think he would have won that award. That's a tough award for interior linemen to win. So defensive back is not a bad idea, Yerk. There's not a player in this game with double-digit sacks. Did you know that? The Patriots and the Seahawks do not have a player with double-digit sacks.
I did not know that. Not an individual double-digit sacks.
How often do you think that happens in a Super Bowl where a guy on either defense doesn't have double-digit
How
sacks?
high were they as a team in total sacks, though?
They were both. Seattle was still pretty high. Here, I'll get you that. I'll get you that.
I
stat
mean,
right
that
now.
would be my question to you.
I'll get you that stat. right
Okay,
now.
they don't have one guy doing it, but they've got a whole team doing it.
So Seattle finished in overall sacks. Seattle was top 10, I think, like fringy top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, Seattle was 9th, and New England was. Where the heck is New England, Yerk? I know the New England page. Oh my gosh, New England only had 35 sacks.
Less than the Bears?
There were only 6 teams that had fewer sacks. Yeah, they had the same as the Bears. Bears also
Same
had
as
35.
the Bears.
New England had the same number of sacks as the Bears. There's not one double-digit sack guy in this game. I'll filter that for tomorrow. I'll look and see. That seems odd to me, or rare anyway. That doesn't happen very often.
It's a rarity, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Jorge is in Streamwood. He's got a college basketball question for you.
Yeah, I'm
Jorge,
ready.
go ahead.
Jurko, you're the man. It's an incredible honor to speak to you guys. Jurko, before I get to my question, a handful of days ago, Tyler Aki, the chosen one, was talking about sports memorabilia that they still had in their rooms. I want you to know I have a picture of you making a tackle on Terrell Davis, signed by you, up in the weight room here. When I think no more squats or pull-ups are left in the tank, I look up and I get the inspiration I need from Jurko, the good kid.
That's amazing.
Now,
that's it.
Point number 2. Sorry, fellas. Point number 2. Jurko, Carm, is there a more handsome young man in all of sports right now than our boy Andres Stojakovic? In the words of Carm, Maron.
He's a good-looking kid.
He's handsome.
I got a chance to stand next to him at Mackey Arena because he's the guy that got us our tickets through my buddy Jeff Lutz.
Right.
So I shook his hand, introduced myself. Striking individual.
Oh, if I was a lady.
He looks like the old man.
Okay, no, hold on.
All over.
Father Pasha, Serbian. Mom, Greek.
Oh, that's a great combo.
What a combination.
The Greek and Serb combo.
Oh,
I love
my
it.
heavens.
Jorge, did you have like an
combination.
X's and O's question, or was that it? Was that the question?
Oh, yes. No. Yes, my real question, fellas, is, Jurko, why does Underwood not trust Mihajlo Petrovic? I believe he will be the key to unlock this offense. We need a secondary ball handler off of Wagler, but for some reason he can't get on the court.
Yeah,
I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks,
You guys are
Jorge.
the best.
Here's our situation. Early on, I saw him get some run. Petrovic. Now, Petrovic's only 6'1", 6'2", so obviously size is going to be a little bit of an issue. He got a little run early, but I think with Boswell, with Stojakovic, with Wagler,
Now you got Wagler.
I think he's the one that really stepped forward to the point where you couldn't not play him anymore.
Yep.
You had to find a way to get him into the lineup. Now, when Boswell gets back, I think it's Stojakovic that struggles with minutes then. He'll be part of a 3-guard then rotation up at top.
Okay.
But they got a lot of stuff going on.
Like
over
you said,
there
they have
right
depth,
now.
which is good.
Right. They got depth. Now, they only played 7 guys in the game.
Yesterday?
Yeah, they only played 7 guys in the game. But if they had to, they could run it out. They could run it out to about 10 players. You can go with a second 5 and go play some basketball for you. And, yeah, of all the Balkan block that has come over, the guy with the least amount of time has been Petrovic so far.
Starting tomorrow, we have a giveaway for the week. We'll actually do this on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We have a pair of tickets to see the Black Crowes and Whiskey Myers in Tinley Park later this summer. That concert's happening July 24th. We'll have 1 pair a day tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, once per show. We're going to come back from a break with Black Crowes music. And when you hear it, be caller 5, and you will be the winner. It's as simple as that. Not today, but be on the lookout. Be on the listen out for that tomorrow. The Brunch Rush is coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
ESPN's The Hot Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, Wednesday night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
Hey golfers, it's Tyler. It may be winter in Chicago, but golf season will be here before you know it. And if you want to be ready when the weather turns, you've got to plan now. That's where Golf on Any Tee or the GOAT app comes in. GOAT is a golf membership that gets you unlimited golf all year long at 20 courses across Chicagoland. No greens fees, no cart fees, just unlimited golf. Sign up now and book a tee time for the first day courses open. Visit golfonanytee.com or download the GOAT app today and golf like me, golf on any tee.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match, only on ESPN.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Where's the single best place to shop for and experience the largest variety of brand new cars, trucks, and SUVs all under one roof? The Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Find out more and buy tickets at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
All right, Brunch Rush time brought to you by the great folks at the Village of Elmwood Park Restaurant. Week starts later this week. Jurko and I are going out there tomorrow to hit some of the great establishments. Be on the lookout for some fun video content later in the week. Jack is off today. He'll be back tomorrow. Aiden is sitting in with Jay Moore on the other side of the glass. Aiden's got the Brunch Rush for us. Take it away, my friend.
All right. And just because Jack's off doesn't mean we're going to stop talking baseball. But because I'm here, we're going to talk about the White Sox.
White Sox baseball. Well, they had a good weekend for the most part. I know Frank's man. We'll get to that. Jordan Hicks. All right. Struggled last year. But
the South Side means,
stuff.
right?
It's the White Sox.
Talking about the White Sox, yeah, without putting a penny in Jerry's pocket, though.
That's right. Don't put a penny in Jerry's pocket.
That's right, baby.
They've actually spent some of their money, and I'm glad. I mean, it would have. They were trending after the Robert trade to be, I think, the lowest spending team in the league, which is insane. They're in Chicago.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they looked at each other or someone had the sense to go to Jerry and be like, hey listen, Mr. Chairman,
we need to get
a pretty
70.
bad look, but we got to spend some money.
We need to get to 70.
They've actually, right, got to get to 70 million. They actually
we need to get to 70 wins.
Oh, get to 70 wins.
Yes.
They might get there with the additions
Not
they've
70
made.
million. I think they're close to $100 million.
I don't know. They might be. And they've added some here recently with Dominguez. And
of course.
Yeah, they made a trade yesterday. So, all right, go ahead.
Essentially, what they did, just to wrap up the weekend, is you ship off Luis Robert, you get $20 million there. You sign Sir Anthony Dominguez for 10. Austin Hayes, it's not official yet, but that was reported this weekend. He gets 6, and then the trade for Jordan Hicks is 4.5 because Boston
is eating some
of it. That's basically your $20 million.
So you've got it back. I mean, you can't not spend that money. I mean, my God. So they are doing that, which is...
It might be over budget now by $500,000.
It's better than nothing.
Yeah. Yerk, you mentioned pennies in the pockets of a certain owner. And this week, it was Jesse Rogers who I saw had it first from Sox Fest. Before the All-Star break, the Sox are doing something that I can't remember any other team doing, and that's an alumni home run derby post-game before the All-Star break
that's not
starts.
a bad idea. That's a fun little gimmick. I don't mind that. That's a Bill Veck special. I think he would have been proud of that. Don't you think?
Which alumni are coming back?
Yeah, which alumni?
I think there's one that might have some fences to mend before coming back.
I mean, I don't think did Jesse have the particulars on whom they would invite? I don't think so.
There's nothing out about that.
You can't do that without Frank. But now they have to. Now Frank's mad.
Well, Frank's upset.
Explain this.
So there was a post sent out by the Chicago White Sox celebrating Black History Month and momentous firsts for the White Sox organization. No, goes all
amongst
the
their
way
black
back.
players.
Correct. Yeah, it goes all the way back to 1933, all the way up to Will Venable. This couple years ago, becoming the third African American manager in Sox history. However, although his name was mentioned, there was a notable omission picture-wise from the Post, to which Frank Thomas responded, "I guess the black player who made you rich over there and holds all your records is forgettable. Don't worry, I'm taking receipts."
I love the "I'm taking receipts" thing. Look, Frank does have a statue there. I get Frank isn't totally wrong. Now, he was mentioned after Dick Allen was mentioned as the first black player in team history to ever win an MVP award.
Yep.
And they said Frank Thomas would go on to also, accomplish that feat in back-to-back seasons in 93 and 94. But it was Allen's picture. The weird thing to me is that he wasn't included in like the early 90s picture that they showed when they were changing the logo. They put Bo Jackson's picture in there
I
instead
thought they
of.
could have just put both of them there.
Well, why would you not put Frank there?
Something's going on.
But what could it be? Are they mad at Frank? I mean, what?
Is Frank mad at them?
Well, now he is.
I will
I
say
mean, he was doing White Sox pre and post at one point, and now he's not. Remember that?
Did he burn some bridges? Like Frank was pretty honest, and when he felt like he had to go after somebody, he did. But Ozzie goes after him all the time.
Yeah.
Ozzie's still doing it. I mean,
the big hurt is hurt.
The big hurt is hurt.
He most definitely is.
I've got to say, there was a pretty good reply to Frank's tweet from what appears to be a pastor in South Carolina. "Frank, don't let the account get to you. It's probably a young kid who doesn't know much about the whole team's history. We all know you are the best player we've ever had. You are a hero and an icon to many. Love you, Big Hurt."
Did Frank
Pretty
respond to
nice.
that? Yeah, that
he
is
did.
nice.
He said BS.
Oh, wow. That's what Frank said. Boy, he's really on the warpath, huh?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
when you're retired, sometimes you got nothing to do.
Take that comment
Well,
and shove it.
he didn't even say, "Hey, listen, thanks for trying to put." He just said BS.
He said BS. He spelled it out.
That's
too.
that's what Cap would do.
He spelled it
that.
out.
So I don't know.
The pastor could be right too. Sometimes you get into these situations where the young people might not know, or they're just asking AI to do something. This came up last year with the Bobby Jenks thing. When Bobby had passed, it was sort of it was disgraceful. I think it was ESPN's response to it right on social media about a member of the, or something like was on the 40-man roster of the World Series team. It was like, what?
So
You mean he was the closer?
But
And
when
it
you
probably was a young person who had no idea who Bobby Jenks was, and just asked AI, and AI spit out, was on the 40-man of the 2005 White Sox. But
Carm, you being a White Sox fan, right?
Yeah.
When you think of the best White Sox players that you've seen,
Of course, Frank.
Where is he? Where's Frank
Number
in there?
one. He's the best White Sox player I've ever seen in my life.
There you go.
It's not even close. There's not anybody that's even close to being the best player of my lifetime in White Sox history. Frank might not have been my favorite.
Right.
Ozzie, Robin Ventura, Mark Burley, a couple others. Big Paul,
Jack McDowell.
Big PK fan, big Blackjack
Paul
McDowell.
Konerko.
But clearly,
Aaron Rowand.
the best player in the history of the franchise, certainly the best player of my lifetime, is Frank. So why he would be left off of there is an odd choice that you wouldn't find some way to, I don't know.
Jermaine
was out. Yes, Jermaine was great. But
Jermaine
none of those guys were Frank. Maglu was great. None of them were as good as Frank.
Well, I like Frank. I think Frank was a dominant player. You know that.
So now they have some, they have to rebuild the bridge in a sense.
Yep.
And then because you can't have that tournament without Frank in it.
Well, you think not. Aluminum bats, you
Frank
think?
will go out there and put on a show. They should use aluminum bats.
Aluminum bats?
They absolutely should.
I think they should.
Frank has become Sammy Sosa. Now he's estranged.
God, it's like, come on, man. They're going to have to welcome him back. He's going to be gone for 20 years. They have to be a big welcome back.
Come
I
back,
don't know how you leave him
Frank.
off. I don't know. Somebody needs to. This is where an older person that needs to go through and do like an audit of those things, or have an editor or something, and take a look at it. Bring it to somebody's attention.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey guys, there's no mention of Frank Thomas on here. He's like the best player in the history of the franchise.
If Frank's really pissed off, just come back and win this whole thing. You know?
That's what I would do.
That's not the way he thinks. He says, I won't pleasure them.
I love how he
with my
responds to the
appearance.
pastor BS.
Super nice message from this pastor. Frank was not having it.
Let's get Frank on. See what he says. How pissed is he? What do they have to do to rebuild
Frank?
the bridge? We used to do a weekly interview with Frank. Not that he would remember that, I'm sure, but it did happen. We did have a season where we got to talk to Frank.
You had one?
We both did. We had a season. We had a weekly. You don't even remember?
It didn't happen in 2009. He was gone by then.
No. This when he was an analyst. This was like 2019, maybe.
That's right.
2020.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
Yes,
or
yes,
21, maybe after COVID. We had a weekly with Frank.
when he was an analyst. Yes,
he was.
You're going to be like, Carm, it's all BS.
It's all BS. All right, what else, Aiden?
All right, this comes from Fox Sports, and it's a list of it's grading all the 10 head coaching hires. One not official yet.
Yeah, but it looks like Clint Kubiak's going to go to the Raiders, and that'll complete it, right? Yeah, once the Super Bowl's over.
Yeah, Ralph Vecchiano, not Ralph Macchio.
Nice paisan, Ralph Vecchiano. Probably Vecchiano.
I kind of just disagree with this whole list. I'm not going to lie, Carm.
Really?
Number 10 is Mike LaFleur, who gets a D-.
Mike LaFleur's the new coach in Arizona. He's very young, 38 years old, but young coaches are thriving and succeeding in this league. Sean McVay's still 40, remember. Ben Johnson's under 40. Mike McDonald, is I think 39, 38, 39, still under 40. He's coaching the Super Bowl, so it's possible. Yeah. But look, the McVay guys have done well. The branches off that tree have done well. So I don't know if I would give it a D-. It's hard to grade these things. You never know how it's going to look in 3 years. But all right, what else is on there?
We'll go quick through them. Joe Brady was 9.
Okay.
With a D. Jeff Hafley at 8 gets a C. Robert Saleh at 7. Todd Monken at 6, who gets a C+.
That might be the D in the group.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's
too.
probably a D.
Clint Kubiak is 5, even though it's not official yet, at a B-. And this is where they lose me. You're grading Mike McCarthy to the Pittsburgh Steelers as a B+ at number 4.
I suppose why, because it gets them...
It gets them right back to where they were.
Right, exactly, which is good enough for that, or which is what they want. What do the Steelers want? What are they looking for? Are they waiting for Marcus Freeman in a couple years? Is he just keeping the seat warm? They still don't know quarterback-wise what they're going to do long-term. How much better are they with Mike McCarthy than they were with Mike Tomlin? Now, Mike Tomlin supposedly walked away. They weren't going to fire him. So they had to do something. They had to pivot. But are they any better off with Mike Tomlin? Mike McCarthy?
I mean, 3 straight 12-5 years with the...
He did. They're about what they are now.
Dallas Cowboys healthy Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
And it's not what they are now.
You don't think so?
No. I mean, they didn't get 12-5.
Well, they didn't get to 12.
I mean, let's go. Come on now.
They were a playoff team, though. Okay. And then give me 2 and 1.
3-2-1. Jesse Minter was 3, Kevin Stefanski is 2, and John Harbaugh was 1.
Okay.
I think the top of the list is pretty
good. The top
good.
of the list is not bad. I think Harbaugh makes some sense for what the Giants need. The Giants need stability. Harbaugh brings them that. Stefanski, good hire for Atlanta.
The veteran voice. It's like when they brought Coughlin in. Remember when they brought Coughlin in?
Stability. Yeah.
Coughlin was down in Jayville probably for the better part of 10, 11 years.
Mm-hmm.
Wore out his, whatever, welcome.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if it was that long for Coughlin.
It might not have been. I was going to say
8 years.
I was going to say
95.
Probably not even.
2001, 2, maybe 02 or 03.
Yeah.
Would have given you 8 or 9 years for Tom Coughlin down there. And then they brought...
It was 8 years.
8 years, yeah. 8 years.
And then he stabilized things, obviously, in New York, and I think that's why they went with Harbaugh. All right, that's the Brunch Rush brought to you by the Village of Elmwood Park. Players of the Weekend next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes the boom. This is Pregame Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Bradley University.
$2 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was experienced negligent lighting. If you're a victim of negligent lighting, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. I've played professional football and spending years on the radio. I've had the chance to endorse a lot of products and companies. But I've always believed in only backing the ones I truly trust. Now, I get to endorse a company owned by close friends, the Veroliak Law Group. They've been helping people for over 60 years, even some friends and neighbors. Just like choosing an experienced doctor, you want skilled lawyers. With $9 billion recovered and 40,000 clients served, they're proven experts in personal injury, accidents, wrongful death, and more. Call my friends at 8444-VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group will do great for you, too.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
I'm Sammy Luback, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Luback, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey guys, Silvy for Window Nation. Listen up. Right now you can buy 4 windows and get 4 free. No payments, no interest for 2 full years. And if you schedule a quote today, you'll get an extra 10% off. So don't sit on this. It ends soon. Go to windownation.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Time for players of the weekend. Who are you going with here?
Well, that's easy for me. I mean, the golf is just kicked off now. A lot of stuff happening, a lot of stuff going on. But Justin Rose's performance.
What happened, Aiden? What's the matter?
Jurko stole mine.
Oh, Justin Rose?
Oh, I apologize.
That's
yeah, but
right.
Justin Rose would be the guy that I'm going to go with there.
I mean, he wire to wire.
Yeah, wire to wire, and he set a record after the first 2 rounds, kind of let him coast to a 7-shot victory.
I put that golf on. I just wanted to see beautiful Torrey Pines. It made me feel better. It made me feel better. The green, and their short sleeves, and oh, my God.
They're in Scottsdale this week.
This
for
weekend
the
is waste management.
So the waste management's going to be fun.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little bit of a party. Hey, have a good time.
Oh, it's a lot of a party.
And at some point, they go to Pebble Beach.
A few weeks, I feel like, right?
For the Pro-Am.
Nice to see Kepka back this week on the PGA Tour. Brooksy was back.
Sure, Kepka back.
Yes, sir. All right, so Justin Rose, good call. I was watching some of the coverage. They said, at his, he's got to be pushing 40, right? At least.
Oh, he's 45.
Yeah. Oh, is he 45? I'm sorry. He's 45, and they said he's actually added
distance
in ball speed. He's worked on his game and some strengthening.
Sure.
These guys with technology and training, you get even better and better. He's hitting the ball harder, and he's generating more ball speed now than he did 10, 15 years ago.
He's smacking it.
So his game's still pretty good. All right, Jay Moore, who are you going with?
I'm going with USC Flames guard Elijah Crawford.
Whoa. It's a deep cut.
Yeah, man. He's one of the major reasons why this team is 8 and on the 8-game winning streak right now.
All right. 8-game winning streak for the Flames.
Yeah, hottest team right now in the college basketball circuit, man.
Not bad. All right.
Killing it.
Very good. What's his name? Elijah
Crawford.
Elijah
about 13 points a game. He's really that stud for that team.
All right. Very good. Aiden, you want to stick with Justin Rose? You got somebody else?
I got to stick with Justin Rose. I mean, 45 years old. He's the oldest winner of a tournament since 1952. He broke Tiger's record, the 72-hole record that Jurko was just talking about at 23 under. And he is now the 3rd-ranked player in the world. 2nd oldest player behind Vijay Singh.
Is that right, to be that high in the world rankings? Who's won? Rory? number one?
I believe
in
so.
The world
yeah.
rankings?
Or Scheffler.
It's probably Scotty.
Scotty
Rory,
Scheffler. I'm sorry. Yeah. Probably
or
Scotty, then
Scheffler.
Rory.
Yeah, one of the two.
That makes sense. Forgive me. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, I'll go with this is a little tricky because he didn't have a good game last night. By the way, Heat minus 4.5 was the easiest money ever last night. But Io had a monster game on Saturday. The Bulls won, and they were shorthanded. And I mean, they were really shorthanded. Io had a big game, so I guess we'll go Io. Special shout out, though. Can I do like...
Oh, I think
Can
you
I do
should.
like 1 and 1A?
Sure.
Do a postscript?
Special, yeah, a special postscript. How about the goalies in the outdoor game last night with that goalie fight, baby?
Off a shot, and it's stopped by Swayman, and now he goes after somebody out in front.
That's Hagel in front of the net again. Swayman is hot.
Vasilevsky's coming out across center ice. Swayman and Vasilevsky may go. Swayman tells Vasilevsky, take your mask off, and he obliges.
This is crazy.
Oh!
I mean, a good goalie fight in an outdoor game. What a game, too. Tampa had a furious comeback. They were down big in that game.
And the weather was right for the game.
Believe it or not, not just like cold for Tampa. It was cold in Tampa yesterday.
Cold, yeah.
But the scene looked pretty cool.
And since Aiden and I both had the same one, I'll opt for a 1A also.
All right.
Carlos Alcaraz beat Novak Djokovic in 4 sets.
Yeah.
So give him a thumbs up. First major of the year, the Australian Open.
So now he's won them all, right? He completed the Grand Slam, I believe.
Yeah.
Youngest guy ever?
Yeah, the modern day warrior, yes.
I didn't watch any of the Australian Open. I mean, that's tough viewing with the time change.
It's early in the morning. I watched the ladies battle it out Saturday morning.
Did you?
Sabalenka against, it looked like Rybalenka. I mean, they were
Sabalenka and Rybalenka?
Rybanka or something like that. Very similar names.
I didn't watch any of it.
Yeah, I did. I watched the ladies play.
But I did see that he won. So congrats. Youngest player ever for the Grand Slam. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Howard's
career Grand Slam.
Yeah, career Grand Slam. Yeah. Howard's in Skokie. What's going on, Howard?
Guys, let me shed some light on what happened in Minnesota.
All right.
5 months ago, KOC wanted the GM gone. When you came out of camp with no backup quarterback, you turned on Rodgers, even though he was willing to come for less. Forget about whether Darnold or Jones were signed. You came into the year with no backup quarterback. You had to go sign Carson Wentz, and your question was Carson Wentz and Sam Hall. Second point. He can't draft. You look at his drafting. Mm-hmm. He traded up for Turner. He traded up for McCarthy. He was the 5th quarterback in the draft. So not only can't he draft, they were stuck signing free agents who were past their prime. Look this year who they signed. Flores hated him. A lot of the people in the office hated him. He did not know how to complete a trade. Brzezinski had to come in and complete the trade for Thielen, who they had to trade for because they didn't have a 4th wide receiver on the team, and knowing Addison is gone, it was the 3rd wide receiver. He was going to be gone. I could show you.
Yeah. Why didn't they fire him right after the season ended? Were you surprised at that?
Because I can tell you that also. They wanted everything to settle. If you noticed, Flores let his contract expire. He was not re-signing with them unless the general manager was gone. He was not loved within the room. It is a lot of things coming out. His PFT, or the story is from Kleinman, that he was taking PFT to deciding who was he drafting. You look at their drafting, there has no one been worse over the last 4 years.
Oh, yeah. PFT. What do you mean? He was using. You mean he was using Pro Football Ref? You mean PFF? Pro Football Focus?
PFF. He was using to decide who to draft.
Got it. Yeah, PFT. I'm like, he's doing PFT. They're doing something. All right, Howard. Howard's a Viking fan. Thanks, Howard. I don't disagree with anything he's saying or the points he's making. It seems quite clear that that's what happened. A little bit of an internal power struggle. He probably lobbied for some people that have, in some decisions that have come back to bite them. And so they're moving on. The timing of it, to me, is a little bit curious and surprising. But when you line up the history and you know what's been going on and what went on behind the scenes in this last year, I guess it's not so surprising. More breaking news from Adam Schefter. Les Snead and Sean McVay get contract extensions.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah.
It's Carmen in New York, back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I know how tough it is dealing with lingering pain. Whether it's your back, neck, or even headaches, you don't have to live with it anymore. Chiro One offers natural chiropractic care that can help you live pain-free without drugs or surgery. From everyday activities to getting back in the gym, or most importantly, playing with your kids, Chiro One has your back, literally. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including downtown Chicago, South Barrington, and Gurnee. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Hit the road in a brand new Toyota in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Toyota River Oaks, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Toyota is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope everyone had a great weekend. We're back. It's Monday. It's Carmen and Jurko. We're kicking off Super Bowl week. Super Bowl 60 is Sunday. From Santa Clara, it's the biggest week of the year. NFC versus AFC, everything's on the line. Get ready for the big game with a full week of coverage right here on ESPN Chicago. It's all brought to you by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling. Big game, big week, big debates. And a lot of us are going to be jumping on a little Super Bowl pregame show from 1 to 2. Big game pregame show, I should say. From 1 to 2 this coming Sunday afternoon. So you can make sure you listen or watch us on the video stream. And it's all brought to you by Yingling. Boy, we've touched on a lot already today. I like it, Jurk. I mean, there's actually a lot from the weekend.
There is.
Touch on a little college buckets. Another very impressive road win for the Fighting Illini. Kansas had a big win over BYU. You had arguably almost I feel like saying the presumptive 1 and 2 picks in the draft this summer, battling out.
Going at it.
Only one of them went at it for like 18 minutes instead of the full game, but it was Peterson versus DeBansa in Kansas. Do we fade Kansas tonight? That's a question for Danny. Danny's very good at giving out Kansas gambling advice, Kansas basketball, and he's not a homer about it. Like if he sees a spot where he says, hey, fade Kansas.
We're weak here.
He'll give us that. Like they're on the road in Lubbock tonight, right? After that emotional win against BYU on Saturday. Are we fading Kansas tonight? They're like a 4.5-point dog.
I think you might have to.
Are we fading Kansas?
So the only reason why they're at Texas Tech, they're in Lubbock, like you said. Texas Tech is coming off that loss Saturday where they got the court stormed against them not once but twice against UCF.
See, like I feel like I don't know. I'm not an expert on this stuff. I don't track it that closely, so I'm not. I can't give it out like, oh, here's the play of the night. Just perusing this morning, I thought to myself, this seems like maybe a fade Kansas spot. Am I right or wrong on that, guys?
Kansas and who?
Tonight? Texas Tech.
Texas
in Lubbock.
Tech. Oh, yeah.
Texas Tech's a 4.5 point
That's
favorite.
the guy that gave Illinois trouble earlier in the year.
Yeah, right?
But they got through it. Who was their guy that scored like 36 that day?
It's
Toppin.
What's his name?
Toppin.
It's JT Toppin. That's it. Yes, it's JT Toppin.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's exactly right.
Looks to me like Kansas might be the better team right now as we look at it. Both teams sitting at 16-5. I've got Kansas as how much 3-point favorite?
No, Kansas is the dog tonight. They're
a dog tonight?
Yeah, they're a dog tonight.
They're the better team, but they're on the road.
Yes.
Okay.
And they're coming off that emotional.
It was emotional,
you know? So we got to get Danny to come in.
Does that guy play the whole game, or does that guy play only half a game?
I don't know. Is Peterson going to play the whole game tonight? Is he not going to play at all? Does he not play like twice in 3 games?
Is Bill Self in charge, or is the agent for the player in charge? I just want to know who's in charge.
It's a weird thing going on. And is this college basketball going forward because of NIL and protecting your draft status.
Then you've got to stay away from players like that if that's what you want to do, even if they consider him one of the top 2 players in the country.
Yeah.
And he's going to go either 1 or 2 in the draft. If I'm a head coach, I've got to stay away from that type of player with that type of advice from those types of agents.
First of all, he's only played 11 games because there were some injuries early in the year.
Sure.
Darren Peterson is probably going to be the first overall pick in the draft. He's a freshman at Kansas. He's averaging a little over 21 points a game. He had 20 points I think it was 18 points in 20 minutes on Saturday against one of the best teams in the country in a head-to-head matchup against the guy that is going to probably be the number 2 pick in A.J. DeBanza at BYU. He had 18 points in 20 minutes. And then he pulled himself out of the game like a minute or 2 minutes into the second half, and he didn't go back in. And he was cramping, and Bill Self afterwards said, I'm not a doctor. He was definitely cramping. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But the way Danny was explaining it, Danny Zetterman, diehard Kansas fan, Kansas alum, was that there's like a plan that's been formulated and everybody knew it. He's like on the Kawhi Leonard plan. So now college kids are load managing? That's what I'm hearing? I thought everybody hated the NBA because of load management.
Carm, when you're playing 32 games in a regular season and you got to study and you've got to, I am sure that the classes are being attended and full-fledged and a one-year degree, associate's degree or whatever it can be earned in that 1 year is going to be ascertained.
I'm picking up on your sarcasm.
You know how busy that student is, that student athlete? Come on.
What happens in a Sweet 16 game? Is he like, I'm at my minutes? I'm at my minutes.
That's a problem. If you're a head coach, you can't have that. If you're that good of a player, go play at Duke and let what's his name, John Shire, deal with you.
Is this the new norm, though? Is this going to be
to
going
Arkansas
forward?
and let John Calipari deal with you. Let somebody else have to deal with that.
Does any college coach want to deal with that, Yerk? That's brutal.
Bill Self came out on the record and said that his family and his agent gave them
a plan. He's on the Kawhi Leonard plan.
Yeah,
I don't know what plan he's on.
You know what plan I would have given them? I'd have given them a Rand McNally map on their way out of Lawrence. I go, this is how you get out of Lawrence.
Drive to Manhattan instead.
Go to wherever you want.
Manhattan, Kansas.
Just don't come around here no more.
Are there any other kids in college basketball doing this?
Not that I know of. Not at this level, especially.
Such a high-profile player at a high-profile program, and he's just kind of like, yeah, I'm done for the day. I mean, that game turned, I think Kansas won by 8. But
they were up by 20.
Yeah, they were up. They were up
big.
big.
He was still just sitting on the bench. Didn't look like he was ready to go at all.
He's rehabbing at that point, guys. Second halves are for rehabbing.
Are people okay with that? Because I'm told all the time, you like the NBA? Oh, you suck, and so does the NBA.
I don't think it matters. I think the situation is playing out the way it's playing out, and Bill Self's allowing it.
Yeah.
So as long as it doesn't affect my team, the team that I cheer for,
you don't care.
I guess it's not an issue for me. And the team I cheer for is Eastern Illinois, but we're nowhere near anything. So I've got to adopt the Balkan block down at Illinois as my team.
If Jurko's been all over Illinois. If you're a GM in the NBA choosing between Peterson, DeBanza, whomever, who's like third on that group, there's going to be a good draft class. I feel like.
Don't worry. The Bulls will be one pick out of it.
The Bulls will pick 11.
The Bulls will be one pick out of it. Don't you worry about it.
There's 10 great players. The Bulls will pick 11.
The Bulls will pick 11th. I guarantee it.
Guarantee.
I think Cam Boozer's up there.
Yeah, Boozer, of course. Yeah, Cam Boozer at Duke is up there for sure.
Boozer's up there. Wagler's worked his way up.
Wagler might be working his way up, right?
He's worked his way up into a top 10, I've been told.
I'll tell you the way.
From my inside basketball sources and draft sources, and I've looked overseas, and I haven't been able to find a ton.
So if you're weighing that right now, like how much does that come into play? Do you want a kid who's load managing in college, whose family is dictating policy? Do you just deal with it because he's so talented and athletic?
Well, Bill Self's doing that right now.
Right. And do you do it at the NBA level, or does that turn you off a little? I'm not an NBA GM, and I can admit that I might be just a little emotional about it now. I'm sitting here talking on the radio as a sports fan and a talk show host. I'd be annoyed by that. And to me, it would be a little bit of a red flag. That's me. In the role, understanding the rhythms or having a different perspective or talking to people around him, actually seeing the workouts, like maybe my perception changes, but that to me feels like something that would be, I don't know if I like that. I don't think I like that attitude or that approach. And another kid where you can just see the ability and the athleticism and the body. I mean, look at the way he's built. That is, and I'm assuming he's 18. He's a freshman. How old is that kid? 18?
18 or
That's
19.
a grown-ass man.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that kid's body. Like, that is a grown-ass man who is ready to play in the NBA. There is no doubt about it. But that would, I'd be a little alarmed. And as I start to dig in on, like, draft stuff and I talk to these guys, I think I'd have a lot of questions if I were a team executive.
Well, I mean, the onus is on Self, and if Self agreed to everything that was going on before the year started, and then you've got nothing to argue about. Whether I think something of it or not, or whether anybody who's announcing a game thinks something of it or not, it doesn't make a difference. Everything was known before it all, and that's it. Now you got to accept it. It will be interesting if you do either get into the Big 12 tournament and or the big one, the big dance.
The big one, of course.
The big dance, Carm, the one that, that you name champions of.
That's right.
You get in there, and then all of a sudden the agent's down there, waving the white towel.
Right.
Hey, my guy's
That's
done.
it.
I'm throwing it in.
Minutes.
Throwing it in. Get him on a massage table right next to Kraft and make some things happen in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Kansas wins it all, and the one shining moment clip is Peterson on the
just
massage
like getting
table.
massage. He's got the Theragun on his calf.
Right.
Got
ice all over the place, packs of ice everywhere.
It is impressive, though, when you watch him. 21 a game, 50% from the floor, 40% from three, 81% from the line, Yerk. 50, 40, 80 kid. I mean,
good.
like, it's impressive.
50, 40, 80. Yeah.
But he's only played 11 games, and he's playing about 26 minutes a game. There are 3 kids on Kansas.
26 out of 40 is still a pretty good chunk of change.
3 kids playing over 30 minutes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's fourth on the team in minutes.
52. That's like 65% of the minutes.
Yeah, he's fourth on the team in minutes.
It's a pretty good usage rate.
Yeah. So I thought that was an interesting storyline over the course of the weekend. 312-332-3776 if you have a thought on that.
Though I'd make him sit the first half.
Really? Yeah,
and then
well,
play
yeah.
him in the second half.
Tyler Aki, as you call him. Tyler, and Tyler loves his college buckets.
Sure he does.
He said, I don't have the exact numbers, but Big Monday home teams are great against the spread, according to Tyler. So I think he likes our angle, maybe. Just
Texas
like Big 12, Big Monday home team, plus Kansas coming off that big emotional win the other night. And as Aiden pointed out, Texas Tech looking to bounce back after a loss. Could be a night. Maybe we'll take the Heat minus 4.5 profit from last night. We'll roll that into some college buckets tonight, just to get our feet wet, as our friend Eddie O would say, on Big Monday in college hoops. And if you got a thought on the Peterson thing, and if you would be alarmed by that, you can let us know at 312-332-ESPN. We were talking about Giannis earlier too, like the odds
yes,
for
we
the
were.
Bulls to get Giannis plummeted from plus 4,000 to 4-1.
To go to the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, for the Bulls to land Giannis.
Bull.
Yeah, and so we tweeted out earlier, let's see an update on the poll, York, on my ex at Carmen DeFalco. Bulls fans, would you be in favor of a Giannis trade? It is 70% yes. I thought it might be a little lower just from conversations I've had with people and listening to fans here in recent weeks. I know we've got some guys here who are saying stay away from Giannis.
Adamant.
70% yes, 30% no. You could still talk me into the Bulls going after Giannis. It would. I don't think they have what it takes on a lot of levels. I'm not sure they have the appetite for that kind of a big swing. I don't know that they have the assets that Milwaukee wants. And then you do get in the question of how you build around him and rebuild your team when it's going to cost you a lot of draft capital. I don't know that they have the personnel the Bulls want either. If the Bulls get to Friday and they haven't made some moves, though, they got your boy Dario Saric yesterday. I don't know if you saw that. They basically facilitated a deal.
Right.
You've loved Dario Saric for a long time.
They took some money on. When he was with Philadelphia, he was great.
Yeah.
I think he was with Phoenix.
Yes. Oh, he's bounced around.
Yeah, he's bounced around a little bit, then not so much. But now Dario Saric is at the point of his career where I think it's time to get back to Europe.
Yeah.
And play for one of the teams out there in the league that they have out there.
He's only played 5 games this year.
Yeah. And he
only played 16 last year.
He had an ACL injury, I believe. At some point, he had a major injury.
You could be right.
That sidelined him.
If the Bulls get to Friday and
Give me some of Saric's best seasons with Philadelphia.
Probably his. He was second in Rookie of the Year, in fairness, in 17.
We went to see Philadelphia play one year.
We did. He played.
And Saric played that game.
We
Go
did.
ahead.
You're
what
right.
Do you got?
So he was his second year was probably his best season. He averaged basically 15, call it 15 and 7 rebounds, 2.5 assists, shot 40% from distance or just under, shot 45% from the floor. So that was probably his best year. That was way back in 2018. So they did a minor deal to help facilitate a trade with Hunter going to Sacramento, and then they just, like Jurko said, they kind of absorbed the salary. They put him on the roster. Javon Carter got cut. But if they get to Friday and they haven't moved, Kobe White, I don't know what they're doing. I really don't. But we've been saying that forever about this Bulls team. I mean, they are the definition of just sort of one step forward, two back. Who knows? There was this weird report over the weekend about John Shire. Did you see that?
No.
The Bulls are interested in bringing John Shire home to be the coach, if and when they move on from Billy Donovan. When's that happening?
Yeah, I haven't seen
it. And I don't think this is Billy's fault either.
Aren't all the guys that are coming out right now basically guards, and you've got an influx of guards on your own team?
Yeah. Well, you got a little redundancy within your own team. You're right.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
And now every one of these hot players coming out is a guard.
Yeah.
So if you were to say miraculously you were
yeah.
supposed to get somebody, miraculously you ended up with a top 3-4 pick.
Right.
You're picking, again, identical to what you already have.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how do you get better? I don't know.
There's no easy answer.
I'm happy I'm not in the NBA. And I don't have to sit there and try to figure out how to get guys to play. Get guys to play and play well, play together. In this league.
It is the problem with the league.
And everybody's worried about money, and everybody's worried about how much they're getting paid, and everybody's worried about how much they're playing, and are they getting their shots so they can have their numbers, and they can either use that to get a salary that they want on their next contract, or to maintain the salary that they currently have.
If any league could stand to truncate its season, it's this one.
Yeah.
More than any other.
Oh, but what a great international tournament we had this year. Oh, it was so much fun.
International tournament?
Yeah, the Cup.
That's not an international tournament.
We
That's
played for the Cup. How exciting was that?
Played for the Cup.
Gee, I remember every game so vividly.
Who won? Do you remember who won?
I think it was the New York Knickerbockers.
It was the Knickerbockers.
Yeah, only because we've talked about it before.
Yeah.
And I didn't really care. And I know they've got something going up. They've got a big thing going up in the rafters.
No, they said they're not.
And they've got the trophy that they've done. They've done a traveling trophy
No, they have not.
around PS 102. All the public schools have had a chance to sit with the Great Cup.
Can you imagine the New York Knicks hanging a banner in Madison Square Garden
for
the NBA Cup? Can you imagine?
Right next to the retirement of Dave DeBusschere.
It would be the worst look ever. Mm-hmm. Right next to Dave DeBusschere.
Yeah, and Walt Frazier up there in the rafters.
Clyde Frazier and all the guys. I mean, it would be the most absurd thing ever.
What is the benefit of somebody winning that in the season?
Nothing. Well, the players like it. They cash a nice check.
Sure, that's not bad if you cash a nice check. It's nothing. They've looked at the European model of how they do things, and they bastardized it here in the United States. And they've got games that are being counted for not only the NBA, but also for this Cup. And in Europe, they do it totally different. They play it during the weekday. They don't play it as part of your league. They play it as an independent tournament with its own games, not games that count for both. It's ridiculous. It's dumb.
It don't make sense. I can accept that the game that they play today is a hard, stressful one because of all of the movement, right? All of the running, the back and forth. They play at a faster pace than ever before. I can accept that. But then it's an even bigger and stronger case to be made for truncating your season, shortening the number of games. Because all you have in this league right now, and it's way too problematic and it's way too rampant, is you never know when guys are going to play, Yerk. You don't know.
I got
when
you.
You know what I'm saying? You don't know when they're going to play. So cut 20 games off your season. They could never lose the revenue. What could be the best thing for your long-term health and success is shortening the season and actually having these guys play when they go on the road and they go to other arenas.
Are you trying to tell me that my man Chet Walker, my man Bobby Butterbean Love, Storm and Norman, Sloan, Bo Winkle, they weren't getting it? The 24 seconds were different in their era than the
Well, I think there's more
24-second shot clock
possessions.
here.
There's more possessions now because the game is played.
Well,
at such
just
a
because
faster
guys
pace.
are willing to run and gun. Back then, Denver and Kiki
there's
Vandeweghe
no
and all
doubt.
the
There's no
fat
doubt.
lever, they were scoring 165 points a game.
There were a few teams that ran.
I mean,
You're
just
right.
because they're smoother and silkier and put less stress on their
But
bodies.
that's what they're telling
when
you,
they
though.
were chucking stuff up all the time.
All I'm telling you is that's the argument that they're selling. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
They're moving more than ever. They run 2 miles a game. It's harder on the body. There's more. Like, fine. You know how you alleviate the biggest problem you have in your sport? Make your season shorter.
They may be running more, Carm. They may be running more, but there ain't no physicality.
There's
in
not
this
the kind of
league.
physicality
There ain't no,
that's
and they're
true.
traveling more than they've ever traveled in the
That's why
history of
they're
their
running more.
lives.
That's why they run more.
That's why they run more, because you're allowed to pick the basketball up at 12 steps.
You have to gather your.
I saw a guy he bounced the ball and took 4 strides while the ball was in his palm.
Gather.
As he kept going. And he just kept running and running. He looked like Skeets Nehemiah. I'm like, what are they running? 110 high meter hurdle here? What's going on?
It's so good.
You know what's crazy? I see that all the time. It's
time.
always
All the time.
someone in the game will get away with 4 or 5 steps to the basket. It's just bad.
312-332-ESPN. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling present the ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame. Jump on our YouTube page and ESPN Chicago, Sunday afternoon from 1 to 2. This is a live streaming, uninterrupted pregame crosstalk with all your favorite ESPN Chicago hosts. The ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame, Sunday from 1 to 2 on YouTube and ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player in the big game to score the first touchdown, but his teammate scores instead. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right, bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the big game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line with BetMGM's second chance. Try a first TD scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 1-800-426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Illinois only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Hey, it's Dionne Miller, and if you're in the market or even think you should be in the market for new windows, you need to call Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. For over 30 years, Russ has done things differently. He offers the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, and they come with a lifetime guarantee. And when you call Chicago window guys like I did, you get to deal directly with Russ, and you will not be sorry. So call Chicago window guys today at 847-881-3060 or check them out for yourself at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text BILL to 231231 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text BILL to 231231. That's BILL to 231231.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Pinstripes are back. The Bulls 2025-26 Statement Edition jersey is here. Inspired by the 90s, but refreshed for today's generation of fans. Learn more about the uniform plus shop jerseys and the full retail collection on bulls.com/statement.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Carmen and Jurko with you until noon. Then it's Rich Eisen, Waddle, and Silvy from 2 to 6 to get you home on this Monday. Some good news and notes things in Brad Biggs' column. Very good column by Biggsy over the weekend from the Senior Bowl. And down there talking to a lot of scouts and different executives from around the league. And he had a bunch of interesting Bears nuggets, Jurko. I wanted to read you a couple if you're cool with that.
I am ready.
It's from Biggsy's column over the weekend.
Biggsy.
This is on Trey Hendrickson, all right? And just free agency in general.
The defensive end from the Cincinnati Bengals.
Correct.
Injured.
Well,
in the last year for sure.
This last year for sure. He had a hip injury, and then he had to have. I think as a result of that, it was like a core muscle procedure.
Yeah, of
you
course.
start getting older, and those could be a little problematic.
Hips, baby.
Here was what Biggsy wrote.
Shakira.
She could
It's
shake
all
those
in the
hips.
Yeah.
The Bears have reached the point at which they can be more selective in free agency, and the timing is good because they're tighter against the salary cap. Yes, they can make moves to free up plenty of space, but the bill always comes due. It's because they're snug against the cap and because Hendrickson is on the downside of his career coming off a season marred by injury that I'm skeptical the Bears would be involved with him. I chatted with a good handful of personnel folks around town. Let's just say the buzz for Hendrickson that exists on social media wasn't matched in those conversations. So more of that's for sports talk radio and social media right now. The Bears are not really kicking the tires on Trey Hendrickson. At least that's the way I read that.
That's the way it reads.
Then on DJ Moore. This is some good stuff in here about DJ Moore. I don't believe the Bears view trading Moore as addition by subtraction. Given that his $23.485 million base salary for 26 is fully guaranteed, I don't see them being able to get a lot back in terms of draft picks. You can look at Moore's production the last 2 seasons and say the Bears should trade him. You can't look at Moore's production the last 2 seasons and say that the Bears should trade him, then turn around and expect a haul in return. You're not getting a haul for DJ Moore. We know that.
Yeah.
And like the idea that somehow you're pulling off that deal with the Raiders.
Once part of a haul. But
yes,
will not be getting a haul
now,
for DJ Moore.
For what it's worth, $15.5 million of Moore's $23.485 million base salary in 27 becomes fully guaranteed if he's on the roster March 13th. So he effectively has nearly $40 million guaranteed over the next 2 years. What has been lost in the Moore discussion is he's the anti-diva receiver. He didn't peep once about Justin Fields when the passing game was a complete mess. He hasn't complained about a lack of targets the last 2 seasons. He answers the bell almost every Sunday. He plays through minor injury. If the Bears become hard-pressed for cap space, maybe trading Moore would emerge as a possibility. But I think that's what would precipitate a deal, not any desire to dump him. The best-case scenario might be that the final offensive play against the Rams is a good learning experience, a play Ben Johnson said he needed to coach better. I totally agree with Biggsy. It's kind of what I've been saying. First of all, if they trade him, it doesn't mean that they don't like him or that they're desperate to get rid of him. They might only do it out of necessity, considering where they are cap-wise and the young investments they've made with their offensive players. I personally would not be in a rush to trade DJ Moore. Does it financially make some sense? Do they have to? Because it's what's best for the long-term health of this team? Maybe. Maybe. Can we live in that world? I think we can live in that world.
I think you
and
can.
if you're doing your due diligence and you get to a point this offseason and you realize it is the best thing going forward, it's not a knock necessarily against DJ Moore or his ability or what they think of him. And I think that's important to remember.
I think that one thing you need to realize is if you got to release the hounds. And the Hounds are the young receivers that you have on this team. Now, whether anybody likes it or not, Roma Dunze was the leading receiver early in the year.
He was.
Then he fell off, and it became the tight end, Colston Loveland, which is great. I'm more in favor ever now of keeping the other tight end.
Cole.
Yeah, Cole Kmet. More in favor than now. Those two guys can stay. Not an issue. Not a problem with Cole Kmet. Because Cole Kmet only makes $10 million.
Right.
And when you look at it in the pantheon of tight ends in this league, it's a pretty reasonable contract for tight ends in this league. It doesn't put him in the top 10, I don't believe. And after this offseason, it probably would definitely not have him in the top 10. So that's not a problem. Colston and Kmet. And when you pay Colston, then Kmet you can say goodbye to. Not a problem. Or at the end of his contract, whatever it is. Not a problem. You can say goodbye. But then Luther Burden stepped up. Jedediah Walker, my guy. I don't know what you plan on doing with Zacchaeus.
Free agent might be gone.
I don't know. But I think if you got 4 wide receivers that you can count on, and DJ Moore's out there, and you can get something back for him and the cap relief, that might be an option. For me, 49 would be gone too.
Yeah, that
he's on the other
seems
side
to
of the
be
football.
an easy way to free up about $15 million.
I think more reasonable, less of a dead cap hit. I think that's your more reasonable play. I thought your linebackers, when they were pressed into duty because of injury, played well.
Mm-hmm.
Played well. Great experience they received. Now they're coming into their second years, and see if you can't count on them there.
Cole's 11th, by the way, for next year at $11.6 million.
Right, so I'm right.
Njoku, Hawkinson, Goddard, Knox, Kittle, Schultz, Ingram, Taysom Hill. They have slotted here as a Juwan Johnson, Hunter Henry, and then Cole Kmet.
No Trey McBride, right?
No.
Oh, he'll get his money.
But he's going to get his money.
He'll vault above that.
And then, if Kelsey's back, I don't even know what Kelsey would make. Kelsey's not on that list because Kelsey's a free agent.
Yes.
Kelsey was number 1 for this year.
I think the point is he's in an area where
That's
when
doable.
you look at him, you don't say, well, we've got to move that 11, 10 million, whatever it is.
Yep.
We've got to move it because we need – I don't think that's where you get your savings from.
I think you're right. Mike's in Morris, Illinois. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Tell us, man. How you doing?
Good. Sorry, hold on 1 second.
Getting us off speaker.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm working right now.
Go ahead, buddy.
No, it's hard pressed to find something good to say about the White Sox these days. So I wanted to take an opportunity to say that they do a great job for the kids. I took my kid to that Sox Fest camp that they had, and it really was just a top-notch experience for my boy. I mean, I really hope that that Colson Montgomery turns into a player, because my kid just was very. They went above and beyond. They did more than they had to do. This is their off season, and they show up for a city that doesn't pay them much attention. So I just wanted to take them one day where there were no football games and send a shout out to the White Sox and say thank you for showing my kid a good time.
We appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yeah, it looked fun. They always do a good job for the kids too. Jack was there. Jack McGrath was there on Friday, getting some Q&A with a few guys. Kyle Teal is playing for Team Italy in the WBC. So somewhere in the family's lineage, maybe on his mom's side, unless they truncated it at Ellis Island from Teal Leone or something. I don't know, Jörg.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Teal's playing for Team Italy. And there was great stuff. Jack talked to him about ABS system this year, talked to him about World Baseball Classic, playing for Team Italy. And I think he said his favorite Italian food was veal parmesan. And then Danny was giving him crap about that. I don't know why. I mean, veal parmesan's quite good,
Is it an Italian dish or no?
Eggplant parmesan for
Eggplant?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Veal parmesan, chicken parmesan might be a little bit more of an Italian-American thing, but that's okay,
They took it from the eggplant. They put some meat under it.
That's right,
all.
yeah. I was surprised to hear Kyle Teal was playing for Team Italy. I didn't know that. I don't think there are too many White Sox players. I mean, Mooney, I would think, is on Team Japan again, right?
Mooney.
I mean, he was awesome.
He is,
3 years ago. Murakami, who was not here.
When is that? I'm so excited.
It's a couple weeks. Well, not a couple weeks. I mean, it probably starts, I'm guessing, in about a month. I can look it up for you real quick.
I got you. March 5th to March 17th.
There you go, 5th to the 17th. Easy peasy, dude. It was a fun tournament last time. Embrace it, Jurko. We got the Olympics. We got WBC, the start of the baseball season, World Cup. It's going to be a fabulous summer, my friend. Fabulous spring and summer.
I want
you to hop on board.
I'm only upset because I'll be here for it. That's what I'm upset about.
You won't be in Pinehurst yet.
I'll be in Pinehurst that morning of the 17th.
You're going to miss the final. You won't have to
Playing
talk about
Todd Hill.
About the final. Todd Hill?
Tot. T-O-T. Tot Hill.
Tot Hill, nice.
Playing that the first day in Charlotte. What do you think about that?
I love your life.
One of the top 10 in North Carolina.
I think.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is.
Oh, yeah.
I love your life. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
All righty, it's Jurko, and if you're getting ready for the big game, your spread starts with Corner Booth Pizza. Forget the wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizzas cut into squares. Talking crispy, thin crust, thick, shredded cheese, toppings stacked oh so high, from classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan-favorite sausage and jardiniere. There's something for every craving. Flavor that satisfies the soul. Huddle up, grab a pie, and taste Chicago's original pub-style frozen pizza, the Corner Booth.
Blackhawks fans, the wait is over. Don't miss a second of the action at the United Center this season.
Connor Bedard, high slot. Bedard, right circle, moves and put it on the net. They score! Tyler Bertuzzi!
From Centennial celebrations to can't-miss matchups, now is your chance to be part of the energy, the history, and create unforgettable moments.
What a save made by Knight!
Secure your seats today at Blackhawks.com/tickets.
Hey golfers, it's Tyler. It may be winter in Chicago, but golf season will be here before you know it. And if you want to be ready when the weather turns, you've got to plan now. That's where Golf on Any Tee or the GOAT app comes in. GOAT is a golf membership that gets you unlimited golf all year long at 20 courses across Chicagoland. No greens fees, no cart fees, just unlimited golf. Sign up now and book a tee time for the first day courses open. Visit golfonanytee.com or download the GOAT app today and golf like me, golf on any tee.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. We say it every year, new you. But this year I'm actually doing something about it. I've been going to Cairo One Wellness Centers for months now. My body feels great and I'm moving better than ever. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to feel better and actually take care of your body, you gotta check out Cairo One. They have 50 locations across Chicagoland, so there is one near you. No drugs, no surgeries, just personalized chiropractic care. Visit CairoOne.com today and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com.
That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We've been giving you fun facts about Italy, the people, the culture. The Olympics start later this week, Jurko. And all you have to do is be paying attention in the first hour of the show, get the fact, and then you could be a qualifier to win a $100 gift card to go dine in the village of Elmwood Park, where Restaurant Week begins on Friday. We gave you a little nugget about Milan and a famous painting.
Yes, we did.
One of the most famous from the Italian Renaissance. Inside the church in Milan, the Santa Maria della Grazia. Mm-hmm. Which great Italian Renaissance painting is on display in that church? First correct caller will be our qualifier for the day. 312-332-3776. You didn't even need to know the
no
who painted it, the great
No, you
artist.
don't. No,
I mean,
you don't.
bonus points, I guess.
Not to be confused with the Sea of Galilee.
Not to be confused. Different country of origin, different painter altogether.
But beautiful nonetheless.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful, of course.
Gorgeous. Yeah.
You're talking about the storm on the Sea of Galilee? Is
That's
that what
the
you're
one,
talking about? Yeah,
yes.
That's Rembrandt.
Oh, you bet it
painted,
is.
Some seascapes
Oh,
in his life.
Carmen, you and I know so much about art.
Well, that's the one that was stolen. I only really know about that one because that was the one that was. They never found it.
No, it was definitely stolen. Yes,
stolen, and they never found it. So I think we've got.
What a beautiful piece.
Beautiful, Kurt.
Yeah.
And it's our guy Kurt.
And it's a nice painting.
And nice, yes.
Yeah.
Kurt, which painting is on display in that church in Milan?
The Last Supper.
The Last Supper. That's right. That's our guy Kurt in South Elgin. Congrats, Kurt. Hold on, buddy. You're a qualifier, and you might win that gift card. You go dine at the Village.
South Elgin.
Park. Love South Elgin.
Oh,
Love
who
Elmwood Park.
doesn't?
We'll be there making some content videos tomorrow as we're going to hit a few establishments. I generally have a rule, Yerk.
What is it?
I try to avoid long, prolonged scrolling, long sessions of prolonged scrolling. Okay?
On the computer.
Like on Instagram, on social media.
Okay, the gram. You don't want to get stuck in a wormhole.
Yes, I don't.
Okay.
I try. So, I catch myself. I'm like, come on, man. You've been sitting here for 5 minutes. This is a waste of time. It's a complete waste of time.
Get rid of it.
That said, go check out my latest Instagram post where I show you how to make chili for this weekend.
How long is that post, by the way?
A minute 30.
Minute 30 seconds? That's pretty good.
Keep the reels to a minute 30. I think you can do 3 minutes now, but keep them to a minute 30.
I received that advice at one point. Brevity.
Brevity's good. Brevity's good. I broke my own rule. I made an exception Saturday morning. And I spent a considerable time scrolling because I wanted to and just watch the great brilliance of Catherine O'Hara, who I was on the train going home on Friday when I was listening to Waddle and Silvy. And the news had broke that Catherine O'Hara had passed. First of all, like 71 is too young, right? That's way too young. She was still working.
Yeah.
We've talked about it in the past a lot with her, whether it's going back to the old days of SCTV and all the work she had done over the years with John Candy and Rick Moranis and Eugene Levy. She's most famously, of course, the mom from Home Alone. Like, even my kids were, I said, guys, Catherine O'Hara, the mom from Home Alone. They were like, oh, wow, you're kidding. Like, Home Alone is as good today as it ever was. It's a movie that 100% totally holds up. Of course, this is the famous scene on the airplane. This is where she's being a little bit more serious and not just her hilarious self.
What's the matter? Honey?
I have a terrible feeling
About what?
that we didn't do something.
Now you feel that way because we left in such a hurry. We took care of everything. Believe me, we did.
Did I turn off the coffee?
No. I did.
Did you lock up?
Yeah.
Did you close the garage?
That's it. I forgot to close the garage. That's it.
No, that's not it.
What else could we be forgetting?
Kevin!
Probably her most famous role. And even that role, it's kind of in the background a lot. It's kind of a supporting cast. You see more of Kevin. You see more Joe Pesci. You see more Daniel Stern. It wasn't really until Schitt's Creek that she became fully 100% the star of the show. She's always been brilliant. She was wicked funny. The mannerisms, the facial expressions, the affects, the voices. Schitt's Creek gave you a full picture of just how brilliant she was as an actor, as a comedian. And, Yerk, I'm just going to play one thing for you because it's time to fold the cheese.
Next step is to fold in the cheese.
What does that mean? What does fold in the cheese mean?
He folds it in.
Fold it in.
I understand that, but how do you fold it? Do you fold it in half like a piece of paper and drop it in the pot, or what do you do?
David, I cannot show you everything.
Okay, well, can you show me one thing?
Here's what you do. You just fold it in.
Okay, I don't know how to fold broken cheese like that.
And I don't know how to be any clearer. You take that thing that's in your hand, and you...
If you say fold in, one more time.
It says fold it in.
This is your recipe. You fold in the cheese then.
Don't you dare.
You fold it in.
David!
Don't you dare.
Oh, good. Now I see bubbles. David! What does burning smell like?
She's one of the most brilliant performers of my lifetime. I put a video on Instagram, the video of one of her scenes in the Curb Your Enthusiasm episode she was in. She played Marty Funkhauser's sister, Bam Bam. She sleeps with Jeff in the episode. She's slightly mentally challenged. I mean, it's just it's
ideal.
Was an absolute treasure of a comedian and an actress. And I'm telling you, I spent an hour Saturday morning just going through because I knew there would be a ton of tributes and a ton of old videos, SETV stuff, so much funny stuff. And if you're a little bit more unfamiliar with her great work, go back and look at some of it.
And a couple things. The last 2 years she played with Kevin Hart in the Chase commercials.
Yes.
As the mom from Home Alone.
Yes.
She did that in 2024 and 2025.
What show is she still working on? It's an Apple show that maybe I don't watch. Is she on it currently working? I thought
It was I forget the name of the show.
I can't remember the name of the show. It's one on Apple that I don't watch
Yeah.
that I've heard is quite good. She was still working.
She was still working, man.
And she was just, I'm telling you, she was just one of like the most wickedly funny people you will ever see on screen, on television. Schitt's Creek, if you've never watched it, they're easy, quick episodes. They're like 25 minutes each with Eugene Levy and Eugene Levy's son. And it was so good. It was so well done. And she is the star of it
From the
in
Twitch
every
chat.
way.
They said it's the studio.
The studio, that's right. I've heard great things about that
Thank you,
show.
Twitch.
I have not watched it. Twitch, thank you guys. I've heard great things about it. I haven't watched it, but too young. She will be missed. She was an absolute genius, and I do encourage you to go back and just kind of get an appreciation for all the funny stuff she did and some of the old SCTV stuff, especially when she was young, when they took Second City on the road to Toronto and they opened up there at some point in the mid to late 70s. Just rest in peace. She was awesome. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. 2 to 6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Silvy expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger. I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
I want to dive into the local delicacies of Alpine Food Shop.
An original yardstick pizza from Armin's will do the trick if you're hungry enough.
Oh, baby, I'm hungry.
We could do this all day, Carm.
You know, we really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. Food brings us all together. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene, Carm.
Oh, and what a perfect time. Restaurant Week is February 6th through the 15th. Grab the family and your friends, bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? Sure, it's a lot colder, but it's also because your insulation inside the window could be failing. And when that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation like I did and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Plus 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 full years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait. Put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-880-1212. That's 800-880-1212. Again, that's 800-880-1212.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Don't forget, tomorrow we'll start our Black Crowes Whiskey Myers concert giveaway. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week, a pair of tickets to see the Black Crowes with Whiskey Myers in Tinley Park, July 24th, once per show. We'll come back with some Black Crowes music, and when you hear it, be caller 5, and you will win. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, as simple as that. Again, that's tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday on the Carmen and Jurko show. Well, we covered a lot of ground today, Jurk. I'm glad. We hit pretty much everything I had on the list, buddy. Fun show today.
I mean, there was a lot of stuff to consume. You really kind of had to be dedicated to it if you're going to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you had to know when it was, when it was going to be there. You had to go and kind of hunt it up a little bit. I know we didn't talk about any European soccer, but there's all types of great things happening.
I see Man U. I've been watching a little bit on the weekends here the last few weeks without as much football. I've noticed Man U's like on the comeback trail.
Michael Carrick is manager. It was a wonderful game. It was 2-0 Man United.
Yep.
Came back to be tied 2-2 Fulham.
Yep.
And then 3-2 winner by
in stoppage time.
Šeško is his last name, Serbian kid. Struggle, in his transfer over there to the big club, Man United, but came out with a key goal right at the end for a 3-2 winner. Another 3 points for Manchester United.
Man U is on the comeback trail. Things are getting good. Tonight, I would encourage everyone, if you can, just check out Sharks and Hawks. Not the Sharks and the Jets here, the Blackhawks and the Sharks. Tonight, you get a chance to see Connor Bedard and Macklin Celebrini, who is special. He was the first overall pick the year after Connor Bedard was the first overall pick. Macklin Celebrini is on the Canadian Olympic team. He's 19. I think Bedard might have made it, too, had he not
if he would have stayed healthy.
Yeah, but this Macklin Celebrini is something.
He's top 5 in points right now.
Yeah, he's got 79 points. He is 19 years old.
Who's he playing for, this Celebrini?
The Sharks. I just said that.
Well, I mean, listen, I got to reiterate to myself so I remember he's with the Sharks.
The Hawks and the Sharks on the west side tonight. So maybe
they finally replaced Joe Thornton.
They finally replaced Joe Thornton, and this kid is a stud. Bedard's going to be a stud, too. You're already starting to see it. He obviously got sidetracked a little bit with the injury this year, but Bedard is blossoming the way I think we all hoped.
Those were my favorite teams, too, San Jose back in the day with Thornton, and then you had Jonathan Chichu.
Yeah, remember?
Joe Pavelski. I mean, that was it. And then they had the long-haired freaky guy.
Brian Burns?
Brett Burns. Either one. The one guy, defenseman. Yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, it was always a fun watch.
Always.
But they could never get there.
No, they could not.
They could never get to
they never got over the hump.
Never got over that final hump.
And they've had good teams over the years. They never could get over the hump. And now they've got this kid, and he is something. So you can see Celebrini and Bedard tonight. I look forward to watching a little bit of that. Guess who's doing the hockey show this week?
Who's doing the
all
hockey
the
show?
Fans, all the people who love Pat Boyle and Chief are pissed off right now. They're gone this week. So
they vacation?
They've gone to the bullpen for me and Jeff Meller. They're like, who the hell else can possibly talk hockey? So they're going to.
They got you two guys.
Yeah,
huh?
me and Meller are going to do pucks. We're doing the hockey show. We got big shoes to fill. I'm not going to lie.
You're darn right.
Yeah, fill in for PB and for Chief on Wednesday. And like I said, the diehards of that show, and there are plenty of them, and it's a great show. They're like, oh, man, F. Carmen and Jeff Meller. I got to go a week without Pat Boyle and Chief. It's just 1 week. Meller and I are going to pinch
hitters.
And we'll be on the hockey show on Wednesday night.
Calling you out of the pen, two
They're calling
left-handers.
us out of the pen. Hey.
Firemen, 2 firemen out of the pen.
Every once in a while,
for the save.
know?
I love it.
Meller and I are going to talk more about the 2010 Hawks. No, I'm just kidding. I kid.
No, you won't. You'll talk about what they got going
I've watched a fair amount of the Hawks this year. I have.
I'm sure
you know
you
how
have.
much I love hockey.
Yeah.
I watched the outdoor game last night. It was on TV too. Like I was kind of watching it.
Still a year
Saw the
away.
comeback.
Right, still a year away.
So I believe that even in their minds as an organization, I think they're starting to feel like, okay, next year we got to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Got a good start this year. It was a good story. In all likelihood, you're not making it unless they go on some crazy heater.
Got to be a crazy run.
I wouldn't anticipate that.
It's got to be nuts.
Yeah, it would
Absolute
really
nuts.
have to be. I mean, they're still fourth from the bottom in the conference.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they only have 51 points. Although the depth in the Western Conference, like, outside of the Avs and the Wild, like it's not great this year.
Mm-hmm.
But you got a long way to go, and you got a lot of teams to jump. They'd have to go on some crazy ass heater to even be close, and I don't anticipate that happening. They've lost 5 in a row too, by the way, the Hawks. I think I was at their last win, if I'm not mistaken, Jurk. But I do think next year is a year where you have to circle it and be like, okay, like you bottomed out. You told us that. And you got Bedard. And you had a second pick the year after, the pick after
Oliver
Celebrini
Moore
was
is up.
and you got Oliver Moore, and like
Frank
you got
Nazar is
Levshinoff
up.
playing, and you
Yeah.
got Frank Nazar up. Like
Your
okay,
number one picks are starting to come to fruition here.
I get it.
And like, listen, when they're 23, 22, that's when they're really coming into their own. So
we can be patient,
I want
but
to
at
see
some
some
point,
signs.
kind of have to have a year where you're competing for a playoff.
Let's
spot.
have some signs.
I'm with you. That feels like it's got to happen in the next year here. And I hope it does. And I think even internally, just the best I can gauge talking to some people over there is that they feel that like we knew this was going to be a struggle, and this was still probably a year early, and they just have a new coach and they're learning kind of a new way. But next year, you got to be a playoff team. Yeah, I don't know, the outdoor game thing to me, I feel like the NHL, it feels like it's jumped the shark a little. I don't even know how many outdoor games they do, Jurk. It's kind of, okay, they got another outdoor game. All the dress-up stuff last night with the Pirates, I didn't care for it.
Yeah.
I was like, could have probably done without it.
Mm-hmm.
I liked the goalie fight.
And where's Captain Jack Sparrow when you need him? I mean, truly, if you're going to have Pirates, doesn't Jack Sparrow need to be on the scene?
Yeah, I think one of them might have been for a little while. They tried to pull off a Captain Jack Sparrow. I don't know. I thought the whole thing was kind of silly just because you're playing in Tampa.
Right.
It said puck drop at 5:30. They didn't start till like 6:10, and it was 40 minutes of just song and dance.
What
and
was
nonsense.
all that? I mean, like it's
John Cooper was dressed like
John
Scarface
Cooper,
for some reason.
he was dressed up like what was that?
No idea.
Listen.
I didn't get what was going on.
Were they competing against the Grammys or something?
They were.
What was going on?
They were competing against the
decided
Grammys.
They were going to do a little song and dance, man, that kind of number.
Did you see what Chappell Roan was wearing at the Grammys?
I had
or not wearing.
I have
How
not.
I would have thought you'd get arrested for wearing something like that.
Chappell Roan, what was she
Chappell
wearing?
Roan. Look at what she was wearing. Basically,
She
her
dropped some weight too.
Yeah,
from
like
last year.
basically, her dress was only being held up attached to
Look
nipple
at those.
rings.
Yeah, look at those.
I was amazed. I'm like, can't you get arrested for going out in public like that?
She did have a shawl over the top, and she undid the shawl.
She undid the shawl.
And now all of a sudden, there you are. Yeah.
I mean, man.
Well, see, that's that one, but here it is right there.
Whoa.
That's what Carm's looking at.
That's risque.
Well, I mean,
thought it was AI when the guy started sending it around last night. I'm like, that can't be real. Is that AI? And Abdallah goes, oh, no, that's real. I can confirm. I was like, wow.
Very real.
Our old buddy Adam Abdallah. Yeah, he goes, oh, no, that's real. That's not AI. I was like, geez, I would have thought they'd put you in jail for that. That's indecent exposure.
Yeah.
I mean, I liked it, but, you know, I'm a filthy pig. I mean, that was unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right, thanks to Jay Moore and thanks to Aiden O'Connor for filling in for Jack. Jack's back tomorrow.
Might need to get little Johnny involved in that type of situation.
That was unbelievable. Thanks for listening and calling into today's show. We will see you tomorrow. Have a great day. Waddle and Silvy back with you at 2. Rich Eisen's next.
listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Tyler, the big game. It's when a sports fan learns to pace oneself. The calendar gets busy, the couch gets comfortable.
That's the vet talking. I'm bouncing around bars, friends, and screens everywhere.
That's why I keep telling you, whether you're running routes around the city or running the remote like a retired pro, Flight by Yingling just works.
Light, crisp, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, easy no matter where the day takes you.
Kickoff rolls into tip-off, no wasted motion.
Grab a Flight by Yingling and enjoy the run.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Enjoy responsibly.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni. And I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I dislike winter. Give me a 95-degree sunny summer day and I'm a happy guy. So I spend most of my winter free time indoors, and it's why I rely on Atomatic. They've been making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable for 80 years. I don't even have to think about the outside because my home is perfect all year round. If you're not feeling confident that your winter's going to be carefree, go to Atomatic.com right now. That's Atomatic.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Us from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
I would say to the Pats now, who wins the game is not the team with the best players. Who wins the game is the players with the best team.
Today's guests, actor Josh Lucas, actor Nikolai Coster-Waldau, Super Bowl 60 storylines, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2, The Rich Eisen Show on the air on Disney Plus and the ESPN app, our usual spots, but we're on ESPN linear cable today as well. So we say hello to everybody out there watching ESPN and listening on ESPN Radio or Sirius XM Channel 80. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Have a chat with us. The actor Nicholas Coster-Waldau is going to be in studio. The Nikolai, is going to be in studio in hour number 3 of this show. So we're going to have a great chat with the Kingslayer of the Game of Thrones from back in the day. But joining us now from Palm Royale, we just talked about Shrinking with Ted McGinley last week, and available on Apple TV, another hit show, Palm Royale, Season 2 at its finale last month, back here on The Rich Eisen Show. Actor Josh Lucas is here. Good to see you, buddy. How are you, man? Good to see you, man.
Very happy to be in the nicest stage studio of all of Hollywood.
Thank you, sir. I will
really
take that, man. I will take that from you and run with it. And, you know, obviously, so much to talk about with you. Let's start with the sports aspect of it.
Well, you know what I want to talk about? This was the first weekend without football, and I'm struggling a little bit. And I thought about it. I was like, what's it like for you, man? I mean, I know we have this big Super Bowl coming up, but, like, I literally told my brother, I was like, I'm worried about the postpartum depression.
Tell me about it.
I mean, do you go through it every year?
I go through it every year where I'm wondering, you know, there's a void. But yesterday was the first Sunday I had not been on television or worked in quite some time.
Sure.
And I looked up in the sky. I'm like, wow, the sun is shining. Like there's an outdoors, But then at the end of
is it a good feeling for you then that you get a break and the rest of us just suffer?
Listen, it's the ultimate first class problem. But yes, football not being played, and then after the Super Bowl's over, it is a complete and total loss. It's a void. You know what I mean?
What I think is really surprising me about this season, we've talked about it before. I'm a lifelong Seahawks fan.
Yes, sir.
I've got this 13-year-old boy who's as big an obsessive fan as and so the two of us, we really share it, right?
Yes.
And because the NFL has just become so shockingly brilliant in its entertainment, and that wild card weekend when you were able to lock in for 4 games in a row, that were some of the best sports I've ever seen.
Right. Yeah.
Every single game. Right. I even heard him, Mike McDonald talking about it, the coach of the Seahawks, saying how he was like, I started to care deeply about one team winning. Why did I care so much about one? He was, and I've had that feeling. So there's kind of that post weekend letdown every time of like, okay, back to reality. You get to be so involved in the sport. But then with the Seahawks in particular, this whole season, I found myself being kind of emotional in a way that's been surprising to me.
Well, how so? What do you mean?
So we were lucky. We got to see both games, both Rams games, meaning the one that was here that they lost,
right?
The last second with the field goal, and then obviously the extraordinary one at Lumen Field,
which the Thursday night one?
The Thursday night one.
My God,
which was. It was mind-blowing to be in that stadium.
Now, what was it like, though, early fourth quarter when you're down 30-14? The Rams just picked off Sam Darnold inside the 5-yard line, and you thought this thing was what?
Literally, this is why I'm saying all this, was because I thought, do we go? You know what I mean? Because there was reasons why we had a very early flight. There was a bunch of different reasons. I was like, and my heart was like, I was hurting.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, my heart was like having this kind of like emotional reaction. And I was like, that's wrong. You can't, I don't even mention that, right?
Yes.
And so obviously then Shaheed does the return and suddenly we're back in it. But the emotion, I've never ever understood what it is to be a soccer hooligan, but suddenly I'm like, oh, I get it. I get it. I understand why, Bills fans are suffering the way that they are.
Right.
And so emotionally, that's what's been surprising. And even obviously in this last playoff game with the Rams, I mean, I felt like I was on a roller coaster where my son was like, calm down, Dad. And I'm like, oh my God.
So you passed this on to your son, is what you're saying. Or vice versa in a way.
It might be the fact that he's so invested and that it's something we share so deeply together. We're so, we just lock in during,
How did the Seahawks become the team, though? I mean, you're born in Arkansas and you bounced around, right?
Bounced around, but I went to high school in the Seattle, Gig Harbor, Washington, a small little fishing village not far. And so the first NFL game I ever went to was in the Kingdom. The Steve Largent, great Jim Zorn era.
Yes.
Right. So the first team that I ever supported for the NFL was, I guess a little late in my life, but so I didn't. So that's the first thing I shared with my dad. First time we ever went to an NFL game, Kingdom, all of it. And so I became a Seahawks fan at that point. Have always stayed one.
Yeah.
But then, then I think it does have to do with the fact that my son has just grabbed onto it so hard, so deeply.
Right. Now you've bonded. And now look at all those pictures that we just showed from your Instagram where you're just locked in and you're tattooing your face and stuff like that. You are into it. I'm all the way in. And Darnold doing what he's doing, and JSN doing what he's doing, and Kupp doing what he's doing in the running game. And they're just so young and talented and fast. They play fast. Yeah. They hit you in the mouth too. So they're quick and they're physical, which is what you obviously want in a football team. You know what I mean?
I think what John Schneider, the GM, has done there is the fact that this guy's he's gotten Executive of the Year with 2 different organizations in a sense, even though it's the same organization. Sure. It's the first time obviously people know that's ever people who really follow sports know that that's happened. But what this guy's done, and even down to did you hear that he went to mass? He's Catholic and went to mass and prayed to be able to hire Mike McDonald.
That is news to me. I did not know that.
He did, and you realize that's how deeply that his it's almost sacrilegious, but his true deep. understanding of the game, his ability, all the things that he's done is really remarkable. And that I am struck by Mike McDonald. I'm struck by like the interesting like tactician of him, the quietness of him. You know, coaching really fascinates me, and I just am in awe of what this team and this guy's done. And I mean, you know, my son believes that we might be on the verge of a dynasty.
Well, I'll leave you with this nugget then before we move on a little bit here. Josh Lucas, because NFL Network research department, I don't know if how they snagged this, but I should know what John Schneider did to hopefully sway the coach to be hired, right? That every time there's been a new pope, the Seahawks have made the Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
Did you know that?
I did. That's why there's this there's this weird, obviously the Pope element, but then the fact that John Schneider went and prayed at Mass. You know.
Well, I guess it's a good thing they didn't take on the Bears, because the current Pope is a Bears fan.
Absolutely.
So that would have smashed up against, you know, higher powers.
But I loved your episode that that you did recently, which was all of the mind-boggling statistics of that Rams matchup, of that playoff matchup.
Yeah.
Just how close it is. I mean, it was...
Oh, yeah, like it was 1 point difference in terms of the history of the series.
But also everything about it is just... And, you know, I will say as well during that playoff game and the fact that we ended up winning, I did feel a little bit like, oh, that was the Super Bowl. You know, there was a sense of...
There is that sense, you know, except the Patriot fan over there might beg to differ. And
we'll see you next weekend.
That's right. Yeah, there's no doubt. And it's just that the 2001 Patriots team also had a second-year quarterback and a second-time head coach go up against an NFC West team that was supposed to spank them, and we all know what happened in that one. Look, so, like, it's truly the any given Sunday, but you take a look at the matchup, and the Seahawks do come in, I think, as the better team, for sure.
They're on fire right now. They really are. I mean, you've seen it. You've seen them just grow and develop, and even down to like that moment after the Rams win in the playoffs the other night, where you saw Mike McDonald say he didn't care. Like there was something kind of cold in a way that I've not seen from him, which was like, oh, this guy. I've always sensed, and again, to go to the coaching of it all, right? Yes. That he was, he's not the friend of all the players, but there was a kind of very friendly, jovial, kind of good guy aspect to him. But suddenly to see that the hard edge to him that is appearing, but I feel that way throughout the whole way the Hawks are playing and the discipline of what they're doing, which is why obviously that moment when the taunting foul happened the other day, you saw the team, it's like not acceptable. They're playing in a unified, cohesive way that I think is a testament to the organization as a whole. But that's what, again, we'll see with the Super Bowl. I'm fascinated by Vrabel too. I mean, Vrabel is obviously his own force and to do what he's done.
Yeah,
so
man.
These two young, powerful coaches coming. It's great. It's the NFL's on fire.
Speaking of coaching, I've got Josh Lucas here on the Rich Eisen Show. We talked about this the last time you were here, but we have a new audience, so I'd love to just dive into it. I was at the UCLA women's basketball game with my daughter, wife, and some of her friends. And our friends yesterday in Pauley Pavilion. And I show them the banners that are hanging in Pauley Pavilion, 64, 65, and then 67, all the way to 73. And the 1966 one is missing.
Yeah, of course.
Because that's the Glory Road year.
The great
obviously, the great Don Haskins, who you played in the film, the Disney film. Here we are on Disney+. Yep. You met Don Haskins, right? Did you meet him?
Oh, more than that. I spent a lot of time with him. In fact, even after the movie was done, I would occasionally go down to El Paso and get in his big white pickup and go out to the desert and drink tequila. It was one of the best things in the world to do. The first time I met Haskins, he walked up to me and very gruffly sort of patted me on the belly and said, "You better start drinking beer, son." They called me the fat man, It was like
That's what he said to you?
Yeah. Look, Jerry Bruckheimer, who's the producer of that movie, is a brilliant producer. Obviously, has proved it, for decades now. And one of the things that Jerry Bruckheimer does that separates him is he gives, like with Tom Cruise, he's putting them with the drivers for F1, right? He's putting, Tom Cruise with the fighter pilots, right?
Sure.
I mean, they're doing immersive, detailed, diligent research to become those people, like Brad Pitt with F1 or whatever. So with what he did with me is he surrounded me with unbelievable coaches. I had Pat Riley, I had Tim Floyd, coach of Chicago Bulls. Tim Floyd was interesting because he was Don Haskins, basically adopted son. And truly, Haskins raised him to be a certain kind of coach. And so not only did I have Haskins with me, I had these different coaches who were really imparting sort of, coaching wisdom onto me, to the point that at times I would get really frustrated and be like, I'm an actor. I'm not a coach, because I had to almost push back and be like, I'm trying to do a performance. I get that you guys want to see that, particularly because what Bruckheimer was doing and the director of that movie is that we were not so much improvising, but some of the stuff that was happening on the sidelines or during the games was very much, they wanted to see the essence of what made Don Haskins the coach he was in those little huddles that were before, during the games, right? And so they would be saying to me, you should be saying this, and you should be saying this, and you should be saying this, both Haskins, both Floyd, and Pat Riley in particular. And it was like I had these deep conversations with them about what made great coaching. And Haskins was very unusual. I think in some ways, Haskins out Bobby Knight in his intensity, which is saying, it's kind of the ultimate level, right? But what struck me about Don Haskins is how much his players loved him. Even decades later, they talked about him as the most important person in their whole life, almost to a man, every player I met. And that's what it goes back to, like what I'm seeing with Mike McDonald or even Vrabel. You're seeing the thing that always interests me as I watch these guys on the sideline is Sean Payton, right? Sean Payton is a force of a in a way, a dark coach, right? He's a tough coach. And that's one of the things I haven't fully seen with Mike McDonald, but I'm so interested. And I don't know, I'm watching, the way that these men manipulate the players, both psychologically, but also just from the way that they get them to step up. I don't know if manipulate's the right word, but
right, because
Matt Riley would say it.
Because yes, because it is sometimes done with love in terms of trying to bond and have a collective be, greater than, than others, some of its parts and things of that nature. I mean, Pat Riley, you mentioned him. He was on the Kentucky team that lost.
Absolutely.
And so what did he bring to the equation for you?
Well, he told me it was a seminal point in his life because he said from the moment the game started, that final, the Final Four championship that in 1966 won the Glory Road movies based on that, and he said that he knew, you looked over at Haskins and Haskins said, in the movie they do a kind of like a heightened movie version of the speech that happens before the game, which again is how he manipulated the players to be not just angry, to be just the intensity of what they came out for. And Pat Riley said he knew it from the very first moment. And it's a true story in the movie where Don Haskins said, you go out there and to David Lattin, who's a big, tall, incredible basketball player. And he said to him, you slam it down their throats, meaning you dunk. And dunking at that point was almost like, frowned upon, right? And he said, and you see, and Riley said that he knew the game was over with. Like from the very first moment, which was what Haskins had attempted to, he wanted the Kentucky team to be intimidated from the very beginning. And there's something again about the psychology I was talking about the other day about how much people have been really rough on Sam Darnold, I think in kind of unfair ways. And particularly if you look at him statistically. And I was saying if I was Mike McDonald, how I might be kind of, I don't want to say getting in his head about that, but to make, and somehow you've seen Darnold is, there's no longer, those questions have sort of started to disappear.
Well, we had Jordan Palmer, the quarterback guru, on the show a couple of weeks ago, and he says that Sam Darnold is internally motivated. He's not externally motivated. He's not motivated by what others are saying about him, and that Mike McDonald knows that, and he might be, he might not say, hey, you hear what they're saying about you, which is a way to manipulate a player or coach a player, you know what I mean? But I think just to go back to McDonald here, Josh Lucas here on the Rich Eisen Show, is that you're wondering if that, if you will, dark side is there. Oh, it's there. Because you heard about the totem pole in their meeting room where they have a totem pole, or did Brock Hewitt referred to it as a spear or something like that? That's in the meeting room where Pete Carroll used to have a basketball net. And he removed the basketball and he he put the spear, and they're taking a helmet of every team that they've beaten.
Wow.
And putting it on like a head on, speaking of, Game of Thrones, like on the spike. They're putting those helmets on a spike, which is, you don't hear that. And
what do you
too
think
often.
that John Schneider saw in Mike McDonald that was so strong that he was able, he prayed for it? Like, what?
I don't know. That's a good question. And, obviously, if your team wins it all, that'll be a question that hopefully I do get to ask him. Either way, if not, but what I think he saw was a level-headed but intense head coach who's on the defensive side of the ball. And if you're in a division against Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, you better take care of that side. Like, if you're going to be going against the Rams twice and the Niners twice, or in this case, this year, 3 times, you better have that side buttoned up.
Yeah.
And I think that was a choice, a clear choice. Like, okay, they're zigging, and boy, are they zigging.
Yeah.
We're zagging, and we'll get our offensive side of the ball right in a complimentary way with Mike McDonald as a play caller defensively and a culture changer CEO overall. And I think that was a choice, and looks like it's working out.
But even down to the very amazing choices that have worked out as well, is like moving on from DK Metcalf. That's like those things that you think like, whoa.
And Gino.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
You're swapping out your quarterback and your number one, but you're like, okay, JSN, we've seen what you can do.
Yeah.
Let's do that. And then, Rams, you're going to get rid of Kupp and a cap casualty. We'll take him too.
Yeah.
And then, I'm a Michigan guy, which is how I know Mike McDonald. I mean, A.J. Barner nobody talks about him at tight end. And he's outstanding.
Bobo's interesting. I mean, there's like,
He's caught a
the
touchdown.
depth. Exactly. Like,
what the heck?
Yeah, no.
And it's all working for you.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Palm Royale before we send you out on your Super Bowl Monday. What a cast, man, that you were involved with. And in the same way that I in football might be on in your house quite a bit. My oldest son binge watches Palm Royale. He loves it. My Zan cannot get enough of it. We see it all the time. So what attracted you to this?
Look, it was a dreamy job from the very beginning. First of all, obviously, when you have a cast that includes Kristen Wiig, Kristen Wiig, to me, you go back and look at her work on Saturday Night Live. She's
fantastic.
One of the greats, and so that's right there, boom. Laura Dern, icon. But then Carol Burnett, Allison Janney. Just becomes sort of like I was like, wait, really? Like, I'll do this job without, for free, truly, just to go be a part of it. Because again, it kind of goes to the team aspect of it. What actually surprises me, and I do think a lot of this has to do with Carol Burnett, is that Carol Burnett is the most kind, extraordinary professional human being I think I've ever come in contact with, which is mind-boggling considering in her mid-90s, she still walks on set and says quietly hello to everyone and knows everyone's name. And the stories about her from the time that she was even beginning her career, that she responded to every single fan letter personally, that she would show, it just truly, like, all of our crews have stories where they sent a letter to Carol Burnett, multiple people on our crew, to come see her, their middle school play, and Carol Burnett showed up. Like, stuff that's just kind of like you kind of like arch your eyes, like, really? And the essence of this woman and this legend and this icon, but also just the kindness of her, but the professional, she's early to set. She knows her lines better than anybody else. All the different things. So it sets a tone, and that, this group of women and these incredible performers, I think everyone takes, leadership, or takes that leadership. And there's the opposite of any diva behavior on this show. It's a team of people who love and are there. We also feel incredibly grateful we're working in Los Angeles. We're trying to make something that's fun and light. There's nothing about it that is attempting. We live in very strange times, as we all know. I'm surprised how much, when I look at television these days, it's dark. There's a real darkness to a lot of, the offerings that are out there.
Yes.
So we purposely, I think, are attempting to make a very light, playful, silly, piece of confection and just have a great time.
Well, it's fitting that you're on Apple TV, where there's Ted Lasso, there's your show, there's Shrinking. I mean, there's a lot of good feelings when you're watching shows like that.
I don't know. I can't attest to what the inherent sort of drive from the corporate side of Apple, but I do know that they look. It's Disney, right? Same thing. Like, Disney has certain elements that they want to put good things out into the world, and there are certain limitations within that.
Yes.
I think Apple has a similar kind of thing that they're trying to do.
I love it. By the way, in that chair just a couple of weeks ago was Tracy Letts, and we talked about Ford versus Ferrari. With
that man is a sports fan. Oh my God,
dude. I mean, plus, you want to talk about he was in He was in the HBO show about the Lakers Showtime, all that business. And we talked about the Ford v Ferrari with him. And the scenes that you're in with him are just phenomenal.
One of my favorite things about making Ford versus Ferrari was I found out that we both had separate vans that would pick us up every day. And I was like, well, it's kind of along the way. If you guys pick up me first, can we pick up Tracy? And I would just basically get him to tell stories every day. And he was fine with it as long as he got out first. And I manipulated the situation like a coach, because if I get to spend time with Tracy Letts, I'm going to do it.
Dude, it's a pleasure having you back here. You come anytime you want, Josh Lucas. Thanks. Our home is yours, and good luck to your Seahawks. Send our best to Noah. Hopefully he will be, how old is he now? He's 13?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, again, to what I love about Mike McDonald is that's a guy who worked his way up through the system, in such an interesting way without ever having played, right? Obviously, right. I'm kind of wondering if my boy's got I don't know if he's going to coach, but he wants to be the GM. He's after John Schneider's job.
Okay. Have your head in a swivel, John. I'm sure John would say, let him finish with his job first before your son takes it. Everyone check out Palm Royale. Its season finale of season 2 was last month, so binge watch it, and you will not be disappointed. Great to see you, sir.
Thank you.
Josh Lucas here on The Rich Eisen Show, back with more, and your phone calls, 844-204-RICH in a sec.
Cool.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Smart capital planning starts with the roof. M&M Commercial Roofing, powered by over 50 years of trusted craftsmanship from M&M Home Remodeling, helps Chicagoland properties and facilities plan, not just react. M&M Commercial Roofing starts with detailed inspections and clear reports, then guides you through options, repairs, recovery systems, coatings, replacements, or new construction. This is roofing built around your priorities, timeline, and long-term plan. Schedule a consultation with M&M Commercial Roofing and plan with confidence.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The New Year's sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. Plus, save even more with $500 to $2,000 bonus cash. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
After seeing some hoops or pucks at the UC, let the CTA be your drive home. The number 19 United Center Express bus takes you from the arena to Union Station, Ogilvie, and Michigan Avenue for just $3. If you've ever waited for a ride share at the UC, you know it's awful. Take the CTA. Buses run express for an hour after each game and will take you to Metro stops and hotels along Michigan Avenue. At under $3, you've got more money for merch or food at the game. Find the CTA Express buses right outside the stadium.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
Coverage of college football's bowl season on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Menards.
Times, you're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide, based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show with the ESPN Radio simulcast with Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Cable. Let's take a phone call. People are waiting on the phone line. Let's go to Griffin in Connecticut here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Griffin? That's line 5, Jason. What's up, Griffin?
Hey, Rich. To me, the thing I'm looking at in the Super Bowl is the Patriots' defensive line has been able to get pressure on every team they played. Mm-hmm. We have noticed Sam Darnold does struggle with pressure in his face.
Yes.
So if the Patriots can do what they did and try to figure out things and put pressure in Darnold's face, does Darnold struggle? He hasn't had much pressure on his face in this playoffs. The game against the Rams, he had no pressure on his face, and you saw what happens. So the Patriots can get pressure. That could help them big time.
I agree, Griffin. Thank you for the call. And that's, a strength of Seattle, though, is their offensive line. I mean, if you tailor the tape this, whose offensive line would you take in this Super Bowl?
Well, I mean,
you know what I mean?
The one not starting two rookies on the left
right.
side.
So, obviously it always comes down to the trenches, but Milton Williams is what an
yeah, him and Christian Barmore, they're going to have spectacular games for
right up the and again that's the pressure right up the gut, which nobody wants. I mean, that's clearly a matchup that everyone looks for in any Super Bowl.
No doubt.
Jeffrey in Richmond, Virginia, is here on the Rich Eisen Show, line 6. Jason Feller, what's up, Jeffrey?
Hey, Richard. How are you?
Your name, hold on a minute. Our call screener said Jeffrey. So, I mean, would you like to be called Jeff instead? I can do that.
No, Jeffrey's fine.
Okay, very good.
It was just that delivery, Mr. Eisen.
Oh, no, sorry. My older brother's name is Jeffrey. So, sometimes it'll just come out that way from growing up with him. You know what I mean?
Understood. Listen, dude, I'm not that far from San Fran. I might come see that thing Wednesday, but
okay, let's
let me think.
I have a feeling. Was that a threat? I don't have Jeffrey and I gotten off on the wrong
right? Hey, don't make me come down there.
I will show up on Wednesday.
Didn't I hear?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Richmond, California. You're in Richmond, California, not Virginia. Okay, very good. You should come, Jeffrey.
I think I might. But listen, dude, I'm irritated with you.
Well, we can tell.
Say what?
It just keeps us going in different directions.
I love this.
Why are you irritated with me?
Okay, so look, I'm 58 years old.
Okay.
I attended university in Boston. I followed this team a little bit. But I have a hot take I tried to make with you, sir, last week about why Hoodie is not in the Hall of Fame.
All right.
I'll get there, sir. I'll get there. I tried to make 4 points with you, Rich.
Okay.
I almost like to do it like you're the judge, right? Let me make my case to you. 2.5 minutes.
Oh, but I'll give you 90 seconds, Jeffrey. Go for it. Go.
All right. Then I got to get to the last point, Your Honor.
Go for it.
Here we go. In my old world, in your current world,
Yes.
everyone's world,
Yeah.
if you're the best at what you do,
Right.
if you're the very best,
Yes.
and they're going to rename a trophy after you,
Right.
by definition, you're unemployable. That's the deal. That's the deal. And I know for 100% certainty, Bill Belichick wants to coach in the NFL.
Well, the reason why he's not coaching the NFL right now, if I may tell counselor from Richmond, California, to sit down, is age and whether you want to remake your entire building in his vision, and needing to have that take some time, and wondering how sustainable it might be when he's gone. That's part of the reason why, Jeffrey. And
No,
also
that's
he's
ridiculous, Rich.
particularly
That's ridiculous. What are you talking about?
He's particularly expensive on top of it. So that may be the reason why he's not.
No, that's not the reason, Rich.
Why?
That's not the reason. Do you think Mac Jones's parents are in full support of Hoodie going in their first round after that great coaching job? Sir.
Okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying towards the end of his career. Jeffrey, please do show up on Wednesday night.
No,
We can
Richard, one more point. One more point, please.
Yeah.
The coach of my current team, Mr. John Harbaugh's, right? He's an older dude because I know they want to hire 25-year-old dudes
there's a different
to coach in the NFL.
And there's a different Jeffrey, and I appreciate the time. I do hope to meet you in person if you're in the area on Wednesday night. John Harbaugh's in his early 60s, and it doesn't matter what happened with Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi and the end of the years at the end of the time and in New England. His time in New England is unparalleled.
Yeah.
Unparalleled, to say the least. And everybody who's hired a coach right now should be so lucky to hook up somebody as institutionally knowledgeable in the sport of football and is as excellent in motivating players and having somebody like Tom Brady as his avatar. Everyone should be so lucky that anybody that's just been hired would go on a run even half as successful as the one that Belichick had in New England. And I mean, we'll be talking about it, obviously, up until Thursday night when it's confirmed that he's not on that stage with the rest of the Canton 2026 class. And we'll see who does make it. We'll see how many of the senior committee members that so many others were voting for, thinking that Belichick would get in, if not this year, because everyone else would be voting for him, or next year. It's bottom line is, Mike Mayock referred to it in hour one. We need to either A, give an up or down vote separate to a coach and a contributor and a senior committee class. Or you just expand the number of people who get into the Hall of Fame and say, you can vote for all 5 of these guys. The 3 senior committee finalists, the contributor finalists, and the coach finalists. And then all of us who cover it, or go to it, or attend it, if you're a returning Hall of Famer, you just have to sit through 2 more speeches than the maximum currently allows. It's just that simple, And then you add another room. The bus gallery is going to run out of room at some point. Not taking anybody's busts out of there. So at some point, you're going to have to bust down a wall for the busts. So you might as well just figure it out. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. As for the recent hires, head coaching hires, Over the weekend, you had Mike LaFleur joining the Arizona Cardinals. They let the Rams offensive coordinator out of the building. And I guess kicked the tires one more time on Clint Kubiak. And Mike LaFleur is now the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. So, by the way, and this is happening on the same day that Jonathan Gannon has been named the former Arizona head coach, the defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers.
Yep.
And as you know, he was the Super Bowl, NFC champion Super Bowl defensive coordinator of the Eagles in Glendale, Arizona, in that Super Bowl. So he just stayed put after that game, and then he was the head coach there. And now he's replaced by the brother who's now his boss. The brother of the guy who's now his boss. Did I get it right?
That's fine.
So Mike LaFleur takes Jonathan Gannon's job. Jonathan Gannon takes Jeff Hafley's job for Mike's brother, Matt. And in case you're wondering what we would call it, the LaFleur Bowl or whatever, they don't play each other next year. Yeah. The Packers don't play the Arizona Cardinals next year.
NFC Championship game.
And we have maybe that could happen. Listen, and the question is, what does he want to do with Kyler Murray? And, it's another big moment for a guy who used to be a Jet this week as well. Mike LaFleur was the guy who was the original offensive coordinator for Robert Saleh. Didn't, work out. So what does he want to do with Kyler Murray? That's going to be one of the bigger questions of March. What happens with Kyler Murray and who takes him if the Cardinals are like, yeah, we're done? And that's another big question. And then there's Clint Kubiak, the current offensive coordinator of the Seattle Seahawks. What was that tweet that Adam Schefter put out over the weekend? That he intends to try
to work out
a contract.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, try that one at home.
Okay.
I don't know how Adam comes up with the phrasing. It's pretty incredible. You know what I'm going to do is, I'm going to tell Suze, I intend to try to notice the dish I left in this. How will that fly at home, do you think?
I'm not well. Not well.
Can you clean up the living room well? I intend to try.
I intend to try to notice the sock that I've just walked past 3 times on the floor.
Can you close the cupboard?
I intend to try.
Yeah.
Try to Susie is
out
a
trash cans.
Is a cupboard closed person.
That's why I brought it up.
Oh, she brought that up here to you?
You've told us that.
Oh, I've told you.
Years. Yeah. Remember you were talking about one day you were home dolo, so you're like, you left a cup in the sink.
Yeah. I
shut
intend
the cupboard. You threw a sock on the floor.
Yeah, I intend to try to notice all those things.
Showed her who was boss.
Right.
At any rate, so let's hope.
It closed when she got home, though.
Let's hope that Clint Kubiak, for the Raiders' sake, that they didn't wait all this time for him to just say, I'll go to the Super Bowl and then say no to you. It would be an interesting hire. The way that he has dialed things up for the Seattle Seahawks this year, he was in his bag in the NFC Championship game. In his BAG. He's in his bag. And if they missed out on Ben Johnson, now they got the latest young hot shot guy getting his chance. Son of Gary, who won Super Bowl 50. Now his son's in Super Bowl 60 and maybe leaving to be Tom Brady's hand-picked choice. And he winds up doing it for Seattle, which, as you know, moved on from Pete. Now has him there. You see, and then Seattle's taking on New England, which was great for Brady back in the day. You noticing, I could keep going and connecting and connecting.
You're like Charlie Day looking at that wall.
I know, until it's time to play friggin' football on Sunday. But as good a choice as any. And hook him up with Fernando Mendoza. There it is. Clint Kubiak intends to try to work out a deal. I intend to try to fold that shirt rather than leaving it on a chair. I intend to try.
I intend to try to eat all my vegetables so I can have dessert.
I hope it works out better for Clint than it would for me or any other human being that's picking up what I'm putting down. about your home life. You know what I mean?
I just got a text from your wife.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
It just simply said not a great idea.
Not a good It has been rejected. But it's a great idea for the Raiders and for Clint Kubiak.
Yes.
I think, right? Wouldn't you want to intend to try to go to Vegas?
Yes.
And be the head coach for Fernando Mendoza and figure out how to work in Ashton Genty and Brock Bowers.
Uh-huh.
All right. First phone call you make, though, is to Max Crosby to say, listen,
we're not trading you.
And we're going to play you all 17 if you'd like.
Whatever you want.
Whatever you want to finish the string, pal. The Condor finishes the string. The Condor stays like before.
Unless
That'll be
he
my
wants
first
out.
phone call, right?
Unless he wants out.
I don't think he wants out.
I'll let him out.
I don't think he's. I don't know. I shouldn't speak for him.
I mean, he says he doesn't, but I mean,
I don't know. Unless you pay him unless you give him the Myles Garrett deal.
No,
you don't want to be here? I don't want to be here. How much?
I don't hold that against.
By the way, Jim Schwartz might take that deal.
Maybe
because Raheem Morris took the Jim. Everyone thinks, Jim's going to force his way out of Cleveland, even though he's under contract there, because he doesn't want to be there anymore. He doesn't like the way things are run there anymore. And Raheem Morris gets hired in San Francisco, which might have been a nice Jim Schwartz landing spot. The Browns have him under contract, and he's like, I am not coming back. How much? Could be the old deal.
It's a good deal.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jim, you don't want to stay here anymore, huh? You're pissed, and if I will not work for Todd, how much? How many times can I keep doing that bit? I intend to try to stop doing that bit. Okay. Think we made our point? All right. I intend to try to call Susie during the commercial break and see if everything's okay.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
The road to the biggest game of the year is set, and every angle matters. One matchup left, one game to decide it all. This is where bettors lock in props, totals, and futures. If you're betting along with me, you gotta be on the Circa Sports Illinois app, the world's largest sportsbook where serious bettors play. I'm on Circa this week studying the matchup, watching line movement, and locking in all my plays. Real limits, low holds, zero bet fees. Take my advice and download the Circa Sports app today. Gotta be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Chicago Auto Show zooms into McCormick Place this February 7th through the 16th. The cars are certainly the star, but did you know the Chicago Auto Show has indoor test tracks and outdoor test drives? Take a thrilling ride on one of 2 indoor mountain climbs with either Ford or Jeep and decide who conquers the challenge best. Come experience the latest gas-powered, hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and electric vehicles all in one place. Take a trip into the national parks and adopt a dog with Subaru. Dream about a lavish lifestyle at the Supercar Gallery. Visit returning exhibits, Overlanding Chicago, and the Family Zone, where kids can test drive their own vehicles. Don't miss the new Chi-Town Alley that celebrates Chicago car culture and unites car enthusiasts. Join us for an indoor run, craft beer tasting, auto career day, and so much more. The Chicago Auto Show has something for everyone. February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Find out more and buy tickets today at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Did you know VA home loans are a key to home ownership for those who served?
It was a personal goal of mine to try and purchase a home before the age of 30. I do remember the first moment I walked into my home. I remember that real clearly, actually. I walked in and I could hear my footsteps echo off the back wall. And the first thing I thought in my head was, man, furniture is going to be real expensive. The VA not requiring any down payment prior to buying the home is actually really beneficial because it allowed me to take that money I had budgeted to go out and buy furniture, food, cleaning supplies, pretty much everything I needed. Using the loan itself wasn't too complicated. It's very user-friendly, and the VA was really helpful, showing me what I needed to do and how I would go about it. Purchasing a home is scary. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of things that are new to you and that you won't understand, but ultimately it's not impossible, and they make it so that anybody can do it. Oh, I'm extremely glad I did it. It was one of the best things I could have done for myself, I think.
To learn more about VA home loans, visit va.gov/home loans.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling Beer Hotline.
Aaron Rodgers finishes his career with Pittsburgh. He becomes the good guy. Aaron Rodgers goes to Minnesota. He becomes the bad guy. Is he willing to do that again?
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
You all know I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Okay. This is a moment for me here.
Oh, no.
No, listen, it may be previewing what's coming in March or early April. But Dusty May, God bless you, sir, and everything you stand for, my coach of the University of Michigan basketball team and what he does and how he stands for nothing. And he's got like this cool demeanor, but inside he's like some smiling assassin. That's what he's doing. Putting together a team that is such a pleasure to watch. And again, I haven't watched Arizona start to finish. There's tons of really good teams in college basketball, men's college basketball, I should mention, right now. And, you know, because the UCLA women's that Susie and I went with Taylor and her friend Mac and her parents yesterday, they're a pleasure to watch, too. They share the basketball. They play in any game you want. And with fast break, you want to go inside, outside, the whole business. Michigan's the same way, Michigan men's, and it's great to see. And certainly when he beats my friend Tom Izzo, it's Tom. Listen, he knows this too. Is that I root for him except on 2 days, or if Michigan plays Michigan State in the Big Ten championship, or boy, if they ever play each other in the NCAA tournament, my God, that would be amazing. Every other day I root for him. I really do, because he's one of my favorites, but against Michigan, and he feels the same way. Did you guys see Dusty May wound up sitting on the Michigan State bench before the game? Did you see any of that? This photograph is truly one of my favorite photographs in the history of rooting for Michigan sports. So he comes out of the tunnel, apparently, and the Michigan State students that are behind the bench see him, and I'll let him describe how he wound up sitting here and just taking all the pregame abuse from the Michigan State faithful that were already there.
I was actually just taking a peek. I thought when we pulled in, the students were still lined up down the block. And even when we rode in at the Kalamazoo entrance or whatever, there's a long line. And I assumed it was students. I was like, okay, they're not in yet. But, man, this is like we're building. This is a big time. There's a lot of anticipation for this game. And so I walked by and I was greeted as soon as I stuck my head out on the court. And at that point, I was like, there's no way I'm ducking and running from this smoke now. This stuff doesn't bother me. And so I just let them get all their frustration and their animosity out early, and then that way they can enjoy the game. So I felt like I contributed to the environment just a little bit.
He's just taking it in and the abuse behind him. And then Michigan took a 16-point lead at halftime. Michigan State did its usual nonstop defense, buckling down, tough rebounding. You knew you had to get in the mosh pit with them type stuff. They wound up taking the lead, but Michigan won the game because, in all honesty, I'm clearly biased. We're better. We're better. We are better. On the hoof, we're just better. We're better. And at the end of the day, we proved it. And he just, God, what he does and how he goes about it, you got to love that. And he just shines it off like, I'm just trying to contribute to their enjoyment of the game a little bit.
That picture
the environment
needs to be blown up and hung somewhere.
Every Michigan, friend I have, every Michigan site I follow, it's hang this in the Louvre.
Yeah.
This is the greatest. Like, I am here. And by the way, of all the bench, because he just sat down in an empty chair, this was the Michigan State bench. And just like sitting there, look at the kids behind him. My favorite one post that I saw on a Michigan site was he was being hectored or hounded all by a bunch of students that got rejection letters from Michigan. And it's just truly one of my favorite things to say on this show.
So you think
and this platform, we're on radio, satellite, terrestrial, linear cable, and streaming. I got to say it everywhere.
So these kids wanted to go to Ann Arbor.
Yes.
They didn't get in.
And they found out that they're little siblings at the end of the day.
What's wrong with you?
Well, as long as Dusty can take the high road, I'll go down.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
Your team made mistakes and the season's done, but now they can be better next year. You want a story about learning from mistakes? Come to Aurora's Paramount Theater and see Dear Evan Hansen, the 6-time Tony Award-winning Broadway hit. It's a powerful story with powerful songs, and Paramount Theater is always a can't-lose night out. With amazing staging and incredible talent, go see Dear Evan Hansen, running February 4th through March 22nd. Get tickets today at ParamountAurora.com.
Hey, it's Kap. Big game week is here, and you want to actually enjoy the game. But if you're not sleeping well or your sinuses are messed up, you won't. That's why I tell people about Sinus and Snoring MD. They help you breathe better and sleep better with simple in-office treatments and same-day appointments. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com and start breathing and sleeping the way you should. That's 847-545-0147 or sinusandsnoringmd.com.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Casino Queen Sportsbook is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code WMVP. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass-through per wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single-use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
Guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. I want to tell you what I was dealing with. My heat was running nonstop. My energy bills skyrocketed. And it turns out my windows were the problem. Once the insulation fails, the heat leaks out, the cold comes in, and I'm almost broke. That's when I called Window Nation. No leaks, lower energy bills, and a cozy home. Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free. Upgrade your home and save big. 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 2 full years. And if you act now, they'll take an extra 10% off. Schedule your quote today at windownation.com.
Dear Winter, Toyota can't get enough of you. Because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturer's websites as of 10/20/25.
I slept in a lot of different rooms, different beds, but none of them really felt like mine. I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. And I never had much left because I always had to be ready to move. Why get things if you just have to let them go?
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a forever family and a permanent home of their own.
Now I have my own room with walls that tell my story. I love hanging out in here. I play dress up with my sisters and I sing and make videos. But the best part? Knowing I'll always have a place to go and a family that loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC network.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
I would say to the Pats now, who wins the game is not the team with the best players. Who wins the game is the players with the best team.
Earlier on the show, actor Josh Lucas. Coming up, actor Nikolai Coster-Waldau. Super Bowl 60 storylines, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We're on ESPN2 now, everybody. We just, we're going to go through a wardrobe change because we're on the deuce. That's an old school reference. It's an old school reference. We're on ESPN2 now, but of course still streaming on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio. We're on terrestrial radio, Sirius XM Channel 80. For those who listen on our podcast, we say hello to you. All 3 hours available every day. wherever you get your podcasts. The Overreaction Monday podcast is up and running. Chris Brockman and I recorded it before we did this live show. And so wherever you get your podcast there, or our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. Great chat with Josh Lucas, the actor, in hour 2. He's a diehard Seahawk fan. We're about to get Nikolai Coster-Waldau out here. He's arriving shortly. And as you know, in addition to his current work, right now he's coming on in support of his show that's in its second season, called The Last Thing He Told Me on Apple TV. We're all over the Apple TV programs. We had Shrinking last week and Palm Royale in hour number 2. We also know he was the Kingslayer, Jamie Lannister. So we got, I don't know how we wound up with this, but when we first moved in here 11 years ago, the folks at DirecTV, the set designers are like, what are your favorite shows? What do you like? And we mentioned Game of Thrones. They got this Game of Thrones board game. And every single person who's been on the show that has been a guest here, we have them sign this. And it's been signed by John Bradley, who played Samuel Tarly, right? Yep. Ewan Rion, who played Ramsay Bolton, a real SOB.
Wasn't a fan.
I believe Sir Davos is up top right here.
Yeah.
Okay, Ian Cunningham, Sir Davos. Lena Headley has been on this program.
Right.
Yes,
so
she has.
Lena, that was a whole, that was a sort of a Blazing Saddles Lena Headey moment right here.
She should come back soon.
And Kit Harington.
And Kit Harington was there as well. So we're about to get another signature on this here board.
True 101.
So that's coming up right here.
Rich Eisen Show.
Thank you. That's right. Give that to me again.
Welcome back to the Rich Eisen Show.
Why don't we use that more? We're going to hit the rejoins.
They're great.
Yeah.
You know?
We have a Hodor door jam, too.
Oh, we have a Hodor door jam.
We actually have Sir Davos signed. I got him to sign the Starbucks cup too, if you remember that.
Okay, that's right. We got that going on here.
Controversy in the last season. Yeah.
Very good. So we'll go down that wormhole a little bit coming up shortly. Let me talk about this, and then we'll take a phone call. So, this is year 24 for me covering the NFL.
Woo! Dang.
With the NFL Network, I believe. I forget the math. It started. We started in the 2003 season in November of that season.
It's 24.
And what a group it was to start that thing, and it was quite a time. And if you had told me in that first week of November, I believe it's November 4th of 2003, when I strolled out and uttered the first words on a set in the history of NFL Network, the first words ever uttered was Steve Sable, because we created that hallmark that you always say that the following is a presentation of NFL Network. First voice you heard was Steve Sable's. And I believe there was like a 2-minute NFL Films cut together a 2-minute montage to count down from 2 minutes to the start of NFL Network. And then I came out to lead off NFL Total Access and delivered the first on-air words in the history of NFL Network. And that was highly combed through by a handful of executives, every word, every syllable I said. And one of them, by the way, I can't believe we didn't mention, he just passed away last week. The great Jeff Mason was a long-time producer in our business, ESPN. He's, if you saw the recent film on the assassinations in Munich last year, it was about Jeff Mason producing the moments in Munich, and of that awful moment when the Israeli team was assassinated in the 72 Olympic Games. At any rate, I think of Jeff because he passed away last week, and he was just beloved by so many people. And Steve Bornstein, the man who created NFL Network with the 32 owners of the National Football League and the commissioner at the time, Paul Tagliabue. Steve put together an all-star cast to help us launch. And Jeff Mason said to me, I'll never forget it, because I had just left ESPN, or, they cardboard boxed me back in 03. And, my head was swimming, just wondering, what the future was holding, and whether what just happened to me, where my full identity as a SportsCenter guy and an ESPN guy, hired in 96 as a 26-year-old, now as a 33-year-old, now with NFL Network, which was just launching, what was going on. And he saw I was struggling with it a little bit, and he pulled me aside, Jeff Mason, and said, nothing in this business is as rewarding as you starting something from scratch that could potentially last forever. He said that to me. And I'm moved by it again because he just passed away last week. And I think hopefully you guys all feel the same here, on this show, that we started something new together. I know my name's on it, but this is all ours.
Well, I came in late, but
no, but you were part of this pretty much from jump as some part in the DirecTV universe. But the reason why I bring all of this up is if you had told me that on that day of launching NFL Network and me wondering if what's happened in my life and what's going on, because my ESPN tenure had just come to a conclusion, that this one day on the final Friday of January in 2026 would be sold to ESPN, you would have told me, I would have said, you are out of your minds. Like, what planet are you from? Is this the English language? I wouldn't have believed it. But the news came out on Friday that the league's sale of NFL Network to ESPN, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds because I haven't seen the term sheet. For the NFL gets a stake in ESPN and ESPN gets NFL Network. That came out Friday. And, people are texting me or reaching out to me like, what do I think about it? And, first of all, it is the hard work and the testament of everybody at NFL Network since its inception and the support it's received from various parts of the league at various times and also throughout. It's a testament to the hard work of everybody in that office, in those offices, once upon a time in Culver City here in California, in Southern California, now in Inglewood across the street from SoFi Stadium. It's a testament to hard work, and the 2.0 of NFL Network has arrived through no choice of anybody's at NFL Network, but it has arrived. And clearly we have an insight here on this program, being part of the Disney world and universe, I guess I have to use that phrase, since September, that I'm excited. I'm excited because everybody that I've, been reintroduced to, as well as introduced to through this show, winding up on Disney Plus and ESPN Radio. We're on ESPN2 right now. We were on ESPN last hour. I mean, it's crazy. What's going on. That taking NFL Network's creation and 24 years of work and hard work and dedication to bringing you, the fans, the NFL, in the way that we imagine it, needs to be brought in our voice and our brand and our experiences in our time of being NFL employees for almost a quarter century, some of us. Putting that in the hands of the distribution and the resources of ESPN is an exciting thing, an exciting time. And, we know from this experience, you see Inside the NBA being on, okay? Pat, by the way, for any fans who are like thinking, where's Pat today? He's going to San Francisco. He's he's going to be there. And then just talk to anybody on that program and see, what Inside the NBA, it's the same thing that you've seen. It's just a different set of letters at the bottom of the screen. And so I'm excited because there's a bunch of dedicated, hardworking, lead pipe wielding professionals who love the NFL and know what it's like to present the NFL and have done so and have a track record about doing it that is ready to do the work for NFL Network 2.0. And I can't wait. That's just my genuine excitement. I honestly do not know what the future holds. I have no idea. People are like, oh, so there's a game in Paris. You're going to call that game? I have no idea. I have no idea what the setup is going to look like. I have no idea about what's going to be expected of the current version of NFL Network in the universe. I have no clue, other than the fact that I know the people who are taking ownership of it know what they're doing. Certainly from our experiences here. And I'm excited to see, our studios across the street from SoFi Stadium be a vibrant sports production community, and seeing what the crossover is going to look like. I mean, in terms of what does NFL Network and ESPN look like together? I mean, I used to have hair on both networks, and I'm sitting here on ESPN2, ESPN Radio. So let's do it.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Is what I'm saying. You were there. You were there once upon a time.
That's true. Yeah, I was 5 years at NFL Network. I know
so,
how much hard work went into building that place and,
right.
and bringing it where we are now. And so just the fact that we're now on ESPN, it's really just still so wild to think about, but it's also so exciting.
Well, the men and women who walk around the halls of NFL Network are diehards.
Yeah.
Diehards about the sport and about presenting the sport, and are excellent at it. And we have created our own voice, and I believe, from what I've been told and from what I hear, and what I've experienced here, is that our voice is going to continue to echo. And it'll just be presented maybe a little differently, distributed differently. The answers I don't know, and we're all eager to find them out. But that's my 2 cents on all of that. 844-204-RICH is that number to dial. Let's go to Jimmy in San Antonio, one of our favorites. What's up, Jimmy?
¿Qué pasó, hermano?
What's up?
Hey.
Man, Rich, people confuse you for Ryan Gosling, but not Josh Lucas. That's horrible.
Well, that'll end because, when Josh and I were talking, you could hardly tell the difference, right?
I didn't know who was on.
You're right, Jimmy.
The screen. It was amazing.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Okay. Are we talking Westminster or what? It's day one, buddy. It's the 150th day of just best in breeds. This is all on the side stage. It's not in the main part of Madison Square Garden.
Oh, baby.
But last year, Monty, the 5-year-old giant schnauzer that won, was amazing. And I was going to bet on the toy or the terrier group this year, but then I saw Graham from the working group, the English Shepherd,
yes.
The Shaggy DA type dog.
Nice.
Yep.
Shaggy DA.
Keep an eye on Graham. I bet he's going to be minus 320 to make it to the
when you watch
show.
When you watch the car show on TV, do you make Herbie the Love Bug references too, Jimmy? You made some really old school. The Shaggy DA, man. You went deep. Listen, I love dog shows, man. I would kill to do a Westminster dog show. I would kill to host one of those. 100% is missing from my resume.
Your boy John O'Hara does that one after Thanksgiving.
I know. Well, Jay Peterman, he's been doing it for years.
You have an empire.
He's been doing it for years. I would honestly, that is one of the few things I have. Well, I'm fortunate to say I've done more than most, but I would kill to do a dog show. Kill it.
So does everyone on set love The Best in Show, that movie?
Well, sure. Catherine O'Hara, may she rest in peace. Some of her scenes from that movie with Eugene Levy are as classic as they come, man.
Then you mentioned Carol Burnett earlier with Josh.
Yes.
I got to play in front of her when I was in high school, and we made eye contact, and I gave a tug of the ear, and she gave me a tug back.
Jimmy.
That's incredible.
Jimmy in San Antonio. As it brings a tear to my eye, man. That's awesome.
Buddy, have a great day, guys.
You too. There's Jimmy in San Antonio.
Jimmy.
We went all the way. We went from dog shows to Carol Burnett or Tug.
I can't find any updated betting odds, but when I find them, I'll pass them on to everyone.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Jared in Pennsylvania. What's up, Jared?
Mr. Rich, how you doing?
How are you?
Hey, first off, thank you for taking my call.
You bet.
Just want to let you know, I'm getting ready to finish up doing sports broadcasting at Full Sail University, so I'm super excited about
DP.
that.
Okay.
So just wanted to weigh in on the Super Bowl here. I feel like everybody is kind of shying away from the Patriots, and I feel like it's gonna be a dogfight. But I really do. I think Drake May has shown us that he is willing to step up and take the pressure in winning this game.
Listen, Jared. At some point, what's the current line?
4.5.
Okay.
Seahawks are favored.
What do you think? It's going to be a coin flip by the end of the day? 3.5?
No. It's going to probably get up to 5.5.
Is that really why? Because everyone's worried about Drake May's shoulder until he shows up in front of a podium and basically says 3 straight days, I'm okay, I'll see you Sunday? Is that basically what's going to take?
Didn't really practice at all last week. Although he got off the plane, he was holding his duffel bag in his right hand.
Oh, that's great.
So that showed me he's probably fine. Yeah.
Do you think he did that on purpose, or he's just a right-handed duffel bag holder?
I don't think he thinks about much.
Okay, I don't think he thinks about it.
Yeah.
All right. Jared, I'm with you, man.
I haven't heard a single person say they're taking the Patriots, though.
And the one thing, and thanks for the call. I sent you this guy. Did I send you this video over the weekend? That the last 10 Patriot Seahawks games, the last 10, going back to the 80s.
To come down and look the last play of the game. Yeah.
Last play of the game, or they're a one-score game. They always come down to it. There's no blowouts. None of them. And they're all crazy. Obviously, the Malcolm Butler play is the only one that sticks out. But take a look at the last 10 results. None of them have been a blowout. None of them. This would be the first of its kind. Because the Patriots and Seahawks only play each other once every 4 years.
Right.
Unless there's a Super Bowl.
I would be surprised if it's a blowout, but I think the defenses are too good on both sides for this to be a 2-3 score game.
Okay. Let's take a break. When we come back here on the Rich Eisen Show, Nikolai Coster-Waldau is coming out of our green room. The last thing he told me is on Apple TV, but of course we might go down a Westeros wormhole. Coming up.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
Looking for the ultimate night out? Bring your squad to a Blackhawks game at the United Center for an experience you won't find anywhere else. Whether it's birthdays, office outings, family gatherings, or just a much-deserved night out, nothing beats the energy in the UC. Group ticket packages are available at blackhawks.com/groups.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. We say it every year, new you. But this year I'm actually doing something about it. I've been going to Cairo One Wellness Centers for months now. My body feels great and I'm moving better than ever. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to feel better and actually take care of your body, you gotta check out Cairo One. They have 50 locations across Chicagoland, so there is one near you. No drugs, no surgeries, just personalized chiropractic care. Visit CairoOne.com today and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The New Year's sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. Plus, save even more with $500 to $2,000 bonus cash. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
When you're injured due to the negligence of another, the goal is to get top dollar in the shortest amount of time. It sounds simple, but few law firms can pull this off. And that's because a law firm has to be known for taking cases to trial and winning over a long period of time. Unless the insurance company believes that the law firm will risk their own money to take the case to trial, they have no reason to offer what's fair. Recently, the Verdoliak Law Group took 6 jury trials to verdict in 10 days. And how did we do? Well, on the last 3, we recovered 7 times the settlement offer, 20 times the settlement offer, and a verdict of $4.1 million. And here's the best part. The Verdoliak Law Group's history of fighting and winning at trial means more of our cases settle early and for every penny you deserve. In fact, over 60% of our personal injury cases have settled without ever filing a lawsuit. If you need a law firm that consistently fights at trial to ensure you get top dollar pre-suit offers, call the Verdoliak Law Group, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I dislike winter. Give me a 95-degree sunny summer day and I'm a happy guy. So I spend most of my winter free time indoors, and it's why I rely on Atomatic. They've been making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable for 80 years. I don't even have to think about the outside because my home is perfect all year round. If you're not feeling confident that your winter's going to be carefree, go to Atomatic.com right now. That's Atomatic.com.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back, we'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Attention Link EBT card holders. If you use SNAP benefits to buy food, please listen carefully. Rules for SNAP eligibility have changed. You could lose your benefits if you don't act soon. Visit SaveOurSNAP.org to learn about new rules, how they impact you, and the steps you should take to keep your food benefits. Don't wait. Go to SaveOurSNAP.org today. Sponsored by the Illinois Commission to End Hunger. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Enough already.
We can do more.
Enough already. We can find a cure.
Enough already.
We can do better for our kids.
Enough already. We are relying on you.
Childhood cancer is the leading cause of death by disease for children in our country. We can do something about that. We can come together to support the best research for safer, more effective treatments and cures for our kids. We can come together to support Children's Cancer Research Fund, a national nonprofit dedicated to ending childhood cancer that is on the front line of breakthroughs. Because
it's enough already.
Go to childrenscancer.org to join us. Go to childrenscancer.org today.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
Get it with the times. With the times? You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
All caught up right here.
That's how it is.
I've got Nikolai Coster-Waldau here on the Rich Eisen Show. Our radio audience has returned with our streaming and linear cable audience here on the Disney Family of Networks. We just saw a great clip from The Last Thing He Told Me. Season 2 premieres on Friday, February 20th on Apple TV. And I kind of just joked, with you about
I know.
Everything you do runs out of source material,
same
right?
with Game of Thrones. We're still waiting for the final book.
When's it coming, man? I know, exactly. So you went through season 1 without expecting maybe more to come.
Yeah,
but it's just too damn popular, and so more happened.
Yeah, I think she already had an idea, but we and Apple were they were smart. They obviously put in some options in case it did well.
Right.
But we didn't know. And what's been so much fun reading, the book is just out now as well. It's just that you learn so much about what actually happened, because in season 1, you don't really know why. The whole point is she has to find out. Her husband disappears, and she has to kind of find out what happened. Where is he?
Right.
And in season 2, you'll actually discover the reason behind
what's up with all of that. Again,
exactly.
the season 2 is based on the book sequel the first time I saw him, which was just released in January. So perfect timing, right?
Yeah,
The book comes out with
almost like they thought of it.
I love that. So you have shown up with a piece of paper.
Yes. No, I have a question for you. So when
what do you have?
When you were, there's a couple of questions because I thought
I'm here for you.
I was going to meet you.
Okay.
I want to do some research.
Okay, sure.
So when you were starting out at Staten Island, what was it called?
This is amazing.
The
Staten Island Advance, the newspaper.
Did you imagine that one day you were going to have a show like this? Was this always the dream?
It's always the dream. Well, first of all, the dream was to actually be an athlete.
Yeah.
That dream was dashed, age 6, age 7.
What kind of... Oh, okay.
That was early on. It was early on where I realized I couldn't really shoot a basket successfully. The curveball and baseball would get me confused.
I mean, this is pretty hard on yourself. It's okay. At the age of 6 or 7, you already go, no, this is not working.
I realized that my interest in talking about it might be my way through.
Oh, there you go.
Is what I basically thought.
So it was always sports journalism that was your passion.
Game show hosting, late night TV show hosting. What else have I talked about my passion? There's that. And stand-up comedy. I did stand-up comedy for a while.
Oh, yeah?
In college. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, man. That's the most frightening thing I've ever had to attempt.
I can imagine because I was just like 2 nights ago. A friend is trying to break through, and I went to see him and some others
in stand-up.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And it's brutal.
What was?
No, but I mean, he was good. He was good.
He was good.
No,
okay.
he was good. He was good. But also, and he but not every joke landed, and it's just
That's the way it goes.
Well, you go, come on, please.
Sir, please, I beg you to laugh at my material. Which is but these guys understand that. I say that to you guys every day. Please laugh at what I'm saying. Sure. Please laugh. Thank you. Seeing that happens, even though it's not very funny.
Okay, so that was the first question.
Okay, what
the next
you have
question
a list?
is...
Oh, wow. Wow, he's got a whole...
I want to ask you about... You wanted to be an athlete, and 20 years ago, you started doing this thing...
Yeah.
Where you were doing a race every year.
Yeah.
And now you're raising money for charity. But back then, did it start like that?
No, it did not start.
It was
like
with
that.
Terrell Davis.
Yes.
Challenged you.
Wow, you've done your research.
To a 40-yard dash.
Yes, sir.
So the question I have is, you must have known that this was going to go on every year for a long time.
No, I did not.
Well, the reason I asked you that is because the time you put down back then was 6:77 in 2005.
Yes, that's right.
Last year was 6:47. So you're still faster than you were 20 years ago.
Yes, I am. I'm a fine wine.
But this is where we're going a little deeper here.
Yeah.
Because I've looked at all the times those 20 years.
Yeah.
The time you said in 25 was by far the worst time.
Yeah.
Did you already then was like, I'm going to give myself some time before I...
No. Listen, you know what it's like to shoot a movie, shoot a TV show. There's a lot of waiting around, right? Like you sit around in your trailer, you're wondering, maybe you do, I don't know how you do your preparation for your work. You're excellent at what you do. I assume you know what you're doing. For me, back in 2005, I was bored out of my skull waiting to do something live. It was 2.5 hours away, and I was sitting next to Terrell Davis, who at the time was just coming off of a Hall of Fame career. And I was at this event where you run a 40-yard dash, and I'm standing in the stands, and I thought to myself, how fast can I run it? I asked Terrell Davis. He says to me, you can't. He laughed. I cursed at him, and I went down and I ran it in my suit and tie, because that's how I was dressed to broadcast later on. Had no idea that the crew was recording me.
Oh, cool.
No idea. And I ran it, and they showed it live to clown me, basically. Had no intention of doing it ever again. The next year, a coach named Mike Holmgren, who had just gone to the Super Bowl with the Seahawks, interestingly enough, who are in the Super Bowl this coming Sunday, he said to me, are you going to run again? I said, no. He goes, you got to beat your time. And I thought to myself, a real deal football coach is challenging my sense of competition. How do I not do it?
Of course.
Over and over and over again. And now it's the logo of the show. It's me running a suit right there.
Oh,
see?
Of
Look
course.
At that form.
But it's very cool. It's very and then you've also, which is very impressive.
This is great.
You have
we're going down the list here.
But I think this is actually you've raised approximately $5.2 million.
You have old information there, sir.
Is that old?
Yeah, it's
more?
Closer to $8 million now. So.
Wow.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, but that is really impressive.
Thank you very much.
And so I don't know anything about the time. Is it good?
It's not.
What would an NFL player would do that in what?
A great and like top notch.
Well, it just
the record is 4.21 seconds.
Oh, you still
you could set.
That's not bad, is it? Six.
Bad.
Your best one is
5.96. 5.94. Yeah, it is. How fast can you run?
5.93.
I feel like this is The Price is Right just happened right here. Fantastic. Oh.
Well, I mean, I can keep going.
But
this is...
Keep going.
Do you like this better than me asking questions?
This is hilarious.
No, okay, now, because you, obviously, I don't know much about... Well, actually, there was one thing. Okay. No, I asked you about this if you always wanted to be a journalist, and you told me. But why the NFL? Actually, the question is, sure. Because I also read that, because you're from Staten Island.
Yes, sir. You ever been?
I was just shooting before Christmas. I was in Jersey for 4 months.
Yeah.
And the Jets are there.
Yes.
So that's your team, right?
Well, I grew up in Staten Island rooting for the Jets. Yes, sir.
Sure.
Yeah.
When was the last time they gave you? Because I love soccer, football. My team back home is Leeds United. So I think I can appreciate what it's like to be a Jets fan.
Okay.
When was the last time you had
joy?
Real joy.
2010.
Well, that's not too bad.
Well, I mean, it's been 16 years now. That's the last time it's been pure, unadulterated
Was
joy.
that they won?
They almost made it to the Super Bowl that year, and they have not been back to the playoffs since. It's almost as if when they lost that AFC Championship game to the Steelers, it's almost as if I was a fan, as you, they would cut off my right hand, and I'd have to live with it for the next decade and a half.
And
the rest of my life. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do understand.
Obviously,
and it's a beautiful analogy.
Thank
I mean,
you,
I'm
sir.
impressed.
Yes.
And so that's. But you also support other teams.
Well, I mean, I'm a guy that roots for all 32 NFL teams because I'm rooting for a good game. I see you're definitely looking at me like I have three heads here. No, you're suspicious. Because there
must be rivalries in sport.
There always are. There always are.
There must be a team where you go, I know. I understand your platform. You have to support all teams.
Yes, sir. Yes, I have to.
But there are teams that you support more than others.
That's true. Yes, I'm a University of Michigan graduate, so I root for my college teams.
Oh, yeah.
With my chest, I really, puff it out there.
Yeah, that's good.
Man, for sure. So,
and then I have another question, and this is just because this is NFL. I have to understand.
I never thought I would be interviewed by the Kingslayer.
But this is
life.
Because you can inform this because I was trying to understand.
Yes.
A game, NFL game, is an hour, right? Four quarters.
It's 4 quarters, yeah. But in real time, it's like 3 hours it takes. Yeah, but in terms of what time on the clock.
But then I was looking up because I always find that is the one thing that is frustrating for me. Yes, because I love watching the game, but then it's constantly stopping.
So what's the?
It's between
average?
It's between 11 and 18 minutes. So let's actual play. Yep. So that's 15 minutes, let's say on average, right?
Yes.
But then it's not even that. Because it's in a way, am I wrong to say it's actually 4 teams?
So let me ask you.
It's like 2, an offensive and a defense. So most players will play at most 7.5 minutes.
So let me ask you this: $2
trillion they make.
Let me ask you this question, Mr. Leeds. If I had a stopwatch, on the actual action. Of
in a soccer game,
thank you for using the Americanized version. Your football, or the rest of the world's football.
Yeah.
Would it be as much as an NFL game?
Much more, yeah.
Come on.
Well,
I've been.
Come on, guys, this is where you Googleize.
And I don't mean to denigrate because I actually do love watching football. I love watching it, and I love watching you could sense the strategy. You could see when there's action, but frequently there's not a lot of it.
Listen, there's a lot of falling around. There's a lot of I'm hurt and all. I mean, I agree.
Come on now, right?
No, I agree 100%.
Yeah.
It's really annoying.
Right.
But what we all love, we love watching the actual plays.
Yes,
right?
sure.
And for me, sometimes there's a lot of waiting around.
Yeah, there's a lot of diving. There's a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You know, it's funny, like, because I was calling an American football game over in London between the Jaguars and the Rams. And, And so the Rams owner owns Arsenal, and the Jaguars owner owns Fulham. So I went to a Fulham-Arsenal match the night before. And I said on the air, I'm like, it was really great. And I saw how the fans were saying things, although, you know, you couldn't mention what the fans were saying. And so my colleague on the air, Kurt Warner, says, well, what were they saying? And I said, what they were saying rhymes with banker.
By the way, have you seen those videos where they compare the U.S. chants and then the UK?
Yes, some are not safe for work, if not all of them.
So funny.
I know, I love that.
By the way, so another thing is, because it's interesting how you just mentioned that, like, an owner that had bought into Arsenal.
Yes.
What do you make of, because Leeds, the 49ers are now owners of Leeds.
I did not know that. The York family owns...
So why do you think there's been this? Because there's a lot of American ownership now.
Diversification, and I have no idea. That's where the money is, or that's where the success is. I don't know. It just seems like it also helps expand a brand across the... Are
you going to... it's in San Francisco.
I'm going. We're going on Wednesday. Yeah.
And you're going to be I guess.
Are you taking in the game? Do you have any rooting?
No, I'm gonna watch it. I remember that was the first Super Bowl I saw. I've never been to an actual game, but I watched it in L.A. with some friends, and he said, you got to put money on it. It's more fun then, and I did, and I set up an account, and I won. It was a year. It was a year where there was, because I did a bet that I could actually do in soccer, which was halftime, full time. Yes. One team winning at halftime, the other team winning at full time. Right? It's just a simple.
So you got
I couldn't get the money out. You couldn't get it out because I wasn't not a resident. I'm not they allowed me to set up the account, but then when it was time to get the money out, they're like, no, sorry, sir, you can't.
Chris, you want to help out?
Sure. That's the issue of living in California.
Oh, is it
not a legal gambling?
There you go.
Damn it.
There's your answer. All right, I got to ask you one Game of Thrones.
Okay, please.
Shooting the scene where you lose your hand.
Yes.
What was that like for you?
That was I actually remember that very well, because I had the flu that day. So I was in the trailer and they were like, "Can you please come out?" And I like, "Yes." And so I was just almost just lying there. So that was fun. It was fun. And they had this knife that like a fake knife with a like little curve thing. Yeah. So he could smack it down on my. And that was it. Then I screamed. That's
it.
That was it. And then they dragged me back to my bed.
So it helped that you were fluish?
I was completely out of it that night.
That helps.
Yeah, it helped. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it did.
Did you have any idea when this started?
No, I remember thinking when we did a pilot first, like episode 1, we did that, and I remember thinking this because. Often, I also noticed that you've also played yourself on The Odd Couple. You've been an actor as well, right? So you know.
Yes. You and I are both actors. Yes.
No, but that thing about the reason is you have to really take it seriously when you do it, because otherwise it's kind of ridiculous. And especially when you having big armor and you're sitting on a horse and you're like you have. Yeah. Anyway, but there are times when we did the pilots like this is we're talking about dragons and this is never going to go anywhere. And then a year later, it aired, and we went to the Comic-Con in San Diego, and it was packed with people, and I realized, okay, this is
real.
Yeah, people like this.
No doubt they did. What's your favorite scene that you were part of then?
There's a few, but I think there was a sequence we shot in Spain, which was this loot train. I was being attacked by the dragons, and I think we had 3 weeks there, and it was just incredible. That was pretty.
I don't know if that's what it is.
That's exactly it. That's the sequence.
That's it.
Wow.
So what did you love about it? I mean,
well, it was a beautiful place, and then it was the whole. for me, that's the peak of that show. It got so big.
Yes.
We had these incredible stunt teams. On that sequence, they set a world record on most people put on fire in one go, which is ridiculous. But when you're watching it, it's pretty amazing. And then me being on the horse going through, and there's fires everywhere. It was the scale was it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Was there ever any moment where you learned about what happened in a table read?
What happened?
Like what was going on in your show? Did you ever, where you had no idea?
Oh, yeah.
Jon Snow dying, for instance. Spoiler alert.
Yeah. Well, he comes back.
I know that.
No. Yes. No. I mean, always. No. It was never like at the actual table read. But
were they hiding it from you or something like
that?
No.
I would get the scripts before.
Okay. I see what you're
saying. But
saying.
I think like that would only be for the regulars. Everyone else would come on and they wouldn't know what happened.
Sure. Okay.
But also, I mean, it's a funny thing, isn't it? Because, that whole secrecy and the way people want to hide these things.
Right.
It feels like, to me, it becomes part of the publicity. Like, because at the end of the day, nobody really wants to know. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to know what happens in your favorite show. So the people that start talking about it, like, it's just, it's noise.
For sure. And was there ever anything in your show where you're like, yeah, I don't want to do that for your character? Or it's tough for you to do?
No, I mean, there's awkward things. Like there's a scene in a bath where, I had to be butt naked. That's just awkward.
Sure.
Like, it's just embarrassing because you're like, all your, the crews become your friends. Like then suddenly and then because I had, at that time, I'd lost my hand.
Yes.
So I had to have like this weird, I had a green sock on my actual hand, and I had this prosthetic sticking out. It sounds wrong, but
yes, it does. Can confirm, but no.
But the whole, so that's just, and then of course you were like that scene. We spent a whole 12 hours in a tub of water. But there was nothing. I loved being on that show. I really did.
I wouldn't blame you.
And then the best,
Unreal.
one of the things that's so you never hear about is like we had these the background or extras where we had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. They would come in every year from all over the world. They would go in a camp and train. And you're so many scenes you see with a lot of people.
Right.
And you always see that and you go, they're all there. They're all acting.
Mm-hmm.
They're 100%. And just a shout out to all those people because
the scope
they
was
dedicate their lives.
And George R.R. Martin, the NFL team he roots for.
No, I don't.
It's the Jets.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Which is why he couldn't finish. Wait a minute. Did I just say that? At any rate, thank you for coming on here.
Thank you.
Please
so
come
much.
back because I barely scratched the surface on what I want to ask you, and I imagine you've got more questions. For
I have a lot more questions for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming on. Greatly appreciated. The last thing he told me, again, season 2 premieres February 20th on Apple TV. Make a note of that. Also, season 2 of your docuseries, An Optimist's Guide to the Planet, can currently also be seen. And you're just wrapped up filming The Last Mrs. Parrish, coming to Netflix soon as well.
Yeah.
Anything about that one you want to drop or what?
It was a joy to shoot that in Jersey. Robert Zemeckis directing. It was very cool. Yeah.
Okay. You don't call him Bob? I thought people call him Bob if you were.
Well, yeah, but this is an official gathering,
I got it.
right?
Very good.
Okay.
That's great stuff, man. Great director, and obviously everything that you do. Congratulations on everything going on in your life.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Nikolai Coster-Waldau is here on the Rich Eisen Show. We're going to have you sign the Game of Thrones board game.
All right.
For us to put up here. We're back in a second.
Access to education changes lives. That's why National University provides flexible online and hybrid programs from associate to doctorate degrees. Since 1971, NU was built to serve non-traditional working and military learners nationwide. NU understands the demands of work, family, and service. Each year, more than 130,000 learners trust National University to move forward. Visit nu.edu to learn more.
Rich Eisen here. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has helped Chicagoland homeowners protect and improve their homes with expert craftsmanship, honest service, and industry-leading warranties, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. From durable roofing to beautiful siding and energy-efficient windows, M&M delivers quality you can trust with clear communication, dependable results, and peace of mind every step of the way. When it comes to your home, trust the company Chicagoland has relied on for over 50 years. Call M&M Home Remodeling today. Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa, Iavone. Your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4-MILLION.
Finding your dream home is truly tough. So many options. The stakes are high, so don't go it alone. I'm Chicagoland's real estate agent, Sammy Lubeck. I have deep local knowledge. Working with Baird & Warner, I've got access to private listings you won't find online. I help buyers like you find the right home and win it. Whether it's your first place or your forever one, I'm here to make the process simple and successful. Start your search at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
I lost count of how many foster homes I lived in. 20, maybe more. Each time, a new room, a new bed, a new routine with a new family. But never a space that really felt like mine. Eventually, I didn't even bother unpacking, because moving again was never an if. It was always a when.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a forever family and a permanent home of their own.
When I was 15, I didn't have anywhere to go for the holidays. So my high school principal invited me to stay with his family. It was just supposed to be for a few weeks, but soon they asked me to stay forever as their daughter. Now I have my own room and decorated it myself. It's kind of a tornado, but it's my tornado. And just like my family, it's mine to keep.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Coverage of college football's bowl season on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Menards.
I never made it inside the urinal.
We got us a new pee-pee bag.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Right there. Here on the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. life is amazing. Pella Windows and Doors love having them part of the Rich Eisen Show family now, because when it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan for you. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/EISEN. Yep. Never thought I'd have a show, let alone a show that would have 6 members of the Game of Thrones cast on, and they would sign a Game of Thrones, the board game, all of them, as this is now a new item, or not, a growing item in our collection, and have the Kingslayer himself come on and sign Good Luck with the Jets. Right there. That's what he's signed right there.
Good luck with that.
Yep. Now it's going to change.
What exactly?
Your fandom?
No. The Jets' fortune.
Oh, sure.
Because, you know, a Lannister always pays his debts.
Right.
Sure.
You know, it's kind of crazy. I know how this stuff works. But to hear, like, they had I guess a sword or a blade that had a wrist sort of slice in there, so they could chop down on it. It wouldn't really chop his hand off, but it would look like it would chop his hand off when they do it in post. You know?
That scene was wild.
That was shocking.
Wasn't it? That they actually went through with it?
Oh, for sure. Because he was. It's
a top 5. I can't believe they went through with it moment in the history of Game of Thrones.
And that
wasn't
show had so many of them.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Obviously.
Like if we had a top 5, I can't believe they went through with it moment.
Man, they just did that. Yeah,
right,
for sure. And it wasn't by. I mean, spoiler alert. It's been on the air for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
but it wasn't a main.
This is our annual conversation. It seems like, or semi-annual conversation. Is like, how long does someone get? You know what I mean? There's still people who are, you know, that was a season 3 moment. When was season 3 of Game of Thrones? Had to have been like what, 10 years ago?
But what I'm saying is, it wasn't a main character who did it, which was also kind of a surprising part of it.
But the whole point is like there could have been somebody who was in grade school that now Game of Thrones would be perfect for, and we're ruining it.
Was
it season 3?
Season 3. No, 2013.
That's what I'm saying. It's 13 years ago. So somebody who was like 8 is now 21. They weren't watching Game of Thrones when they were 8. I would hope not. They wouldn't have this sign in front of them.
Yeah, apparently.
You know what I mean?
Or would they?
It's like an annual conversation about that. All right, our first guest on tomorrow's program, when we're back on ESPN for the first couple hours, Troy Aikman's going to join us. Oh, your guy.
He's my quarterback.
Yeah, he is.
Let's go.
By the way, we have Emmett on Friday.
Yeah.
Dion before him on Friday. Trying to get Irv to join, but he's doing his pod.
Something tells me he's going to pop up.
I don't know.
Oh, really?
I don't know if our timing may not work out. We're going down to some serious. CeeDee Lamb's joining us Thursday. These are all for you.
Thank you.
Jeez.
Well, they'll be. The thing is, they're going to be too busy next year to come on the show.
Nice.
My guys are busy.
We'll be playing.
Yeah. Well, we got Gronk for you Wednesday.
My man.
Well, it's really Gronk's for all of us.
Yeah.
Gronk is for the people.
Gronk is for the people.
For the people. Tomorrow, Mark Schlereth and Tom Pelissero join us as well.
Fat Rob Lowe.
And we hope you should too. Who's that?
Fat Rob Lowe.
That's right.
Schlereth said that was his nickname.
Fat Rob Lowe. We're back to wrap this show up on Disney Plus and ESPN2 in a moment.
You ready for some football? We had a football-less weekend, but it's Super Bowl week. Let's go. We got a big week, including some fun stuff inside Hockey's A-list. The Bears offseason to-do list just got bigger. We'll tell you about that. How about this Bulls Giannis rumor joke? We'll get into that. Frank Thomas is mad at his White Sox. More load management issues now in college. So much to get after. 312-332-3776. Waddle and Silvy in 5 minutes.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737.
Hey, it's Jurko. When you're getting ready for the big game, start your spread with Corner Booth Pizza. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza. It's cut into squares. We're talking crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings stacked oh so high. You got your classic pepperoni, barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and their fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. Corner Booth Pizza has something for every craving. Flavor that satisfies the soul. Huddle up, grab a pie, and taste Chicago's original pub-style frozen pizza, the Corner Booth.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-330-2929. That's 800-330-2929.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. We say it every year, new year, new you. But this year I'm actually doing something about it. I've been going to Cairo One Wellness Centers for months now. My body feels great and I'm moving better than ever. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to feel better and actually take care of your body, you gotta check out Cairo One. They have 50 locations across Chicagoland, so there is one near you. No drugs, no surgeries, just personalized chiropractic care. Visit CairoOne.com today and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The New Year's sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. Plus, save even more with $500 to $2,000 bonus cash. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC. HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Montana, touchdown, John Taylor. Pass is intercepted at the goal line by Malcolm Butler.
Airs it out down the field. It is caught by Tyree.
Trey Burton, who throws caught.
Chester, you are ridiculous. This one's for John.
Throws to the back of the end zone, and it is caught for a touchdown by Holmes.
Hungry Chicago, finally champions on this January day in New Orleans.
Mahomes flings it. It's there! Hardman! Jackpot!
He's in! Patriots win the Super Bowl!
It's Super Bowl week on Waddle and Silvy.
You know, Waddle and I were saying in the office, Waddle looked at me and goes, you feel the buzz for the Super Bowl? After Charlie Bevins put together the montage of all of all these Super Bowl highlights, like the many that come to mind, I'm fired back up.
Okay,
I'm ready
here we
to
go.
Let's do this,
You'll
Santa
be fired
Clara.
back down by about 2:30.
You know what? I think when we get to Friday, when we get to Sunday, we'll be excited. Yes. We'll be drinking our favorite beverages. We'll be eating our favorite foods. My guys are already texting me what should we eat for the Super Bowl and things like that. Carmen's already got the black gloves on. He's already creating chilies and soups and stuff like that. So, I'm fired up now. Good job, Charlie.
Okay.
Good job. I said to Waddle, too, I know Tyler, and someone tweeted at me earlier today, maybe at the entire show, how excited they were to hear what Tyler's got in store in Aki's A-List, because I think every day in Aki's A-List, he's got like a group of 5 different things. How are you phrasing it?
6. We've got the Super 6-pack every single day this week. I'm off Thursday and Friday, but I'll phone in.
Whoa, where are you going?
I'm hosting with Hoodie on Thursday and Friday.
Okay.
Oh, good job. Yeah. Nice. So he's going to have prop bets. He's going to have trivia questions. What else do you have on that list?
Matchups, props, stats. We're going to rank the players in the game, a recipe, and a trivia.
I love the recipe part, too, that goes into this whole thing.
I'll get ramped back up. It's just, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know why it is. Maybe it's Seattle and New England. It just doesn't. Maybe it's I've got, like a hangover from the Bears' exciting season being over, and I got to get ramped back up.
Sure, right. It's a letdown of our team.
Yeah.
You know what? It's not Seattle, New England. It's who's on Seattle, New England, because we've seen Seattle, New England come down to one of the greatest finishes in Super Bowl history, right? I mean, the interception at the goal line was truly incredible. But right now, Drake May's in his second year.
There are there are not a whole lot of, for the average NFL fan, there's not a whole lot of homegrown names or recognizable names on either team for the average football fan. You're going to have your roster in hand for both teams if you're an average fan.
This is not a fantasy football delight. Super Bowl, where you have all these. Now, look, JSN is one of the best offensive players in the NFL. He's probably the biggest star on the field, wouldn't you say? Him and Drake May?
Yeah, I would say.
So JSN, I still don't know if everybody, the general sports fan, knows how good JSN is or how productive he was this year. But it's not ripe with superstars. You were telling me there's no double-digit sacks?
There's no double-digit sacker on either team. Yeah. I heard that from Carm. I give the credit where credit is due. Can you name 3 pass catchers for the that aren't running backs for the New England Patriots?
Oh, for the New England Patriots?
Yes.
That's a good one. Booty? Booty?
Yeah.
Booty? Hunter Henry.
There you go. Now you're cooking with gas. Now I'm starting to get excited.
Can I go with the running back out of the...
No, I know running backs.
No, he catches balls, doesn't he?
Excuse me?
He catches footballs.
But I said, give me 3 pass catchers, not including running backs. Come on, he was a guy.
Julian Edelman.
No, he's the biggest name.
It's Diggs.
Yes.
Yeah, Stephon Diggs. And he's had an up-and-down season, too, on and off the field.
Yeah.
So how could I forget Stephon?
Quarterback's been sacked a million times.
Much better season, too, than a lot of people thought he would have there.
Yeah. Listen, again, I'll get gassed up for it as the season or the week goes on. I'm too busy trying to figure out where Giannis is going to end up.
Oh, sure.
I don't know what's going to go on.
I bet you are.
No, I'll get ready for it. I'll get ready for it.
Cooper Kupp has a chance to win his second MVP. That could be a sneaky play. I know he's not a dominant receiver anymore.
I heard the guys talking today. This may be one of those games where you if you're trying to find, I heard the good kid in Carm talking about maybe a defensive pick. Like maybe this becomes one of those dirty games where, it is a defensive player, or maybe it's Milton Williams from the Patriots, or who's the big guy in the middle of is it Leonard Williams? For the Seahawks? Maybe out there a chance to get a little value play going on. If it's just like a 14 to 13, 17, 14 game.
Are you saying you would put money down on a defensive or special team score?
Yes, you may be able to get some quality value if, in fact, you think it may be one of those games where the offense may be a bit limited. Both of these, I believe Seattle's the number one defense in the league this year. I think the Patriots are top 7 or top 5, so you may have a bit of a defensive struggle here. Patriots struggle to protect their quarterback. Drake May's got a shoulder injury. How bad is that shoulder? Do we know?
I don't think we know.
I think, this week we'll start to see injury reports come out.
I got Sam Darnold with an oblique. Okay, he looked pretty damn good the last couple of weeks, but you never know. So maybe this is
really good.
He has,
yeah. Like I so much so that I've been surprised.
So much so that the Vikings fired their general manager.
That's right.
So, but I'm just saying, I'm throwing it out there again. Carmen and the good kid were talking about it. Who knows what kind of Super Bowl we're gonna? Maybe we have a shootout, but I don't know. But by Friday, I'll be out over my skis.
When listening, Charlie, to your open there, I was racking the brain and I turned to Waddle. I go, we either all need to do a top 5 list this week, maybe tomorrow, of either our top 5 Super Bowl memories or finishes or just games, because they've been. When I always cite this, that when you and I were growing up and when we were younger, and even later in our years, until probably 20 years ago. The Super Bowls, more times than not, were blowouts.
Yes.
They weren't good games. They were
49ers against San Diego.
Yes. It was the Giants against the Broncos.
Yeah.
like a 50 burger they would put up.
Yeah.
Some of those Elway Super Bowls got really, really messy. The first one and I want to see, I'm trying to think if this is the first Super Bowl I covered. No, it wasn't. It was the second or third. I believe it was at the Georgia Dome in Atlanta for Rams Titans.
Well, that went down to the final snap.
It went down to the final tackle at the 1-yard line for Tennessee. And to me, it was the first finish that started the new wave of Super Bowls, where then you had the Butler interception on Seattle. You had Pittsburgh and Arizona, which went down to the wire. You had Atlanta and New England, which was so good. The Rams and the Patriots, I think the following year after the Rams won, went down to the game-winning field goal.
Yeah.
We've had 2 overtime Super Bowls after, 51 years of not having one?
That's true.
We should come up with, how do you want to do it? The best finishes, the best games, the best moments?
I think moments.
The best Super Bowl moments.
Can you remember, Kevin, was it number 87, Kevin Dyson, trying to reach the ball over the goal line for the Tennessee Titans?
That's the game I was talking about.
Who's the Ram linebacker that tackled him?
He was the linebacker, and he had just a classic name. It was
Smith.
It's not Mike Smith, but it's something in that, maybe last name Jones or something. It's a very common name. And he just
caught him at the 2-yard line.
And he just made a fundamental tackle.
Yeah.
To allow the Rams to hold on and
Mike
to win
Jones.
Mike Jones. That's almost as common of a name as you get. Yeah. Mike Smith and Mike Jones. Those two. Is Mike the most common name in the United States still?
I think
one of them is.
I think it might have been John.
It used to be. I think it's now Chase. I think, or something. Something cute and cool.
There's a lot of chases in our neck of the woods.
Chandler. I think maybe it's Chandler.
I don't know any kids named Chandler.
No?
No Chandler. Chase is a very popular name.
Yeah. Chase on the south side. Where's Chase at?
312-332-3776. That's the phone number. The old number is back. It was back last week.
I'm starting to feel the buzz a little bit more as the day goes on.
Start thinking about these things. And if you were with us on Friday, things were happening fast and furious. The Bears' to-do list has become longer. They now need a new offensive coordinator. We've known they need a new running backs coach. There's been nothing official. They need a new assistant general manager as well.
Yeah.
So they lost.
Any word on whether or not we're getting those 2 third-round picks? Any movement on that?
I don't like. I can't wait. I'm excited to hear when Ryan Poles speaks.
I'm going to be very disappointed if the Bears don't pursue this very intently.
I don't want to hear that. No, look, it states this or it states that. I think you need to make a stink.
I agree,
or at least just file a grievance and say,
yes,
this is not just.
And look, these are 2 separate conversations. I think they did the right thing, letting Ian Cunningham go. But I also think the NFL needs to do the right thing and compensate them for him moving on to become the general manager of the Atlanta Falcons. This is such, common sense needs to be your beacon here, NFL front office. Just make a common sense decision. It's really simple. It's not punitive to the Falcons. They're not losing third-round picks. These are extra picks. These are compensatory picks. Give us our compensatory picks now.
And even though they're not Atlanta's picks, and they're compensatory picks, as you mentioned, so it's not out of the Atlanta Falcons draft capital.
Right.
But you would think, the Falcons and Bears are rivals. They're 2 NFC teams who are fighting for a future. So aren't there going to be teams who can try and gain leverage through loopholes where they hire someone and they can name a president, even if the president's not doing the work?
No, it's such a good point.
I think it's a slippery slope and a bad precedent to set that if a guy who's an assistant GM and he's going to run their draft, he's going to be their lead guy in the draft room and with everything else with that you cannot, don't worry about who the president is or if they created a new position. If it's truly a promotion and it fits what the rule is, they need to get their picks.
And I don't think that insinuates that the Falcons are playing dirty pool, but somebody may play dirty pool going forward. I agree. And you better cut this off at the pass. You better not incentivize other teams to do something like this intentionally. And I think you could cut that off at the pass, as I mentioned, if in fact you do the common sense thing and you give us our 2 third-round comp picks now.
Is the commissioner speaking today? Is there a way to get our
today? Yeah.
Is there a way to get our question in? Could we zoom in and ask that question, Mr. Commissioner? Like Jurko, if he was still going to the Super Bowl,
man of the people.
He was always the man of the people. He would ask one question. They used to do a contest, and he would ask the best question he'd get from a fan. But I would request. Hey,
send one of our buddies at Chuggo
you think the Brags would run up?
Yeah, no doubt.
Mark Carmen, Adam
absolutely.
Hogue.
They're running around
Adam
out there in
Johns.
Santa Clara Convention Center, wherever this is being held.
I'd like to know. And
I do too. Yeah. I listen, this is important. This is not a throwaway, and I hope the Bears actually pursue this and don't just take no for an answer.
We never brought this up. I guess his article came out on Friday. Brad Biggs and Carmen was reading some quotes off of it today. I have this here. He is not expecting, and he was down at the Senior Bowl all weekend, he's not expecting a big splash from the Bears. He does not think that Trey Hendrickson fits what they want to do either. And you've been a big proponent.
In what way? How does he not fit? We don't have room for 17 sacks? That doesn't fit in our tally and our defensive stats?
Here's the way he said. I'm trying to think
Love
of this
is too, so I'm not.
Let me see. He's fantastic. He says, yes, the Bears can make moves to free up plenty of space, but the bill always comes due. It's because they're snug against the cap and because Trey Hendrickson is on the downside of his career, coming off a season marred by injury, that I'm skeptical the Bears would not be involved with him. I've chatted with a good handful of personnel folks around town, and let's just say the buzz for Hendrickson that exists on social media wasn't matched in those conversations.
Well, I would say this without knowing. I would definitely need to know what I believe he had. Did he not have a core surgery? I know this. In the games that he did play, 7 games he played, he was top 10 in all of the important stats. The year before, the drop-off from being 30 to 31 must have been precipitous because he had 17 and a half sacks a year before in 17 games, and he only had, 5 in 7 games. I would not write a guy off because Daniel Hunter's a pretty good player, isn't he? He's 32. He'll be 32 during the season. So, I'm just...
Julius Peppers was 31 when the Bears signed him.
Yeah.
He was a year younger.
Right. So, I'm not trying to tell you to give a bunch of money to an injured player, but I would look into that for sure. I don't know. I mean, you've spent a ton of money previously for guys who don't have a resume that he has. So.
The generalization of a big splash, too, I think is a very loose conversation. Because I believe the Bears made a big splash on the offensive line last year.
No doubt.
They finally, fixing your offensive line is a huge splash.
Yes.
They only gave up a 4th-round pick. They gave up money for their center. And
ton of money.
A late-round pick for Jonah Jackson. But it was a big splash. So I don't need a splash as far as this name recognition, as long as they get a fix.
Yeah.
What I don't want them to do is continue to dabble like they used to do on the offensive line with the defensive line, where they're spending on Grady Jarrett, they're spending on Dio, but yet they're not truly fixing the problem. That, to me, is more egregious than overspending for a guy who can be a top-of-the-line player just a little bit older. You know what I mean? I don't want them to halfway this thing. Find a way, whether it's off-the-radar moves, to fix your issue.
Yeah, I mean, who's the cat that the Dolphins traded to the Eagles? With Julian Phillips?
Yes.
Jalen Phillips.
Jalen Phillips. I'm sorry. Jalen Phillips.
He didn't have a lot of production either. That's what people are... I think he had 6 sacks the whole year.
Yes. So, I mean, I know that there's not a ton of options out there. I'm just saying, don't come in with this preconceived notion that, well, we can't do this. You can do pretty much whatever you'd want. There are certain ramifications, but other teams have found ways to make space for difference-making players. And I'm not ignoring the draft. Of course you have to use the draft for sure. But you got. I mean, there's a lot of things you're going to have to address. I'm not spending $15 million or $16 million on either safety.
Right.
So I just saved you some money there.
We never brought it up. The thing that I mentioned is Jurko's still more into bringing back Brisker because he's younger and can still be a part of your future, while Byard, had a great year but is older. So, like we've talked to, every safety is out of contract for the Bears.
All 4 that were on the roster. Yes, I would tell you Byard had a better year. He's older. I would assume, is probably, I don't know what the market's going to be for a 33-year-old safety, although he's an all-pro. But I think the market may be more reasonable than for Brisker. But I don't know how the rest of the league's going to look at Brisker as well. Remember, he missed the vast majority of the 2024 season with concussions. I hope he goes onto the free market, knocks it out of the park. I'm not in the market to give him $15 million. I would rather use that money up front.
Yeah.
So
I don't think you need to spend in the linebacking group either, do you? Can't you just get fast guys who are smart? And isn't that what the Eagles do too?
When you signed Tremaine Edmonds, you didn't have to do that,
Right.
and yet they still went out and did it.
That's what what
bothered me the most.
That's what I was going to say is that you don't need to spend 15, 16, 17 million a year for someone like Tremaine Edmonds. You can find somebody that may not be
DeMarco Jackson, my guy.
Yeah, he's going to be he is a free agent, right? So you're going to have to pick and choose. And again, I'm not trying to sell you the trade. And the thing that burns my ass most of all is that people see, if you would have traded for or signed Trey Hendrickson or traded for him, you see he got hurt. Well, that's really the silliest thing anybody could ever say to me. Because he got hurt in Cincinnati means he would have gotten hurt in Chicago? Absolutely not. Your entire world changes.
The butterfly effect.
Yes. So, just because he got hurt in Cincinnati doesn't mean he would have gotten hurt in Chicago. So that, to me, is very, very silly. His pass win rates are ridiculously good. As good as anybody that you could hope for out there. I don't know what he's asking for. I don't know how healthy he is. But for a team that was 29th, was it, Tyler? In collective pass rush win rate as a team?
They were 31st.
31st. It's worse than I thought. You need to find, if you just think organically it's going to get better, be careful.
Is there a guy like Joe Thuney out there? Like, I've used Chris Jones as an example. He makes a ton of money.
His name's Trey Hendrickson.
Well, I mean, Joe Thuney, no one thought would be on the market to acquire for a 4th-round pick. Nobody. No, who would have thought after he was elected by the team, their most valuable player, he was an all-pro guard, he moved over to left tackle in the Super Bowl last year and down the stretch for them. Who would have thought you can get him for a 4th-round pick? Is there a guy on the market that Trey Hendrickson's a free agent, and then we know about Crosby, we know about Myles Garrett. More of an under-the-radar thing that no one is talking to, that you could say, hey, he's up there in age, but you can get him comparatively for much cheaper than the other two guys. And yeah, you'll have to pay, but he's going to be a super productive player.
If he's out there, definitely I'm up for it. I'll listen. How about if you focus your attention on the inside? Maybe there's a guy who plays DT, I mean too. Sure. Not just an edge guy, but a defensive tackle who could be your answer at the 3 technique that you would have to acquire in a trade. All I'm saying is, and I've been saying it for days, is don't ignore all your different avenues. Don't just close the door on it because you think it may be difficult because you find yourself up against the cap. There's plenty of ways to create space. Go ahead and look at what the Eagles do. Look at what even the Seattle team did. Do you know how many big contracts they have on their roster now? Like, everybody finds ways to fit guys underneath the cap. And the only reason why I'm suggesting to be aggressive is because your quarterback's still on his rookie deal.
Yes.
You're going to have a come to football Jesus moment when you pay him. And then you're going to have to become even more judicious with how you're spending your money. Right now, you have the luxury, and I know you've spent a ton already on your defensive line, but it didn't produce the return on the investment that you were hoping for. Maybe you have to spend a little bit more. So,
look, Ryan Poles loves to make a trade. We know this. And Ryan Poles has arguably, I'll give him some love here. He's made arguably the 2 best trades in franchise history. The Caleb Williams, Carolina for DJ Moore, and everything that netted. Darnell Wright, Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, I think
Tyreek
Stevenson was a part of that deal. Did the Luther Burden pick?
Ended up being, yeah.
And I think Luther Burden, the 2nd-round pick that turned into Luther Burden, was a part of that trade. That's like, tell me if there's a better trade that the Bears have made. And then the Joe Thuney trade is one of the better trades we've seen in Chicago sports in the last 10 years. It's not the best, but you get an all-pro guard on a line that needed it for a 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
And they're paying him money, but man, is he worth it?
They spent a lot of money on their offensive line.
Now, we also traded for Chase Claypool. That's one of the worst trades in franchise history.
Trying to block that out of my mind.
How would you say the Sweat deal turned out? Would you say the Sweat deal was...
Not as well as you thought it would, for sure. I mean,
Sweat for a 2nd-round pick and a new contract.
Right, because you have to factor in the $100 million.
Right.
So I personally thought there was going to be more of a difference-making performance. Look, I know he had double-digit sacks this year, and he's a professional. I'm not going to deny that. It's just he didn't give you the bang for the buck that I was expecting. But what the hell do I know?
Yeah, 312-332-3776. Don't cut yourself short, though, because sell yourself short, because you know a lot. That's for sure. All right, if you want to talk to us about the Super Bowl memories, do you have the buzz for this year's Super Bowl? Is it lacking because of who is in the Super Bowl right now? Maybe a lack of stars as well. But we're all going to love it as soon as Super Bowl Sunday gets here. No one's going to complain about that. And then Bears moves. Bears offseason moves and filling out the coaching staff, trying to get those 2 third-round picks from the NFL in the form of compensatory picks, and then how Ryan Poles elevates the defense. Because I don't think you can dabble. It doesn't have to be a name brand, but it certainly has to be something that makes your team better and a lot better on defense. I want to get into some of the conversations out there regarding a Giannis deal in the Bulls. Something big happened over the weekend on the odds front that we both find silliness. It's pure, and the Bulls are pure silliness as well. Frank Thomas is upset at the White Sox. We'll tell you what he tweeted out in response to a White Sox tweet. And then regarding a story that happened in college basketball this weekend with the best player in the country, again taking himself out of a game and not playing in the final 17 minutes of the game because of cramps.
It got the cramps.
Lou Piniella. We still remember that famous bite. He's got the cramps.
That was Carlos Zambrano, right?
Yes. As to like, what are the worst things going in sports? And load management is one of them. We're now starting to feel it with the star in college. Whether it's NIL and the portal, whether it is the discrepancy in pay with Major League Baseball between the teams or officiating or anything else you could come up with, 312-332-3776. So we have a guest-free show as of now. You never know what could happen, though. So plenty of room for you if you want to talk to us. Make your Monday call right now. Phone lines are open at 332-3776. It's Waddle and Silvy. It's Super Bowl week on your home for the Bears, ESPN 1000.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling present the ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame. Jump on our YouTube page and ESPN Chicago, Sunday afternoon from 1 to 2. This is a live streaming, uninterrupted pregame crosstalk with all your favorite ESPN Chicago hosts. The ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame, Sunday from 1 to 2 on YouTube and ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling.
Yeah, and I hope my drinking buddy in there, Tyler, is listening up because the big game's almost here, and that's when you learn to pace yourself, young man. The calendar gets busy, the couch gets comfortable.
Waddle, you're the vet here talking.
Yes,
I'm bouncing around, bars, friends, screens everywhere.
And that's why I keep telling you, whether you're out running routes around the city or running the remote like a retired pro, Flight by Yingling just works.
Light, crisp, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it's easy no matter where the day takes you.
Kickoff rolls into tip-off, no wasted motion.
Grab a Flight by Yingling and enjoy the run.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Enjoy responsibly.
The road to the biggest game of the year is set, and every angle matters. One matchup left, one game to decide it all. This is where bettors lock in props, totals, and futures. If you're betting along with me, you gotta be on the Circa Sports Illinois app, the world's largest sports book where serious bettors play. I'm on Circa this week, studying the matchup, watching line movement, and locking in all my plays. Real limits, low holds, zero bet fees. Take my advice and download the Circa Sports app today. Gotta be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Kap. Big game week is here, and you want to actually enjoy the game. But if you're not sleeping well or your sinuses are messed up, you won't. That's why I tell people about Sinus and Snoring MD. They help you breathe better and sleep better with simple in-office treatments and same-day appointments. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com and start breathing and sleeping the way you should. That's 847-545-0147 or sinusandsnoringmd.com.
If you're tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS, Tax Relief Advocates wants you to know you don't have to be afraid. No matter what challenging life situation you're facing while owing 10 or even hundreds of thousands in back taxes to the IRS, we have a solution. TRA has already negotiated over $1.5 billion in taxes owed by over 180,000 struggling taxpayers since 2017, earning over 1,000 five-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Generous tax debt forgiveness programs are currently available that can end your tax nightmare and may reduce or eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you're facing collections or an audit, don't lose hope. Act now to check what tax relief you may qualify for. Simply visit TRA.com or call 800-583-4890. 800-583-4890. Again, that's 800-583-4890. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey guys, right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free at Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments and no interest for 2 full years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon, so schedule your quote right now at windownation.com.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Rocky in Barrington, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Rocky?
Oh, what's up, bro?
Everything's good.
How are you guys? I'm actually just pulling. Is this Mr. Waddle? I think Mr. Waddle is the most underrated best player of the 80s. I remember growing up. I'm 42, but I remember Waddle being one of the best top tight ends I've ever seen because you know why? He was tough.
He has some time. He has Waddle. The guy's amazing.
He'd go over the middle. He wouldn't cry. He'd get up, run back to that huddle, and do it all over again.
Yeah, no crying. It's not Rocky. That's Mario, one of our producers.
It sounded like him, yeah. He didn't sound 42 either, but hey, maybe
very young.
Older young guy.
Here's hoping that he got a bunch of tips this weekend as well. He was delivering pizza.
That's right.
And we actually gave him a shout-out in the place of business, a shout-out. So here's hoping it bore fruit, as they say.
It was in Barrington, right?
Yes.
And he said that you played in the 80s, which you had 1 year in the 80s, right?
Yeah.
You had 1 year?
Yeah.
But mostly 90s, he called you tight end.
I was not a tight end.
You were a wide receiver.
Yeah.
But it's okay. Make your calls. We're always willing to have you at 332-3776.
If that number doesn't work, I give you another one.
I like Mr. Waddle. Calling you Mr. Waddle.
It's a sign of respect.
Yeah,
it's also a sign that he's old.
Yeah, that's actually what Waddle demands you call him when you first meet him.
I turned 59.
Waddle,
I turned 59 this month, Charlie. I don't know what the 59th birthday signifies, but other than you're old. So
that's that's my dad's age too. He turns 59 today.
Isn't that unbelievable that our producer you're the same age as our producer's father?
Oh yeah. No, I know.
It's amazing. Phone number to reach us 312-332-3776. Just like
so
Rocky.
Fast. It went by so fast.
Just like by the way, we were brainstorming Super Bowl ideas. We got ourselves a great week long call-in topic whenever it comes up.
Yeah, I think
we thought of this all on our own.
Yes, I think there was some. What do we call that when we were workshopping?
We were spitballing. We were brainstorming. We were workshopping. It was a think tank. Waddle and I were on the phone all weekend.
Yeah. 464-210-3776 is the number that we discussed this at.
We thought, like anyone who's got, like, Dean already texted me, and he's like, hey, what did he say? He said,
are we looking for some gambling stuff?
Gambling advice. So he texted me, and he said, Trevion Henderson for MVP.
Ooh.
Super Bowl MVP. He's got 3 multi-touchdown games so far this year.
Okay.
So he is pimping his prop. Now that is
pimping his prop bet. I like that.
I came up with the name on my own.
Love it.
And
I'll
Waddle
co-sign that. I'll co-sign that. Pimp your prop.
If you have a favorite prop bet that you want to share with us,
pimp it.
Pimp it.
Pimp your prop.
Pimp your prop.
Never heard that.
Never. I love the use of the alliteration as well.
That is something else right there.
PYP.
Original.
Pimp your prop.
PYP. Not.
It's like KYP, right? What is it? Know your person, or KYP. Know your personnel.
Or PYT, Pretty Young Thing, the song from Michael Jackson from back in the day.
So
when I was in high school.
You want to be a player, but your picks won't hit? You got to call us up to get a pimped out bet.
You got a pimp parlay.
Now that's a different segment, though. We're not looking for parlays. This is totally original.
Now where's the pimp the prop?
This is
play it again, Charlie.
You made it so quick, that open.
Yeah.
It's called pimp your prop, not parlay. What are you talking about with parlay?
And then just kill it right before parlay.
So you want to be a player, but your picks won't hit? You got to call us up to get a pimped out bet.
You got to
pimp your prop
bet.
I believe that's an old. Yeah, that was. I remember that was. I was producing when that was created.
When what was created?
The Pimp My Parlay intro.
No idea what you're talking about.
No clue. Tom in Shorewood, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're good.
Hey, I just wanted to touch a little bit on the Frank Thomas tweet in regards to the White Sox. In my opinion, unfairly snubbing them in regards to Black History Month and a lot of the great things that black players have done, not just in Chicago, but with the White Sox in particular. A lot of the initial reaction from outside of Chicago seems to be that Frank is sour grapes, and he might be, but I think he has every right to be sour grapes. The way he was treated and almost kind of cast off after the 05 season, I think he's fine. Frank was understood that being let go due to his injuries and whatnot was normal, but the response Kenny Williams had, calling him an idiot, calling him selfish, after what Frank did for that
years ago, you're talking about when he said that, right? When he said stay out of Sox business. You're right.
Yes, yeah, and stuff like that. I think, and who knows, I might be wrong, but I think Kenny Williams harbors a lot of resentment towards Frank, because Kenny was supposed to be that type of player, five-tooler, super athlete, bringing a little bit of the flash, right? And it just didn't pan out for him on the field. That being said, Frank comes along, does what he does, wins back-to-back MVPs. That alone, how do you not put him on that tweet as an honorable mention? Because if you look at the tweet from the White Sox, it does technically say it has a list of firsts, but not all of them are firsts. And then you show the 1990s portion of that tweet where it says the White Sox had a bold rebrand anchored by the black and silver, and they have a picture of Bo Jackson. And I don't dislike Bo Jackson, but how is Frank not the face of that?
Right. It's a great point.
On the tweet 3 times. Kenny's on there 3 times.
I want to give people background for those who aren't as familiar as Tom, and it's a good call. This was a big subject of our text chain yesterday, that the White Sox tweeted out yesterday. They're celebrating Black History Month.
Here's a tweet. In celebration of Black History Month, we reflect upon momentous first for the White Sox organization. There's actually 2 panels, 2 pictures.
Right.
And they go from 1933 up to 1978 on the first picture and all the different momentous firsts. And then on the second picture, they go from the 1990s to modern day 2024.
I don't think that the White Sox, and so they list, so in 1933, they write Old Comiskey Park plays host to the first ever East-West Negro League All-Star Game. So that's a first. And then they start listing other firsts, and this is where Frank is mentioned in 1972. 1972, Dick Allen becomes the first black player in White Sox history to win AL MVP honors. Frank Thomas joined Allen as MVP in 1993-94. And then Frank probably scrolling through this, and he just sees Dick Allen's picture. And then, later in it, the caller mentioned, Kenny Williams is listed there. Bo Jackson is the cover person for in the 90s, the rebrand with the black and silver when Frank was the face of that team.
Yeah,
and here's an example, May 1st, 1951, it says Minnie Minoso breaks the White Sox color barrier. Sam Hairston and Bob Boyd joined Minoso later that year in breaking the White Sox color barrier. So for those who are saying, hey, ease up, Frank, they're only mentioning the first. Here they list those 2 with their pictures there. And with the history that the caller mentioned with Frank going back and forth and bickering with the organization, he's come back, he's gotten his statue. There have been really good times and some tougher times when they tell him to stay out of Sox business. You could have done, Frank Thomas becomes the first 2-time or multi-time MVP in White Sox history. Frank Thomas is the first in, there are
could have
stats.
Found a way to celebrate.
Yeah, they're right. You could have, it's probably, I don't know this, so I'm just speaking as an observer, knowing White Sox people, they do a lot of great things over there. I'm sure it was a giant oversight. But I also understand why Frank would look at that, call that up on Sox Fest weekend, and he's scrolling. He's like, everyone's got a picture but me?
Well, again, with no disrespect meant to Bo Jackson either, but I agree with the caller that if you're going to reference the 90s,
yes,
Frank should be the guy that you see next to that, his picture. Should be Frank's, not Bo's, right?
He was one of the greatest right-hand hitters
in the history of Major League Baseball.
In the history of Major League Baseball. He's done many things that is the first time for any player. And you can certainly do a better way to honor him. Now, Bruce, I think, reported earlier in the day that the Sox will find ways to work him in with other graphics.
He's got a statue, right? So, there has been moments of recognition for sure. I think this was not an oversight. Or I mean, I think it was a mistake. I don't know who was in charge of it.
But I don't think anyone said, "Hey, don't put Frank's picture."
Malicious.
Yeah, don't.
I don't know.
I think it's something that a graphic. Now, when you go through the chain of command and you go through checks and balances, you say, "Hey, where's Frank?"
Yeah.
You know, who are the most important players in our history? We should probably include him in a picture.
Yeah.
And Frank tweeted, for those who don't know, Frank responded to that tweet with the graphic, and we've reached out to Frank. Frank says he's not doing any interviews. Frank wrote, "I guess the black player who made you rich over there and holds your records is forgettable. Don't worry, I'm taking receipts."
The taking receipts part is, what's that mean?
That he won't forget. That when you want to, when they want to speak glowingly of him, or
from me,
don't forget this.
I would hope that they would find common ground here because,
and I think this stems from multiple different things. I think the caller hit it perfectly. I'll never forget when the Kenny stuff happened. You know, like think about what Frank went through in 2005. Frank gets hurt. He's played all these years for the Sox. At some points was the only thing to watch on that team.
No doubt.
And how great he was. And all of a sudden, they win it all. And he's on the team, but he's not on the team.
Right.
And then he leaves, and then he mentioned something, I forgot what it was. And then Kenny has this huge rant that he needs to stay out of Sox business. So they've gone back and forth, and like there's been times, it reminds me of Pippen and the Bulls, where Pippen's gone through multiple stages of being friends with the Bulls and being enemies with the Bulls. And Frank now is upset about this. So I see both sides of this. That's about...
Do you know what Frank's OPS for his career was?
962.
974.
That was pretty close.
You were very close.
Like
there were 19 years.
Well, look at some of those mid-90s years.
Ah,
and they're like, so Frank probably in the best years, you know, he had the World Series chance taken away from him in 94.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the 94 World Series is wiped out. The Sox are in first place. What were his stats in 1994?
1994, Frank hit 38 home runs, drove in 100, and he only played 113 games
because of the work stoppage.
Right, hit 38 home runs, drove in 101, took 109 walks, which led the league.
What was his on base percentage?
487.
He was almost at 500.
Slugged 729, and his OPS was 1217.
All right, so here he's got that season robbed from him, and he's like, and Jerry's at the front.
By the way, he won the MVP that year.
Yeah,
second of two consecutive.
And then in 2005, when they finally break through, you know, he's not really a part of that team. And then Kenny rips him the following year. And whatever has happened since then, but there's some scars from the player where Frank is like, look at what I did. Like that team, for those who are alive, when that Sox team was built in the early 90s with Ventura and Frank and Jack McDowell and Alex Fernandez.
By the way, I gave you his OPS for the full 19 years. In his 16 years with the White Sox, because he played 2 for Oakland, 2 for parts of 2 for Toronto, which is going to, because you're at the end of your career, going to dilute your numbers a touch. In his 16 years with the White Sox, his OPS was 995.
It's crazy. Yeah, he is a historically all-time great hitter.
995.
So, and he looks at it. How do you guys feel? Does he have a beef? Is he making too much out of it? I see it both ways. I don't think the White Sox were in the lab saying, let's find a way to piss Frank off again.
Plus, I also think, like, you know, I've been, you know, an ass about the Sox and their struggles recently. I think they're pointed in the right direction, and there's a little bit of feel-good developing about this team. I would certainly hope that they could find some common ground.
Yeah. 312-332-3776. I want to get to the Bulls conversation and the Giannis stuff. Football and Super Bowl on tap. Then the load managing, getting into the college ranks, which was something that, quite frankly, angered me over the weekend. I'm not a Kansas fan, but I just think it's like we were talking about precedent. I think it's a terrible precedent for sports these days. And I'll explain why. We're all talking about it on ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. ESPN's The Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, Wednesday night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria flavor without the weight or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. It's delicious, premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table. And it's big game week, guys. Why don't you get the shopping done early? Pick up a bunch of Connie's Frozen Pizzas. So easy to make during the big game. You don't have to go out. You don't have to pay high price of delivery. And it's all on hand when you're watching the big game. These were born in Connie's restaurants, doing it strong for over 60 years. Connie's brings that delicious cornmeal dusted thin crust. Premium toppings, unmistakable flavor that says, yeah, I could have gone out, but why? Maybe you're hosting a big party for the big game, or you're just hungry. The solution is always Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Stop on your way home from work. Connie's Frozen Pizza, authentic Chicago flavor without the pizzeria prices.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Casino Queen Sportsbook is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code WMVP in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass through a per wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming Inc.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, it's really nice to work with a law firm who's there for you and has your back when you're injured.
That's right, Hoodie. With Howard, it's personal.
Thanks, guys. And well, after all, Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
Auto, truck, rideshare, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6 million.
Injury law made personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously, or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
Still, the open of this song is still makes you feel good, right? Hypes you up. U2, a little U2 on this Monday.
Sunday, Bloody Sunday?
Yep. Did you do that on purpose?
No. I didn't even know the name of the song.
This one doesn't hype me up.
No? Oh, I love the drums at the beginning there.
I remember. Like, would this be like get yourself ready to play a important sports game?
I like the open. When you hear, like I've seen YouTube maybe 15 times in concert. When you hear that open, you're like, "This a good one's coming." What were you going to say?
I was at a Hawks game once, and it was on a Sunday, and there was a fight, and then they played this right after. And I was like, "Oh, this is
Was
perfect."
there blood on the ice?
I don't remember there being blood on the ice.
And was it Sunday? Did you say
it was Sunday?
Yeah.
Though.
I know how to get Waddle fired up.
Yes!
The pigskin rotating through the air.
Football guy over here.
Yeah.
This is more like the menacing Dick Butkus highlights, right? When you hear this one, this is not like the spinning football.
It's like the slow pan up to Butkus, and he's covered in mud.
Right, with the steam coming off of his head, and it's freezing.
On the other side, there was Deacon Jones, a man who must have sacked 10,000 quarterbacks well before the sack was an official stat. He created the head slap, too. Remember back? Well, you guys don't remember. You're too young.
That was the move.
The head slap used to be a viable pass rush move, Charlie.
It's a good
move.
move.
Did you know that?
The head slap?
You come out of your stance, and Deacon Jones just would take his giant hand and slap the crap out of your helmet.
Knock you off balance.
Knock you off balance.
Sounds like
Get
illegal
your
use
head
of
ringing
hands to
and
the
then-
face.
Correct. It used to be not only legal, but it was Deacon Jones's move. And by the way, Deacon Jones was a guy who played well before the sack was even a registered official stat. But yeah, football was different back then, Chuck. I mean, head slaps were legal.
That's what I've heard.
It's what Charles Oakley made a living of doing.
That's true.
Slapping guys in the
Google
head.
that at the break, Charlie. Go back and Google head slap with Deacon Jones.
It's right. Like, whenever you have been a player in the league where you've created a move, I think it adds that. That's why I believe Peanut should be even lifted more. He created a movement. He created a move on the field that's created a movement in the NFL where everyone punches the ball now based on the success of the Peanut punch.
Yeah, and his move did not turn into a penalty, whereas the head slap from Deacon Jones quickly became an outlawed move. But those were the days.
You can peanut punch, you can't penis punch.
No penis punching.
Right,
no.
Peanut punching.
Yeah, I don't think that's legal in any sport.
CD and Kankakee, and we want to get into this topic here. CD, you're on ESPN 1000. What's on your mind?
Hello, gentlemen. How you doing?
Great.
That's good. Listen, I just want to ask a question. Well, I'm going to ask this one question, then I'm going to ask the second. Do you remember the movie Friday with Ice Cube?
Sure.
When he played in it?
We watch that all the time. Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember the scene when Dabo took the man's chain and he ran off crying because his grandmama had given him the chain or the bike or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wasn't it Debo? Wasn't the big guy's name Debo?
Debo. That was his name. Correct. Okay. But the guy who he took the chain off of, he went running away, running to his car. He was crying. If you remember that scene.
Okay.
Dalen Terry reminds me of that guy every time I see him running down the court.
That's hilarious.
Dancing Dalen?
How is it that Dalen Terry is still on the Bulls when he seems like he is just an F and can't play basketball? To me, the Bulls are... I'm sorry, say?
No, I'm just saying what's the term? You're just scraping the mountaintop or something? Or what phrase I got? Like, this is just the
tip of the iceberg?
The tip of the iceberg. That's what it is.
Scraping the mountaintop.
Scraping the mountain.
Scratching the surface.
CD, the Dalen Terry of it all is like the smallest. Like, why did Patrick Williams get drafted fourth and then given $90 million? Like, why wasn't Vooch traded 2 years ago?
I mean, the team is horrible. And I know for some of us who were blessed to see the 90s when the Bulls won all those championships, we may be a little spoiled. But, I mean, who on this team, realistically, would have played on any one of those championship teams? Not start, play.
Yeah, not very few. Io could play on those teams or on the 2010 Bulls. You know, it's tough to fit in on the Dynasty Bulls. But, like, who else, Waddle, could play on that 2010 team?
Nobody.
It's Io, right? Io?
He wouldn't get minutes,
many
minutes.
He'd play you defense.
No.
He'd hit the three. He
was better than Keith Bogans.
Yes. I like Io would have a place with Tom Thibodeau playing hard. But other than that, CD,
shame on you both for not recognizing that Danson Dalen has a 42% shot-making season going from behind the arc.
How many shots has he made? Like 20?
1.3 per game.
So like 45 or something?
I don't know.
How
I'm
many
just
games have
giving
they
you.
played?
I'm giving you the field goal percentage from behind the arc.
All right. I want to get into the Giannis stuff.
He's made 18 of 43.
I was texting, and I think if there is a week to talk some Bulls, it's this week. I know it's Super Bowl week, but it's also NBA trade week. The trade deadline is Thursday, correct, Tyler? Does it happen this year during our show at 3?
I believe
2?
it's at 5.
5 this year. And like there were rumors about Giannis and the betting market. The Bulls shot up the charts from, I want to say, plus 44,000?
40 to 1, yeah.
40 to 1 to like
the favorite.
Plus 405, the favorite next to Milwaukee.
Right.
To Milwaukee to keep him. Which team will he be on after the deadline? And I don't know where that's coming from or what's to be excited about or what it would do for either team or either person. We'll get into that. If you want to weigh in, the Bulls have completely robbed me of my love for that team. What they have done to this franchise, I used to love this team, Waddle. I used to get emails. Silvy, you're good breaking down a lot of stuff, except when it comes to the Bulls. You take a lot of things personally. Because I used to defend the Bulls on a lot of matters when we were first formed in 07, 08, 09. The Bulls were a big love of mine. I can't, they have completely robbed me of any love I have for that franchise because of how poorly they are run.
I think the entire league has let you down because there was a time when you would defend them and didn't think that they were pacing themselves when, in fact, that entire league was pacing itself.
Yeah, for sure. 332-3776. We'll take your calls on the matter, and Giannis talk next.
This is Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Hey guys, it's Tyler. Football season is coming to a close, and what does that mean? That means golf season is right around the corner in the Chicagoland area, and Golf on NET is going to make sure that you are ready for when tee times open up here in the area. It's called the GOAT app or Golf on NET, and it's a golf membership that gets you unlimited tee times at top Chicagoland golf courses. No cart fees, no green fees. All you're going to get, unlimited golf. It's like a country club, but without the massive fees, unlimited golf at over 20 courses, a network of 250-plus golfers, and exclusive member-only events. You'll have unlimited access to places like Ravislow Golf Club, Hilldale Golf Club, Prairie Isle, Glenview Park Golf Club, Thunderhawk, and so many more. And when you use promo code ESPN, you'll get $400 off your membership. That's promo code ESPN for $400 off your membership. But you got to act quickly because that deal's not going to last forever. So download the Golf on NET app today and become a GOAT. Golf like me, Golf on NET.
When it's game day, there's only one place to watch the big game. Hooters. Cold drinks, hot wings, wall-to-wall football. Watching from home? We've got you covered there too. Order your big game favorites at order.hooters.com and pick up before 3 p.m. on game day. You'll score a 20% off coupon for your next visit. Dine in or take it to go. Either way, it's a win. Hooters. Order now at order.hooters.com. That's order.hooters.com.
If you're thinking about new windows, let me save you some trouble. Call Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. You've seen those buy one, get one free offers. Total gimmick. Russ doesn't play those games. He gave me a great price, no sales pitch, no subcontractors, just a solid product installed right, and Russ himself came to my house. Seriously, the guy guarantees his work for life. Give him a call at 847-881-3060 or check the reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com. You'll thank me later.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
DraftKings Sportsbook is making every snap, every drive, every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions. Open the app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code FNH. That's code FNH. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code FNH. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 and over in most states. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single-use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. You can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Giannis takes a peek. 3 seconds to work with. Giannis. There's your dunk.
I told you it was coming. It was a matter of time.
Kitty off balance as Miles Turner chases it down. Good energy here for the Bucks. Scoot over to Turner. Giannis spins, leaves everyone in his dust. Oh, the Greek freak is back. Kevin Porter Jr. Yes! Back-to-back dunks.
Is that the Bucks radio network? What is that? Is that Bucks TV?
Bucks TV.
Bucks TV. Giannis, according to Shams, wants out. Brian Windhorst said everything that you heard last week was pure signaling from both sides that we're open for business, that we'd like to make a trade by the deadline on Thursday. And then, like we were saying before the break.
How on God's sweet earth do the Bulls end up being the number one destination if he is traded by some gambling site?
Is this because the Bulls made the Saric trade, which netted them 2 more second round picks, and they're trying to.
Woo! Look what we got! Look at this.
It's going to push them over the top.
Yeah.
With their package, and another expiring contract. Here, like
I will give you $5 for that original Picasso. $5.
Well, you know what today's the anniversary of?
Today's the anniversary, February 2nd.
Groundhog Day.
It is Groundhog
Day.
Which is Groundhog Day the most worthless holiday on the calendar?
That little
if it's called a holiday,
that
I wouldn't
little
even call it a holiday.
bastard saw its shadow. We got 6 more weeks.
Well, it's on my calendar every year. What do you call it then? Like, what would you name Groundhog Day? For the bang for the buck, is it the worst, the dumbest thing we do? I mean, I guess it's kind of cute, but it doesn't mean anything.
I guess in one town, it's like the biggest day of the year.
In Puxatawny.
Idiot Marsupial Day.
Those things aren't friendly either, are they?
They don't appear friendly.
I don't think
Big Cat said they should crockpot this one.
Why?
Because it saw his shadow.
Now, the one in Illinois, though, didn't see it shadow.
Right. The one out here in Woodstock.
Willie?
Woodstock Willie. Yeah.
I say the same thing, though, every year. the bad one is seeing its shadow, correct? If they see its shadow, that means 6 more weeks of
Correct,
winter.
yeah.
I would take 6 more weeks of winter. The problem is winter doesn't end on March 21st. Winter ends at the end of April. That's the problem. If you told me spring would start on March 21st,
it's a really good point.
I would happily take 6 more weeks of winter. The problem in Chicago is winter goes and goes and goes and
Never
goes.
thought of it that way. You're 100%
So
correct.
that's why I've raged.
Give me
against
6
it.
weeks of winter, yeah.
Even when you think you're out of it, you still probably got one more week.
It's terrible for the baseball parents who have to sit out, soccer parents who have to sit out in the springtime when you think you're going, spring sports. This is going to be fun. Sit outside again. It's 40 degrees and I'm still wearing the heated vest. I'm sweating.
Always comes back to the parents and all the burdens that the parents must carry.
By the way, it's the 1-year anniversary of the Luka trade.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Well, at least he can still play it on really high level.
The trade that made the least amount of sense. Look, if I guess Dallas could trade Giannis, who knows? Maybe Giannis could be traded here. But where do we start? First of all, do the Bulls have the assets to give the Bucks what they would be asking for Giannis?
Okay, can I take it? I'll take it a step back further than that. Do you want Giannis at the age of 31? Listen,
Giannis and who? That's the question. I would want Giannis on a team that is built ready to win now. But to get Giannis, first of all, I don't believe the Bulls have the assets to get Giannis. Why would Giannis want to come here? When Giannis is struggling under 500 with the Milwaukee Bucks, why in the world, when the Bulls have never been a proactive team, pushing their even good teams over the top, after they make the trade for Giannis, what in this franchise would give Giannis a better chance to win here than he had in Milwaukee? They don't have future picks, good picks. They don't have a bunch of picks stockpiled for the future. What they don't have a bunch of good players that he could play alongside of and win.
I don't know why this would be a desirable destination for him. For what reason? It wouldn't be basketball related.
That's what I mean. Like, if you want to play next to Jalen Brunson in New York and form the big two there, like, that's more understandable. If you want to go to Golden State and, hey, the last legs of the Warriors with Jimmy out and it's him and it's Steph. But why would Giannis be sitting in Milwaukee or wherever the heck he is today saying, I want to be in Chicago? Because he likes the city? I mean, He I saw the story. Did you see this? His family bought
an apartment complex or something like that.
And I believe in his portfolio, in his investing portfolio, haven't they purchased a bunch of property all over the country?
I thought so.
This is what he does. This is not because he wants to live here, is it? Am I missing something?
I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't be because he thinks this being with the Bulls would give him the best opportunity to win an NBA title. This is his 13th season. He's 31 years of age. He's been a fabulous player.
My concern would be, right now his injury is a calf strain. And what do we know about calf strains lead to?
Isn't it 2 years of this, too?
I don't remember how long it's been going on.
He played 67 games last year.
But the other part of this is, how will Giannis's game translate?
He's not a shooter.
If it were to happen. Yeah. Exactly. He's not a shooter. So, KD, he tore his Achilles, but he is a shooter.
Right.
So his game was always going to age pretty nicely out of this. But for someone like Giannis, that would really concern me at age 31.
Yeah, and
I know you guys, and it's a valid point. Do you even want Giannis? And if you want to react, 332-3776. But let's break this down. What would it take to get Giannis? Let's pretend he only wants to play with the Bulls.
Well, what kind of draft picks do you even have to deal? Because that
your
would
own. And Portland's that is lottery protected, that I think eventually expires into a second round pick. They don't have what Oklahoma City has.
No, so if you're the Bucks, why do you want some of the Bulls players? I would only want draft picks.
Kobe has an expiring contract. Io's contract is expiring. Vooch's contract's expiring. You would think they would demand Matas. If you would get anybody, if you deal with the Bulls and you would trade your star player, wouldn't you start with Matas? Like, who else would you want on the Bulls? You want their picks, and you want Matas.
That's it.
And then where are the Bulls with Giannis and a bunch of expiring deals?
That's my point. It doesn't make sense at this point.
At that point, Giannis would be playing for the Windy City Bulls.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's very Bulls that, like, every other, like, the main suitors for him, like Golden State, it's like, well, yeah, you can unite him and Steph, and they have all these movable assets. And the Knicks, it's like, oh, it makes sense for him to want to come to New York. He's always had an eye on them. For the Bulls, it's like his family has some real estate around here, and he was seen at a Greek Orthodox church in Chicago recently. Those are the connections. Like, we're talking very loose connections.
So Bulls-ish, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
We've been down this road.
Bulls connections you can possibly imagine.
We've been down this road with LeBron and before that Kobe. Like, and those were more.
He named his dog
those were more
Wrigley
rational.
kind of
Well, the one thing about Giannis, I will say this. Remember, was it this summer or the past summer where he did mention playing in Chicago?
Oh, yeah, he's mentioned that in the past.
Yeah.
I think a few different times that he would love to play here.
Doesn't he want to go somewhere that's
Like
ready
the
to
city.
win?
But yeah, like that's what I mean. He has grown tired of how they have not been able to compete in Milwaukee. How would this be different after you would give up a trade package for him?
Yeah, and look, I mean, he's 31 years old. Like, you're not going to where this is a 3-year no, he goes somewhere to help you win right now. You don't have anything that would be left that you could pair with him that would give you a legitimate chance to compete for anything. So then what? Now you've got a 31-year-old Giannis with nothing else to put around him. What is it, that you could put him on a billboard and sell tickets?
Yeah, probably. I mean, that's right up the Jerry and Michael's.
It's not a shot at him. It's just that I was baffled by, the fact that one of the prediction sites was saying the Bulls were the number one most likely destination. It doesn't seem like a fit to me in any way, shape, or form.
So, do you want Giannis? Could the Bulls even net Giannis? And why would Giannis? Answer me this, Bulls fans. I tweeted it out, and of course, with sarcasm, it doesn't come through. While I was watching that Bulls Heat game last night, what a crap show that was. I turned on the game, first of all, and I thought the Bulls were winning. I turned to my wife, I go, the Bulls are up 21. And then I re-looked at the scoreboard, and I'm like, oh.
Wait a second. Yuki Mania did not translate for the second day in Miami against the Heat?
It did not carry over, and think about that. The city that used to have the Derrick Rose highlights and all those highlights we played last week, the city that had the best dunk in the history of the NBA, where Scottie Pippen dunked over Patrick Ewing and dropped his nutsack on him. Yeah, can I say that? And then the same one, of course, that had the GOAT. Highlight after highlight. The big highlight from the 2025-2026 Bulls is Yuki winning a jump ball where the Heat, whoever was jumping against him, missed it, and it came down to Yuki, and Yuki won the jump.
Look at Yuki! But he won the tap! He won the tap! Yuki! Here he comes! 5'8", winning the tap!
I don't fault Adam or Stacey. Those guys are taking chicken you-know-what and trying to make some salad. But
I mean, Yuki Mania was on fire Saturday. Sunday, not so much.
That's our play. That's our play these days.
Okay, so let's put the team together. It's Giannis. It's Yuki. Dancing Daly. Dancing Daly.
In the back, Yuki's running the show, right?
Yes, he's your point.
Right.
And, I mean, Dancing Dalen, got to have Okoro, right? I mean,
you can't. Look, how defense was invented by Isaac Okoro.
See, Red Fred may seed his fandom if they lose Isaac Okoro.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get Giannis without Modest, do you? I mean, let's just play this through.
That's what I mean. And Patrick Williams then is your 4.
Yes.
This is the team that you're putting out there.
Yes.
And I know Giannis right now, if he were to be listening to this,
sign me up.
He's rubbing his hands together. Yeah. Get me to Chicago.
Yeah.
This is where that's the team I want to play with. For my second chapter, I want to play with Yuki and Patrick Williams and Dancing Dalen. And who's the second round pick? Julian Phillips.
You mock, but there's a reason why they brought in that kid. What is it, Saric, and the 2 second round picks? You mock.
Another expiring deal.
Brewing. Something's
like,
brewing.
But like it's modest.
Something's brewing.
I mean,
that'll do the deal, right? 2 second-round picks, Vooch and Kobe.
Yeah, not getting it done.
Let's do it.
Why would they want 2 free agents except for the expiring contracts and then what?
None of it makes any sense.
Yeah. Patrick is in Spokane is saying that the Bulls should go get Giannis. How so, Patrick?
Hey, guys. I love the show. I think, we are Chicago. We're the 3rd biggest market in the country. And a lot of the times the Bulls don't act like it. Like, look at historically. We didn't get LeBron. We didn't get Carmelo Anthony. We get over 30 Carlos Boozer. We get an over 30 Pau Gasol.
You're about to get an over 30 Giannis.
Oh, so you're mocking this. Is that what you're doing, Patrick?
The difference is that he's an MVP. He's a superstar. I mean, I think we should. It's for me, it's the principle, right? The Lakers always have to go after these guys. They're always in the rumors. The Knicks are always in these rumors. What about the Bulls? What about Chicago? Does that show potential free agents that, hey, I want to go to Chicago? Like, this is a desirable destination. It just goes back to what you guys were talking about.
But Patrick, can we do this before the guys turn 31? Like, can we do this 5 years ago?
I agree. But the Bulls don't. That's the problem.
Here's the difference,
Thanks,
Patrick, is yes, he's an MVP. But LeBron was a generational player, and you had a ready-made team that if you did sign LeBron and Dwayne Wade in that summer of 2010, the Bulls were going to be a dynasty again. So that made sense. Carmelo made sense because they had a bunch of Derek was still there. Jimmy was there coming into his own. You still had a ready-made team to compete if you added Carmelo Anthony. The problem here is if you get Giannis at 31 with injury history now, you have nobody else in the building to help him. Yeah. And it's just buck south. Why would he want to sign up for that?
No, it's not the right time. This doesn't work. I wouldn't think it would work for him, and it just doesn't. It doesn't work here either.
The Bulls should knock it down, get as many young assets as possible in trade chips, picks. So therefore, you can trade for a younger player who wants out in the future, or use them to draft really good players at the top of the lottery in a draft rich with freshman talent.
If you can identify really good players and then develop them.
You didn't at 4 last time. Cameron on the north side, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Cameron?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
We're good.
Good. Yeah, no, I mean, first off, I just want to preface it with saying, like, I don't really want Giannis, but like, I will want him more if he wants to come here. Like, I don't know how much control he has of where he's gonna go, but if he wants to come here, he wants to chase like that Jordan ghost. I mean, a lot of superstars don't want to deal with the media here, don't want to deal with the past. But if he wants that challenge and he really wants to go for it, I'll take Giannis. But it's gonna be us like Ditka with like Ricky Williams. Like, we're gonna have to dump everything on the table.
Yeah. So then, what's the point?
So why would you want that, Cameron?
Exactly. So I mean, you for the GM, he's probably in a double-edged sword kind of situation. It's like, you could do that, but you're just gonna waste a superstar for the next 3 years. And in basketball, man, like that's why I'm saying, like, I don't think I want Giannis unless there's some kind of like real good plan to where he's like giving it his all. This calf injury isn't as bad, and he just doesn't want to play in Milwaukee. I mean, it's going to have to be
Cameron,
like...
you can stop with if there's a really good plan, because those don't exist over there for our team, unfortunately. Thanks for the
and then another reason, like Giannis, if you sign him with his salary to acquire other talent, you're gonna have to spend. When have the Bulls ever showed you that they're willing to go all the way? Like, I get how the tortured Bulls fan right now, if you haven't given up on the team, just wants them to be more relevant again. Like, a lot of people would be happy if the Bulls were relevant again and we did have a true superstar. There's some appealing thing to that. But really, where are you going? How are you getting better? How are you closer to a championship?
You're going to have a 31-year-old Giannis with a bad calf playing with a bunch of guys that aren't going to help him in a whole lot of ways. How does that make you a better organization? It's not a shot at Giannis. It's just some things don't fit. This, to me, would be a silly marriage from both sides.
Yeah. Stacy in Canaryville, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up? What's up, Stacy? Stacy.
Not bringing the hot sauce.
Whoever that was, they had a good point. Like, the Pacers are tanking better than the Bulls.
Yes.
Carmen brought this up the other day.
Except for when they play the Bulls.
Right. They win 3 times.
Right. They better hope that the Bulls aren't on their schedule any longer.
They were in the NBA Finals. They have a star player who's getting better, who's hurt. He's out this year. And then they're going to get a top of the draft pick in a rich freshman draft where they can pair him with their other star player that they have. They have more hope. You go through, someone make an argument. I don't think you can, that the Bulls have a better future than the Charlotte Hornets. The Charlotte Hornets have a better future. They've won like 6 or 7 in a row. They have Con Knippel, who is one of the front runners for Rookie of the Year. They have a young, more exciting team. The Bulls, year in and year out, have one of the worst futures in the NBA. They're not at the top where they're competing for a championship, but they're not doing anything to turn it around to make them a championship contender and get them out of the 39-win market.
So how in the world does Giannis the Bulls become the top spot for where he will land on this projection site? How in the world does that happen?
The problem with those markets are so flimsy.
Thin.
Like, if you put $100 down, you're going to
change
move a lot.
everything. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So they're not really.
It was just a betting site that got probably some pro bets on the Bulls, whether it's because of the real estate story or I don't know,
or he was at the Greek church or something around here like that. That's really it's pretty easy to move those lines if you're a big bettor because they only take like so much money on stuff like that too. They're not just going to take $1,000 bets on something like that.
Well, who makes that bet? I mean,
Bulls fans.
Well, if it's what was it, 40-1? Is that
40-1? Yeah. So I bet you a $100 bet comes in on the Bulls, and that thing plummets down to like 20-1.
So the market's so thin, it moves like ridiculously wild swings. Okay,
They're
that's
trying,
the only thing that makes sense.
They're trying to lessen their liability out.
Because the likelihood of him wanting to come here and the Bulls actually being able to make that happen is pretty much non-existent.
You can't play matchmaker. You really can't.
Yeah, I don't think it checks any boxes for any of them.
Nobody.
For anybody. Dean, downtown, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Dean?
I think, like Waddle says, more than one thing can be true. So what Tyler is saying is true about the betting market for stuff like this, but I still think you have to take it into account a little bit. So, with that being said, I know that, we all know he's not coming to the Bulls. I know Giannis's agent. I go way back with him, known him for years.
You're breaking some news here, Dean?
Not breaking news, but it's a little inside information. I happen to know his preferred destination is Miami. So I got a ticket on him to go to Miami. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I was telling Tyler, like, the Wolves are gaining steam. And if you looked this morning, they were like 20-1. And then now they're 7-1. They're around the same odds as Miami and a little bit more than Golden State. Obviously, Milwaukee's still the favorite. But if you put Giannis on the Timberwolves, to me, that is not only instant contender, that's instant favorite. And, you got not only Edwards, you got DiVincenzo, a bunch of 3-and-D guys. And that, to me, would look like the sexiest team if I were Giannis. But like I said, I think he wants to.
Certainly makes more sense.
I think he wants to go to Miami. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, see you, Dean. Makes more sense in the Bulls.
Well, I think you can make a case for any team but the Bulls. They are in no man's
Carmen,
land.
the good kid, talking about it. Like, did you ever think there would be a day where you would look at each other and you go, I don't want him on this team? We're talking about Giannis, right? Not his brother.
You're just spinning your wheels.
You're looking at each other going like, you don't want Giannis?
Is his brother's name, one of his brother's name, Theonis? Is that how you say it? Thanasis. Wasn't he on the Bulls briefly?
I think so.
Those guys kept getting signed, I remember, because everybody wanted them.
Our guys thought it was Giannis.
Well, yeah, it could be that. But everybody was kind of doing what the White Sox did, where they would sign everybody's brother. Like, the Lakers kept signing on to Antetokounmpo's.
What
did
the Sox do? They signed Moncada's. Not Moncada.
It was Yonder Alonso.
Yonder Alonso is the brother-in-law of Machado. Yeah. I think he's married to Machado's sister or
Trying
something.
to use it as as a recruiting tool.
Someone sent this to me. Ricky O'Donnell covers the NBA and covers the Bulls, and he's very good. This is what he wrote. He wrote, the real failing for the Bulls is that they've been rebuilding for 9 years. And still aren't in a position to trade for someone like Giannis. Chicago keeps trying to take shortcuts to rebuilding without actually tearing it down. And it keeps resulting in the same outcome every year. The Bulls lose slightly more games than they win and ultimately bow out in the play-in tournament. Ownership led by Jerry and Michael Reinsdorf continues to be the biggest issue. If the Reinsdorfs don't want to treat the Bulls like the world-class franchise they should be, they should sell the team. Michael Reinsdorf's refusal to hold front office leaders, AK responsible for the team's entrenched mediocrity, is why this franchise will never be great. With better leadership over the last 9 years, the Bulls would have been in a position to trade for Giannis. Now it does not make sense. That's the problem. They've half-assed their way through these lean years. They've been lean years, but when you go through lean years, a team like Oklahoma City comes out on the other side, a true championship multi-contender, like multiple championship contender. The Bulls go through 9 years half-weighing it because they want the United Center still having attendance, and they are no better today than they were in 2016.
Sing it loud, sing it proud.
It's Waddle and Silvy. Waddle's World coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. It's a big week. Big. Scratch that. A super monstrous, ferociously big week on ESPN Chicago. Was that too much hype? We're all over the big game in San Francisco. Our big week coverage is presented by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling.
The big game calls for big-time snacks. This isn't time to mess around, people. The Waddle household is stocked up on Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip as well. Dips for your chips, dips for your wings, dips for your veggies. Daisy has given us the comfort of delicious homemade dips with clean, simple ingredients, and we couldn't be happier. No preservatives, just real herbs and spices like you'll find right there in your own kitchen. So do what we do. Put Daisy French Onion Dip on your big game day roster. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at your local grocery store.
The road to the biggest game of the year is set, and every angle matters. One matchup left, one game to decide it all. This is where bettors lock in props, totals, and futures. If you're betting along with me, you gotta be on the Circa Sports Illinois app, the world's largest sports book where serious bettors play. I'm on Circa this week studying the matchup, watching line movement, and locking in all my plays. Real limits, low holds, zero bet fees. Take my advice and download the Circa Sports app today. Gotta be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Save big money at Menards and stock up on your favorite Procter & Gamble products. We carry quality products from brands you can trust, like Dawn, Tide, Bounty, and more. Keep your home clean and stocked with essentials like paper towels, toilet paper, dish soap, and more. Save big money on Procter & Gamble products now through February 8th. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for other great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Tyler, the big game. It's when a sports fan learns to pace oneself. The calendar gets busy, the couch gets comfortable.
That's the vet talking. I'm bouncing around bars, friends, and screens everywhere.
That's why I keep telling you, whether you're running routes around the city or running the remote like a retired pro, Flight by Yingling just works.
Light, crisp, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, easy no matter where the day takes you.
Kickoff rolls into tip-off, no wasted motion.
Grab a Flight by Yingling and enjoy the run.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Enjoy responsibly.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
Well, let's start with some White Sox news. This is coming just now off the wire, right, Tyler?
It's correct.
Not breaking newsworthy.
I think it.
Charlie said to me just before this is why the sounder exists.
I'm with you. If you want to play it, Charlie, we give our, one of our teammates.
You'll get some angry people.
One of our partners a little bit.
People get excited that it's something big.
I don't care. I get excited when I hear it.
Advantage Group will love this one.
This is Breaking News, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news on ESPN Chicago.
Something tells me
Chicago's home for sports.
Something tells me Danny, when he hears this story, is going to come running down the hall and say, "You guys are idiots. Don't do this anymore." You think?
I do get very excited when I'm a listener and I hear the breaking news sounder come on. I'm like, ooh, what's this?
Can I actually give a
brought
piece
to you
of
by the Advantage Dealer Group?
Sure is.
Okay. Breaking news brought to you.
Can I actually give a little bit that is breaking news, and then we can get into this story too?
You want to play it twice? Let's play it twice.
You want to play it twice? All right,
Yeah.
Charlie, hit it.
This is Breaking News, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group.
This is what happens when Bears season is over.
On ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
As soon as the Bears season's over, this is what happens, boys.
This is what we live for.
This is what we live for, the chaos and the nonsense.
Cardinals are trading all-star second baseman and outfielder Brendan Donovan to the Seattle Mariners. That team's pathetic.
Which one?
Yeah,
the Cardinals have become the most pathetic team in baseball.
Which I'm fine with.
Yes.
Like they dominated many years.
It's about time.
Where they were the one probably the most successful National League franchise.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken now, the vast majority, other than the big red machine that added Suarez, Eddie Eugenio, how did I pronounce it? Is that how you pronounce it? Eugenio.
We have him saying his
Suarez.
name in the system. Because remember, Jesse had
that's
him
right.
record a video for Cap.
Well, other than the Reds adding Suarez for $15 million, you better take down the Brewers this year, mister. With all that they're not doing and all that you're doing, you better take them down. This better be the end of the Brewers owning
I hope so.
The NL Central.
It's the year we finally get the upper hand on Wisconsin after the Bears-Packers.
3 years into the we stole your manager routine.
Yeah, I told you it's the curse of the L flag, though. They were the ones who brought it on themselves. It's
So
karma.
you think that's the reason why you're going to get the best of
You don't
them?
believe in karma?
I believe in good karma, not just karma.
Well, what a kiss ass. All right, go ahead. What's the breaking news?
I don't know, Tyler. What is it? Other than that,
The real breaking news is that there is a new figure in the White Sox clubhouse for this upcoming season.
Please explain.
And it's a bidet.
What?
Upon the recommendation of Munetaka Murakami, the White Sox will be putting a bidet inside
Was
the
that
home
one of the
clubhouse.
requests he had for signing with the White Sox? I will sign with the White Sox if you meet this financial request and you install a bidet. I said to you guys at the break, with the news of this, I think there's a good chance that Jurko may agree to cover the Sox this year.
I don't think it's available for the reporters. You think Jesse's like, hey, I gotta go? Can I use yours because there's a bidet?
You don't think Jurko could find his way into there?
We have asked you to try and make your way up into the building at House Hall, and you won't try.
No, I won't.
Jurko could 100% smooth talk his way into
into the bidet.
Into the bathroom, yeah.
Here's my question.
I got a couple of Klingons that need to be taken care of. Any chance I could come in and borrow your bidet?
Bathroom's over here, right, kid?
Hey, champ, I don't call my own number.
How do you guys feel, though, about a public bidet?
I'm not a fan. I think that's a private thing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, usually there's a hose there.
Yeah.
There's some that you could hover over. There's somewhere where it comes, the hose, you can extend it and then squat. But, like, do you really want all the...
I don't need Lenine Sosa's butt in my bidet.
Yeah, is it just for him? Is it just for Murakami then?
Do you think this is like a ping pong table situation where bad mojo and we're taking the bidet out of the locker room?
Hey, Benintendi, get your ass out of my bidet.
Gone are the luxuries. We're on a losing streak. Sorry, we're taking away your bidet. But yeah, I know that there are hotel rooms that have bidets, so the previous guests have used them, but they're washing it like the toilet. Like, do you really want...
Yes, after every stay, somebody is in there cleaning it, or so we think.
You want the pregame, where everyone's having their pregame dinner. They got to empty out themselves before game time so they feel lighter on their feet. You want everyone using the same bidet?
I am not a fan of the communal bidet. I'm just not. I don't think that. But if you're going to install it, you can't tell me that it's only going to be at one guy's disposal. I'm sorry.
Is it do all public restrooms in Europe have a bidet, or is it just like a household thing?
My experience, whenever I've gone to the restaurants in Italy these last 3 summers, I usually don't find a bidet in like public washrooms or restrooms or bathrooms.
I think it's a little more personal.
I know, because
in the hotel rooms they're everywhere.
Because in the hotel rooms it's like a mini bathtub, and I remember the first time I stayed in Europe, I thought it was like
mini bathtub.
I didn't use it but I thought it was like a foot washing station.
I thought like
a foot washing station.
Come on now, time out.
I thought you were supposed to wash your feet in it.
I didn't. What on this planet would lead you to think that was a foot washer? It's in the bathroom. It's shaped
hot.
like a toilet. Do you dip your feet in the toilet when there's no bidet available?
No. And it looked like there was like the sink was, it looked like the water was going downward in it, or like the way it was set up, the water would go down in it. Again, I never turned it on even, but yeah, my first and then I learned recently that it was a bidet, and I was like, oh my God, I thought that was a foot washing.
All these years? How many years went by between the foot washing thoughts and then you figuring it out?
This was my freshman year of college until December of 2025, so like 2 months ago.
I will say, when I first saw one of those, I thought it was like a European thing where like you take a dump in the big one and then you
pee in the other one?
Piss in the other one, yeah.
That's great. I mean, I guess like
how else are you? I mean, if you've never seen one,
it's a novelty because every time I think I want a bidet, then I go there and I never use it. Whenever I go to Europe, I never use the bidet. I always think, because then there's a lot. Then you got to dry yourself. You know, they get these little napkins there, these bidet towels to dry yourself up before you can't just throw back on your boxers.
I would say that it's probably the best way to deal with your own personal hygiene. I mean, just think about it. I mean, not to be too gross, but you really think that you're getting everything that needs to be gotten?
No, it's not.
Right.
It's
so,
not.
like, I mean,
dude wipes, some of the wipes would help.
Yeah, but
it's better than just dry paper.
Yeah, think about that. Like the concept of dry toilet
paper.
paper.
Let's rub it in a little bit more.
Yeah, it just doesn't. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm really grossing myself out.
You think we got the whole toilet paper situation wrong?
Oh, no doubt.
If you were going to go back in time, you would fix how to clean up afterwards.
No question. I think I mean, listen, a bidet is a luxury. It's kind of hard to, I mean, you can't put a bidet in every room. You just can't.
it looks like there's a. I'm
still trying to figure out how you thought you were supposed to wash your feet.
I don't know how this. I truly I don't understand how this works.
Is it a
this
foot fountain?
This has a faucet on it. Like they all have water that goes
It's basically
down.
a sink for your ass. That's what
so
it is.
You just sit in the water.
Well,
we
there's
call
a
that
spray.
the shower. This is what we do.
There's usually a spray up, and you hover over it.
Okay.
Or you take, and it's like a hose. You know how they have it in the barber shop where you wash your hair and the hose extends? You do that, and you hover over
it's like
it.
an extendable
Or
thing.
you have like some of the side spouts that shoot water out.
There's some soap. There's the special soap for back there that they use.
It's called a bashower instead of a bidet. It's called a bashower. Don't put your feet in my bidet, Charlie. Okay?
Where are you going, Waddle? I'm going for a bashower.
You know what? Had a bit of an accident, so I'm going to have to take a bashower.
I'm gonna have a bashower and then I'll meet you guys out for dinner.
Charlie comes out and his feet are all wet.
Feet are soaking wet.
I love
Jesus.
that. I love that you went for years as a foot washing statement.
I was like,
how did you think you lay on the floor with your feet up in it?
You know, I often get asked questions like this. What did you think it was? I just didn't think about it that much. Like I never thought that much. I never thought that much further in my interrogation of this.
Is there something other than the bidet that's kind of like you thought it was for something for years and you didn't know?
Oh, that's a great question.
Like
Bring
what
it up.
other than a bidet
I could think of stuff. I could definitely think of stuff. Things in life that you've come across that you thought was used for one thing,
not
and then
knowing what the hell they were for.
And then you figured out, oh no, that's actually for this.
Yes.
332. It's a great topic. Ring it up for Waddle's World.
Some football stuff for you before we get back to the nonsense. Raiders are set to hire Clint Kubiak, who's the OC for the Seahawks. Cardinals have hired Mike LaFleur. Rams offensive coordinator, brother of Matt LaFleur, obviously.
Isn't this kind of like a love triangle? Didn't Jonathan Gannon go to the Packers? Am I right? Who's their DC? Who's the new DC?
Gannon went there.
I think so.
So Jonathan Gannon's the new DC for Matt LaFleur.
Yes, and Mike LaFleur took over.
Mike LaFleur took over for Jonathan Gannon.
Did you call it a football love triangle?
Yes. With the two brothers.
49ers have hired Raheem Morse to take over as DC as Robert Saleh has taken the Titans job.
He's like Dennis Allen, right? There are certain guys who are meant to be the coordinators.
I think so.
And he's a good defensive coordinator.
He is. Yep. I believe, wasn't he? He was a DC for the Rams when they won the Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
The NFL is set to play games in Madrid. Did you know that the Chicago Bears are one of 3 teams that have marketing rights or licensing rights?
And I think they're the only NFC team.
Yeah. So
I was thinking about this. This year, the Bears get 9 home games, right? 8 road games. This year we had 8 home games and 9 road games because of the unbalanced schedule of 17.
Okay.
2 years ago, the Bears had the 9 home games, but the Jacksonville game was docked from the home sheet, so we only had, quote, 8 games at Soldier.
Right.
Wouldn't it be unfair if the last 2 times the Bears have, quote, 9 home games, they have to give up one of them for an international game?
I don't like it.
Like, I want a year where they have 9 games at Soldier, where they have the true home field advantage and they don't have to travel so far.
I'm with you. A couple other real quick football stories. What did I have for you? And then I completely lost it. Screw it. When we come back, I have a story about something that had to be taken out of somebody at a hospital, and it's going to make you vomit. That's next.
And ring up the phone lines for products that you thought were used for one thing, and then you had the aha Charlie moment where you're like, oh, wait a minute, that's actually for this. 332-3776.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
The Kap J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Kap J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Thank goodness January is over. Raise your hand if it was one of the coldest, more miserable Januaries we've been through here in Chicago. If you've had bad windows, you feel it even worse because your home probably isn't as warm as it should be. Your windows are drafty. Maybe the floors in your kitchen are cold like mine were. Would walk around saying, why are the floors always cold? And I would jack up the thermostat and it would still not solve the problem. It was because the windows were drafty and the cold air was getting through. My heating bills were going through the roof, and it's why I called Window Nation to solve the problem. I got new windows in the kitchen, in the family room, in the master bedroom, and in the kids' room, and I saved a ton of money. Right now, you can buy 4 windows and get 4 free. That's number 1 where you save money. No interest for 2 full years. That's number 2. Number 3, you're going to save a lot of money on your energy bills because the windows are finally going to be doing what they're supposed to do. They're going to seal the weather from the outside, and your house is going to be warm and comfy. Get the great customer service you deserve from Window Nation, 866-90Nation, or by going to windownation.com. 45,000 5-star reviews, and they're also A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau. The sale won't last, so get in now, buy 4, get 4, and an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. So call now, 866-90Nation, or go to windownation.com and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Oh, I could sink my teeth right now into some mouth-watering barbecue at Russell's.
Can't beat it. Those smash burgers at Circle Tavern are unbeatable, too.
I'm all about that place.
We could do this all day, Carm.
You know, we really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. Food brings us all together. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene, Carm.
Oh, and what a perfect time. Restaurant Week is February 6th through the 15th. Grab the family and your friends, bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last 2, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
$2 million the Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who experienced negligent lighting. This is Jurko. If you're a victim of negligent lighting, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
I feel like we've had one of these stories in the past. Hospital evacuated after 8-inch World War I artillery shell discovered in patient's backside. A hospital in France was evacuated after a male patient arrived with a World War I artillery shell lodged where it shouldn't be.
How big did you say it was?
8 inches.
Artillery
shell.
Are you shocked?
I'm shocked. No, but like it feels like we've had a story like this before.
Oh yeah, you've always said that your friends who are emergency room doctors tell you.
You would not believe
the crazy things that they find.
According to the report, the unnamed 24-year-old had been rushed to the accident and emergency unit in a French province late Saturday night. Poor fellow was in a state of extreme discomfort, having inserted a large object where it shouldn't have been placed. Surgeons conducted emergency surgery during which they discovered the shocking source of his pain, a live 8-inch bombshell from 1918. With this, fearing a potential fire in the hole.
Unreal.
It's from the New York Post, isn't it?
Hospital and medical personnel alerted the bomb squad and fire brigade and evacuated the facility. Meanwhile, a security perimeter was formed around the medical center as the authorities investigated the explosive situation.
On the next hijack.
Yeah, that show's gotten, it's kind of, I'll tell you, have you seen The Night Manager?
No, I don't know what that is.
Season 1, Season 2. You know how most shows, the good guys win? Oh, my goodness. The good guys never win in this show.
Oh, really?
Oh, my. The bad guys win every single turn.
Is this a show where the bad guys are really the good guys and you're rooting for the bad guys? No.
They're the bad guys. It's unbelievable.
Have you guys seen the movie House of Dynamite? So
no.
I'm about 2/3 of the way through. It's
Who's
pretty
in
good.
it? What's it about?
It's about nuclear war. And I think it's relatively new. I started watching it, and I don't watch movies like I used to where I go all the way through. I'll watch it like it's a television series. I'll probably watch one movie in 2 sittings. But I watched about 2/3 of it. It was quite nerve-wracking.
Is it new? New?
I think it's newish.
Where's it at?
I think I
Who's in it? Do I know anyone in it?
I'll Google it.
By the way, I think this is a pretty good rule. Cracker Barrel is ordering its employees that are traveling for work to only eat at their restaurants. Cracker Barrel is serving up a new rule for employees hitting the road when it comes to meals. The company wants them to stick to its own restaurants.
They've had a bunch of things going on, didn't they, with
employees
the remarketing
are expected to dine at a Cracker Barrel store for all or the majority of meals while traveling whenever practical based on location and schedule. I think it's a good idea.
Is this like on work trips or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'd be different if it was like.
Yeah, it says orders its employees traveling for work to eat only.
But it's not like I'm going to Tulum.
Yeah.
So like you can only get Cracker Barrel.
When are you going to Tulum?
I'm not. I'm just saying if I was a hypothetical Cracker Barrel.
What do you think the comparable restaurant in Tulum to Cracker Barrel?
That's the thing, Waddle. There is no comparison to Cracker Barrel.
101.
By the way, did you see this crazy story? It's awful. Savannah Guthrie, who's one of the anchors for the Today Show, her mom has gone missing.
It's a terrible story.
I saw this morning. And they've actually called in the homicide, detectives as well.
Yeah, it's not good. I was shocked
she's
when I read
84
it.
years old. Her mother, Nancy, 84, last seen on Saturday near her home in Tucson, Arizona. Just awful.
Awful. By the way, House of Dynamite 2025. So it was last year. It is from Catherine Bigelow, who directed it. And I think it's the same guy in Hijack who is one of the stars in this. Idris Elba. Yeah. Rebecca Ferguson, Gabriel Basso.
That's a good
Jared
cast.
Harris.
Rebecca Ferguson is the woman that was in the some of the Mission Impossible movies, and she's in the new one with Christopher Pratt. That new movie that's being.
And Chicago is featured in this because
really?
that's where the missile's headed.
Oh, okay. So they're blowing up the city. Excellent. Yeah. Crazy. Here's a story about women chasing the perfect body are actually injecting ethically sourced cadaver fat into their butts and their boobs. They're actually suggesting that we're recycling. This woman spent nearly $45,000 getting her hips and rear pumped full of dead person's donor fat. That's what they're going with now.
That's what they're using?
Yeah.
I guess it's better than silicone, right?
I would think so, but I don't know. Like, when you get Botox, that's basically the botulinum toxin or whatever it is.
Right.
No thanks. I don't want either of those things. Why would you do either?
I get Botox for my jaw. For TMJ.
Really?
And it helps. It gives relief, yeah.
Do you get it on both sides?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd have wrinkles on one side and not on the other.
It's not for wrinkles. I don't use it. It's for the jaw, the masseter muscle, and it paralyzes that so you don't clench so hard. I grind. Are you shocked by that?
No. So how often do you have to get the shot?
Every 4 to 6 months, or when pain returns. It's expensive.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's expensive.
How much does it cost you? $10,000?
I want to say like the regular dosage is about $600 per.
Oh, how big's the needle?
I don't look, but I don't think it's that big. No.
Do they give you a little shot of Novocaine first?
No.
Just go straight in.
Quick in.
Wow.
Yep. Three or four in each side.
Okay. All right. I got other stuff, but I'll save it for tomorrow.
Okay. So if you want to weigh in on Charlie's thing, what products or devices did you think were meant for one thing, but were actually used for another, and you had the aha moment? Charlie, we were talking about the bidet the White Sox are installing. Charlie thought the bidet for many years was used as a foot washing station in hotels. 312-332-3776. I also want to get into the 6 biggest Bears play of the season. We'll play that when we come back, and then talk about some of the biggest issues in sports. We have a good poll question on that based on some things that happened this weekend. 332-3776. Time to talk to us at Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes the Chicago Bears podcast. It drops daily on the ESPN Chicago app, and its rotating co-hosts make an essential pod for Bears fans. Join host Pat the Designer and company for the Chicago Bears podcast from ESPN Chicago. Your home for Chicago Bears content.
Yep. Hey, fellas, it's your pal Jurko, the good kid. Sometimes we all need a little extra confidence when it's your time to perform. And guess what? That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. And here's what I love. It's simple. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Everything is online. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right option. And it all ships in a discreet package right to your door. Think about it. Whether it's a big date night, an anniversary, or just a normal Tuesday, showing up ready makes all the difference. Confidence counts. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Be the legend of the night. And right now, I've got a special deal for you. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, use promo code ESPN, and pay only $5 for shipping. That's it. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, a small chew for a big difference.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The New Year's sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. Plus, save even more with $500 to $2,000 bonus cash. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Empower. Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Access to education changes lives. That's why National University provides flexible online and hybrid programs from associate to doctorate degrees. Since 1971, NU was built to serve non-traditional working and military learners nationwide. NU understands the demands of work, family, and service. Each year, more than 130,000 learners trust National University to move forward. Visit nu.edu to learn more.
Hey, before the big game kicks off, start it the right way. Sunday from 1 to 2, it's the ESPN Chicago Big Game pregame, and it's brought to you by Yingling. The entire crew is live together and completely uninterrupted right here on ESPN 1000, or you can watch it on YouTube. I believe Tyler is going to be your host. But we'll all be joining him breaking down the big game between the Patriots and the Seahawks. And it's brought to you by Yingling Traditional and Flight.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope your weekend went well. Phone number to reach us, 332-3776. Waddle and Silvy for 2 more hours till 6 o'clock. It's Super Bowl week. We still have voids to fill for the Bears. We're not just talking about free agency in another month or so, but coaching. They need a new offensive coordinator now. Who will that be? They need a new running backs coach. They need a new assistant general manager. So things to monitor and look at. We can't wait for the big game coming up on Sunday. You were just talking about our big show we'll have on YouTube at 1 o'clock on Sunday. We've done that for many years, and we love when you guys tune in. So you could tune in on our YouTube page. And for our specific YouTube page, it's youtube.com/@WaddleandSilvy. Subscribe while you're there. All the things that you love about the show you may have missed, it's all right there. You can also watch us live on YouTube, as you can as well on Twitch, twitch.tv/@ESPN1000 Chicago. We've talked some Bulls and Giannis and how none of that makes sense for any party whatsoever. The trade deadline is coming up on Thursday. We've talked about the Bears' needs in the Super Bowl. Got some other topics coming up. We were just in Waddle's work talking about products or things that you used to think were used for one thing, and you're like, oh, wait a minute. It's actually used for that? Yeah. So Charlie was talking about that with the bidet.
Thought it was a foot washer.
Reggie is in Richton Park, and then we'll get to the Bears' number 6 play of the year. What's up, Reggie?
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Good.
Everything's good.
Good. So, quick little story time. When I was a kid, I had pretty waxy ears, and my mom would always clean them out every once in a while with these little long devices. I guess nowadays they call it water flossers. Had no clue what that was. But she'd stick those things in my ear to kind of like shoot some pressurized water in my ear to get the earwax out.
So she would use the
flossing.
Yeah, the flosser, yes. I bought one on the recommendation of Meller, and I have yet to use it because I don't floss. I don't like flossing. So he was telling me about the water flosser. What is there a name?
Water pick.
Just water pick.
Yeah. Just spray it in your ears.
And then just use it in yours. Yeah.
Yep.
Reggie, good stuff.
Had no idea.
It doesn't sound like it's affected your hearing, Reggie. It's all good?
No, it's pretty good.
Okay.
Yep.
Reggie went to one of his friends' houses or something. He had a roommate with a water pick. He's like, oh, you got one of those ear devices as well.
Right.
I know that's...
Charlie walks in and starts washing his feet in the guy's bidet.
Hey, guys.
I've told you my love of getting your ears cleaned.
Yeah.
There are now clinics in Chicago, I don't know if you've seen this on social media, that are they're now opening, and they're just ear cleaning centers. You go in, you make an appointment, you get your ears cleaned, and you leave. They're not an ear doctor. It is strictly to get your ears cleaned out.
Is there any concern that if you don't really know what you're doing, you don't have any medical experience, that you could find yourself in a bad way?
Well, I hope they're certified, in that specialty.
Well,
yes.
how do you get certified? I'm
I don't know.
certified ear cleaner.
I have not gone down that rabbit
I'm a
hole.
certified mechanic. I hope you do. That's calms your nerves.
We're going to change your oil and clean the earwax.
Yeah.
It's a one-stop shop.
No problem.
That's where you should watch out. Brian in Barrington, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Brian?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good. No, I just I want to give Charlie a call, let him know that he was not the only person that ever thought that. My parents had one. They're both from Europe. Had one growing up in their bathroom. Thought the exact same thing.
You thought it was for your feet?
Oh, for sure. And did I use it for my feet? Of course I did.
What led you to think that it was for your feet, though, Brian?
So their toilet was right next to it. Mm-hmm. And then you just got this standard bidet that, looks like an elongated sink. And I think if you've ever been to like a beach and you wash your feet, it's like the same nozzle as a kid. And the water just kind of sprayed up. And, one thing led to another. And I used it as a foot washer from time to time.
How disappointed were your parents when they found out what you were using their bidet for?
I don't even think they used it, to be fair. But,
okay.
It probably just caused a little bit of a chuckle, So, but yeah, I just wanted to stand in solidarity with Charlie there.
All right, good.
Well, did you say, Silvy, like when you have them, you don't even use them when you go to the hotels?
Thought it would be cool. And I did one of the first days I was in Europe and Italy over these last 3 years. And I'm like, it's a little bit of a hassle. If you don't need it, the only time.
How do you know you don't need it? Maybe you do need it.
Yeah, you know if you need it, don't you?
I got to be
if you get a clean one, you don't need it.
I get it, but
or
if you're standing in the front, I can see if my face is clean. I get a mirror right here. What are you doing?
The more I look at pictures of bidets, the more convinced that I am right about this. That these are for your feet.
So
that they should be for your feet.
You're going to cling to this.
Wouldn't it be lower if it was for your feet? Wouldn't it be something where you're standing in it? You have to raise your foot to do this, though.
See, I thought you would stand.
You bring a chair. Charlie brings a chair in, sits down, and then kicks his feet in.
Yeah, because I knew what a bidet was. I just didn't know that was a bidet. And so I thought that you get in there and you turn it on hot and you wash your feet. As somebody who's been told many times in my life I need to go wash my feet, I thought it was perfect for that.
I am a big fan of the shower, and I don't think that there's any need in my house for anything other than the toilet and the shower.
Have you guys ever heard this analogy on why toilet paper is why we got it wrong originally? I don't know if this came from dude wipes or if this came from the bidet people, but I once heard this before. If you somehow, some way, got, like you just said, poop on your face.
Oh.
Okay? Let's pretend you had poop on your face.
You wouldn't put dry paper on to clean
Would you take some toilet paper and just wipe it off?
No.
You go through a whole, you use soap, you use water, you use something wet.
Yes.
Therefore, it's a good example of what we're not doing right.
That's my point.
That's the advertisement for a dude wipe or for a bidet. You wouldn't, if you got it on your face or even your hands, you wouldn't use a paper towel.
Are the dude wipes safe to flush?
Yes.
Okay, that's what you need. You need to have that because you don't want to be messing around with your plumbing.
And you don't want that in your garbage either.
No.
Even if it's in your garbage, just sitting there and smelling, not good. Matt on the north side, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Matt?
Hi. So I go to my family's place in Nebraska, visit them in Omaha, and they have bidets in all of their bathrooms.
In Omaha?
I love Omaha. I got them at Costco.
Matt, are you part of the what's the Warren Buffett family?
I am not. The Ricketts?
No. I mean, Warren Buffett is out there too.
Well, no, I'm not part of his family.
Okay.
No, I've met him though. Met him at the Berkshire Hathaway stockholders report meeting one year.
There you go.
Very good.
Yeah.
Nice.
But if you get a chance to use a bidet, do it.
Yeah.
Oh, so
just don't put your feet in it.
No, come on.
Yeah,
That's civilized.
Yeah, see, Charlie?
But it takes care of all your parts. I don't know about this towel stuff. I don't towel or anything. You just soup up like you just got out of the pool, kind of like me.
Well, wait a minute. You're putting your boxers right back on while you're wet downstairs? You got to dry yourself off.
It's not like you're submerging your doofus. Yeah, it's just it's a shower. It's a spray.
Yeah.
It's direct.
You know what I'm saying?
It's not going anywhere other.
Well, wait a minute, Waddle. If you
I towel myself off. Definitely, I would be toweling myself off.
If you have an ass bath, you must dry
That's a good
yourself
call
off.
for it, yes, an
you
ass
you must dry yourself off. I thought that's what the napkins are for.
I don't
there.
think that's what they call it in the expensive European hotels. Hey, by the way, you have an ass bath in your bathroom as well.
The bellman brings you up and he gives you the little tour.
Yeah.
Here's where the thermostat is. This is your closet. And here, sir, by the way, you have an ass bath.
And here's your ass bath towels. They'll
Who
be
would've
right
thought
next to the
Omaha?
ass bath.
The Paris of the Midwest, apparently.
Yeah, that's why I asked if he was part of the Warren Buffett family.
There are rich people, though, in Omaha. As
Of
you said, the
course there
Ricketts
are.
and the Buffetts. And
Yes.
A lot of rich people there. Michael in Northbrook, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Michael?
Hey, I used to be a fire alarm inspector, and I went into a mosque for the first time in my life, and they had these trough-looking things like at the Cubs game at like Wrigley Field.
Oh, no.
And I had to pee really bad, so I went in the bathroom, and you're actually supposed to clean your feet.
Oh, so it is
there
a
was
full
some-
washer.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
It was a trough inside of a mosque.
What did you do?
I
Did
thought
you
it was a
alert?
toilet.
Did you alert anybody? Did you
Or
tell
did you
them?
turn and run?
After I realized it, I went back in and I used a little soap and I cleaned up where I went pee to make sure that I cleaned it all off because I felt really bad.
You know what
nice
you did?
of you.
You put out a fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, Michael.
It's kind of the reverse of what I thought was
Yes,
happening.
exactly. He actually a foot bath that he used to go to the bathroom.
I'm still kind of I'm dialed into the ass bath. I think that's
it's a good one.
great
We should market it for like the working people of America.
Yeah.
You know how bidet? We should change
Blue
the
collar
narrative.
bidet.
Come
The
on
blue-
over to the Hampton Inn
That's
where
right.
we've just installed ass baths.
That's right. Like we would call it the blue collar bidet or AKA the ass bath.
When we open up our chicken shop, BC Chicken,
Yes. We're gonna
you
have.
can bet your ass there's going to be
Bet your
bidets.
ass, that's right.
Like if that guy could come up with that pillow, what was the pillow called again? And
My
do
Pillow.
the infomercials or remember those sunglasses things that we would see late at night?
The tactical sunglasses?
Not the tactical ones.
How about Mr. Microphone? I mean, that's
all that.
Hey, good looking. We'll be back to pick you up later.
And here we are. It's Waddle and Silvy. We're just two everyday Joes. Have you ever wondered what the experience of a bidet? Well, they may call it a bidet in France, but here we've manufactured the ass bath.
Yeah.
AKA the blue collar bidet.
Love it.
I'm Tom Waddle. If there's one thing I could redo in my NFL career, it would be to have an ass bath after every game.
We got it.
Oh, I think we're going to make millions.
Lewis and Lyle, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, so this has been eye-opening for me. Hey, by the way, regarding bidets, if you get a really good one, it'll actually come with a dryer, so no need for the towels.
So are you hovering? Wait, is it like an air dryer where you're hovering?
Yeah, it's an air dryer. No, it's just an air dryer where you're sitting on the thing, or where like you can get it built into your toilet. It'll just wash you off, and then you can turn on the dryer and dry yourself off.
I would say,
Pretty
I
handy.
was going to ask. So you have an ass bath and an ass towel.
Yeah, no need for the towel.
Ass dryer.
A hair dryer, so to speak. But I do actually have something that I unfortunately mistook for something. When I was 8, I walked into Spencer's, and they do not keep the marital aids, the vibrating marital aids specifically, in a separate area. I thought it was a massager until I was 16 and saw on a certain website one of those massagers being used to massage a different area.
I'm not surprised, Lewis.
8-year-old Lewis discovered some things. At
16, then,
There's not enough therapy in the world. There's not enough therapy in the world to uncover everything that I've had happen to me in my life.
Lewis, thank you. There's Lewis and Lyle. One more on this. Brian in Valpo, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Brian?
Oh, hey, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
Strange topic. I was just chiming in. I had been in healthcare for 20 years. I had a buddy give me a bidet that attaches to your toilet about 5 years ago.
Right.
And I was like, what am I going to do with this? Never used one. And he said kind of the same thing like you guys were talking about, wiping off your face with the dude wipes. And he said, once you bidet, there's no other way.
I like
So
that.
I tried it, loved it, still use it all the time.
Yeah.
Gotta have it.
Yeah, they make some attachments like Brian is saying that you can buy on Amazon. You can get them in for cheap, not expensive at all.
What did he say? Once you bidet,
There's no other way.
there's no other way. We got to work that into ass bath.
Once you ass bath, there's no going back.
No.
Once you ass bath, there's no other path.
We'll think about it.
I like that.
Here you go, Waddle.
Yeah.
Once you what?
Once you ass bath, there is no other path.
That's good. Okay. All right. Let's go to the.
My mom and dad would be so proud if they were
so
listening
proud.
to this show.
You know, this is a good example of where the Bulls are. This is still sports related.
Oh yeah, they have forced us to talk about this.
We have gotten more bidet calls than we have on the Bulls.
Yeah.
So that shows you where the appetite is these days. Let's get to the countdown of the biggest plays of the 2025 Bears season.
The Cardiac Bears will be remembered for years.
And the Bears win.
But why not remember them now?
And down he goes.
Waddle and Silvy present
Disconnection, a 3-point lead.
the 10 biggest plays from the 2025 Bears season.
My goodness, the ice spin.
Number 6.
This is an interesting one because we think this is in a very big, as you like to say, Waddle, inflection point of the season.
I don't think there's any doubt for me. If you remember the game, this happens immediately after there was a huge shift in the momentum after a Caleb Williams interception, and now the Eagles are driving. About to kick it in.
So this is the Black Friday Bears-Eagles game, and then the Eagles are driving, and like you could, there are other plays from this game that you could take, and we talked about it. You could have had the Cole Kmet touchdown, which came later, right?
Yes.
To seal the game as a play, but this is very important, and it was symbolic of what the Bears were able to do a lot of the season, including this player, Nashawn Wright. Nashawn Wright making the big play in the Eagles' win on Black Friday.
3rd and 1, tush push time. First of the day, the Eagles on the snap. Hurts. Not a lot of movement.
Right.
Not a lot of movement. And the Bears feel good about it at the moment.
They'll repeat it if they didn't get it.
Yep. Oh, my goodness. Bears are saying it's their football. Are they coming up with the football? Let's see. Let's see. This would be a monumental play.
Monster play if it
Monster.
worked.
Come on.
Bears ball.
Bears have taken it
Bears
away.
ball.
Oh, my goodness.
It was
Nashawn
Wright.
Pulled it out of there and
the
recovered.
playmaker.
Yeah, the playmaker just made a monumental play. Some Midwestern muscle right there, baby.
Now, if you remember how the game then unfolded, so again, the Bears, I think, were leading by 1. Caleb throws a pick. They to the defensive lineman or the outside linebacker or whatever it was. They're driving. Nashawn Wright rips the ball out of Jalen Hurts' hands on a tush push, and then they take the ball like 87 yards down
with running the ball.
Yes, and scored to really take control of that game.
And we felt so good. Like there were so many levels of that, what you felt good about in that game. The timely turnover and the way you flipped the momentum.
Yeah.
Then really enforcing that with that strong, powerful run game where you were bullying them a little bit. A team that you didn't think the Bears could bully. And then Caleb showed you again late in the game when it's time to ice the game. The Iceman does what he does, and he throws that great touchdown pass to Cole Kmet.
They take the ball away, and they go 12 plays, 87 yards, in 6 minutes and 44 seconds. There's a 31-yard run to start that drive. There's a 5-yard run, a 9-yard run, a 1-yard run, a 9-yard run, an incompletion, a small pass, 9-yard run, 6-yard run, 5-yard run, 6-yard run, 4-yard touchdown run.
Who scored? Was it Swift?
Monungai.
Monungai scored. Okay.
Yeah. So it was really
that was
when the Eagles fumbled, the score was 10-9. And they remember that the whole momentum had changed. When they took that ball away and then took it 87 yards, 17-9 lead, and you could just tell it was over.
It was one of those things where we finally felt like the Bears could make the playoffs. The Bears could do some damage. Even if the Eagles had their own issues. They were still a good football team, and you went in there and you really established yourself as a team the back half of the season that could do some damage. And they rode that. And they rode that all the way through.
I mean, the timely plays made by different guys on both sides of the football. It was a magical year that I don't think you're ever going to even come close to trying to repeat. I mean, you may win more games next year, or you may win a fewer games. I think the team will be better overall, but there's no way you'll be able to duplicate what happened this past year.
Listen to what Tom Brady said over the weekend. The Fox Sports released like the Brady Awards, where he was like his most valuable player, the LFG player. This was the player for the best value, not the most valuable player, but the player who provided the best value based on his contract. And Tom Brady, listen to this. Who would have thought that by the end of the year, Tom Brady, the GOAT, would be talking about Nashawn Wright?
Who did the most for their team? You got a guy?
I got a guy. Nashawn Wright, corner, Bears. He had a tremendous season. He was an absolute turnover machine. The Bears, they didn't do a great job between the 20s, okay? The ball was moved a lot. But when it came down to turning the ball over, they were better than every team in the league. And he was a huge reason why. Intercepting passes, strip sacks, fumbles, fumble recoveries. What he did on a vet minimum contract, right? Something like 1.1. I don't know, all those little details you guys can go research yourself. But what I saw with my eye test, he is the value player of the year. Congratulations. You've earned yourself quite a contract in the future. And shout out Nashawn Wright's agent. You're going to do pretty well, too.
Probably price himself out of the Bears situation.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he was back. I think somebody else is going to be willing to spend more on him than the Bears will. But he did have a great year, and it's great to see guys like that get an opportunity and deliver.
Are you going to talk about the Niners documentary in Good, Bad, Dirty?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, because I was going. There's one thing that stood out. Can I bring it up now? Because Brady was. I didn't watch it like you guys. You guys were texting a lot about the brand new Niners documentary, which debuted last night on AMC. Was it the first two?
The first two episodes, yeah.
And I forgot about it, and we tuned in the middle. And we didn't stay with it long because we tuned in the middle. So they reran it, and I recorded the full episode, and there's commercials, so it's better to record it anyway so you could fast forward through those commercials. But, like, I had this moment last night where they were showing Tom Brady at the Niners game, and he was telling this story about how his parents wouldn't get him the foam finger. He grew up a big Niners fan. I think he was at that Cowboys-Niners game. Was he talking about being at that specific game?
I think so.
And they showed a picture, even though his parents still pacified him by buying the foam finger. There's a picture of Tom Brady at 4 or 5 years old in his Niners gear being held by his mother, and he still has that sour look on his face because he's crying still. And, like, I was just thinking, here's this 4 or 5 year old kid. Can you imagine if someone would come up to the mom, Tom Brady's mom, and say, by the way, your son, he's going to end up being the GOAT of the NFL. Like, isn't it just, like, when I looked back on that, it was, I don't know why I thought of that, but, like, to think that some random kid just at that game
ended up being the greatest of all time.
Greatest of all time. And, like, the parents had no clue. Their lives are just normal, middle income family going to a Niners game. And then that kid, in 20 years from then, would win his first Super Bowl.
Crazy.
Isn't it?
Yeah, and that's why I've enjoyed this so much, the first two episodes, because it's a lot of it's narrated by Brady. So he understands and appreciates greatness. And his appreciation for that team as the team he grew up rooting for, I thought made it even more consumable. So
I'll let you talk more about that coming up. The good, the bad, the dirty coming up. Also, unfortunately, this trend of load management has reached the college level now, and it's really bad. It was something that happened over the weekend. I'll lead into it in good, bad, dirty, then we'll take calls on it in the 5 o'clock hour. So our list that is up to number 6 now. Number 10 was the Duvernay return against Minnesota that led to the game-winning field goal in Minneapolis. Number 9 was the bird and flea flicker in the Bears' first win against the Dallas Cowboys that showed you Ben's big bag of fun. Number 8, DJ touchdown in the back of the end zone against Cleveland, which looked like the catch in that San Francisco-Dallas game. The Blackwell blocked field goal was number 7 that won the game in Vegas. And number 6 was the punch pullout from Nashawn Wright to turn the tide of that football game. The top 5 begins tomorrow. We'll give you number 5 coming up then. Coming up next, it's the good, the bad, the dirty.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling present the ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame. Jump on our YouTube page and ESPN Chicago, Sunday afternoon from 1 to 2. This is a live streaming, uninterrupted pregame crosstalk with all your favorite ESPN Chicago hosts. The ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame, Sunday from 1 to 2 on YouTube and ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Casino Queen Sportsbook is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code WMVP in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass through a per wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming Inc.
Save big now during Menard's Super Savings Sale. Brighten your home with a 3-panel LED light bulb, now just $1.99. Stay warm with a hardwood firewood bundle, only $3.99. Stock up with Clorox All-Purpose Cleaner, just $2.99. A 16-pack of Zest Bar Soap is only $7.99. Hurry, these great deals won't last long. Sign up for Menard's emails to get the weekly flyer plus exclusive daily flash sales right to your inbox.
Save big money at Menards.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering 25% off windows and doors and 0% APR for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends February 28th, 2026.
Guys, I want to tell you about all the success I've had at Cairo One Wellness Centers. I'm a good example of what they can do for you. I would wake up with a sore back. I would have headaches and neck pain after waking up. I had a terrible hip flexor issue. Now I don't feel any pain whatsoever in the hip flexor because Cairo One Wellness Center has gotten to the bottom of all of that. They don't just look to mask the pain. They look for real solutions and how you can get stronger and better and feel healthier. New year, new you, guys. Go to Chiro1.com today. I go to the Libertyville location, one of 50 Chicagoland locations. So if you're not up north like me, fear not. There's plenty in the western burbs, in the south burbs, and in the city, in the neighborhoods, and also the downtown area. Chiro1.com today. No drugs, no surgeries. Start feeling better. Play with your kids pain-free. Get back to the gym and just feel better. Chiro1.com.
The good.
It's gone! Oh, my God!
The bad.
That is so bad, that is absolutely brutal.
And the dirty.
I'm talking about nasty. Wow. So many stories are running through my head right now.
Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
That's right. It's the good, the bad, the dirty. It's every Monday, our recap of the sports weekend or anything else we experienced. It's brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, you get buy 4 windows, get 4 free. Nothing down, no interest for 2 full years, and you'll get an extra 10% off if you sign up today. That's at windownation.com. And it's also brought to you by Flight by Yingling. That's right. Stock up for the Super Bowl weekend. Flight is the next generation of light beer.
Delicious.
And around the room we go with Tyler and Charlie as well. One thing good, one thing bad, one thing we deemed as dirty. What's your good?
It was not even inspired by what you were talking about earlier, but my good was watching the rise of the 49ers on AMC. It was the first weekend without football since I can remember, going all the way back to the preseason when the first preseason game kicked off. There was football for me. And I have to say that it satiated my football thirst. I was a huge fan of those 49er teams early on. I don't know how you couldn't be if you were a fan of good football. But there's kind of like 2 iterations of the 49er dynasty. It was Joe Montana, and you forget just how great a player the late Dwight Clark was. I was a 2nd or 3rd round pick, I think, I don't remember what round it was, out of Clemson, but what a great player. But he and Joe Montana were fabulous to start. And then you get in to episode 2 where Jerry Rice becomes a part of the conversation. And one of the things that I had completely forgotten about Jerry was he was like a mid-first round pick, like 15, 16, 17, whatever it was. He couldn't catch the ball for like the first 6 or 7 games. Like he had the drops that like you were just like, oh no. And then he talks about how he kind of relaxed and focused and it all kind of clicked, and then he became the greatest receiver of all time. But it was just, for me, it was a walk down memory lane, and it was spectacular. And I believe there's 2 more episodes.
It's sort of like, I mean, maybe it's more so even with the Niners, with all the different installments that they had. They even won one with a different quarterback during that whole thing with Steve Young. But like the Brady teams had like 2 separate iterations.
Yes.
The 3 and the 3. Michael's dynasty.
Yeah.
Who knows if the Chiefs are going to have that as well. A
lot
lot of the dynasties are like that.
Yes, there's time in the middle, but I had also forgotten. You remember Bill Walsh came from the Bengals, and there was when Paul Brown stepped aside, and they tell the story through the eyes of Bill Walsh's son. When Paul Brown stepped aside, they gave the job to a guy named Bill Tiger Johnson, because Paul Brown was, intimidated's the wrong word, but didn't want...
Threatened?
Yes, threatened by Bill Walsh and his brilliance. So they didn't give him the job. And then his start with the 49ers was kind of rocky, and there were times when he just wanted to quit and move on, and then became, one of the most influential offensive minds of all. But it was, there were so many players that I loved watching. Keenan Turner was one of their great linebackers. Ronnie Lott was in this one as well. Randy Cross. They're very funny and kind of best way to. He's got a great personality. He was on CBS.
He was a game day analyst.
So it's great. It's really cool. It's great, and it was awesome especially since there was no football to watch.
Yeah. Second week in a row for me, guys. I'm going college basketball. I'm going the Illini. You know, a week ago we were talking about their big win against Purdue. They won against Nebraska now. This Illinois team is going to do some damage. Brad Underwood continues to find ways to just build bigger and better teams. And Jurko has adopted them, but they're deep, they're talented.
They have a young superstar on that team, too?
Yeah, is it?
Keaton Wagler.
Yeah, he's the one who had the 46 last week that we talked about. And he continues to score and do really, really good things. I mean, they were talking earlier, Carmen and Jurko, and I agree. This is a Final Four team. I mean, anyone who picks them for the Final Four, a lot of people would think that this team can get there. There's no assurances. You never know. Virginia, remember, lost to a number 1 seed.
Yeah.
Or number 16 seed. They were the first. But this team is great. And the Illini fan should be very, very excited over what the rest of February, then March will look like for that.
Doesn't their coach take his shirt off every now and again? Was tarps off?
Did he?
He's got the water gun.
Oh, he does. Okay.
Yeah. He'll go super soaked.
I love Underwood. Underwood's he's a great coach. And Illinois is very lucky to have. They have good things going right now with the football program, with the basketball team. So my good is to the Illini.
It's probably a pretty good cut to have in the bank there, Charlie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, okay.
Tyler, what do you got?
For my good, I'm going to go with the first half of play that we saw from Darren Peterson in Kansas's win over BYU, because it was really the only half of basketball he played. But that first half was one of the best halves of basketball I've ever seen from a college basketball player. He had 18 points, 3 threes, had maybe the dunk of the year. I mean,
that was a sweet dunk.
The command that he has as a true freshman is nuts. I am so thoroughly impressed when he's on the floor of how damn good he is. He seriously is one of the best prospects that I've seen in college, because he is, even though he's a freshman, I heard Carmen talk about it, but he's a grown-ass man playing against these guys.
He looks like he's 25.
The physique and everything, he's incredible. And I love watching him play. I just wish he played more.
Yeah, of course, and that's going to be my bad. But go ahead, Charlie. What's your good?
Yeah, we're going to go to a little golf here. My good is Justin Rose. Yeah. Holy smokes.
Blew him out.
Wire to wire. Wire to wire was the first wire to wire win at Torrey in 71 years, I believe.
Charlie golf guy, huh?
Do you know how old he is too, Charlie?
45, right? Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, he's had this weird, kind of late career surge where last year he's in the playoff against McElroy. He's like a real ass kicker in the Ryder Cup, and now he's starting to put together these tournaments. I mean, he won the thing by I think by 8 strokes,
yeah,
right?
I think
16,
so.
23,
Dominated.
yeah, 8, 7, yeah.
I didn't think of you as a golf guy. You were tuned into golf this weekend?
Lynx guy.
Wow.
By the way, I was watching it just to see the sun and the beauty of Torrey Pines Golf Course.
I would do that. Did they play the one at on the ocean? What's the
Pebble Beach?
Pebble Beach.
Not yet.
No.
When is that?
That's in 2 weeks.
Yeah, because this week's Phoenix Open.
Right after Super Bowl. That's usually when I tune in just for the sights.
Yeah.
Where you watch that in spectacular 4K, and you see the ocean and the whales.
I'm supposed to be going in May or beginning of June. See if we can make that happen.
To Pebble?
Yeah, for a couple days. My daughter's graduating from Santa Clara, so instead of going straight to Santa Clara, me and my group of son-in-laws and fiance for my daughters are going to go play golf.
Quite the group if it was just you and the grandsons.
Yeah, I know. I'd take those two little monsters running around.
There's no doubt.
I spent 6 hours yesterday running around with my oldest
Look
grandson.
at you. You're the Sunday grandkid watcher. What is your bad?
My bad is NBA basketball. Did you realize there were 10 games yesterday? Half of them were the winner beat the loser by 19 points or more. The Nets lost by 53. The Bulls lost by 43. The Bucks lost by 28. The Suns lost by 24. And the Trailblazers lost by 19. Half of the 10 games were complete and utter blowouts with no reason to watch, including one game where the Nets lost by 53.
I don't understand how the night before the Bulls win and then they lose by 50-some on the same court. It's 40-some it ended up. They were down by over 50 at one point.
The Pistons beat the Nets 130-77.
They were like mirroring each other, both of those games. With the
and then the
Bulls
Heat ended up beating the Bulls 134-91. And these games aren't even they're not even competitive. Again, think about that. 5 of the 10 games, half of the games that were played yesterday in the NBA were decided by 19 points or more.
It's a bad product right now, all the way around. I want to play you Tim Legler later at 5 because it goes into the topic that I want to bring up, and it goes in with Darren Peterson, too. Tyler, there's no doubting the talent. The talent's outstanding. I have veered more towards college basketball, while not perfect because of the NIL and the portal. They play a better brand of basketball. They play harder. They play more team basketball. I was just talking about that with Dan Hurley when I saw him here about a month ago at the DePaul game, and it's one of the reasons why I love it. But for this kid now to be setting this precedent, where he'll probably still be the number 1 overall pick, they built up this big lead against BYU, and then he puts himself on the shelf with cramps. He's only played 11 games all year.
Was he hydrating while he was on the bench? Did they show that?
I don't even know if it's really cramps. And I understand that this was the blueprint. Like, Bill Self supposedly knew, Kansas knew, look, I'm going to go pro after 1 year. I'm not going to play hard. But think about all the money it's going to cost to get that kid there. When did sports, and especially basketball, become a sport where trying isn't required? Think about that, guys.
Well, it happens in the NBA pretty much first 2 months of the season quite a bit, doesn't it?
Shouldn't that be the thing that we know is always going to be there? We tune into a sports game, and we want effort.
Yeah.
And when on night to night, there may not be effort because of load management with the NBA. And now this kid is so entitled that he just thinks he can sit games out and not have to try. And, I mean, I guess it's a good training ground for the NBA because that's the way they do it in the NBA these days. And Danny's been backing him up because he's a Kansas guy when he'd be raging against this if this weren't a Kansas guy. Let me give you some stats. Last year, Cooper Flagg was a generational player and the number 1 overall pick in the draft. He played 31 minutes a game for 37 games. Not like Darren Peterson. VJ Edgecombe, who's having a great rookie year for Baylor, 32.7 minutes a game in 33 games. Con Knippel, front runner for Rookie of the Year, 30.5 minutes per game in 39 games. Zion Williamson, when he was a great freshman player, he's always hurt now. But what did he do in college? He tried. Zion Williamson played 30 minutes a game in 30 games. This kid's played 11 games, and he's deciding when to play and when not to play. I can't get and start singing the praises of guys who don't want to try. I can't. This guy is treating the entire college basketball season like it's a meaningless bowl game. You know how the players say, well, there's nothing for our team to win in the bowl game. It's not in the playoffs, and I'm going pro anyway. I'm sitting out the bowl game. This is the way he's treating the entire basketball season, and it's a terrible precedent to be set.
Yeah.
This isn't even his worst offense either. I think his worst offense came
Was it
earlier
that
in the year
overtime
against
game?
TCU. Yeah, it went to overtime. They were down 3. They had to come back in this game, but they were down 3 with a little bit of time left on the clock, like seconds left on the clock. And he comes in after he had tweaked his hamstring or something earlier in the game, comes into the game for those final 10 seconds, draws a foul down 3 on a 3-pointer, shoots his 3 free throws, makes them, sends the game to overtime, and then doesn't play a second in overtime.
I just don't know how that you feel like that's setting yourself up for a great career.
I don't know how it makes it an enjoyable watch.
It doesn't. And I don't want that to infect college basketball because I've been turned off so much with the NBA.
That it'll be the exception to the rule, but I can't believe that NBA ratings are as high as they are, all things considered.
I know. What do you got, Tyler? What's your bad?
All right, my bad is Waffle House.
What?
This was from reporter Leah Van, who said that her brother went on Saturday to go do the Waffle House fantasy football punishment. And her brother was informed that Waffle House only allows people to do that on Monday through Wednesday.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Why? Because they're hogging a table the whole day?
Who cares? Leaving that to a limited 3-day window, Monday through Wednesday of all days, too?
What's his requirement inside the Waffle House?
I don't know the exact requirement of this person, but usually it's something along the lines of you go to a Waffle House, and for every waffle you eat, it takes an hour off of the 24 hours you have to spend.
Gotcha.
There. So, like, if you eat 12 waffles, you only have to be there for 12 hours.
So you are buying stuff. You're not just sitting there with your laptop open, are you?
Well, unless you want to sit there for 24 hours. But
something tells me that you can find space at a Waffle House.
You know what I would do if I was Waffle House? I would embrace it.
Absolutely.
Pay off all your penalties here.
So you know what she said?
I would create a Waffle House channel and put it on Waffle House TV.
Oh, that's good.
He pivoted to IHOP. So he just took his business somewhere else.
That's the point. And now IHOP should capitalize off of it. Pay off your fantasy football bets here.
Yeah.
We'll have you any day of the week. Anytime. We'll even give you a discount. What do you got, Charlie?
My bad is the 1-year anniversary of the Luka Doncic trade. I think when you look back at what has happened since then, Nico Harrison has lost his job. The Dallas Mavericks are a complete disaster. The Lakers look to be a team that is going to make the impossible transition from LeBron James into another superstar. You've gift-wrapped them that. And I think the NBA landscape is just completely different. We have not seen it. We probably won't see it get back to what it looked like before then for a very long time, even if almost called him Cooper Kupp. Even if Cooper Flag becomes like the superstar that I think we all think he's going to become. The wreckage of this trade, I think, is very fascinating to argue.
The whole league, to me, is just, right now, it's in a bit of a valley. My dirty is, you know what? I'm just a downer today. I'm Donnie Downer. College sports, for all the reasons you mentioned, I won't repeat them with regard to this young man from Kansas. The NIL issues, guys transferring, just the whole thing. I don't want to have to concentrate. I just want to sit on my couch, melt into my couch, and enjoy it.
Enjoy sports.
And I don't think it's good for the overall health of the sport, what's going on.
Because based on this.
In any of the sports.
Well, at 5 o'clock, you could start calling in now if you want, 312-332-3776. Whether it's the portal or NIL, whether it's guys not trying, load management, whether it's the MLB discrepancies in payroll from the top to the bottom. What is the worst thing currently in sports? What is the worst thing? If you were commissioner of sports, what would you deem the worst thing and try to fix it? 312-332-3776. Hey, Tyler, what's the deal with Mick Cronin? He's sort of a weird dude, isn't he?
He's the worst.
So he coaches UCLA. What did he coach before?
He spent a lot of time at Xavier. Was it Xavier? Cincinnati. My bad.
Kevin Willard, fellow Baldsman, was at Xavier.
I remember last year he was complaining about the travel schedule that UCLA has to endure going east and going west and all the miles.
They're in the Big Ten?
Yes. And this was from the other day where UCLA lost and they played terribly. And I guess, he ripped his team, and the reporters are trying to bring him up and compliment some of the things from his team, and he was having none of it. He only wants to rip his team. Take a listen to this.
Yeah, when we lose, buddy, I'm not like a lot of the people in life. I see no bright spots.
The defense for the first 10 minutes was pretty solid.
Our defense was bad all night.
Points.
They missed shots. That doesn't mean it's good defense.
Guys had been playing better defensively before today.
What you were doing before today in life, Ben, doesn't matter, man. What the hell's that got to do with it? You either, and today doesn't matter. We play Tuesday.
Mick Cronin, that is dirty.
Hard guy.
Yeah, he's like Hardo, right?
Yeah.
What's
so funny because he's always the one that complains about the travel schedule.
Yeah.
He always complains about UCLA having to go east, UCLA having to travel back and forth across the country. He's just a salty human being.
It really was something I never heard. Nope. Don't tell me we played well for 10 minutes. I'll tell you how horse crap we were. And I'll do it again. What do you got, Tyler? Wrap us up, you and Charlie.
My dirty, Shohei Ohtani. Generational liar. Guy is a generational liar. They had the Dodger Fest this weekend, and at noon Pacific time, Shohei tells reporters at Dodger Fest he has not decided yet whether he was going to pitch for Japan at the World Baseball Classic. An hour later, Dave Roberts tells reporters Shohei will not pitch in the WBC, adding that it was Ohtani's decision. Did you make up your mind in an hour that happened at Dodger Fest when you were going to pitch in the World Baseball Classic?
He just probably didn't want to answer why he doesn't want to pitch.
The guy, between that, the gambling stuff, the Hawaii properties, like this guy is a generational liar and just gets away with it.
Sounds like you got a little, you're holding a grudge after he won the National League MVP.
Over PCA.
No,
Yeah,
I
sounds
think
like
he's
a
an
cup
awesome
of coffee.
PCA was well out of it by that point.
Trust me. Probably like 3 or 4 people got into the mix by the end of it there. But
it's funny, too, because in my belief, the World Baseball Classic got legitimate when Shohei faced Trout.
Yes.
And those moments happened.
When he was closing the game.
It became a legitimate look forward to tournament, much like the Four Nations tournament in hockey. Once they dropped the gloves with Canada right off the bat, we're like, oh, it's on. And that was the same thing with Shohei, and now Shohei won't pitch. Charlie, what do you got?
My dirty is the part about the Quezio Adolfo-Mensah story that got leaked, that one of the reasons there was a ton of anger in that building was the fact that he took 2 weeks paternity leave when he had his kid. I thought we were kind of past this stuff. I think, like, especially when you consider Curt Cignetti, who's the best coach in college football, he tells his assistants, go home. Don't miss dinner. Go be with your families. Like, once you're done, you're done. Don't spend all your time sleeping here. Bruce Arians famously threatened to coach that he would fire him if he didn't show up at his kid's soccer game. Like, I just think we.
How about you got fired because you draft horribly?
Yeah, and
you make bad decisions.
And I think the Vikings, like, side of this, where they're the inclusion of that, to me, is the Vikings trying to do this guy dirty, when in reality, like, yeah, he wasn't a very good drafter, and he let Sam Darnold out.
It was just weird, though, then why don't they fire? Howard and Skokie was trying to explain this today. Why not fire him right after the season?
I think they wanted his contract to expire, right? Isn't that what it was?
Is that worth, like, the dysfunction you create? This guy was at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good explanation for the timing of their firing, but I don't think there were definitely some fireable offenses, so to speak, and none of them had to do with paternity leave.
100%.
Yeah.
All right, I've got 4 things that I've listed as the biggest issue in sports. If you've got a 5th you want to add, I'll give you the 4, tell you how people are voting in our poll question. Of these issues, which is the biggest problem in sports? We touched on a few in the good, the bad, the dirty. And if you want to weigh in, 332-3776. More on the topic coming up next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Tyler, the big game. It's when a sports fan learns to pace oneself. The calendar gets busy, the couch gets comfortable.
That's the vet talking. I'm bouncing around bars, friends, and screens everywhere.
That's why I keep telling you, whether you're running routes around the city or running the remote like a retired pro, Flight by Yingling just works.
Light, crisp, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, easy no matter where the day takes you.
Kickoff rolls into tip-off, no wasted motion.
Grab a Flight by Yingling and enjoy the run.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Enjoy responsibly.
Guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. I want to tell you what I was dealing with. My heat was running nonstop. My energy bills skyrocketed. And it turns out my windows were the problem. Once the insulation fails, the heat leaks out, the cold comes in, and I'm almost broke. That's when I called Window Nation. No leaks, lower energy bills, and a cozy home. Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free. Upgrade your home and save big. 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 2 full years. And if you act now, they'll take an extra 10% off. Schedule your quote today at windownation.com.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. The New Year's sales event's going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. Plus, save even more with $500 to $2,000 bonus cash. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Financing on select models with approved credit.
When your life turns upside down after an accident,
you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Hey, it's Kap. Big game week is here, and you want to actually enjoy the game. But if you're not sleeping well or your sinuses are messed up, you won't. That's why I tell people about Sinus and Snoring MD. They help you breathe better and sleep better with simple in-office treatments and same-day appointments. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com and start breathing and sleeping the way you should. That's 847-545-0147 or sinusandsnoringmd.com.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
All right, so here's the poll question based on a lot of the issues that we're talking about. No football this weekend. It is Super Bowl week. Can't wait for that. And Bears issues to still figure out. But like when watching some of these other sports, and we're really at, like, a lot of these problems are really coming to a head here, especially with baseball, final year of the deal. So of these issues, which is the biggest problem in sports? If you have one that's not on the list, call or tweet me one that you would put above the top one of these four. A, basketball load management. Now getting into the college ranks. NBA, you may go to a game and the stars aren't playing. One game they're trying, the next game they're not. As someone tweeted me, teams are actually scheduling losses these days because they look at the schedule and they're like, this is a good day to load manage. This will be a scheduled loss. B, MLB money discrepancy. From whether you want to point the finger at the Dodgers or you want to point the finger at the bottom teams who simply don't want to spend. That it's completely a different sport depending on your team and how much money they're willing to spend. C is the NIL or college portal. It is the most freedom any free agency is getting, and it's not even professional sports. There are no long-term contracts. You could switch team every year, and you could make a ton of money. I have a question, too, about the portal in a minute. Or is it officiating in general? That a lot of people believe officiating keeps getting worse in all the sports. Leading the way so far is NIL and college portal. Wow. Followed by MLB money discrepancy, followed by officiating. And basketball load management is actually last. Maybe a lot of people just don't care about basketball anymore. 312-332-3776. Which of those four do you think is the worst thing in sports? And if it's not one of those four, give us your example of what it is. 332-3776. All your calls next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
ESPN's The Hot Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, Wednesday night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
All right, Chicago sports fans, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. It's more than any other auto brand. Did you know with the big game coming up, Toyota is the official vehicle of the NFL. Also coming up at the end of the week, the start of the Chicago Auto Show. You can check out all these great vehicles from Toyota at the Auto Show. I'm going to stop by there on Friday. The versatile RAV4, I used to drive that, to the stunning Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and, of course, the spacious Grand Highlander, which my wife drives and loves, all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. So let's go Chicago winter, but you've been really dealing with it all year. You bring the action, Toyota will bring the traction. You can find yours at Toyota.com or do what I did and visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Apt, your number one destination for the home, has the best TVs for the perfect game day setup. Enjoy all the action with the superior motion handling of an OLED TV. And there's no bad seat in the house when you're watching on an 85-inch screen. You'll hear the roar of the crowd with a new soundbar. Plus, Apt will deliver and install it so your TV is ready before game day. For free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop at Apt. Pleasing people since 1936.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? Sure, it's a lot colder, but it's also because your insulation inside the window could be failing. And when that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation like I did and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Plus 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 full years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait. Put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
This is Courtney Cronin, talking with two of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni of Costa Iavoni.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us.
Costa Iavoni. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4million.
When it's game day, there's only one place to watch the big game. Hooters. Cold drinks, hot wings, wall-to-wall football. Watching from home? We've got you covered there too. Order your big game favorites at order.hooters.com and pick up before 3 p.m. on game day. You'll score a 20% off coupon for your next visit. Dine in or take it to go. Either way, it's a win. Hooters. Order now at order.hooters.com. That's order.hooters.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right, pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com.
That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Pinstripes are back. The Bulls 2025-26 Statement Edition jersey is here. Inspired by the 90s, but refreshed for today's generation of fans. Learn more about the uniform plus shop jerseys and the full retail collection on bulls.com/statement.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Andrew in LaSalle, what's your quick pitch?
Well, my gripe here has to do with my mailman. It's snowed down here. I'm 85 years old. I haven't got my mail in 3 days, and he's able to get down my sidewalk to leave a note on my door saying he can't deliver my mail because my sidewalk hasn't been shoveled. How can you put the note on my door, but you can't give me my mail?
Well done, Andrew.
Anyway,
That's you're the bitcher of the day right there, Andrew. I love that.
So, anyway, if anyone wants to help an old guy out, I've got about 25 feet of sidewalk needs shovel.
Anyone wants to help Andrew?
He doesn't sound 84 either. Everyone sounds so much younger than their actual chronological age on the show lately.
Did you think we'd have an 84, 85-year-old guy calling in for quick pitch? That was good. That was made me happy too.
No.
And it's
maybe
a good
for
one.
something else, but not for quick pitch. But his was most appropriate.
That's a douchey move too, and I know all we've got multiple mail carriers who postal workers, mail carriers who listen to our show, and I love you guys.
But if you pull a trick like that,
yes, that's not. Come on now,
it's a douchey move.
Yes, go to the door and deliver the mail, and if you could deliver the note,
and just say, "Hey, listen, you're making it all difficult."
It's hard on me, I'm walking around a lot. It's hard to get to the door, and then when you see an 85-year-old there who can't really leave the house to shovel, then you say, "Oh, okay, I understand," and then you pay it forward. So good stuff. If you want to talk to us, no matter your age, young and old, all welcome here. 312-332-3776. So what did you vote for? What is the currently the worst thing going on in
Major
sports?
League Baseball's the discrepancy between the haves and have-nots. And I think it's criminal in some ways from a sports perspective. How some of these teams, including my Cincinnati Reds, are allowed to pretend or lie to everyone that they're actually trying to win when they're not. And I think that something needs to happen. I don't know exactly how to solve all of it, but you can't have, you have to have a floor. You have to have a minimum. There's no doubt, even more so than having a maximum or a salary cap, you have to have a minimum. You have to have a minimum spend.
Yeah, the top three, officiating isn't nearly the worst thing going on in sports.
No.
So I would kick that one to the side. The other three, whether it's load management, whether it's the discrepancy of what you were just talking about, or NIL. I don't understand NIL rules. I don't know if anyone does. I was thinking about this when Jurko was talking about going to class earlier today. With all the money, does Darren Peterson have to go to class and stay eligible these days? Do college freshmen who are one and done and you're making $5 or $6 million, before it used to be, hey, we're on scholarship, you're paid to be a student athlete. Now that they're pros in college, do they still have to go to class?
I don't even know.
Is that a weird question to ask?
You still have to, I think, maintain a 2.0 GPA to participate. But
which my guess is there's an understanding with the academic staff.
Yeah, I'm sure.
As to what is necessary.
He's not trying on the court. Is he trying? I mean, we've known a lot of.
There's always the stories of people get put into group projects with some of these guys that are going to the NBA, and they're in a group project in March with them, and then their season ends, and then they're they text the group hey guys, I'm not in the group, I'm not in the class anymore. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. What do you have to worry about? You're going to you're making money. I don't know. So I wanted to know that. My key word that you used there is trying. I think, and this goes with Art's tweet. He says, Silvy, the thing that is missing is the most obvious of obvious, and that's ticket prices. So, and I'm with Art. It's one of the things. When you charge all this money to go to baseball games, and then you have owner groups who don't want to try and spend money on their team. When you have NBA players who are making $60 million in a year, $65 million, and they simply don't want to play every game and give a good effort. This is Tim Legler. He was just named, he's been at ESPN forever. He's one of the most trusted voices in the game.
He's great at his job.
But he was just named the lead voice of the ESPN coverage. He's the number one analyst now. And this is what he was talking. I think this happened on the Simmons podcast with him talking about the biggest NBA issues. And that's where I would vote. A sport that I loved. My Bulls don't try, and the star players don't always try in the league. And it's why I'm so down on the league. This is their lead voice on ESPN talking about effort issues.
I'm seeing a greater fluctuation than I've seen in the guys being available. That's been going on for a while, but the availability of players being as tumultuous as it is. that lends to some of this. But I've also seen a tremendous fluctuation. The number of nights that I've seen teams either been in person when I've sat courtside calling a game, sitting at home on League Pass watching the game, the fluctuation in effort. There are nights when you watch teams and you can't believe how flat they are. You know, and I've seen more of that this year than any other time, which means on any given night, anybody is capable of beating anybody. It may sound like you think that's a cliche because it's the NBA, but normally that's not the case. If you have teams that are contenders, that are teams that are really playing for something later in the year, we all know that, and you get a team that is not, or a team that's got a bunch of young dudes, or a team that's clearly not really that concerned about winning games because they're trying to think about the future, and you get that team on your home floor mid-season in the dog days, you're supposed to beat that team down. And I've seen more nights now where those teams have been flat.
So what Legler's saying is not only do we have a huge load management issue, but then when guys play, night to night, you just don't know what kind of effort you're going to get from a professional league. Do you know how much those tickets are to go to a Bulls game?
Oh, I'm
go
sure
to a Knicks game?
Ridiculous.
You know, the hundreds of dollars you have to spend to go to an NBA game, and they don't want to try on a nightly effort. That it's preposterous to me.
It is. I would tell you, though, if you are somebody, and everybody fan the way you want, but if at some point it will get to that,
yes.
You know, there will be a
bubble.
breaking point where people are like, no, I'm not going to pay $170 per ticket for a family of four and come in here and not see anybody play.
Do you know what I was thinking about today? I was thinking about the movie industry. Did Hollywood and actors ever think people would stop going to movie theaters? Were the days of the big movie?
Nobody could have ever projected that streaming services were going to exist.
20 years ago, they charged what they wanted to get into a movie. It was always overpriced, the candy, the drinks, everything. There's going to be a breaking point eventually where there is so much other things to do for people. And when we've had enough of teams and owners not simply trying, I got too many other things I want to do. And professional sports this will happen to them if they don't watch out. If you don't want to try, the public will eventually say, it's not worth my time, nor is it worth my money.
Which is a bigger crime? Is it the players not trying or the owners not trying? Because I just pulled up Major League Baseball's 2026 payroll from Spot Track or Spo Track, however you want to personally pronounce it, because everybody pronounces it differently. I got 10 teams that pay $150,000 or $150 million for salaries. That's a third of the Major League Baseball teams. I got from bottom to top. The top is $411 million. Bottom is $100 million. It's the Miami Marlins. There's a $300 million gap between the top spender and the lowest spender. That doesn't work, friends.
No,
it just doesn't work.
It's why we're headed where we're headed.
And I'm not blaming the Dodgers. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
If something has to change, and this is the bigger issue. They're incentivized in these smaller markets. And by the way, Chicago's not a smaller market, but the White Sox find themselves 27th, spending $132 million committed to salaries. That you are incentivized not to actually try and win or spend, because you get, for the teams that go into luxury tax, it all gets split up and given back to these teams. Like, you're taking money from the rich teams, you're taxing them and giving that money redistribution of wealth to the bottom. You're inspiring these teams like Miami and Tampa Bay and Cleveland and the White Sox and the Nationals and Pittsburgh and St. Louis and Minnesota and Colorado and Milwaukee and the Athletics and the Reds to not even give a rat's ass in terms of your financial commitment.
I don't know if I can rank them, because on the flip side of that, Waddle, especially watching a guy like you, why were you so beloved? Players like you who would do anything on that football field for the team.
Yeah.
Didn't care. Didn't care how much you got hit.
No.
Didn't care. You maximized your effort. And there are still a lot of athletes like that.
Yeah.
I can't understand when you have a basketball player who doesn't like playing basketball.
Yeah,
or doesn't want to play basketball.
There's plenty of times for business decisions. Your freshman year in college is not one of them.
And it's not. I'm just not talking about him. Like these Kawhi Leonards and I've always been a proponent of common sense. We've always, but this is spun out of control. If you have a gimpy hamstring and you truly have a hammy injury and you don't want to aggravate it and miss a couple of games, fine. But just taking games off because, like you like to say with the Bears a couple weeks ago, because you think that's going to take a toll on your body, even if you're healthy, you're an athlete. You're getting paid $65 million to play, and you don't want to play basketball. I don't understand it.
I don't get it.
And I can't get behind it. All right, 312-332-3776. JJ in Gage Park, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, JJ?
How you doing, fellas?
Everything's good.
One of the things that it has affected what I watch is basketball fouls. There's too many fouls. There's so many in college, in the NBA, where a quarter or a third of the points are coming from the free throw line.
A lot. You're right.
And I don't want to watch free throws. There's too many free throws, and there's a couple problems with it. First, in the NBA, when you guys talked about effort, nobody wants to play defense and be part of a highlight. And I've heard many NBA players say that. It's like don't play hard on defense and go at it in offense. That's one thing. But the other thing is the players in basketball are too athletic these days, and they're intentionally trying to draw a foul. LeBron James, SGA, Jalen Brunson, they're so athletic, they're intentionally trying to draw a foul. And to me, if you're not, it's so hard to guard a player that athletic and then for them to get free points. That's the thing that really bugs me is free points.
Yeah, the free throw. JJ, thank you. Appreciate it. We got it. 312-332-3776. Did you guys see this social media post? Forgot who posted it. It was someone suggesting that instead of the NBA or basketball games being on a clock, that you go to a target score. So therefore, like if you need 110 points to win, defense would be more of a premium. You would play more defense because you have to defend them from scoring, and then you wouldn't foul at the end of a game to have them miss because you're essentially giving them points to get closer to the target score. No clock. You got to reach first to 110 wins. I just thought it was interesting. It would never happen, but it was an interesting concept to get away from all that fouling, especially at the end of the game to stop the clock so you can maximize every second. Julian in St. Charles, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Julian?
How's it going, guys? First-time caller. Just want to say thanks for putting me on.
Yes, of course.
So I was calling in because I'm a sport management major, and NIL is one of the things that I want to really look into going to be a GM at a college. When NIL was introduced in 2021, there was no regulation, no rules. It's a Wild West. And I think, there was some talk about the U.S. Federal courts stepping in to put regulations in. If that can get passed and some rules get put in place, I think we wouldn't see as much issues.
Oh, yeah. The problem is the NCAA wanted to keep this the way it was for so long. When they lost on this battle, there are no guardrails. And then now, name, image, likeness was supposed to maximize like a kid who wanted to go to an autograph signing, a kid who can make money with his name in the video game.
Or the jersey sales.
Right. But it was never supposed to be free agency every single year where there's no more team building in especially college basketball. Because even if the great players leave after a year, like Cooper Flagg and Con Knipple did, and then they'll bring in the Boozer twins and move to the next. Even the mid-majors, like Kennard Davis. Kennard Davis played for Southern the first 2 years. He's starting next to the stud at BYU. He's the starting guard at BYU because he's too good now to play at Southern.
Right.
You can't build a mid-major anymore because the mid-major guys now go to the majors. And it's so on and so forth. There's no building on any level anymore.
No, you're going to have to. I mean, the right thing to do is to sign some form of a contract that keeps you there for a minimum amount of time. I mean, nobody can be. I mean, like, what sport allows you to be a free agent? It's at the discretion of the team. It's not just an inherent right to be a free agent every year.
It's the opposite of the NFL, where if you're a first-round pick, you're the best players. You have to play for your original team for an extra year, 5,
right. Yeah.
instead of 4 years.
Right.
In college basketball or football, you get to go wherever you want every year and maximize your dollars. You don't have to wait. There's no franchise tag. It's the freest of free agency. It's the freest of free agencies.
I just don't think. Listen, great for the kids. I don't think it's good for the product at all.
No. Nick in the West Loop. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Nick?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good. Everything's good.
So just wanted to chime in on the poll question. I think that the spending discrepancy in the Major League Baseball, it's kind of gotten a little bit out of control, as you guys kind of alluded to. I'm a longtime Cubs fan, raged against the Dodgers for years, but really over this past season, I kind of started to flip on it and started to say, well, why are the Dodgers able to get all these guys? It's because these other teams, they don't want to spend any money. I think one of you guys made the comment about looking at the bottom feeders. Like, look at the Pirates. Their biggest attendance day was a Paul Skeens bobblehead day. They can't even get people to come to a game under normal circumstances. But then look at the Brewers. They win the division last year, and they're like, we don't really want to sign Freddie Peralta. Too much money. We'll just let him walk. And they just won the division. Like, it's not about the Dodgers. Obviously they play into it to a certain degree, but, it's mostly these owners. They don't want to spend any money.
Right.
And you own a sports team. If you want your team to get better, you got to spend more money, and then the money will come in when the team gets better.
We understand that the revenue streams are different. It's not like the NFL, where everything is kind of split, especially the big dollars. The national television revenue is split evenly amongst all the teams. For example, to give you a little clarity on my perspective here, this is from the 2024 revenue list that, I always talk about the percentage of revenue that you actually pour into your salaries. From these numbers in 2024, the Pittsburgh Pirates 2024 revenue total was $326 million. Their 2025 payroll was $112 million.
How does that compute?
Do the math.
How does that compute?
That's $214 million of positive cash flow for them. Do you realize that the Toronto Blue Jays spent brought in $387 million?
Close to the same number, right?
Correct. Close to the same number. About $60 million difference. They spent $277 million on their payroll, which still they take home a healthy $100 million versus revenue versus salaries. There's other expenses. My point is the Pittsburgh Pirates made more money by playing dead.
Yes.
Than
by not trying.
The Toronto Blue Jays, who actually are trying to win. It incentivized the Pirates to not even try because they made twice as much money before all the other expenses than the Toronto Blue Jays, who were third in the league in terms of what their payroll revenue ratio was.
It's a win for them, and I've said this before. For the Pittsburgh Pirates, with the numbers that you just suggested, already saying that we can't keep Skeens, you have something that was dropped into your lap. That is one of the greatest things going in baseball right now. And they're already talking about you trading him because you won't pay him. It's not that you don't have the money to pay him. It's that you won't pay him. I hear this all the time. But Silvy, the Dodgers have so many other tools that other teams don't have. Well, credit the Dodgers for maximizing their tools. I'll ask you this. Do the Pittsburgh Pirates maximize the tools that they have? Even if they're a lot lower than the Dodgers, they still don't maximize the tools that they have. I will argue that the Chicago Cubs don't maximize the tools that they have at work for them.
The Dodgers...
The White Sox should never be trading Garrett Crochet at his age and his skill level because he wants a new contract.
Well, you can't claim poverty. The Dodgers, yes, they brought in $752 million of revenue in 2024. They spent $550 million on their payroll. That's 73% of their payroll spent, revenue spent on your payroll. Again, I go back to the Pittsburgh Pirates. 34.5% of the money that they bring in revenue, they pour into their salaries. So you can sit here and say, well, there's no chance that the Pirates can ever spend the $550 million on payroll that the Dodgers do. That's fine. How about the Pittsburgh Pirates match the Dodgers with regard to how much of their revenue on a percentage basis they spend on payroll?
Yeah, how could they argue that?
You can't. So you are basically being incentivized not to spend money. And that's why I'm telling you that Major League Baseball, they've got some serious issues that I don't know how you're going to solve them because a vast majority of your team, I would say a third of your teams
don't want to play,
are being incentivized not to try and spend money because you are subsidizing that.
Yeah, any teams that don't want to try, whether it's on the court or off the court or field, are the ones that I get mad at.
At least in the NFL, and I know that they've got greater, national revenue streams, everyone has to spend a certain amount of money.
Yep. 312-332-3776 if you want to join the conversation. Aki's A-List is coming up next, and man, is it going to be good. Tyler has worked hard on his Super Bowl six-pack. We will get a different six-pack every day. We start it coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling present the ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame. Jump on our YouTube page and ESPN Chicago, Sunday afternoon from 1 to 2. This is a live streaming, uninterrupted pregame crosstalk with all your favorite ESPN Chicago hosts. The ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame, Sunday from 1 to 2 on YouTube and ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling.
Big game calls for big time snacks. This isn't time to mess around. The Waddle household stocked up on Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip as well. Those are dips for your chips, your wings, your veggies, anything you have. Daisy has given us the comfort of delicious homemade dips with clean, simple ingredients. No preservatives, just real herbs and spices like you'd find in your own kitchen. Do what we do. Put Daisy French onion dip on your big game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. We say it every year, new year, new you. But this year, I'm actually doing something about it. I've been going to Cairo One Wellness Centers for months now. My body feels great, and I'm moving better than ever. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to feel better and actually take care of your body, you got to check out Cairo One. They have 50 locations across Chicagoland, so there is one near you. No drugs, no surgeries, just personalized chiropractic care. Visit ChiroOne.com today and let them know that Silvy sent ya.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone.
Where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text AREA to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text AREA to 42424. That's AREA to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The 5 o'clock hour of Waddle and Silvy is brought to you by Steinhoffels. With 7 Chicagoland locations, including the newest in Maryville. I shop at the one in Vernon Hills. Shop in-store today or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
There's not enough data on it.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Tyler, what are we calling this? The Super Bowl 6-pack?
It is the Super 6-pack this week. And don't forget, we will be live on Twitch and YouTube on Sunday, all brought to you by our friends at Yuengling for the biggest week of the year. NFC versus AFC, everything on the line. Get ready for the big game with a full week of coverage right here on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling. Big game, big week, big debates.
This is my tip to everybody out there, my Super Bowl tip. If you are going to a party, a Super Bowl party, stop at Binny's and pick up some Yuengling and bring them to your friend's house. They will love you for that. Bring a case of Yuengling to the party. I'll never come empty-handed.
I prefer the flight.
And if you're going to Waddle's house, bring the flight.
Yeah.
So check them out today.
I'll bring the fight.
Yep.
You bring the flight, I'll bring the fight. No, I won't. I won't bring the fight.
All right, so every day here on the A-List, you're going to get these 6 things every single time.
Can we get some music with this?
Oh, I told Charlie, give me something football-y.
It's football-y.
You're going to get a matchup. You're going to get a
Why do
prop.
I feel the need to ride a horse when I hear this? Like I want to get out on the plains and just
You
start
can almost like
riding.
hear the horseshoes clacking along the pavement.
Yeah, yeah.
You still not ever rode a horse?
Never ridden a horse. No.
It's something I want to do. I want to have Waddle ride a horse. I've always requested that from a stable. To be 59 years old soon
and never have ridden a horse.
Never have ridden a horse. It's one of the pure joys.
Have you ever ridden a horse?
Of cowboy life.
Yeah.
I have. At a stable, on a trail.
Listen, I'm more than willing to be the next version of the Marlboro Man. I'm in. All right, Tyler.
We'll also give you a stat. I'm going to rank the top 15 players in the game. You'll get 3 a day. A recipe for your Super Bowl parties, and then a trivia question.
Okay.
All right. So let's start with the matchup here. And the matchup that I'm looking at is Hunter Henry against the Seattle defense. Seattle's defense is elite, as good as it comes in all of football. However, they do have one Achilles heel, and it's how
the Rams
they guard against tight ends. Colby Parkinson, a good example of that. Seattle is 6th in yards allowed to tight ends this season and 5th in receptions allowed to tight ends this season. They're allowing about 6 catches for 63 yards for tight ends this season. So that's one thing I would be looking at for Hunter Henry, who has had a bit of a quiet playoffs, but really finished the season strong and has certainly had good moments over the course of his career, and I think is a pretty good player for this Patriots team. So I would watch out for Hunter Henry against the Seattle defense.
Like it.
All right. The prop. Total players to attempt a pass in this game. I'm always fascinated by this prop every single Super Bowl.
2.5?
2.5. Every year it's set at 2.5.
Yeah.
Over is plus 175. Under is minus 230. Now there's a couple of avenues to get here. First of all, trick plays. That's one of the simplest ones. Second,
injury.
If there's a quarterback injury, another good one. And third, if it's a blowout, you could get a blowout and you could have a team like last year. The Eagles were blowing out the Chiefs. If you get a blowout early on in this game and people are subbing people out,
you may want to get a guy, hey, you get an opportunity to play in a Super Bowl.
Right, exactly. So one thing I would also mention.
I'm going to play that, Tyler.
I always play this one every single year. The Seahawks, if they really want to dig into a bag of tricks, and Clint Kubiak, who is going to be
bag of tricks, right?
Bag of tricks.
Yeah, okay.
He's going to be the next head coach in Vegas. And who knows what stops he's going to pull out, because this is his last game as a coordinator for the Seattle team. Remember, Seattle runs their version of the tush push with A.J. Barner, their tight end. Maybe you get a trick play out of that, because you know there's probably going to be at least one play in this game where A.J. Barner is going to be under center.
Oh, so then he could throw a pass.
He could throw a pass. He could pitch it to a running back who then throws a pass.
So you're suggesting there are a lot of different ways that there could be more than two guys throwing passes.
I think there's a bunch of different ways that this could
I'm playing
come to
it, Tyler.
fruition.
Yeah, I love it.
All right, your stat for this game. Both of these teams this season are a combined 33-6. The fascinating thing about both of these teams, they've never lost by more than a possession. Every single game that they've played in their losses have been one possession games. Those 6 losses are by a combined 27 points. Seattle has lost by a combined 9 points in their 3 losses. New England lost by a combined 18 in their 3 losses.
So what are you saying, that this should be a close game?
Adam, I really do think it's going to be, well, they've both blown teams out. But defensively, I don't think this game gets to a point where you're going to see one team blow the other team out. I just think the defense is that. Usually that's what that stat tells me. When you're playing a lot of one-possession games, it usually means you've got a pretty good defense.
In the postseason, the Patriots beat the Chargers 16-3. That was a Charger team that didn't have anybody to protect their quarterback. They beat the Texans 28-16. That was still kind of an ugly game, wasn't it? And they snuck by the Broncos 10-7.
See, but what you're saying is the losses. So when the teams do lose, they don't lose by a lot. So if both teams have that going for them, it should be closer.
What's the number on the game?
4.5, which is one of the larger spreads
I was surprised it was so big that the Seattle Seahawks are the
4.5 point
favorite.
favorite. Yeah.
Because I wanted to play Seattle, but that's a lot.
That is a lot of points.
It's a lot of points. Like, I could easily see this being a 2 or 3 point game.
All right, your rankings here. We're going to go top 15 players in the game. We're going to start, and I'm going to give you 3 players a day, 15 to 13 here. Now, I'm going to throw a 16th provisional out there because I don't know if Harold Landry is going to play, but if he does play, he would be a part of my top 15. He
Boston College kid?
Yes, he was. He played under Vrabel in Tennessee. Yeah. He did not play in the AFC title game and has been listed as questionable for this game too. But Harold Landry, if he does play in this game, he had more sacks than anyone else on either team with 8.5 this season. He would be a part of my 15. So I'm going to put him at 16th as a little breakfast ball type of thing here for
breakfast ball, working in the golf.
The other, number 15, I'm going to go with Julian Love, safety for Seattle. He was one of the top-rated defensive players by PFF on this Seahawks defense that was one of the best in all of football. Number 14, Kenneth Walker, the running back who, now that he is the only one getting the touches, I think is starting to show you how really good he is.
He is good. He was tough to bring down in the game the other day.
Zach Charbonnet is a really good player in his own right, but I think you're starting to see Kenneth Walker shine a little bit more now with Charbonnet out for the season with the torn ACL. And then number 13, I'm going to go with Stephon Diggs. A little bit of a career renaissance for him. Had over 1,000 yards this year and made some big plays for Drake May, too, when it mattered most. Like, there was, he's had a couple of big-time touchdowns. He's also just made some, like, third down plays that have been really big for New England this season. I always think back to that Drake May play against Denver where he's, like, pretty much getting taken down, and Drake May just throws a prayer that he probably should not have thrown, and it ended up being a shoestring catch by Stephon Diggs that he moved for a first down. So Stephon Diggs, my 13th player. All right, recipe. We are going with something that I believe I brought to your guys' attention a couple years ago, and we're going to go with the buffalo chicken dip.
Excuse me?
The buffalo chicken
You've
dip.
never had buffalo chicken dip?
I brought it to your house.
Yeah, it was excellent.
A couple of Super Bowls ago.
He's like, excuse me?
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said.
But this one is just going to be simple, all right? Because do not overthink this. Get yourself a bottle of Frank's Red Hot Buffalo sauce and read the label. The label has the recipe for the buffalo chicken dip. So what goes into it, you get
Talk about needing a bidet afterwards.
You might. But it's damn good in the moment.
And it's spicy, right? Like it's got the kick,
Yeah.
like a buffalo wing.
Yeah, and so this is where you get a rotisserie chicken too.
Oh.
Because you get a rotisserie chicken and you shred that chicken up.
Yeah, shred that chicken.
I had rotisserie chicken for dinner last night.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you have any preservatives in it, or was it a preservative
fresh
free?
in the bag?
It wasn't from a. Have you ever heard of Cluckers? Cluckers is in Highwood.
Yeah.
Market.
Yeah.
Chicken truck. They drive a chicken truck.
Yeah.
We picked it up. We were in Highwood yesterday. We picked up some Cluckers.
Yes, of course you did.
It's good. It's good. They make
Mother
a good
Cluckers.
Yeah, that's right. They have a Mother Clucker.
Yeah.
That's on the menu. I kid you not.
Yeah.
So you get the 2 cups of shredded chicken, a package of 8-ounce cream cheese, a half cup of Frank's Red Hot sauce, half a cup of ranch, and then if you want half a cup of blue cheese crumbles, what you do, you mix it all together in a bowl, put it in a dish, bake it for about 20 minutes.
And alert your heart doctor that you may be visiting him the following day.
And maybe a plumber as well.
You want to do a draft? You guys want to do the Super Bowl food draft again? We did it like a couple of years ago. I don't know if we did it last year.
We did do it a couple of years ago. Yeah, I remember
we
this.
should do the Super Bowl because if you have one thing that you request, it's your party, you're eating. This isn't with your guests in mind. It's your want.
Yeah, the buffalo chicken dip wasn't bad.
What food are you wanting?
I think that's how it got brought up because I think I took the buffalo chicken dip and
out of number one.
I don't know if it was 1-1 because I definitely would have taken like pizza 1-1.
Yeah, pizza.
But I think I brought it up during that draft, and Waddle was like, "What the hell is that?"
When you brought it to my house one time, it was delicious.
Just for the Super Bowl, yeah.
Pizza's the easiest. It's so easy to eat. You could eat multiple. Everyone loves pizza. That would be my number one. The chips and guac or chips and salsa's high on the list. So you got to have chips. So
chips are great with the buffalo chicken dip. Chips, crackers, veggies, whatever you want. Scotch goes well with everything, though. All right, and then your trivia question for today.
Charlie, if you're bringing a plate of food over to a Super Bowl party, what are you bringing?
Wings.
Okay, I like it.
I make good wings. But I mean, the one mistake I made one time was I just brought 12 thinking that would be enough. And
to whose party you bringing 12?
Obviously wasn't. And then as soon as I got there, I had like 4 of them. I was like, these are a third of the way gone.
Wait
this
a minute.
Is for one person.
You brought 12 wings to a party, and you ate 4 of them?
Yeah, I had
right
like
out
3
of
or
the gate.
4.
So you only brought.
I basically brought myself
his
some
own
wings.
6-pack.
Yeah. You brought 8 wings.
How many people were at the party?
More than 8. I'll tell you that.
You want one wing? So the old Chris Rock one.
They were
rib.
good too. Lemon pepper.
All right, I'm sorry. Sorry, Tyler.
All right, I will ask the trivia question, and then you guys can think about it during the break, and I'll give you the answer when we come back here, all right? We talk a lot about that Cole Kmet play as like it was a play, maybe we're not going to forget it, but because it was a loss, it won't be as highlighted in NFL lore because of what it was. And the last time that these two teams faced off in a Super Bowl 49, there was a similar play like that. 2 plays prior to the Malcolm Butler interception, Russell Wilson connected with which receiver for a 33-yard gain on one of the greatest forgotten catches in Super Bowl history. I mean, this catch was unbelievable, too. I don't know if you remember it, but he was laying on his back while he made the catch. And it was so remarkable that Al Michaels, when he was calling the play, called it as a drop because he thought it was a drop ball.
Oh.
And then it ended up being a catch, and both him and Chris could not believe it.
You don't want this until the other side.
Yes.
Okay.
So who was the receiver that made the catch?